Chapter 1. In the South China Sea, nestled on a remote island, lies a quaint village known as Fengfeng Village. Home to several dozen households, this idyllic locale is blessed with abundant water and lush vegetation, offering breathtaking scenery and a verdant landscape year-round. However, due to its isolated position, it remains largely untouched by the outside world. Even the pirates, who roam the seas, seldom venture to plunder this place. The newsbirds that flit around the globe also seem reluctant to grace this area with their presence. It must be said that in this world dominated by seafaring, taverns are a staple in every locale, and even the remote Fengfeng village boasts an establishment named Steampunk Tavern. Though the selection of libations is limited to the most common brews of ale and rum, it has become a beloved gathering spot for the villagers of Maition. Yet, this affection does not stem from the mediocre craftsmanship or subpar ingredients used in brewing the ordinary rum and mediocre ale. Rather, it is for a different reason altogether. "Leon, I'm back. Bring me a bowl of noodles." With a resounding bang, an elderly man, gaunt and clad in a plaid shirt and shorts, entered, carrying a fishing rod and a basket. "Uncle Luke, you've arrived so early today?" A young man wearing a chef's hat and an apron emerged from the back room. "Bah, today was a stroke of bad luck. I only caught one fish with the sun setting soon. I hurried back to pack up," he replied, limping to a seat and placing his fishing gear aside. "By the way, don't forget to use less salt and pour me a glass of rum." "Certainly." The young man turned and retreated into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a steaming bowl of noodles and a glass of rum for Uncle Luke. "The sky is darkening. The others should be arriving soon," Luke remarked, slurping his noodles. "This fish may be small, but it should suffice to cover today's tab." After saying this, Luke produced the day's catch from his basket and handed it to the young man. "Uncle Luke, you jest. This fish is worth more than this meal. It seems I am the one benefiting here." "Ah, I still need to finish preparing the ingredients, so please excuse me with that." The young man re-entered what appeared to be the tavern's kitchen. "Ha ha ha. It's your culinary skills that hold true value, Leon. So stop claiming I'm gaining an advantage." "How endearing." Luke laughed as he watched Leon disappear into the kitchen. Leon had been in Fengfeng Village for nearly 2 years, or rather, he had been in this world for almost 2 years. Originally a resident of Earth, Leon had spent his idle hours indulging in episodes of One Piece. Though he was not a die-hard fan, he had always yearned for the world crafted within the series. Yet, fate had other plans. One fateful day in 2020, Leon stumbled upon an announcement regarding Capcom's release of the true Ultimate HD remake of Resident Evil 4. As a devoted fan of the Resident Evil series, he had even influenced many of his friends to join in. However, due to the phonetic similarity of his name to that of a prominent character in the series, Leon S. Kennedy, his friends often affectionately dubbed him Lee Sang-won. Just as Leon launched the game, eager to relive its classic moments in high definition, a blinding red light erupted from the screen. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, but he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming brightness and fainted. When Leon regained consciousness, he found himself staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. According to the villagers who rescued him, Uncle Luke had discovered Leon drifting ashore, weak and feverish, while fishing by the sea. Without hesitation, Luke had carried Leon back to the village. With a collective efforts of the villagers brought him back from the brink of death. The village's doctor, Uncle Fran, proclaimed it a miracle. Initially, Leon was unaware of his surroundings, only realizing he was in a remote location, surrounded by water, with technology that lagged far behind what he once knew. The people around him appeared to be ordinary folk, devoid of any distinguishing traits. Possibly due to Fengfeng Village's lack of connection to the outside world, the villagers engaged in rudimentary barter systems, leaving Leon perplexed. A significant barrier lay in a language. It took him nearly a year to gradually grasp the local dialect, often resorting to feigning amnesia in the face of various challenges. Thus, Leon spent his days assisting the villagers in their fields or accompanying fishermen on their maritime endeavors. With their support, he managed to scrape together a meager existence. Fortunately, the villagers were kind-hearted and did not pry into his past, accepting him as one of their own without question. However, this all transpired while Leon remained oblivious to the fact that he had stepped into the world of One Piece. Had circumstances remained unchanged, he might have led a humble existence in Fengfeng Village, cultivating the land, living a simple life, marrying, and raising children, leading an utterly ordinary existence. Yet, destiny has a way of intervening. Just as Leon was beginning to settle into life in Fengfeng village, a turning point occurred one day. While fishing by the shore, Luke spotted a wooden sailboat approaching in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized the vessel bore a black skull flag. Pirates were coming to raid the village. It was unclear how they had discovered this location, perhaps by mere coincidence. Nevertheless, Luke abandoned his belongings and rushed back to the village, shouting that pirates were upon them. Women and children quickly sought refuge, while the men armed themselves with harpoons and makeshift weapons to confront the impending threat. Even though Uncle Luke and the others had attempted to convey that there was nothing of value to be plundered, the pirates paid no heed and charged forth, brandishing their curved blades. Though the pirates who came were mere foot soldiers in the grand scheme of One Piece, they were still ruthless brigands, far beyond the villagers' capacity to repel. Amidst the throng of villagers, Leon experienced the grim realities of this world for the first time, realizing that this was no longer the civilized society he once knew. While Leon continued to prepare ingredients in the kitchen, a young man burst into the tavern in a panic. "Leon, bad news, a ship is coming. Is it more pirates?" Luke inquired, dropping his utensils and standing up. Leon rushed outside, addressing the young man. "Fran, remain calm. Did you see whether that ship bore a pirate flag?" "I was too frantic to notice," Fran replied. Regaining his composure, however, the ship appeared majestic and imposing, suggesting it is not an ordinary vessel. "Then do not panic. Let us go take a look," Leon said, removing his hat and apron as he made his way outside. "Wait, I'll join you," Luke called out, limping over to accompany them. However, Leon stopped him. "Uncle Luke, rest assured I will handle everything if I cannot manage. No one else can either. Besides, it may simply be travelers or adventurers inadvertently arriving on this island. If they turn out to be pirates, I will instruct Fran to return and relay the message while I hold them off." Luke understood his current physical state left him incapable of fighting, and thus reluctantly sat back down, praying for a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Leon, guided by Fran, proceeded toward the direction of the approaching vessel. P.S. Daily updates of 5 chapters, exceeding 10,000 words. Your support is greatly appreciated. As for why Leon believed he alone could face the challenge, and why Uncle Luke placed such trust in him, this stems from the encounter with the pirates a year prior. Under the onslaught of ruthless brigands, the villagers struggled to mount an effective defense. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, resulting in Uncle Luke sustaining a grievous injury to his leg, leaving him permanently disabled. Leon could only watch helplessly as the villagers who had cared for him fell one by one beneath the blades of their assailants, brandishing harpoons in a futile charge against the pirates, only to be cast aside like rag dolls. Just as a savage pirate prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Leon, he miraculously produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere, deflecting the pirate's attack before thrusting it forward. Piercing as the remaining pirates witnessed their comrades fall, they realized the wisdom in capturing the leader. First, these ordinary villagers posed little threat as long as the young man with the peculiar 7-pointed hairstyle was dealt with. The others would be left vulnerable to slaughter. However, without Leon, it was as if he had transformed into a different individual before the pirates could charge forward. He calmly and swiftly replaced the magazine, raised his weapon, and began to harvest the lives of these minions. The few remaining pirates, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but the enraged villagers would not allow them to escape. Ultimately, they met their gruesome demise at the hands of the villagers' furious onslaught. In the aftermath, when the villagers inquired about the sudden surge in combat prowess, Leon could only attribute it to a recollection of memories and combat skills he had inadvertently recalled. As for the true reason behind this transformation, only Leon himself was privy to it. The game he had purchased, titled True Unrivaled Ultimate HD Remake of Resident Evil 4, was, in fact, not merely a game for reasons unknown. He had caught the attention of a peculiar system. Consequently, the burst of red light was, in reality, the activation of this flawed system, which pulled Leon into the world of One Piece. Leon referred to it as a flawed system because, after spending a year in the world of One Piece, it had only just completed its initialization, bestowing upon him the abilities of another individual in an instant. In that moment of crisis, Liang suddenly acquired all of Liang's capabilities, including physical attributes and combat techniques, enabling him to effortlessly turn the tide against these goons. Additionally, the system provided Liang with initial equipment reminiscent of Liang's arsenal from Resident Evil 4. A handgun aptly named handgun, with a power rating of 10 and a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. Other parameters, such as rate of fire and stability, were conspicuously absent, seemingly tied to the user's strength. He possessed an extra 50 rounds of handgun ammunition, totaling 60 rounds, though he had expended 20 in the initial skirmish, leaving him with 40. A first aid spray was also included, capable of fully restoring him to health as long as he had breath left, though it could not heal disabilities. Lastly, there was a small knife, with no discernible attributes, presumably reliant on the user's capabilities. However, having perused the Resident Evil 4 strategy guide, Liang knew that, under his original physical condition, a standard attack would yield a power rating of 20. He also possessed the smallest of space bags, capable of holding these items. It had a capacity of 60 slots, with a handgun occupying 6. In addition, there was a shop, eerily reminiscent of the merchants from the game, where one could buy, sell, and modify items. However, the currency required was not berries but rather pesetas, a type of Spanish currency. In the game, Liang had been tasked with investigating a small village in Spain, which naturally led to the use of pesetas. Yet, having arrived in the world of One Piece, why could he not adapt to local customs and utilize berries instead? Unlike the pirates, who did not drop ammunition or currency upon defeat, there were no opportunities to scavenge for money or bullets within homes, chests, or jars. Thus, since ammunition and herbs could not be scavenged, they were available for purchase at the shop following the merchant's principle of a half-price buyback. Selling a single bullet would yield 50 pesetas, while purchasing one from the merchant would cost 100. This discrepancy left Liang perplexed. It was not a game world, and he could not fathom where to acquire pesetas for better equipment. With his starting items exhausted, he found himself practically penniless. However, with the option to sell, there had to be a way to earn pesetas. Liang subsequently attempted to sell furniture, cooking utensils, and basic ingredients, but all were refused. It was worth noting that the original merchant accepted even eggs and fish. Though he wished to emulate the game and see if treasures and gold could be exchanged for pesetas, such riches were non-existent in Fengfeng village. Eventually, Liang discovered some items aboard a pirate ship, including berries and a bounty notice, thus realizing he was indeed in the world of One Piece. Though the revelation of his location sparked thoughts of utilizing the pirate ship to set sail, he was unaware of the tumultuous world outside or the precise location of Fengfeng village, compounded by the evident ineffectiveness of the flawed system. He decided, for the time being, to train for a while before venturing out to sea. In gratitude for Liang's role in saving their village from the pirates, the residents joined him in dismantling the pirate ship to construct a large wooden house. Now that they understood they were in the world of One Piece, a tavern was a necessity. Thus, Liang resolved that this would become the village tavern, aptly named Steam Power. Though he lacked experience in running a tavern or brewing, having been a resident of the gluttonous empire, he certainly possessed culinary skills. While he could manage the drinks, the food would undoubtedly be exceptional, allowing the villagers to experience the prowess of one of the 9 culinary traditions of the gluttonous empire, the cafeteria cuisine. While this may be the case, the staple foods are merely noodles and fried rice. For the more intricate dishes, such as mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork, the lack of ingredients renders even the most skilled cook powerless. After all, a clever woman cannot cook without rice, let alone Liang on this isolated island. The available ingredients consist solely of common grains, fish, and some meats raised by the villagers. Thus, those elaborate dishes can only be prepared occasionally. Whenever the ingredients permit, it is often said that one eats what one has, and here, aside from fried rice and noodles, the menu primarily features various boiled fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, and the like. Yet, thanks to Liang's culinary skills, this tavern has truly flourished, becoming the most popular establishment among the villagers. Now, returning to the matter at hand, after yet another year of training, every morning, Liang rises early to practice kicking and wielding his knife. Engaging in weighted runs and push-ups, yet how much has his strength truly increased? The answer is 0. There has not been the slightest growth in the initial months. Liang believed his lack of progress stemmed from insufficient diligence and a short duration of his training. However, after several more months, he came to the stark realization that it was not a matter of merely not seeing results, but rather that there were indeed no results at all. That it dawned on Liang that whether it was Liang or Leon, in essence, they were both mere earthlings. They were not some super scion capable of achieving extraordinary strength through so-called training. Regardless of the effort expended, one could at most reach the level of the world's top athletes, which represents the ultimate limit for humanity on Earth. Leon, in this scenario, is an agent who has already attained the peak of human potential. Consequently, having inherited Leon's physical attributes, it is impossible for Liang to surpass the limits of humanity through training, no matter if he trained for a year, 10 years, or even a century. Just as Liang grasped this reality, fate began to intervene. A large ship, whose allegiance remained uncertain, was heading towards Fengfeng village. Under Fran's guidance, Liang made his way to the other side of the island. To his surprise, he recognized both the ship and its occupants. What the hell? How could it be them? Liang exclaimed in astonishment upon sighting the vessel preparing to dock. Fran, curious, inquired, "Do you know them, Brother Liang? Who are they?" Indeed, it was not merely a matter of recognition. Any seasoned seagoer would be well acquainted with them, and in truth, Liang was quite familiar, although many details remained undisclosed in the manga. Enthusiasts have unearthed all there is to know from Oda's scattered hints. What kind of ship was this? Without delving into its size, number of sails, or cannons, the dragon motif intricately embedded from bow to stern was enough to capture anyone's attention. The ship's prow resembled a dragon's head, while the body bore the likeness of a dragon, extending all the way to the stern. They represented a formidable faction in this world, distinct from both the world government and pirates, the Revolutionary Army. Leading them was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the father of the protagonist, Luffy. Accompanying Dragon were Kuma and Ivankov, indicating that this was prior to Ivankov's imprisonment, and Kuma had not yet undergone his transformation. However, the ship appeared significantly damaged, suggesting that their arrival here was not part of the original plan. Caught off guard by Fran's question, Liang was suddenly addressed by the long quiet system in his mind. Main quest triggered. Set sail. Hey, young man. After 2 years in this desolate place, it's time to venture out to sea. The notion of setting sail presented a few choices. One could join the Navy, become a pirate or bounty hunter. Or perhaps, join the Revolutionary Army. Since he had been mulling over the decision for so long without making a move, the system proposed to assist him in making a choice. Now, an opportunity lies before you. Joining the Revolutionary Army may not be a bad option. Quest objective: use all means necessary to join the Revolutionary Army. Quest reward: 1 short gun, along with 5 shotgun shells, and unlock additional items in the shop. This revelation left Liang momentarily stunned. He had assumed the system was mute, merely a storefront devoid of interaction. He hadn't anticipated that after 2 years without setting sail, it would finally grow impatient and issue a quest. Although the shotgun was a basic weapon obtainable at the game's outset, slow to fire, with significant recoil and a cumbersome reloading process, it was indeed a powerful weapon in the early stages. Not only was its firepower substantial, but its wide impact could send typical foes flying, making it viable until he acquired a more formidable firearm. Given this reward, Liang could hardly contain his excitement. It was a delightful surprise to receive a more potent shotgun when he had previously struggled to obtain even a lesser weapon. While Liang immediately recognized the members of the Revolutionary Army, charging forward to express his desire to join would only arouse suspicion, leading them to question his true intentions. However, this posed no challenge to Liang. He was not one to be easily intimidated. After all, setting sail was merely a matter of course. While the threshold for joining the Revolutionary Army was indeed higher than that of the Navy or piracy, every problem had its solution, and he was confident in his ability to navigate these waters. With this in mind, Liang quietly devised a plan. Turning to Fran, he instructed, "You should return and reassure everyone that I know them. They are not pirates. I will invite them to the tavern, so you can inform the others that we will not be opening for business today." After sending Fran away, Liang confidently descended the mountain. Just as the ship docked and dropped anchor, the first to disembark was none other than the leader, Dragon, along with several of his officers. "Who are you? And are you friend or foe?" Liang boldly proclaimed, attempting to seize the initiative before anyone else could speak. Before Dragon could respond, Ivankov, sporting a flamboyant appearance, could no longer contain his eagerness to convey that the revolutionary army meant no harm. However, Dragon swiftly gestured for him to hold his tongue. "Interesting. We merely intended to dock, gather some supplies, and repair our damaged vessel. But now I must ask, what if we are friends? And what if we are enemies?" Liang produced his pistol, articulating clearly, "For friends, we have exquisite food to offer. While for foes, we have shotguns." He almost mentioned fine wine to welcome friends, but reconsidered, realizing such coarse alcohol would hardly impress these distinguished guests, thus opting for exquisite food instead, while Liang appeared calm and collected. Internally, he was in a state of turmoil that he was conversing with none other than Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army and one of the most formidable men in the world, a user of the dragon fruit ability. Despite following the plan meticulously, it was only natural for him to feel apprehensive. That it was commendable that Liang managed to suppress his anxiety, keeping his teeth from chattering and his knees from trembling. Clearly, his earlier response had piqued the interest of Dragon and his cadre. As Ivankov remarked, "This is the first time we've encountered such a response. What a charming boy you are. We are certainly not foes. We are merely travelers passing through." Dragon laughed heartily. "Ha ha. It truly is a case of not judging a book by its cover. I did not expect such insight from a young brother. May I ask your name and the title of this island?" "This place is called Fengfeng Village, a humble settlement that is quite isolated and has little contact with the outside world. My name is Liang, and I run a tavern here. Given your weary appearance, if you do not mind, I would like to invite you to spend the night at my establishment." Dragon had originally intended to rest on the island, repair the ship, and set sail promptly. However, having encountered such an intriguing individual, he decided to alter his plans. Furthermore, the provisions aboard were running low, making it convenient to procure supplies here. Thus, Dragon led a group of his officers to follow, while others remained on the ship to make repairs. Along the way, Ivankov bombarded Liang with questions, constantly referring to him as Liang Boy, which left Liang struggling to keep up. Eventually turning to Dragon to inquire, "Is he always like this?" Only after Dragon intervened did Ivankov settle down. Liang had recognized the need to concede if he allowed Ivankov to continue his relentless questioning. He feared he might inadvertently reveal something critical. Life is akin to a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. Liang was not afraid of Dragon, but Ivankov posed a different challenge altogether. One could never predict when he might engage in some unpredictable antics, catching one off guard. Fortunately, the journey was not long, and soon they crested a small hill, arriving at the village. Oh, how unexpected! It seems there is yet another small village on the other side of the mountain. After Ivanovich crossed the small hill, he exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, everyone prepared to wander about and procure some supplies. At this moment, Liang feigned a sudden recollection and called out to the group, "Wait, here, barter won't work. We generally only accept goods in exchange. What shall we do then?" "Liang, we came without anything except the barter," they replied. "Well, you'll have to come to my tavern first. There are plenty of supplies stored inside, including food and water. You can settle the bill with the items from your ship when you leave," Liang said with resignation. The group found themselves with no choice. Returning to fetch items seemed cumbersome, so they followed Liang to the steam-powered tavern. To their surprise, upon entering, the tavern was not deserted, but rather bustling with activity. "Hey, Liang, where have you been? We old-timers have been waiting impatiently. Are you going to open or not? I still want to have boiled fish, hurry up, and egg fried rice. Please fry up a large pot for us." When Liang stepped through the door, it was as though he had ignited the entire venue. Of course, Liang was not the sole manager of the tavern. Fran was responsible for serving drinks at the front. However, no one was available to take Liang's place in the kitchen, causing both the patrons and even little Fran to fret as they waited, not knowing what to do if Liang didn't return soon. In contrast, Liang was internally exclaiming in disbelief. This was entirely different from his plans. He had intended to bring the revolutionaries here and discuss their potential enlistment. He never expected such a large crowd to arrive today, leaving hardly any space to accommodate them. These friends look unfamiliar. Did they come from elsewhere? Old Luke quickly struck up a conversation with a revolutionary soldier, boasting in a drunken haze. Then you've come to the right place. This is the most popular spot on the island, offering delectable dishes you've never tasted before. Thus, the revolutionaries found themselves surrounded by the warm hospitality of the villagers, who whisked them off to chat and drink merrily. The villagers, despite having asked Fran to announce that the tavern would remain closed for the day, found the turnout to be even greater. Long, observing this, could only shake his head. For the past few days, they had been evading the Navy's pursuit, and despite finally shaking them off, they had strayed off course. Landing on this small island was a reluctant decision. Yet perhaps it was beneficial for everyone to relax their tightly wound nerves, if only for a moment. Sitting alone at the bar, he called for a drink from Fran, lost in thought at tea that moment. The bear approached and sat next to Long, stating, "Have you noticed something amiss?" "Indeed," Long replied, finishing his rum in one gulp. "Since we disembarked, every decision we've made has brought us closer to this tavern. Although this place is remote and nearly cut off from the outside world, we still subconsciously used false identities, as we remain wary of unforeseen events." Long turned to glance at the members engaged in lively conversation with the villagers, sharing grand tales of adventure, while Ivanovich occasionally made exaggerated faces that, "I even have the feeling that our pursuit by the Navy, the damage to our ship, and our deviation from the course were all somehow destined to lead us to this unassuming island. Or rather, to this tavern. Long, you are overthinking it. However, there must be something unusual about this tavern. Let us observe the unfolding situation." Thus, the evening grew late, and the villagers gradually made their way home, assisting one another. Ivanovich and the others were utterly captivated by the delectable food, devouring bowl after bowl until they were stuffed, sprawled on the ground with distended bellies, unable to move. Long watched as Fran was ultimately sent away by Leon, leaving only Leon and the revolutionaries in the tavern. Observing the rest of the group sprawled on the floor, save for Long and the bear, Leon couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is joining the revolutionaries a reliable choice? It appears that aside from the bear, Long, and the few accompanying Sabo, there aren't many sane individuals among them. Leon couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for the future. Setting aside serious matters for the moment, he hurriedly brewed a cup of digestive tea for everyone. These tea leaves were picked from the mountain. They aid digestion, although Long and the bear hadn't overindulged. He offered them a cup as well. Leon, this is much better. Thank you for your hospitality. It's my first time tasting such delicious food, Ivanovich remarked, reminiscing about the days spent drifting within the revolutionaries. There are no chefs, no fancy dishes. Everyone merely settled for rations. No need for pleasantries. I actually have something to discuss with you, Leon began, but was interrupted by Long, who stated, "You have something in mind, right?" "Ah, indeed," Leon replied, unperturbed by Long's perceptiveness. "But how did you figure it out?" "There are too many inconsistencies, and they are all too apparent," Long continued, sipping his tea. "From the moment we disembarked, you have been subtly trying to keep us here, consistently leading us to your tavern. Although I do not know your intent, you only brought it up after the villagers left, likely not wanting others to know, correct?" "Oh, is that so? Have we fallen into a trap?" Ivanovich finally grasped the situation. Acknowledging Long's insight, Leon straightforwardly admitted, "I brought you here for a reason. I simply have a question to ask." Regardless, those details were inconsequential. The next stage was the crux of Leon's plan, inquiring whether they could join the revolutionaries and even secure leadership positions without starting as mere foot soldiers. He was counting on whether Long would take the bait. "Another question, feel free to ask," Long replied. While he appreciated Leon and his culinary hospitality, he could only deflect inquiries regarding confidential matters, as the secrets of the revolutionaries were not to be divulged. As the saying goes, genuine feelings are fleeting. It is always about the schemes that capture the heart. With Long's remark, it became Leon's time to perform. Holding a cup of hot tea, Leon took a seat directly across from Long and inquired, "During the day, I noticed your ship, adorned with a dragon figurehead. Surely you are familiar with such creatures?" "A little," Long replied. "Then, sir, do you know of the dragon's transformations?" Leon pressed on Long, unsure why Leon was suddenly asking this, and noting that the questioner possessed a profound understanding of the subject. Could only respond with curiosity, I would like to hear more. A dragon can be both large and small, can ascend or conceal itself in its grand form. It stirs clouds and exhales mist in its diminutive form. It remains hidden. When it soars, it traverses the cosmos. When it hides, it lurks beneath the wave. At this point, Leon stood and moved to the window, gazing outside. After Roger's demise, in these vast seas, the dragon adapts to the times. Much like a person who rises to prominence and navigates the world, the dragon, as a being, can be likened to the heroes of this age. Turning back to face Long, he continued, "You and your companions, having traveled far and wide, must know of the heroes of our time. Please share your thoughts with me." Upon hearing this, Ivanovich burst into laughter. So that's how it is. There are indeed many heroes in these waters. Such as, however, he was abruptly interrupted by Long, who, having listened to Leon's eloquence, recognized that such words were not those of an ordinary person. He felt that this conversation would undoubtedly be extraordinary, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and wished to prevent Ivanovich's crude remarks from interjecting, thus interrupting him. "While I have journeyed far and wide, the heroes of the world are elusive and profound. It is indeed rare to encounter them." "Ha ha," Leon chuckled lightly. Even without seeing their faces, their names are still well known. At this point, Long no longer deflected, responding directly, Iron Fistcarp, a powerhouse, amiable and beloved. Few can rival him. Even Roger could match him. Time and again, he has faced dire straits. His prestige in the military is unparalleled. As a vice admiral, he stands close to admiral rank. Had he not chosen otherwise, he would have long since been promoted. Such a hero. Can he not be deemed a hero? Leon silently mused. Well, right off the bat, he brings up his own father. Nevertheless, he shook his head, expressing regret. Carp, Sengoku, and Admiral Crane, along with Rayleigh and Whitebeard, are all nearing their twilight years. The divine turtle may live long, yet all things must come to an end. These elders are on the verge of exiting the historical stage. Those diligent like Sengoku are already overwhelmed and exhausted, while those who meander through life like Carp show little concern for current affairs, preferring leisure and retirement. Not a hero, indeed ditto. The dragon did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man could possess such insight. A sudden tension gripped the hearts of the onlookers. To articulate such thoughts was no feat for a mere rustic fool. Coupled with the earlier descriptions of the dragon's transformations, suspicions regarding his true identity began to arise. Just as Ivankov was about to confront Liang, questioning his identity and intentions, he was restrained by the imposing figure of Bear. Gathering his thoughts, the dragon continued. Admiral of the Navy, Magma Fruit. Sakazuki, known as a Kainu. A soldier of iron will, utterly ruthless. Meteor volcano, a force of destruction. Bane of pirates, vanquisher of countless foes. His might is formidable, consistently achieving remarkable feats. Powerful pirates cannot escape his jaws, just in spirit. Unwaveringly just, annihilator of evil, innumerable in his endeavors. Within the Navy, none can surpass him. An army of justice, a bastion of strength. Could such a figure be called a hero? Unexpectedly, after resuming his seat, Liang shook his head and replied, "An iron-willed soldier. Far too heartless, indifferent to right or wrong, blind to justice. Innocent civilians also suffer under his wrath. His subordinates, too, bear the burden. Relying solely on force, he knows nothing but might. Harboring justice. But what is justice? What defines right and wrong? Without clarity on this matter, he remains but a puppet. The so-called Akainu is merely a gatekeeper, a sycophantic hound, beholden to others. The world government is his master. As single command, the loyal dog obeys. A mere accomplice, aiding tyranny, not a hero." The dragon, increasingly intrigued, pondered for a moment before stating, "The warlord of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk, the greatest swordsman unrivaled upon the seas, wielding the black blade Yuru, the supreme great sword. With this blade, Hawkeye has bested all challengers, a solitary figure in a lone vessel, roaming the world at leisure, seeking a worthy foe across the four seas, able to match swords with the likes of the Yonko Shanks. Standing alone at the pinnacle, surveying all mountain small, such a terrifying presence, truly a hero. Yet again, Liang shook his head and said, "What being the world's greatest swordsman? At most, he is a solitary wanderer. A seeker of martial virtue. In his lifetime, he has accomplished naught, merely celebrated for his swordsmanship. Upon these vast seas, he cannot be deemed a hero." This exchange of words took both the dragon and the assembly by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon inquired, "The Yonko Big Mom, a colossal figure, soul fruit, stealing lifespans, numerous progeny, each an elite, ruling over myriad nations, fostering coexistence, the grand line, deeply entrenched, a headache for the government, the navy impotent, forging alliances, gathering talents, just a step away from the pirate king, one person beneath, yet above thousands, second only to Roger. Can she be called a hero?" However, Liang continued to shake his head, laughing. Yonko Big Mom, merely a gluttonous matron, her so-called nations seized through plunder, the island's populace, their souls but fleeting, coerced unions, underhanded tactics, a multitude of husbands, all suffering her wrath, devoid of true love, incited to fury, truly laughable, not worth mention. After his jest, Liang lifted the tea before him, bringing it to his lips, observing if the dragon had further remarks. Ivankov could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Liang boy, you first claim Sengoku and Garp are not heroes. Then say the admirals are not heroes, and now the warlords are similarly dismissed. With all these Yonko belittled, what remains of heroism?" This time, Bear did not intervene, as he too shared this sentiment, with representatives of renown repeatedly dismissed as non-heroes. What then truly defines a hero? Ivankov wished to voice more, but the dragon interjected, raising his teacup to his lips, stating, "Aside from this, I truly know not." Liang rose, laughing heartily, and then drained his cup, declaring, "A hero possesses lofty aspirations, a spirit that swallows mountains and rivers, with the capacity to embrace the entire realm, harboring a heart that encompasses the seas, bearing the weight of justice, rescuing the common folk from peril, liberating the populace from despair." He then placed his cup heavily upon the table. In this world, the only true heroes are the revolutionary warriors present here." P.S. Attentive readers may have noticed that only Liang's remarks regarding Big Mom exhibit a rhyme scheme. This chapter was penned over the course of a day. It was not a lack of desire to make all content rhyme, but the sheer workload was overwhelming that I hope for your understanding. Crash! The sound of the dragon's teacup shattering echoed through the air, spilling tea and soaking his garments unbeknownst to him. Liang maintained his stance, having forcefully placed his cup upon the table, while the revolutionary army fixated their gazes upon the standing Liang, whose diminutive frame bore the aura of a towering giant, deeply impressing upon the hearts of the revolutionaries. In that moment, an intense silence enveloped the atmosphere. Liang chose not to shatter this tranquility, remaining still as he awaited the others to regain their senses, rescuing the common folk from peril, liberating the populace from despair. Is this the essence of heroism? The dragon murmured softly to himself. Now I understand why we have deviated from our course to arrive here. The dragon suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating on Liang, and inquired with keen eyes, "Would you care to join the revolutionary army, to serve as our chief strategist?" Liang slowly withdrew his stance, a smile gracing his lips. "I would be most delighted." Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations on setting sail, achieving the first small step of your journey. Rewards have been allocated to your inventory. Short firearm. The most basic wooden shotgun, with a limited effective range but a broad attack radius. Exhibiting immense power at close quarters. Power: 40, magazine capacity. 6. The original handgun had a power of 10. Thus this upgrade is a significant enhancement. Regrettably, due to range limitations, it is only practical for close combat. Notably, akin to the handgun, the weapon comes preloaded with 6 rounds. Including the 15 rounds received as a reward, Liang now possesses a total of 21 bullets, leaving this impoverished youth with a sensation of having struck gold. The following morning, at the coast, final farewells were being exchanged. "Fran, you've nearly mastered my craft. What remains is ample practice. The tavern shall be entrusted to you." Liang placed a hand upon Fran's shoulder. "Uncle Luke, remember to rest adequately. Do not exhaust yourself. Fishing relies on fate. Return home early, da-da. Aunt Susan, I only need 2 eggs. You may take the rest back. Upon my arrival there, I shall enjoy ample delicacies. No need for further farewells. Return to your tasks. We are about to set sail. A smile graced Liang's face as he bid farewell to each villager. Having lived here for 2 years, all were familiar faces, naturally evoking a sense of reluctance that, oh, right, if anyone inquires about me in the future, simply say you do not know me. After all, my endeavors may offend many, he concluded with a reminder for them to avoid any association with him. In truth, Liang was overly cautious. Should anyone seek this place, such matters would be moot. If the world government decided to take action, discovery was merely a matter of time. After setting sail, Ivankov found Liang at the stern of the ship, who was gazing at the diminishing island, lost in thought. Liang boy, it's your first voyage. I senti it. The longing for home is a common ailment among sailors. Initially, it may be difficult, but it will improve. Whenever you feel down, come find me. Ivankov suddenly leaned forward, his large face nearly touching Liang's, and winked. Liang was taken aback, nearly toppling over in shock. The large visage was alarming enough, but the sudden wink made him believe Ivankov was about to employ some form of winking sorcery. Goodness, scaring someone can be deadly. A sudden large face, and don't wink like that. It's truly terrifying. Liang yelled in response, still shaken. However, Ivankov paid him no mind, patting Liang's shoulder, saying, Liang boy, don't dwell on such trivialities. Yet with that pat, he inadvertently knocked Liang to the ground. I didn't use much force. That you're not weak, are you? Dragon invited you to be chief strategist. I always thought you were strong. Ivankov gazed at the sprawled Liang, astonished. Enough, Ivankov. At that moment, Bear stepped in to defuse the situation. The dragon invited him to be chief strategist, not due to his strength, but because our revolutionary army currently lacks a strategist akin to Sengoku. Strength can be cultivated. In comparison, intellect is far more challenging to enhance. After speaking, Bear shot a glance at Ivankov. Unperturbed, Ivankov disregarded the fallen Liang and rushed to Bear, confronting him. How dare you imply that I am foolish? Bear, clarify this for me. Is that what you meant? Bear ignored him, instead addressing the now standing Liang. By the way, what is your ability? I noticed you don't have any firearms or the items gifted to you. Once upright, Liang stretched his limbs and replied with a premeditated response. I possess an ability that allows me to store items within my body. Though the space is quite limited, merely the size of a backpack, so I cannot hold much. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, however, this should not be an ability of the devil fruit, for I can still swim. Before being rescued by Maple Village, I had lost my memory. I neither knew why I had drifted to this place, nor how I acquired this ability. At this point, Leon turned to Bear and inquired. Surely the Revolutionary Army must have a team of scientists for various research endeavors. Bear shook his head in response, saying, Not only do we lack a team, but we do not even have a single scientist. What? There is actually none. This is truly astonishing. Leon sighed. He had originally hoped to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army, if not to replicate or modify his firearms, then at least to produce some ammunition. Yet the absence of such resources was indeed unexpected. It seemed that they would only realize the significance of scientific advancement when the Revolutionary Army sought to connect with Vegapunk. Very well then. Upon our return to the base, we shall convene a meeting to review the current situation across all fronts and subsequently formulate our plan of action. Leon boy, do we really need to hold a meeting for such trivial matters? We manage just fine without making a fuss over every little thing. Ivanov expressed his dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Bear defended Leon, stating, since Leon is now the chief of staff, decisions will be made according to his judgment. However, upon hearing the word however, Leon felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. They had agreed on this. But if, after some time, there were no tangible results, as Bear, known as the tyrant, gazed at him with kind eyes, Leon felt an overwhelming pressure. How terrifying. The city truly is rife with complexities. I longed to return to the countryside. Leon understood that even Zhuge Liang, upon his arrival, had incited dissatisfaction from Guan and Zhang, igniting 3 fires before they were fully convinced. The world of One Piece was far more brutal, a realm where might dictates right. The stronger one's fist, the more valid their claims. Someone like Sabo, the chief of staff, had ascended purely on the strength of his power, while Kureha had remarked that he often acted recklessly. Yet he possessed strength. In moments of uncertainty, he could charge forth, and ultimately, his might would resolve any chaos. In contrast, Leon, despite reaching the pinnacle of human capability, was perceived as a weakling in the world of One Piece, having been effortlessly knocked down by Ivanov. Even though the firearms from the world of Resident Evil were formidable, capable of dispatching numerous minions with a mere handgun, he still faced the challenges of ammunition shortages and financial constraints. Bear's demeanor revealed that there were indeed many within the Revolutionary Army who harbored discontent towards Leon. Yet they kept their grievances to themselves, as he was personally invited by Dragon to serve as chief of staff. Bear understood that Dragon had invited Leon for his intellect. However, comprehension alone would not suffice. For Bear and others to accept Leon's position as chief of staff, Leon had a long journey ahead. Dragon, displaying great respect, swiftly summoned all ranks of officials for the meeting, yet Ivanov and a Mason were conspicuously absent. Ivanov had received word that there were issues arising in the kingdom of the Okama, prompting him to depart with a Mason by ship. Leon had just been contemplating whether to inform Ivanov of impending dangers, but was uncertain how to do so without revealing his foresight abilities. Now, however, he was spared that dilemma, and Ivanov's infiltration of Impel Down could prove advantageous in the future. Thus, Leon decided not to dwell on the matter. Allowing Ivanov some time to cool off was beneficial. Even if Luffy had not noticed any composure in Ivanov when they first met, Leon surmised that this was the first time Dragon had extended such courtesy to a newcomer in the Revolutionary Army. But it would also be the last. Henceforth, Leon would need to establish his own authority and earn trust. The meeting proceeded remarkably smoothly, perhaps even too smoothly. Leon had intended to gain a detailed understanding of the current situation before discussing deployments and plans. Estimating that it would take at least an hour or two. Yet, this is the extent of our influence and the current status of our personnel, came the report.is that goodness, it has only been a quarter of an hour. Indeed, Chief of Staff, was the reply. No wonder such a title was so casually assigned. It seems this pitiful place barely has any personnel. Intelligence agents, military staff, logistical support, and a hodgepodge of others barely add up to 5,000. Furthermore, the areas they could control were limited to a mere handful of islands, some of which merely housed a small group for intelligence gathering. Well then, the Revolutionary Army has yet to reach its potential. After all, it will take several years to create a significant stir and attract the attention of the world government. Leon understood this. Dragon had started from scratch and faced numerous challenges before managing to establish this foundation. The journey from nothing to something was undeniably arduous. However, Leon was troubled for another reason. This, and this, he pointed at the map on the table, furiously questioning. These three barren lands not only yield no resources, but also require supplies from elsewhere. Can someone explain why we have such burdensome areas consuming our already scarce provisions? The Revolutionary Army's internal supplies were not abundant. In fact, they were rather strained. Otherwise, they would not have sought assistance from Kiriguro or requested supplies from the Shimatsuki village. What are you talking about? It is precisely because these regions are resource-poor and ruled by a tyrannical king, leaving the populace in despair, that we sought to overthrow the previous rulers and take control of these areas. Supporting the weak and dismantling tyranny is our creed. One person replied with an air of self-evidence. How laughable. If that were the case, then perhaps it was time to reevaluate these so-called beliefs. There was no need to save such weaklings. They were not even worthy of our intervention. Leon, in his fury, smirked as he unabashedly belittled the Revolutionary Army's principles. Bang! What did you say? Several individuals slammed their hands on the table, while many others turned to glare at the new chief of staff. Say that again. Leon looked at the imposing figures before him. In terms of brute force, any one of them could easily subdue him. Yet, Leon understood that this was not the time to retreat. Should he show any sign of weakness, it would mark his downfall. That I can repeat myself as many times as necessary. But can anyone answer me this question? Leon boldly shot back. Why was it that under the tyrant's rule, these islands did not require our aid? Yet after our liberation, we suddenly find ourselves in need of external assistance. The imposing figures fell silent. However, one person seated below responded, "I participated in one of the missions. From what I understand, after the king took power, he discovered vast coal deposits on that island, which was originally known as Blackstone Island, due to its abundant black rocks. Later, it was renamed Black Coal Island because of the rich coal mines. The adult men of the island were conscripted by the king, forced to toil endlessly in the mines, leading to many deaths underground. The king profited from the coal mined by these men, living a life of debauchery while imposing harsh taxes to pay tribute to the celestial dragons. Consequently, the men laboring in the mines and the families left behind were all suffering terribly." Another individual chimed in, continuing, "By the time we overthrew the king's regime, the coal reserves were nearly depleted, and these men had spent their lives in the mines. Now that the mines are gone, they have no means of livelihood, reliant solely on our aid to survive." Upon hearing this, Leon remained unmoved, asserting, "Very well, you've shared much, but I am concerned with one key point. Long before the new king's ascension, this Black Coal Island was self-sufficient, was it not? Even without coal, it could sustain itself without external aid. Thus we, the Revolutionary Army, are merely inept individuals incapable of ensuring that the people are fed and clothed." Before the crowd could react, Leon pressed on, "Now, imagine this. If you were an ordinary person whose ship was wrecked, and you washed up on a deserted island with no possessions, with nothing but a small puddle of water to sustain you, what would you salvage from your sunken ship?" The crowd was puzzled as to why the discussion had suddenly shifted from Black Hole Island to a sunken ship. "Chief of Staff, why are you asking such a question out of the blue?" One of the individuals who had just answered the question seemed momentarily taken aback. "Forget about that. Just focus on your answers," he insisted. The others were urged to reflect on what they would do in such a situation. Leon was adamant that they respond to the question posed. Naturally, the answer revolved around valuables. "I would take my treasures," he declared. This was a matter of saving money rather than one's life. "Fool. Of course. I would salvage food. How can one survive without sustenance?" This response was somewhat more rational than the previous one. "No, if it were me, I might choose to rescue a barrel of wine, since we want to survive anyway. I might as well indulge in a final, drunken revelry." Indeed, the dilemma was indeed a challenging one. The crowd began to voice their opinions, each chiming in with their insights. Leon, however, paid little heed to them, directing his gaze toward the dragon and the bear. Observing the bear's perpetually stoic countenance, Leon remarked, "It seems that Bartholomew Bear has arrived at his conclusion as well. Perhaps he could share it with the others." The bear turned his head and replied with a nonchalant air, "I might seek out fishing rods or nets." Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, no amount of food would suffice. If they had fishing equipment, they could catch fish to sustain themselves. Unlike the rest who had been caught off guard, it appeared that the bear and the dragon had merely failed to consider this perspective until Leon's subtle prompt illuminated the reason for his earlier frustration. Following the bear's response, Leon addressed the others. "Do you now comprehend? It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Our unconditional aid to these regions pales in comparison to assisting them in rebuilding their homes, restoring production, and enabling them to sustain themselves in time. When resources are plentiful, they may even provide support to our Revolutionary Army." Similar to the previous question, saving a certain quantity of food would prove inadequate. It would be far more beneficial to salvage a fishing net. The members of the Revolutionary Army, recognizing their prior oversight, promptly acknowledged their mistake to Leon, committing to adhere to the principle of teaching self-sufficiency to the local populace in future engagements. As he gazed upon the faces of those convinced, silently reiterating the phrase, "teaching a man to fish," a smile of satisfaction graced the dragon's face. This chief of staff had indeed made a sound judgment. He possessed a certain capability that by posing a straightforward question, he had highlighted a significant blind spot that had long existed. However, with the fervor of a new officer eager to make his mark, Leon had already expressed his discontent once regarding this issue, yet he remained unsatisfied. The others had merely begun to accept him. Complete trust had yet to be established. Thus, seizing the moment, Leon decided to press on. With the previous question resolved, what remained was to invest some effort into the matter, which he left for them to tackle. After taking a sip of water, he continued, "Next, I wish to raise some objections regarding our future course of action." This nearly ignited another uproar. Having just concluded one matter, he now questioned the very route that had been set by the dragon himself not long ago. The dragon's stature within the revolutionary army was unrivaled. And now, juxtaposed with Leon, it was evident just how much higher the dragon stood in the eyes of the others. Nevertheless, the dragon remained magnanimous, silencing the discontented murmurs with a raised hand. "Since we have newly appointed a chief of staff, we should certainly consider his opinions on these significant decisions. Furthermore, it was merely my plan. Amending plans is not an uncommon occurrence." Leon wasted no time in expressing his thoughts bluntly. "Let me be straightforward," he said. "First, we shall consolidate our forces and focus solely on securing the island near our base, disregarding other locations for now." He gestured toward a small island near Baldigo on the map. This island lies on the Grand Line, and its military strength far surpasses that of the minor nations we have previously encountered. Attacking a nation situated on the Grand Line poses a considerable challenge for us, remarked the dragon himself. Moreover, our investigations reveal that this nation is thriving and peaceful, with no negative reports emerging from it. How can we justify an assault on such a state? Leon, however, remained unfazed though. "Is that so? Yet I am unconcerned with such matters. My focus lies solely on the proximity of this location to our base, Baldigo. Should pirates navigate using their log poses, they may very well discover our position, leading to immeasurable repercussions. Furthermore, this area is rich in resources and economically prosperous. Securing would greatly benefit our future operations. Who knows how Leon's arrival might alter the trajectory of events?" He was acutely aware of the need for caution. After Blackbeard's crew discovered Baldigo, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters had been reduced to ruins. Leon was determined to prevent a repeat of that calamity. If word were to leak, it would deal a devastating blow to the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer remain passive, erupting in protest. "How can this be allowed? Wouldn't we then be no different from pirates?" I vehemently opposed this. Leon had anticipated this backlash. He understood that his proposal would undoubtedly meet with fierce resistance. Yet, there was little alternative. As the ancient saying goes, on the edge of the bed, who can allow others to sleep soundly? This situation resembled a ticking time bomb. Neglecting it would only lead to regret when the explosion inevitably occurred. Leon sighed, aware that many harbored dissenting opinions regarding this decision. "But allow me to pose a question," he said. The dragon's lips twitched slightly at these words. "Damn, this new chief of staff is commendable in many aspects. Yet he has this peculiar habit of incessantly posing questions. However, the essence of this question was not the main focus. It served partly to entice and partly for self-reflection. Reflecting on the moment he first encountered Leon in Fengfeng village. From the initial inquiry of whether one was an enemy or a friend, every so-called question concealed deeper meaning. Rather than directly articulating reason, he preferred to unveil truths through a series of inquiries, gradually revealing profound insights imbued with wisdom. Nevertheless, the dragon could not deny the efficacy of these questions. Had Leon approached him directly, showering him with flattery and expressing a desire to join the Revolutionary Army, he might have merely been cast into the ranks of nameless recruits, rather than now commanding the room and directing the dialogue. Leon's method of questioning proved far superior to bluntly stating facts. It created an illusion that these insights were self-derived, imparted through mere nudges from Leon. This illusion in turn fostered a sense of belief among the audience. Firstly, what exactly does our Revolutionary Army seek to overthrow? Or rather, what is our ultimate objective? Naturally, it is to overthrow the celestial dragons and dismantle the world government, establishing a realm of equality and freedom. The crowd answered almost reflexively, with little contemplation. "Excellent. It seems you have retained this crucial point," Leon remarked with a smile. Now, on to the second question. The audience was taken aback. Hadn't he just stated there would be one question? How did a second one arise? Yet, Leon paid no heed to their murmurs, continuing undeterred. Imagine you are at the helm of a speeding train, its braking system malfunctioning and rendering it nearly impossible to stop. Ahead, the track split into two paths. Point one leads to a bottomless abyss. where you and the hundreds of passengers aboard will plunge to your doom. The other path is safe for the passengers, yet nefarious individuals have tied several hostages to the tracks if you proceed. They will meet a gruesome fate. You now possess the authority to choose which path to take. How will you decide? Unsurprisingly, Leon had presented a classic moral dilemma, designed to probe the depths of their souls. This question dropped like a bombshell among the crowd. If it were me, I would choose to run over the hostages. One individual asserted. Are the lives of those hostages not valuable? How could you make such a hasty decision? What else can be done? We cannot allow an entire train of passengers to descend into the abyss. True. But what should we do then? If viewed through utilitarian lens, this was a straightforward matter of choosing the lesser of two evils. One should unhesitatingly sacrifice the hostages to save the train's passengers. Yet, in terms of human nature, this posed a profound conundrum. Just like the current dilemma facing the revolutionary army, the logical course of action, following the principle of minimizing harm, would be to seize control of the small island to eliminate future threats. However, this stands in stark contrast to the justice that resides firmly in the hearts of the people. Just as everyone was in a quandary, Dragon spoke up. Enough, this is absolutely unacceptable. We are a revolutionary army, not a band of profit-seeking pirates. As for safety concerns, we shall simply enhance our reconnaissance efforts. Upon hearing this, Leon not only ceased his persuasion, but also praised. I am delighted that you have made such a choice. An organization with principles and integrity is bound to go further. If we were to cross this line, the Revolutionary Army would be nothing more than a name, reduced to a pirate crew masquerading as revolutionaries. Who would have thought? Truly unexpected. Dragon immediately grasped the full picture. We had harbored suspicions about the newly appointed chief of staff, who in turn held reservations about us. If we were to cross this line, it wouldn't be long before an opportunity arose for them to depart. Indeed, I would leave with great disappointment, Leon stated candidly. Gazing at Dragon with a smile, I apologize for this. It seems we have made a grave error. Allow me to rectify this misstep. With that, Dragon extended his right hand, saying, Let us start anew. I am Monkey D. Dragon, a revolutionary, and I formally invite you to be our chief of staff. Leon too smiled and extended his hand, firmly shaking Dragon's. I am Leon, eager to contribute my modest efforts toward toppling the world government and defeating the vile celestial dragons. Thus, the rift between Leon and the Revolutionary Army finally dissolved. Well, initially, it was not about igniting the third fire. Leon had intended to capitalize on the momentum to secure the third flame. However, the tactics had run their course. The so-called third flame would require direct action on the battlefield. Consequently, the ensuing meeting progressed logically, culminating in the decision to adhere to the plan laid out by Dragon. Although Leon was well-versed in every plot of the Pirate King saga, he realized that the actual story had yet to commence. The only information at his disposal was a collection of fragmented phrases from the original work, which proved of little utility. Hence, even if Leon were a reincarnated Zhuge Liang, he could not devise better strategies in the absence of clarity. After all, the information was scant, and Leon was hardly a genius. He merely possessed the distilled wisdom of 5,000 years from another world. However, this led to a new dilemma. Following Leon's earlier outburst, the Revolutionary Army began to prioritize matters of confidentiality and reconnaissance. Even though progress was still in its infancy, safety issues warranted immediate attention. Given that Dragon had decided to allocate more personnel to conduct intelligence work in the nearby islands and seas, it was evident that the number of operatives within an organization was limited. An increase in one area would necessitate a decrease in another. Thus, was this the reason why this team consisted of only 1,500 members? A stout, yet meticulously organized intelligence officer shouted at Leon. Ahem, Raymond, please remain calm. Enhancing security measures is unavoidable. You must understand the shortage of troops at our headquarters. Leon explained to the burly man, a hint of helplessness in his expression, that I do not wish to hear your excuses. How am I to remain calm? I clearly articulated over the transponder snail that there are over 3,000 guards stationed in Stone Britain. Yet you have brought a mere 1,500, with over 200 of them non-combatants to face such odds. Is this not akin to striking a rock with an egg? Nevertheless, The man named Raymond seemed unwilling to listen to Leon's explanations, his anger unabated. Had it not been for Leon's composure, he might have engaged Raymond in a heated argument. Enough, Raymond. The chief of staff has provided an explanation. We cannot hold him accountable. A young man stepped forward to restrain Raymond as the situation began to spiral out of control. Leon, witnessing this, couldn't help but scoff internally. How could a frail youth possibly restrain a robust man? I understand, Lewis, but Raymond calmed down, sighing. I apologize, Chief of Staff, that I just think of the Stone Britain citizens still living in dire straits, and I cannot help but feel a surge of anger. Leon, too, was at a loss for words. Wishing Raymond would allow him to finish his thoughts, he placed a reassuring hand on Raymond's shoulder. Rest assured, we have come prepared, and the outcome remains uncertain. Alas, according to Dragon's plan, this was the course of action. Dragon had originally intended to split the troops into two units, one led by him to the kingdom of Shadyin, and the other by Ivankov and Lightning to Stone Britain. Each group would deploy 2,500 members. While this still meant a numerical disadvantage, formidable commanders could easily turn the tide, making both fronts seemingly assured of success. However, circumstances shifted dramatically. Ivankov and Lightning had diverted to the land of the transgender, and Kuma had opted to join the Seven Warlords, thus leaving Leon, the newly appointed chief of staff, to lead the remaining forces. Moreover, with nearly 1,000 personnel dispatched to bolster intelligence and patrol efforts, as well as assist with basic infrastructure in impoverished islands, the troop strength had significantly dwindled. Even if 1,000 personnel were sent away, the two units should still be able to evenly divide the remaining 4,000. Rather than the current situation where Leon was left leading merely 1,500. Yet Leon had developed an insatiable desire to prove himself, succumbing to the habit of courting trouble. Before their departure, he suggested to Dragon that 500 of his contingent be reassigned to Dragon's unit, ensuring he still had 2,500 at his disposal. This was to prevent Dragon from feeling compelled to join the battlefield personally due to insufficient manpower. Should Dragon take to the field, he could likely unleash devastation in the kingdom of Shadyin, achieving 1,000-man slaughter with ease. However, this would expose Dragon's identity and reveal the existence of formidable forces within the Revolutionary Army. Such a course of action was decidedly at odds with Leon's desire for discreet advancement. If Leon's butterfly effect inadvertently drew the attention of the world government and society at large, he would find himself in dire straits. Thus, it was prudent to maintain that even with Dragon's exceptional leadership and military prowess, success could not be guaranteed with a reduction of 500 personnel from the original plan. Had it not been for Dragon and the others vehemently opposing him, Leon might have allocated 3,000 troops to Dragon, keeping only 1,000 for himself, and then executing some extreme maneuvers. Leon's thoughts revolve around placing Dragon at the forefront, with everything centered on him. Should Leon's side fail, it would be inconsequential. As long as the Green Hills remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. However, should Dragon's side falter, it would spell the end. This was not mere humility from Leon as a time-traveling individual with knowledge of celestial phenomena and plot lines. Regardless of being a time traveler or wielding a system, he was still weak and unformed, commanding only Dragon's respect. Had he not joined the Revolutionary Army and instead allied with the Navy or become a pirate, he would be just another nameless figure. Thus, Leon had to concede that, for now, the priority lay in safeguarding Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Saving the world could be a gradual endeavor. Once he achieved success, he could act freely, as the saying goes. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay proclaiming kingship. First, he would quietly grow stronger before emerging to unify the realm. Nonetheless, Leon was not merely accompanied by a contingent of 1,500 soldiers. He also brought along two aides. The first was the fishman Haku, whose strength, while not quite capable of single-handedly taking on 100 foes, could easily handle 10, even though Haku had faced numerous defeats in the original manga. It was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of his opponents. Haku was a master of fishman karate and served as the training instructor within the Revolutionary Army, affectionately dubbed Little Lin Chon by Leon. The commander of the 5,000 elite troops, that Haku's primary role was to act as Leon's bodyguard, capable of being deployed in battle to pierce through enemy lines. The other aide was a young girl named Carla. This was not due to any peculiar inclinations on Leon's part. Those with such thoughts should reflect on themselves. Rather, Carla exhibited exceptional qualities, demonstrating diligence, practicality, and a keen intellect even in her youth. This inspired Leon to consider her potential. If Carla continued on her original trajectory, she would undoubtedly become astute and resourceful. Were it not for Sabo being Dragon's protégé, coupled with the protagonist's halo, wouldn't it be more fitting for Carla to assume the role of chief of staff? It is evident that Carla is far more suited for the position of chief of staff. However, given the relationship between the two, it seems that it matters little who assumes the role. If Leon were to ignite an additional spark during Carla's development, imparting the quintessence of wisdom accumulated over 5,000 years from another world, what would the outcome be? Wouldn't it surpass the original Carla by leaps and bounds? Leon is indeed eager to witness such a transformation, and thus he has kept Carla close by his side, meticulously guiding her since his inaugural battle that by the way, upon seeing Sabo preparing to set sail. Carla clamored to join, insisting that if he were not included, he would stealthily embark on the journey alone. Faced with Sabo's unwavering determination, the members of the Revolutionary Army found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, Leon suggested that Dragon take him along, allowing for continuous instruction in cultivation and learning, although Leon suspected that this might devolve into a mere cycle of training. Consequently, Leon set out to sea with 2 aides and a contingent of 1,500 men. With provisions aboard barely sufficient for a month, in other words, if Leon could not capture Stoning Land within a month, he might as well retire for the night. This mission posed a formidable challenge for Leon, characterized by time constraints, significant responsibilities, and considerable difficulty. Upon arriving near Stoning Land, he instructed the main force to halt at a distance, while he approached discreetly with his 2 aides to rendezvous with the intelligence personnel stationed within Stoning Land. They were greeted by Lehman and Lewis. In truth, besides Lewis and Lehman, there was another individual stationed there named Arnold, a young man as well. Lehman and Lewis had been conducting intelligence work on this island for nearly a year, which meant they had lived there for quite some time. Naturally, great concealment lies in plain sight, the most effective method for gathering intelligence, while ensuring one's own safety from exposure, is to assimilate into the society and become an ordinary resident. During this process, Lehman and his companions befriended numerous neighbors and acquaintances. Just a few days prior, King Charles of Stoning Land announced plans to construct yet another luxurious ship exclusively for the celestial dragons, necessitating the recruitment of additional craftsmen. For Charles, this was not the first instance of such an endeavor. During his reign, he had previously dispatched over a dozen ships to the nobility of the world government, thereby securing substantial benefits and status on the international stage. The shipbuilding techniques inherited through generations in Stoning Land enabled the construction of remarkably opulent vessels. Such methods have been employed by prior kings, with shipyards serving as a primary source of wealth for the island's populace. However, Charles was not content with merely continuing this tradition. He possessed a unique secret that could accelerate the shipbuilding process. Originally, constructing a ship would require 2 to 3 years. However, Charles could not afford to wait that long. Unlike his predecessors, who could only manage a handful of ships during their reigns, he harbored grander ambitions. In the past 2 years, he had exhausted every avenue, refining techniques, increasing manpower, and expanding operations, yet to little avail. However, while contemplating ways to enhance production efficiency, Charles received a notable gift in return for the first ship he dispatched, a devil fruit. Fully aware of the immense power inherent in the devil fruit, he consumed it without hesitation. This decision brought Charles immediate astonishment, for the fruit bestowed upon him the ability to accelerate time within a certain area by tenfold. He quickly realized that if this ability could be applied to shipbuilding, it would yield immense profits. Who needed technological improvements or expanded production when, in this world, the devil fruit was the ultimate productive force, relegating all scientific advancements to secondary status. Initially, the newfound capability granted Charles a feeling akin to soaring through the skies, as if he had activated an exhilarating enhancement. However, after some time, he recognized the drawbacks of such an ability. Although the efficiency of the shipyard's operations surged tenfold, from a labor perspective, Each individual could only accomplish a finite amount of work, with no real change that in essence. While a year passed outside, the shipwrights labored for a decade. The shipbuilding progress remained contingent upon the laborers' sweat and toil. After another few years, even the youngest of shipwrights would become frail and aged. Charles understood the delicate balance at play. Should these shipwrights return home, and the information leak, it would deter future workers from offering their services. Consequently, he sealed off the shipyard, prohibiting all ingress and egress, and sought out the families of the shipwrights to negotiate a 10-year agreement. This pact stipulated that the shipwrights' employment within the shipyard was confidential, forbidding any contact with the outside world for a decade. After 10 years, they would be reunited with their families and receive a handsome remuneration. Most individuals complied, as the rationale behind maintaining the secrecy of the shipyard, home to core technologies, was understandable, especially given the generous compensation. Even those reluctant to sign were coerced into compliance through Charles' strong-arm tactics. Yet, only Charles grasped the grim reality. When the decade concluded, their loved ones would have turned to ashes, making reunion impossible as for what would transpire a decade hence. Charles remained unconcerned by then. He would have amassed sufficient wealth and could vanish without a trace. Living a carefree life for the remainder of his days, it must be said that those engaged in intelligence work possess exceptional abilities. Upon their arrival on the island, Lehman and Lewis detected the unusual circumstances surrounding the shipyard. A decade-long commitment was excessively prolonged, yet it strategically ensnared the majority within its constraints. Lengthy durations proved intolerable, while shorter periods yielded insufficient rewards. Moreover, what had once been an open shipyard transformed overnight into a state secret. Although it held core technologies, it had never before been shrouded in secrecy, as shipbuilding had always been a pillar of the nation's economy. Employing a vast number of workers, such a drastic and inexplicable shift was indeed suspicious. Not to mention, Charles was continually recruiting personnel while compelling others to sign agreements, injecting fresh blood into the shipyard. No one had ever exited, yet newcomers flooded in if the original workforce remained intact. It seemed the number of individuals inside would only multiply, reaching a state of overcrowding. After conducting exhaustive investigations, the two devised various strategies to infiltrate the shipyard for reconnaissance. However, due to the stringent security measures in place, they endured considerable hardship, ultimately succeeding in unearthing a tunnel leading to the shipyard's interior after a year of effort. Upon entering, they were immediately discovered by the shipwrights, who initially assumed the workers would alert the guards to apprehend them. However, the ensuing developments took them by surprise, as the shipwrights chose not to raise the alarm. Instead, they took it upon themselves to provide cover for the intruders and seize the opportunity to disclose the situation within the shipyard. It was then that the two learned that those who entered remained unaware of how many decades had elapsed, never stepping foot outside again until death claimed them. The workers had contemplated rebellion, yet Charles wielded the threat of their families against them, claiming he could trace their relatives through the agreements and label them as traitors. He fortified the area, vowing death to any who attempted to escape. The shipwrights sought nothing more than for the two to relay their plight to their families. Upon discerning this intelligence, Lehman recognized the urgency of the matter. The time flow inside was 10 times that of the outside world. And to rescue the shipwrights, action was imperative. Upon returning to their base, he immediately contacted the headquarters via a din mushi, urgently requesting reinforcements. Thus, when Li Ong, accompanied by his 2 aides, landed on Stoning Land. Exchanging information with Lehman and Lewis, it was no surprise that Lehman erupted in frustration. Lehman. This was a matter of utmost importance. He had explicitly communicated the need for swift action to liberate this nation through the din mushi. Yet, the forces under Liang's command were far from adequate. Rather than acting swiftly, there was a looming question of whether they could even rescue the workers. Liang acknowledged his shortcomings. He had allocated the majority of his forces to another front for the sake of the greater good, and thus allowed Lehman to vent his frustrations. Upon hearing Lehman's account, Liang couldn't help but marvel internally. The devil fruit truly was remarkable, and he had not anticipated encountering such a game-changing enhancement on his first foray. Nevertheless, Liang discerned that this enhancement appeared to operate solely within the external realm. leaving him uncertain of its potential benefits in combat, while he could not recklessly charge ahead, disregarding the plight of the trapped workers. He also recognized that the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were vibrant lives deserving of his responsibility. Liang observed the composed Lehman and pledged, although justice may arrive late, it shall never be absent. Without raising any alarms, Liang first escorted the two individuals back to the fleet, bringing Haku, Kira, and the others to the captain's quarters to strategize on how to swiftly and securely capture Charlie with their limited manpower. Kira, you are now aware of the situation. What do you propose we do? After everyone was seated, Liang turned to Kira and inquired, since Liang had decided to take Kira under his wing as an apprentice. He was determined to nurture her abilities and help dispel her long-standing insecurities. Upon hearing this, Kira momentarily froze, then began to wave her hands in front of her, shaking her head with her eyes closed, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't do it. I have no solution." As expected, Liang merely asked out of curiosity. Such initial hesitation was quite normal. The others were equally astonished, with Lewis questioning, why seek the opinion of a little girl? He had been particularly attentive to the fact that the chief of staff had brought this young girl along. Do not underestimate her. She is my disciple. Liang laughed heartily, though she may appear this way now. She will undoubtedly evolve into a brilliant strategist for our revolutionary army. No. Kira was on the verge of tears, still vigorously shaking her hands in protest. Liang then turned to Lewis and remarked, "Look what you've done. My disciple has become this way because of you. Is it really my fault? Was it not the chief of staff who has been teasing her?" Lewis retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense and apologize to my disciple." Kira, Liang advanced towards Lewis, demanding that I sincerely apologize, Miss Kira. I did not intend to speak those words. Please forgive me." Under Liang's kind gaze, Lewis chose to be magnanimous and extended his apologies to Kira. All right. Lewis has apologized," Liang said as he affectionately ruffled Kira's hair. "Now, pay close attention and take note of our discussion, for I shall quiz you shortly." The scene left Haku and Lehman utterly speechless. This chief of staff appeared more like a jester, neglecting his duties to entertain a young girl. "Why are you all still dawdling? We must quickly commence our serious discussions on how to seize this place." Haku and Lehman exclaimed. Liang then devised two plans. The first was a decapitation strategy, primarily to be executed by Liang and Haku, with Liang's spatial backpack capable of concealing weapons, and Haku being a master of fishman karate. They could approach King Charlie under the guise of envoys from a neighboring nation, which would likely ensure an easy audience. Once within the palace, they could stage a dramatic confrontation, potentially catching him off guard and resolving the matter with a single shot. Afterward, Haku would escort Liang out while the other revolutionary soldiers awaited outside for support, thereby resolving the issue with ease. This method was undeniably straightforward and effective, enabling a swift resolution of King Charlie's reign with minimal risk. However, several concerns arose. Primarily, all the pressure rested on Liang and Haku. The success of the assassination hinged entirely on the disparity in strength between King Charlie and the two of them. Yet, King Charlie was a user of a devil fruit. And despite his indulgent lifestyle, it did not necessarily indicate he was inept. Moreover, they were only aware of his ability to accelerate. It remained uncertain if his devil fruit powers had been further developed. Even if they managed to eliminate King Charlie, who could say if they would be able to carve a path through the royal guard surrounding them? Hence, Liang's initial proposal was promptly dismissed. No one dared to allow the chief of staff to take such risks. Conversely, Liang felt a sense of regret. This was a rare opportunity in the world of One Piece. Should they let it slip away, it might never return. Whether it be the Navy or pirates, the leaders of any crew were invariably far superior to their underlings. Given this context, executing a decapitation strategy would indeed be miraculous. Unlike the Beast Pirates, where one would first defeat the subordinates before concentrating fire on Kaido, it was possible that King Charlie, despite possessing a devil fruit, was limited in strength and perhaps even less formidable than the captain of his guard, potentially being an ordinary person otherwise. Thus, Liang was truly tempted by the prospect of such a thrilling assassination. It was not that he was fearless or seeking death. Rather, he simply could not resist the allure. Side quest: a dazzling first battle. Quest description: Ahaha! Finally setting sail. And top it off, I become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. What a delight! A grand battle is on the horizon. They say soldiers face soldiers, kings face kings, that if you can personally slay King Charlie, I shall reward you. Quest objective: personally eliminate King Charlie. Quest reward: the Punisher, 9mm handgun. This is the Punisher, renowned for its penetrating capabilities. Bullets fired from the Punisher can pierce one enemy and strike those behind them. If fully upgraded, it can even penetrate through 5 targets. Although the Punisher is a handgun, it is not particularly powerful in the original work. Even slightly weaker than the initial handgun, with a mere 99 points of power. The penetration effect seems appealing, but opportunities for piercing through 2 targets are rare, let alone 5. Furthermore, once faced with multiple enemies, the Punisher would prove inadequate, necessitating reliance on more powerful weaponry. Nonetheless, even if it were not used, selling it in a shop for 1,000 pesetas would be quite advantageous, allowing for the purchase of several items, including 2 emergency spray kits. Ultimately, after much debate, Leon was unable to persuade everyone to execute this plan. Even the typically obedient, adorable, and introverted Kira voiced her objections, indicating a unanimous disapproval of this reckless scheme from top to bottom. Leon had no choice but to relent, hoping for another opportunity to complete this task in the future. Well, fine, Leon said with a hint of reluctance. Let us reluctantly set this aside for now and discuss the second plan. Oh my, the others thought, just how attached are you to that proposal, using words like reluctantly and set aside to describe it. Ignoring their thoughts, Leon straightened his expression. The second plan I shall call the capsizing operation. At the port of Stone Britain, a guard stood dumbfounded as he gazed upon the scene before him. Outside the harbor, a massive fleet was gradually approaching, each vessel proudly displaying a pirate flag. What are you still doing? Hurry and run back to report. Another guard, witnessing this sight, quickly grabbed his companion and sprinted towards the city. Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Panic erupted among the people at the port, who dropped their goods and hurried back into the city. Inside the palace, Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. A guard burst in, his face a mask of panic and terror. I could see that moment. Charlie was engaged in a heated discussion with his ministers regarding which noble should receive the newly constructed ship. Just as the debate reached a peak, the guard's interruption brought it to a halt. Standing beside Charlie, the captain of the guard, Andrew, scolded, "Calm yourself. What in the world is happening?" The guard stammered, "It's pirates. Pirates have arrived." King Charlie, unimpressed, replied, "So what? It's just pirates. How serious can it be?" Andrew, "Take some men and deal with them." "No, it's not just any pirates," the guard insisted urgently. "They have more than a dozen large ships, and there are likely over 1,000 of them." Before Charlie could respond, the guard continued, "And they are headed straight for the port. They're almost ready to land." "What?" At this, Charlie could no longer remain seated. He immediately stood and instructed Andrew, "Gather the troops. Assemble all the guards and drive those greedy pirates away. We must ensure my treasure ship is not harmed in the slightest." Andrew comprehended the gravity of the situation and, after a brief acknowledgement, hastened out of the palace. Once Andrew departed, the guard who had just reported regained his senses and inquired, "Your Majesty, why do we not summon the Navy? The 96th Fleet is stationed not far away and could arrive in merely 2 or 3 hours. This trifling matter is well within our capabilities. There is no need for their assistance." Charles feigned calmness, adding, "Very well, you two shall proceed to support the port." In truth, the so-called pirates were merely revolutionaries in disguise. Leon's alleged plan to capsize was quite straightforward. He intended for Haku to lead a significant force to storm the port and destroy the warships. The objective was to lure away a substantial number of guards, allowing Leon and Lehman Lewis to infiltrate the shipyard. Once the warships were destroyed, a feigned retreat would undoubtedly provoke an enraged Charles to order a pursuit, thereby leaving the few remaining guards of the shipyard powerless to impede Leon's advance. As for why the port was chosen as the site of attack, the reason was simple. Charles' newly constructed warships were docked there. Charles was not only excessively greedy, but also had a mere 10 years to fulfill his ambitions. It was evident that if he announced the construction of a new warship, it meant that the previous one had just been completed. Charles would never rest after finishing one ship before immediately commencing the next. He would work tirelessly, continuously constructing one vessel after another. Since the latest ship had likely just been completed, it might not even have been dispatched yet, still lingering at the port. True to this suspicion, an investigation revealed an inconspicuous shipyard at the port where numerous guards were stationed daily. Upon learning this news, Leon felt compelled to commend Charles for his intellect. Was this not a classic case of there's no silver here? It saved him considerable effort in reconnaissance. Apart from the shipyard guarded by sentinels, what other location could there be? Seizing the moment, Leon promptly made the decision to deploy troops and execute the capsize operation. The revolutionaries immediately disguised themselves as pirates and prepared for a grand assault on the port. Charles, in defense of his prized treasure ship, would undoubtedly dispatch a substantial force for rescue. If only they knew Charles' precise location at this moment, they could potentially carry out a decapitation strike. The reason for not seeking assistance from the Navy was equally straightforward. It is well known that shipyards are typically established by the sea to facilitate launching vessels. Constructing a ship on land would necessitate devising a method to transport it to the water, a decidedly foolish endeavor. Therefore, the arrival of the Navy could expose Charles' machinations. Engagements around the shipyard might lead to ground combat, which could easily reveal the shipyard's secrets. Most importantly, Charles had previously attempted to bribe the Navy's colonel of the 96th Fleet, only to be rebuffed by an incorruptible individual. Should this colonel discover Charles' clandestine activities, it would likely result in Charles spending the rest of his life in prison. Hence, Charles was left to rely solely on his own forces for defense. However, his army was twice the size of the revolutionaries, presenting a significant advantage, and they surged forward decisively. When Andrew arrived at the port, he witnessed the two naval vessels that had been stationed there being sunk. "Curse it! Have I arrived too late?" he exclaimed as he hastily set about constructing a defensive position in anticipation of a landing operation against the pirates. Andrew had faced many pirates before, even those formidable enough to breach the maritime defenses of Stone Britain. Nevertheless, pirates were still pirates. Regardless of the circumstances, they would need to land to plunder resources and riches. As long as they remained vigilant at the warehouses, it was merely a matter of waiting for the pirates to walk into their trap. When it came to land combat, no one in all of Stone Britain could rival Andrew's prowess in command. Many pirates had breached the maritime defenses, yet he had yet to encounter one capable of overcoming the land fortifications. Meanwhile, Haku stood at the bow of a ship, gazing towards the port. "We are moving at a snail's pace. We have only just assembled, and yet our efficiency is appalling," he scoffed, observing the troops on shore. "And they even brought sandbags to build fortifications? Who would engage in close combat with you fools?" "Relay the order!" Haku shouted. "Prepare to fire. The target is the row of ship sheds behind us." The capsize operation was officially underway, aimed at destroying the enemy's warships. Boom! 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 The plan unfolded methodically, effortlessly bombarding the sheds at the rear, a comfortable and leisurely endeavor. On the other hand, Andrew was taken aback. He had fully prepared for a close-quarters battle with the pirates, only to find that the pirate vessels were firing upon the port. This is not how it typically goes. When do pirates fire at the port and warehouses? He thought. Normally, cannon fire would be directed at the turret and the troops behind fortifications. Firing at the warehouses and the port, did they not fear damaging valuable assets? "Are you even attempting to loot?" Bang! With a gunshot, a comrade who had just been conversing with him collapsed, a gaping hole appearing in his head. The guard, stunned by the sudden fall of his companion, took a moment to process the situation. By the time he realized he needed to sound the alarm, death had already cast its shadow upon him. However, there was no need for him to raise the alarm. The two gunshots had already roused the guards within. How infuriating! If only I had a silencer, Leon could have taken down even more enemies before they reacted. Leon, alongside Lewis and Lehman, was equally astonished by the sight of the fallen soldiers. "This gun is truly remarkable," Lehman remarked in awe. "Indeed, it is my prized possession," Leon replied, a smug expression on his face. Yet he soon realized that instead of praising the weapon, he ought to commend the wielder first. Watching intently, both Lehman and Lewis observed as Leon aimed his peculiar firearm, which emitted a slender red beam that struck the enemy, marking them with a dot. While shifting the dot to a vital point and gently pulling the trigger, Leon could snuff out a life. Remarkably, he fired twice, each shot hitting its mark with terrifying precision. In contrast, the weapons in Lehman and Lewis' hands seemed like mere sticks. Not only was the interval between shots excessively long, but their accuracy was also woefully inadequate. At times, they could not even discern where their bullets had flown. "Wow, this is incredible," Lewis exclaimed, fixated on Leon's handgun, leaving Leon feeling somewhat bashful. "Do you have any more of these firearms?" Lewis inquired eagerly. "Well, this particular model is unique to me. It can be considered one of a kind," Leon replied. Observing Lewis' slight disappointment, he added, "However, there's a possibility that it may be replicated in the future, at which point the availability of such firearms may increase." This was not mere speculation from Leon. While the world of One Piece is characterized by an overall technological backwardness, it occasionally produces remarkable innovations. Consider, for instance, Vegapunk's Pacifista or Frankie's Mecha. IT is a world where the old and the new coexist, blending technology with the fantastical, making the emergence of the extraordinary entirely plausible. As Leon conversed with the two, he did not forget to lead them forward. Wow, their reaction is surprisingly swift. After just 2 shots, these individuals have already gathered. Leon burst through the door only to be met with a throng of approaching soldiers. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and shot, instantly killing an armed soldier. Lewis and Lehman, unwilling to be outdone, also raised their firearms and began shooting, targeting only those soldiers wielding guns, as per Leon's previous instructions, disregarding those armed with swords. As the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. While the presence of sword-wielding soldiers could pose a problem if they closed in, the threat posed by armed soldiers was greater to Leon. Fortunately, there were not many soldiers armed with guns. Most had been dealt with by Leon's fire. In the brief interval, a soldier wielding a curved sword charged towards him. "Heh, allow me to show you another treasure," Leon said, stepping back to evade the slash. As he raised his hand again, the peculiar handgun was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he wielded a larger firearm with a longer barrel and a sturdier stock. Boom! The unfortunate soldier at the forefront was propelled backward by the force of the shot, the bullet penetrating his body, rendering him mortally wounded. Those behind and beside him suffered varying degrees of injury from the ensuing ricochet. Once Leon fired this shot, he was relentless. Unyielding in adversity, he pressed forward, pulling the trigger to send 2 more souls hurtling to their demise. The shotgun's multiple projectiles dispersed the impact across each pellet, rendering the spherical shot less penetrative and less capable of sustained flight, often failing to inflict sufficient lethal damage at greater distances. However, in close-quarters combat, its efficiency proved deadly. The proximity of the muzzle to the human body allowed multiple small projectiles to penetrate directly, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of carnage that left flesh and blood splattered in a gruesome display. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such a harrowing sight, were left in shock. Was this truly the work of firearms? It bore a striking resemblance to the devastation wrought by cannon fire. Some stood frozen in place, including Lehman and Lewis, whose perception of Leon had been irrevocably shattered. The usually refined and somewhat whimsical Leon revealed a brutal side they had never anticipated. His prized weapon, which he had previously kept concealed, transformed him into a different entity altogether. In the chaotic fray, a single shotgun was sufficient to dominate the opposition, each blast sending 1 or 2 adversaries sprawling while injuring others nearby. While others were left in stunned disbelief, Leon remained unfazed, relentlessly firing at the guard stationed at the shipyard. Initially, the soldiers had rushed towards him, but upon witnessing the power of the shotgun, they hesitated, gradually retreating as Leon advanced. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of his ammunition, the remaining foes began to falter, discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray. After expending 6 shots, Leon prepared to reload, observing that the enemy had disbanded entirely. Among the 50 guards present, he had individually accounted for over 20 casualties in mere moments. Once he reloaded, Leon chose not to pursue further, turning to Lewis with urgency. "Stop retching. Time is of the essence. We must rescue the craftsman," inside promptly. Gazing at Lewis, who was still heaving, Leon pondered whether his transformation was a blessing or a curse. once an ordinary mortal on Earth, devoid of military or medical training. The most gruesome imagery he had encountered was merely ketchup on a screen. The first time he confronted pirates in Fengfeng village, he had been genuinely frightened by their ferocity. Yet, since the activation of the system, he had become unnaturally composed, facing vicious enemies and the gruesome aftermath of violence without a ripple of disturbance in his heart. Even knowing these guards were merely following King Charlie's orders, he remained uncertain about the situation within the shipyard. By all accounts, he could be considered a victim, yet he was capable of ruthlessly executing his plan. Like the train, he had naturally categorized these individuals as necessary sacrifices. He had become like a machine, meticulous, precise, yet coldly lethal. Leon couldn't help but worry whether he would eventually evolve into a being devoid of all emotion. For now, he could still muster the occasional jest, teasing those around him, engaging in reckless banter. But what would happen in the future? If he reached a point where humor and folly seemed trivial and devoid of value, would he then be irrevocably transformed into an automaton? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Out at sea, Haku's transponder rang. Answering the call, the device mimicked Leon's voice. Haku, we have successfully rescued all the trapped ship workers. Have them return quickly and make haste. Understood. The remainder of the task rests in your capable hands. Wishing you success in battle, Haku replied before ending the call. Lower the pirate flag. We'll make a detour before returning, Haku commanded, and inform them not to pursue. They have been deceived. Report. The pirates have lowered their flag. A soldier rushed to the bow, addressing Andrew, who was observing their movements through a telescope. Noticing someone on the flagship holding two small flags at the stern, Andrew, still peering through the telescope, replied brusquely. I already saw that. Soon after, another hurried soldier approached with alarming news. Sir Andrew, they are signaling. We have been deceived. I was already aware of that. Andrew snapped, casting his telescope to the ground in frustration. Relay the order to turn back. The lives of Stone Britain and King Charlie are at stake. All hands, except the sailors, below deck to row. Row as swiftly as you can. We must return to aid Stone Britain. Furious, Andrew lamented the realization that these individuals were not pirates after all, and oh wonder their tactics against pirates had failed. He pondered their true intentions. Were they perhaps launching an assault on the palace under the cover of this ruse? No, that couldn't be right. He had seen no sign of ambush from any vessels when he set out, at least within sight of the island. There were none. Otherwise, his subordinates would have reported it. They hadn't pursued far, and Stone Britain was still clearly visible. If there were ambushers beyond the horizon, they would need time to reach them. Returning now could still allow for timely intervention, suggesting that the fleet should be able to hold out for a while longer. Could they have infiltrated Stone Britain previously, disguised as tourists or refugees? Andrew contemplated this, but it didn't add up. According to recent records, fewer than 2,000 people had entered or exited Stone Britain in the past year, consistent with the previous year. Surely, not all of these individuals harbored ill intentions. Genuine tourists and merchants would constitute the majority. Thus, the so-called enemies among them could only number in the dozens, a mere small contingent, incapable of significant impact. Deeply furrowing his brow, Andrew suddenly remembered something critical, a small contingent. Yes, a small contingent. The guard stationed at the shipyard were also a mere 50-man unit. The realization struck him. The shipyard was in danger. Now Andrew understood the earlier suspicions. Why not raid the shore directly, but instead bombard the coastline? The objective was to damage the shipyard and provoke a reaction from them. Yet they couldn't allow their cannon fire to seem overtly targeted. Thus, they opted for a comprehensive bombardment, striking all the warehouses to obscure the true focus of their attack on the treasure. Such cunning! It was evident that someone had invested considerable time in gathering intelligence on their operations, strategies, and the locations of their ships. That it appeared the secrets of the shipyard would no longer remain hidden. With a heavy sigh, Andrew, as Charlie's trusted confidant, was all too aware of the schemes Charlie had orchestrated, many of which he had helped execute. But even if the shipyard were destroyed, or if the ship workers were freed, what then? Did they intend to abduct individuals to construct ships for themselves? The island was still far away, and Andrew could vividly envision the shipyard's destruction. Yet he remained baffled as to why the enemy targeted the shipyard in the first place. At that moment, yet another soldier rushed over, interrupting Andrew's thoughts. Report. The shipyard is under attack by unknown assailants, and the station soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. The ship workers inside have all been taken. Andrew, irritated at the interruption, snapped, I was already aware of that. Press forward and exert all your strength. The soldier could only retreat, wearing a look of helplessness, muttering under his breath. This was clearly communicated by His Majesty Charlie via the transponder. I didn't even see it. Meanwhile, Leon, upon entering the shipyard, began urging the ship workers to return home and share their experiences and observations with their fellow townsfolk, rallying them to rise against King Charlie. He spoke fervently to the beleaguered ship workers, employing phrases like, even if we perish, we die, and whether we undertake a grand plan or not, we shall perish, inspiring them to resolve to defy Charlie. Subsequently, he led the ship workers into the city, passionately proclaiming Charlie's tyranny in the square. Abel, what has happened to you? During Leon's fervent speech, a woman burst forth from the crowd, cradling the face of an elderly ship worker in terror. It has only been 3 years. How could you have aged so drastically? Dear Martha, forgive me. I can scarcely recall your features now. The time apart has felt like 30 years to me. The elderly Abraham choked with emotion. I had thought that I would never see you again in this lifetime. Now, gazing upon your still youthful visage, I feel as though I have awakened from a 30-year-long dream. No, Abraham, this cannot be true. Martha sobbed, embracing the frail frame of Abraham. As Leon and others delivered their speeches in the square, an increasing number of people began to gather. Every so often, individuals would burst forth from the crowd, seeking out their kin among the boatmen, only to collapse in tears. Young wives clung to their aged husbands, while parents wept as they embraced their sons who appeared older than themselves. Some searched in vain among the boatmen, only to learn from others that their loved ones had passed away, their bodies having been disposed of by Charlie's confidants. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, tales of Charlie's malevolence spread throughout the crowd, drawing more and more individuals into the chorus of condemnation against the king. People armed themselves with sticks and kitchen knives, stepping out of their homes to converge upon Charlie's palace. The next day, aboard the flagship within the captain's cabin, Leon addressed Keela. So, from this incident, do you grasp the lesson I just imparted? Keela exclaimed joyfully, I understand. The king is like a ship sailing upon the vast ocean, and the sea beneath represents his people. The ocean beneath the ship is the very foundation of the king's voyage. If he wins the hearts of his subjects, the waves will propel him forward. Conversely, if he loses their favor, his vessel shall be capsized by the wrathful sea. Indeed, quite astute, Leon praised, ruffling Keela's hair. You're truly my most intelligent disciple. Grasping the concept of the water that carries the boat can also capsize it so swiftly. Of course, I am your most renowned disciple, for you have but one, Keela responded with a grin. Continuing to commend Keela, Leon elaborated, in this world, aside from petty kings like Charlie, there exist many formidable entities. Among the most significant are the celestial dragons and the world government. Upon hearing the mention of the celestial dragons, Keela, rescued by Fisher Tiger, fell silent, awaiting Leon's further explanation. The ships they command are not akin to Charlie's small vessel. Charlie's boat is too diminutive, easily toppled by the waves we can conjure. The celestial dragons possess the largest ship in the world, commanding not merely a contingent of 3,000 troops, but the entirety of the world's armies and navies. Leon lowered his gaze to the floor, emphasizing, especially the Navy. In these waters, the Navy reigns supreme. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords pale in comparison. The expanse of the ocean far surpasses that of the land. Whoever controls the sea essentially governs the world. That why they were so intent on capturing the pirate King Roger. Keela interjected, I did not expect you to be this clever. Keela, it has only been a short while. And you have already learned to interject, Leon thought, torn between pride and concern on one hand. He feared that Keela's brilliance might one day eclipse his own, making it difficult to maintain his position. On the other, if his disciple truly surpassed him, Leon could relinquish his responsibilities and roam freely. Escaping the emotional detachment that came with being a chief strategist, he expressed, I would much rather travel the world and indulge in merriment than remain ensconced in a central command. Thus, he commended, indeed, you are my most astute disciple, having thought of that yourself. Yes, Roger, relying solely on his title as Pirate King, managed to challenge the very foundations of the world government, thereby impacting their dominion over the seas. After praising Kila, Leon continued. In other words, this signifies that the celestial dragon's massive ship, impervious to all storms, now bears a slight possibility of being overturned, but the Navy does not currently dominate the ocean. There are still many pirates at large, are there not? Keela queried. Leon smiled enigmatically. Fixing his gaze upon her, Keela's realization dawned. It was Roger. His final words sparked the onset of the great pirate era. Precisely. Although Roger possessed the potential to destabilize the grand ship, he was aware that his time was limited, rendering him incapable of toppling the world government. Thus, he chose to surrender and uttered those fateful words. While his declaration has led to the rampant piracy we witness today, it has also further unsettled that great ship. Keela's eyes sparkled with understanding, but Leon remained oblivious, continuing, many nations like Stone Britain oppress their citizens. Some, like Charlie, operate in secrecy, while others act brazenly, emboldened by the support of the world government. Today, the people of Stone Britain have overthrown Charlie, yet nations like Iron Britain, Copper Britain, and Silver Britain remain in dire straits. Keela's eyes gleamed brighter. So, Master, are you implying that for our revolutionary army to overturn the celestial dragon's great ship, we must also harness external forces, just as the people of Stone Britain did with our revolutionary army's assistance? With pirates being one of those forces? Oh my, how astute! Leon thought, marveling at Keela's rapid development. Not only could she interject, but she had also begun to draw connections. This was hardly scientific. However, Leon recognized that in the world of One Piece, not everything adhered to scientific principles. Some things simply defied explanation. Well, that's somewhat true, but not all pirates are to be relied upon. The majority are nefarious individuals who only seek to plunder and destroy. With only a select few we can utilize as allies, I understand. Much like Fisher Tiger and his son pirates, who rescued me, Keela replied with a smile. She then sparkled with curiosity, pressing Leon to elaborate on the events that transpired after the crowd marched toward Charlie's palace. There's little left to tell. The plan was executed, and we merely tied up loose ends, Leon replied with a hint of reluctance. Please, I wish to hear how you skillfully resolved this incident, Keela implored. Shaking Leon's hand like a child. Wait, you're still just a child, Leon thought with a mix of fondness and exasperation. There's nothing more to discuss. I refuse to share, he declared, shaking his head in defiance. The truth was, if he had resolved it flawlessly, he would have willingly divulged every detail. Commander, since she wishes to hear, why not indulge her? Haku, sitting nearby, sided with Keela. Humph. Haku, why don't you recount your duel with that swordsman instead? Leon retorted, unyielding. Wait. Both Leon and Keela turned, incredulously observing Haku. When did you arrive? You were like a ghost. We didn't even notice, they exclaimed in unison. You two are rather rude. I've been here all along. From a moment Keela entered the captain's cabin, watching you converse. Haku stood, veins bulging on his forehead, shouting in indignation. Only now do you realize my presence. Am I truly inconsequential in your eyes? Leon and Keela, having been engrossed in conversation, had completely forgotten about the fishman Haku seated against the wall. The captain's cabin erupted into chaos as the two expended considerable effort to calm Haku's fury. Leon felt more drained from pacifying Haku than he had during his confrontation with Charlie. Once Haku's ire was quelled, Keela resumed her insistence, demanding Leon recount how he had battled Charlie. Ultimately, Leon succumbed to Keela's relentless pleas, especially with Haku fueling the fervor alongside her, and he began to share the subsequent events. Andrew returned at lightning speed, but it was too late. Leon had already spread the tales of King Charlie's infamous deeds throughout the entire island. From the coast to the commercial district, there was hardly a soul unaware of his disgrace. Observing the fervent crowd, Andrew realized that remaining on the streets would be unwise. Immediately, Andrew led his soldiers back to the royal palace to defend the final line of defense. Leaving the soldiers in front of the palace, Andrew hurried directly to King Charlie's chambers. As expected, upon hearing that the shipwrights had been released, King Charlie realized that his actions had become known throughout the island. Deeply aware of the impending doom, Charlie was preparing to gather his belongings and flee. Upon seeing Charlie ready to escape, Andrew knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty and fallen into the enemy's treachery. I beseech your Majesty to punish me." Charlie gazed at Andrew kneeling before him and sighed. "Ah, it was inevitable that this day would come. I merely did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. There is no need to speak of punishment. The fault lies not with you, but with the formidable adversary we encountered." He then helped Andrew to his feet and continued, "Come, let us escape together. Remain my guardian. After all these years, the power of the accelerating fruit has granted us a fortune, and we have formed connections with many influential figures. If we flee to a great nation, becoming a noble should pose no challenge." Andrew, fixated on Charlie's visage, replied, "Wherever your Majesty goes, I shall follow." As they prepared to leave from the elevated chambers, they noticed a throng of people gathered outside the palace, confronting the soldiers. Though the soldiers wielded weapons, they were gradually being encircled by citizens armed with wooden sticks and iron pots. "Arnold, awaken! Do not be deceived by Charlie any longer. He is the true instigator of all this." A young man shouted from the crowd toward Soldier. "Burton, what are you doing here?" The soldier, recognizing an old friend, slowly lowered his weapon in astonishment. The citizens, witnessing Burton's actions, began to mimic him. "Blair, where are you? Come out this instant. Are you trying to drive me to madness?" cried a fierce woman. "Colin, my son, do not be an accomplice to Charlie. You are still our beloved son," urged an elderly father, amidst the heartfelt cries of kin. The soldiers gradually laid down their arms, abandoning their ranks to rush toward their families. Andrew and Charlie observed this scene from the chambers when a soldier approached them, reporting. "No need for a report. I have already seen what you wish to convey." Andrew interrupted the soldier. The soldier hesitated momentarily and then said, "I was thinking," but Andrew, already anticipating the soldier's thoughts, interjected, "No need to ponder. I understand." With a sigh, Andrew continued, "Ah, you may leave. I grant you permission, as I do for others. However, when we meet again, we shall be adversaries." As the departing soldier left, Charlie sighed, "We must take our leave as well. I have constructed a secret passage in my study leading to the seaside, where I have prepared a small boat for our escape." With that, Charlie hurriedly gathered his belongings and led Andrew toward the study. Meanwhile, Leon remained among the crowd, observing the disintegrating forces and reflecting, "What need have we for 2,500 men, or even 1,500? With the power of the people, we can effortlessly dismantle the enemy from within without a single soldier." Raymond, hearing this, lamented, "Compared to the violence of battle, this subtle method proves far more effective. I once doubted our esteemed commander, but looking back, I realize how naive I was." Leon quickly reassured him, "Raymond, do not belittle yourself. You simply lacked experience in this regard. With your intelligence, becoming the new king of Stone Britain would pose no issue." "Ha! Indeed. Now I possess experience in this matter. The allegiance of the populace is the true key to a nation's prosperity." Raymond replied with a smile, "As for the kingship of Stone Britain, I am unworthy of such a role. Do not jest, esteemed commander." Leon, however, winked at Raymond. "I am not jesting." Raymond shivered at the thought. "Surely you do not mean for me to become king? I am hardly renowned in this nation. Oh, Raymond, cease your modesty. Our Central Committee has decided that you shall be the new king of Stone Britain, allowing us to covertly control the entire nation. This will neither draw the attention of the world government nor diminish our influence." "It is a perfect plan," Leon asserted, patting Raymond on the shoulder. He then turned to Lewis. "Ah, by the way, you shall serve as Raymond's secretary or minister. You have worked closely with him, and I trust you both can govern this region well." Lewis displayed a look of sheer panic. No, I cannot." "Oh dear, why are both of you being so dramatic? Everything you have accomplished in Stone Britain this past year demonstrates your competence. Trust me, you merely lack some experience, and you will quickly find your footing," Leon said as he grasped both Raymond and Lewis's hands. Dragging them to the front, he raised their hands high, exclaiming, "Rejoice! Let us celebrate the end of our past sufferings and welcome our wise and valiant new king, Raymond, and his most astute and intelligent minister, Lewis." Leon's proclamation captured the attention of the crowd. who instinctively turned their focus toward him. He continued to shout. It was Raymond who first detected the irregularities, Raymond who infiltrated the shipyard to uncover Charlie's conspiracy, and Raymond who rescued the shipwrights. For the sake of the victims and the salvation of this nation, Raymond has sacrificed so much. Indeed, he speaks the truth, an elderly shipwright stepped forward to confirm. I have seen him twice. The first time he stealthily entered to investigate Charlie's scheme, and the second time he charged in to save us. Another shipwright echoed. It was Raymond who saved us. It was Raymond who rescued our nation. Leon nodded to himself, pleased with this unexpected support. Saving them had certainly not been in vain. Such a wise and selfless individual as Raymond must ascend to the throne. Who else could possibly fulfill that role? Leon declared, pushing the two men back into the crowd. The jubilant populace lifted Raymond and Louis high into the air, chanting their names. Raymond, 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 Louis, 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 as Leon handed the two over to the enthusiastic crowd. He prepared to pursue Charlie, but he knew instinctively that Charlie had arranged a means of escape, and if he did not act swiftly, the mission would fail. Leon was also mindful of the Punisher. He would not easily forego that reward. Just as he was about to take his leave, a voice called out from behind, "Wait for me. Leon, I shall accompany you." Leon turned to see none other than the fishman. "Haku, how did you get here so quickly?" Leon remarked, somewhat incredulous. Given the speed of their revolutionary ships, he had not expected Haku to arrive so soon. After they departed, I followed our original plan to escape. Halfway through, I grew concerned about this side, so I jumped into the sea and swam over, Haku explained nonchalantly. Leon was momentarily speechless. It seemed so simple. Haku typically kept a low profile, making it easy to forget he was a fisherman. In this moment, Haku's aquatic heritage shone through, as his swimming speed far surpassed that of any vessel. Haku continued. While I was on the ship, I noticed a formidable figure on the opposing vessel. I worried you might encounter danger, so I rushed over to assist. Well, since you are here, it would be unwise to send you back. Moreover, hearing your warning about a dangerous character means having a companion will surely be advantageous. Later events would prove that had Haku not come to Leon's aid, this tale would have concluded here. Thus, Leon sought out a nearby guard to inquire about the location of Charlie's study and then set off in that direction. "Why are we going to the study?" Haku asked in confusion. Leon casually replied, "A man like Charlie would undoubtedly have prepared an escape route for himself, a secret passage to flee when the tide turns against him. We must catch him before he makes his escape." Haku was left even more bewildered. "I do not understand. Why would the secret passage be located in the study and not elsewhere?" Leon assumed an air of self-evidence and lamented. "This is quite apparent, Haku. Throughout history, such escape routes have always been concealed within studies. It is tradition, it is common knowledge, Haku. You should take the time to read more and enhance your own understanding. It is simply unacceptable to remain in ignorance." Haku retorted loudly. "What sort of common knowledge is this? Which book records such an inexplicable tradition? I have never heard of such a thing, Dada. Do not concern yourself with these trivialities. Understanding these principles ensures that you neither suffer loss nor fall victim to deceit," Leon replied as they dashed forward. "Look, we are nearly there." The two burst into the study, and upon surveying the scattered documents on the floor, Leon deduced these papers must have been knocked over in their frantic escape. He then pointed to a lamp on the wall, noting, "This lamp is somewhat chipped, unlike the others. It must be a mechanism for the secret passage." Upon hearing this, Haku stepped forward to twist the wall lamp, and to their astonishment, a thunderous noise erupted as the floor of the study opened, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. The surprise stemmed from the fact that neither had anticipated such a revelation. Gazing at the exposed passage, Haku exclaimed in delight, "Leon, is there anything in this world you do not comprehend? I cannot believe it. You are truly the most astute person I have ever encountered." Despite an inscrutable expression on his face, Leon was internally bewildered. Initially, he had merely followed the conventions of a martial arts novel, casually speculating, yet fortune had favored his whims. When Leon had initially opted for Plan B, abandoning the beheading operation, he had already resigned himself to the notion that he would not truly grasp Charlie's situation. After all, he was the landlord here, and once he decided to flee, it would be nearly impossible to catch him. unless he were the type who would only relent upon seeing a coffin or would not give up until reaching the Yellow River. With a bit of luck, he would likely escape unscathed. Liang approached the task with the mindset of fulfilling his mission. If Charlie could not be located, it would be a minor setback, but if found, it would be a considerable boon to AS for the rust on the lamp. Liang had not taken a closer look, simply pointing at a lamp at random. Ultimately, it was Charlie's ill fortune that allowed Liang to uncover his secret passage through the strategies gleaned from martial arts literature. For Liang, this was a delightful stroke of luck, a significant gain indeed. Why wait? Let us pursue him at once. Liang quickly regained his composure and urged Haku to follow him into the passage. The secret corridor was narrow, with neither torches nor light illuminating the path. Anyone suffering from claustrophobia would surely find themselves overwhelmed. Fortunately, neither of them harbored such fears, nor did they have the time to search for illumination. Liang drew his pistol and used the laser sight to guide their way. While visibility was poor, at the very least, he knew where the path lay and where the walls were. Thus, Liang led Haku through the passage at a frantic pace for several minutes until they glimpsed a faint light ahead. Before them stood the exit, and at its threshold were none other than Charlie and Andrew. Liang immediately shouted, "You two cannot escape. Surrender at once." Burdened with various packages, Charlie and Andrew were impeded in their speed. Upon hearing the voice echoing from the corridor, Charlie trembled, dropping the torch he held to the ground. How did they discover this secret passage? Your Majesty, this is not the time for such concerns. We must flee, since they had brought no source of light, relying solely on the laser's guidance. Andrew was unaware of the pursuers' identities or their numbers. Throughout their flight, Liang himself felt as though he were maneuvering like a cat chasing a laser pointer. Charlie and Andrew disregarded their pursuers and continued to load their belongings onto the boat. The exit was a coastal cave, and upon emerging, the first sight was the small boat Charlie had hidden there in advance. By the time Liang burst forth from the cave, Charlie had already finished loading and was preparing to set sail. Andrew, noticing Haku rushing out alongside Liang, felt a surge of apprehension. Your Majesty, you must leave at once. There is a formidable fishman among them that if we do not resolve this here, he will easily destroy our boat once we are at sea. Andrew informed Charlie and then leapt onto the small boat. Rushing toward the Haku, seeing Andrew jump down, took the initiative to approach him. Liang, hurry and capture Charlie. Do not let him escape. Understood, Liang replied succinctly, seizing the opportunity while the two were in confrontation to board Charlie's small vessel before it could drift away from shore. Listening to the sounds of battle erupting behind him, Liang thought to himself how fortunate he was to have Haku by his side. Otherwise, his seasoned experience would surely have led to disaster. Are you the instigator of this entire affair? Charlie glowered at Liang. Upon hearing Charlie's accusation, Liang queried in confusion, "Oh, why do you believe I'm a mastermind, rather than the fishman Haku over there?" Quite simply, the orchestrator of such a meticulous plan, who could catch me off guard in such a brief span, must surely be an astute strategist. The fishman, on the other hand, does not strike me as particularly wise. Charlie elucidated slowly, though. Is wisdom something that can be discerned merely by the naked eye? Liang pressed, not eager to engage in combat, just why inking to tea that moment. He seemed to forget the adage that villains often meet their demise through verbosity. Haha, it is quite simple. When I constructed this secret passage, I merely placed a torch at the entrance on the study side. Once we took that torch away, anyone who discovered the passage would inevitably spend some time searching for a source of light. That time is crucial. By the time they catch up, I would have already made my escape. Liang remained calm, while Charlie appeared increasingly at ease, leisurely explaining further. You have traversed it yourself. You must know that my secret passage is not a straight line, but rather a winding, undulating route. Any ordinary person rushing in without caution would find themselves in dire straits, suffering minor injuries at best, or being lost within at worst. And if one were to feel their way along the wall, they might as well seek out a source of light first. That would only waste more time. So, what then? Liang pondered, realizing that this king was not without merit, at least in terms of intellect. He was not as inept as Liang had previously assumed. This prompted Liang to grow ever more curious about how such a clever king had arrived at his current predicament. Liang had yet to grasp that curiosity can lead to one's downfall. In encounters such as these, direct confrontation is the path of wisdom. Engaging in lengthy dialogue with an adversary in dire straits is typically a villain's folly. Thus, when you shouted at me from the corridor, I was genuinely startled to think that my meticulously crafted plan could be undone by your pursuit. Charlie chuckled. Regardless of the methods you employed, the mere fact that you managed to catch up indicates that someone has unraveled my carefully constructed escape plan. Identifying that individual is rather simple. This. Charlie fixed a fierce gaze upon Liang, emphasizing that person is most likely the one leading the way ahead. Hearing this, Liang instinctively clapped his hands and burst into hearty laughter. Your deduction is impressive. Well spoken indeed. Indeed, I am the one who orchestrated everything. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liang, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Wow. Not only do you commend your enemy, but you also introduce yourself, creating an impression akin to that of a villain who, resigned to his fate, seeks to clarify matters before his demise. This truly wise. The Revolutionary Army. I have not heard of such an organization. Charlie inquired. No harm in sharing. The ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and rescue the common people from peril. Once our intelligence operatives detected your activities, you were included in our targets, Liang proclaimed, as he seemed to become increasingly animated, recounting the glorious history and bright future of the Revolutionary Army. That is quite remarkable, Charlie exclaimed, astonished to learn of such an organization. However, I am curious. Could you enlighten me on how you discovered the secret passage and navigated through it so swiftly? Liang, upon hearing this question, felt exasperated and shrugged. Do you believe me if I say it was merely good luck? By sheer fortune, I happened upon a secret passage, and to my surprise, I discovered that I possessed a tool capable of traversing it. Yes, I spoke. I drew forth a laser sight from my handgun, casting a crimson dot upon the deck of the ship. Processing this sight, Liang forced a faint smile. Luck? Is this what fate has in store for me? Is it my destiny to perish in this very place? At this moment, not only was Liang beginning to exhibit traits of a villain, but Charlie also emanated the aura of a character cornered by the boss, lamenting the injustice of fate. If this continued, dire consequences were imminent. Liang shrugged. Well, I do not wish to contest your viewpoint, that if you believe this is fate's caprice, then so be it. However, having addressed your curiosity, might you enlighten me as to what prompted such reckless thoughts, rather than employing your intellect to govern this nation wisely? After a lengthy exchange, Liang finally posed a question he had intended to ask from the outset. In response, Charlie revealed his ire, exclaiming, "To hell with fate," before unleashing a flurry of attacks, his right fist aimed squarely at Liang's not-so-handsome visage. As expected, the confrontation escalated. The villain's lengthy monologue granted the protagonist a fleeting moment to breathe, only to be abruptly met with Charlie's explosive counterattack, landing a blow that sent Liang reeling. Liang, who had previously relished in his invulnerability, now found himself in the role of the beleaguered protagonist. With Charlie, imbued with the protagonist's aura, poised for a potential counterstrike, in this exchange, Liang's thoughts could be succinctly summarized with a singular exclamation. What the hell? Although he had maintained a wary eye on Charlie throughout their conversation, the latter's sudden assault caught him off guard. In a swift maneuver, Liang executed a backward arch, narrowly evading the strike, and instinctively raised his right hand, aiming his weapon at Charlie as he pulled the trigger. However, Charlie deftly leaped back, evading the bullet's trajectory by a mere 2 steps. Liang, disregarding his image, quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Wow, when did your speed become so remarkable? With such agility, you could have escaped long ago." Charlie's previous punch had been remarkably swift. Had it not been for Liang's quick reflexes, he might have been struck down. Additionally, Charlie's deft evasion of the bullet was nothing short of astonishing. It was evident that when Charlie had thrown that powerful punch, he had exposed a significant vulnerability, entering what is commonly referred to as an outdated technique. Ordinarily, it would be exceedingly difficult for a person to suddenly retract their strike and evade in such circumstances. Yet, Charlie had accomplished this feat, raising questions about the very nature of inertia. Having failed to land his attack, Charlie retreated to his original position. "Why am I so fast? Do you not possess even a modicum of understanding?" He quipped, brushing off the dust from his attire with a smile. "While there may have been a fleeting thought," Liang replied, "without your remark, I would have remained uncertain." Maintaining his composure, Liang continued, "However, it seems you do not possess complete mastery over the devil fruit, do you? Otherwise, I would have already been subjected to your tempestuous onslaught." As he spoke, Liang absent-mindedly stroked his non-existent beard. Engaging in a rhetorical dialogue. Why can one's speed increase so dramatically? How can one retract their attack so suddenly? This can be explained. The acceleration fruit enhances the flow of time within a designated area, naturally affecting the space in which one resides. Indeed, you are correct. The abilities granted by the acceleration fruit resemble an invisible dome. For years, I have maintained this dome over the shipyard, never allowing it to extend beyond that vicinity. Charlie confirmed that. Liang nodded in agreement. Thus, for all these years, you have not further developed your mastery of the devil fruit until the moment I leapt aboard, when you began desperately to buy time under pressure, seeking to envelop yourself with the acceleration fruit's power. Charlie, now unhurried, welcomed the opportunity to prolong their dialogue. Since Liang was inclined to converse further, he found no reason to refuse, elucidating, "I must admit, the devil fruit is rather challenging to control, as I previously mentioned. If the dome expands too much, not only do I accelerate, but so does everyone else, rendering the acceleration moot. To prevent such an awkward scenario, the dome must remain sufficiently small that Liang, following this line of reasoning, speculated, so you must have exerted considerable effort to tailor the dome to fit your every contour perfectly, not a fraction more. Am I correct?" "Precisely. Only in this manner can it be small enough to convert speed into lethality. If a gap exists between my body and the dome, then when my fist strikes you, that impacted area would also enter the dome, experiencing acceleration. Consequently, the velocity of my punch would not seem so formidable. It would merely be at a normal speed. Outside of this fruit's capabilities, I am simply an ordinary individual. Thus, my punch lacks lethal force." "Indeed." Liang nodded. "So when you missed your punch, you did indeed pause for a moment. However, under the tenfold acceleration of time, that pause becomes virtually negligible. When I raised my hand to aim my weapon, you had already reacted and retreated." As Charlie practiced his control over the ability, he remarked, "Of course, none of this constitutes the real challenge. The true difficulty arises when I step outside the dome, for I would then lose the speed enhancement it grants me. This necessitates that I remain constantly attentive to the dome's movement and transformation, ensuring it adheres closely to my body regardless of where I go or what actions I undertake. This is not something that can be mastered in mere minutes." Liang, upon hearing this, shrugged. So the reason you did not press the advantage and unleash a tempestuous barrage upon me was likely due to this very constraint. Charlie, puzzled, inquired, "But I find it difficult to comprehend. Since you were aware that I was refining my abilities while conversing, why did you continue to engage in dialogue? You should have launched your attack several exchanges ago. Moreover, before I swung my fist at you, you must have sensed something amiss, especially since I had yet to fully adapt to the changes brought by my abilities." Liang smirked. "I did notice a few clues. When I first jumped aboard, you were rigid, utterly still, and your speech fluctuated erratically. In retrospect, you were likely attempting to control the dome, then as for why I did not attack immediately. Do you not agree that it would have been rather dull for me to draw my weapon the moment I boarded? Waiting until you acclimated to the fruit's power seemed far more exhilarating. Nevertheless, I remain curious, given your remarkable intellect and talent for swiftly adapting to the powers of the devil fruit. Why do you not aspire to be a wise ruler?" Charlie scoffed. "You are truly a madman. However, I must decline to answer your final question, that if you seek the truth, you must first defeat me." With no other recourse, Liang swiftly raised his firearm, aiming it at Charlie. Lamenting, "I cannot guarantee that after supposedly defeating you, you will still be alive. Whether he could even hit me is another matter entirely." As Charlie observed Liang's weapon aimed at him, he quickly sidestepped, evading the lethal beam of crimson light. Charlie dared not underestimate the situation. Had it been a standard flintlock, he could have evaded the sluggish bullets after they were fired. However, having witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Liang's handgun, he knew it was no ordinary weapon. The bullets traveled with alarming speed, Considering Leong's bullet velocity at 300 ms, in Charlie's perception, the external speed appeared diminished to a mere tenth, translating to 30 ms, which equates to approximately 108 km/h, comparable to the speed limits on a highway, that if Charlie waited until the bullet was fired to evade, he would have no hope of escaping its path. Both Charlie and Leong comprehended this reality. It was not that Charlie could evade the bullet, but rather that he could avoid Liang's fire blindly would only squander opportunities and place oneself in a precarious position. Thus, the challenge Leong faced was clear: how to accurately target a swiftly moving object. Moreover, this swiftly moving target is adept at evasion, capable of responding to Leong's aim with remarkable agility. However, merely shifting one's aim incessantly is insufficient. Charlie is no fool. As Leong directs his aim, he swiftly dodges left and right, advancing step by step. Each time Leong takes aim anew, Charlie continues to evade in various postures, inching closer while avoiding the deadly crimson laser. For a human, attempting to target such a dynamic adversary surpasses the limits of possibility. In this urgent moment, even Leong's usually composed heart experiences a flicker of doubt. Is this truly the pinnacle of human capability? If even a seemingly ordinary individual with a rudimentary grasp of the devil fruit cannot prevail, what aspirations or ideals can I hold in this vast ocean? Leong's mind raced frantically, and suddenly he perceived that Charlie's speed seemed to have diminished slightly. No, it wasn't just Charlie. Andrew and Haku, who were engaged in combat behind him, also appeared to move more slowly. The seagulls gliding through the sky seemed to drift at a more languid pace. Could this sensation be? Leong mused. It must be. Including Haku and Andrew behind me, I am not merely seeing it. I am sensing it. Leong steadied his breath, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Charlie. That moment, Charlie, upon meeting Leong's gaze, felt as though he were confronting an entirely different person. Alarmed, he hesitated for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Leong swiftly redirected his weapon, aligning the red laser with Charlie's chest. Realizing the peril, Charlie instinctively crouched down. However, Leong's reflexes were even swifter. Just as Charlie prepared to lower himself, Leong pulled the trigger. The 9mm bullet hurtled through the air, rapidly approaching Charlie. Although Charlie's reaction was quick enough to evade a fatal blow, he was nonetheless struck in the shoulder as he crouched. A vivid spray of blood erupted, and Charlie cried out in pain. Andrew, engaged in a struggle with Haku, momentarily froze at the sound. Haku seized the opening, assuming a forward stance, and delivered a powerful punch. Haku shouted as he swung his fist. For 1,000 vortex punch, Andrew hastily attempted to parry with his steel blade, but due to that brief moment of distraction, he failed to intercept the blow. The punch sailed through the gap between Andrew's hands, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him flying. Haku called out to the fallen Andrew. Being distracted in a duel is hardly prudent. Yet, Haku understood that during their time together, he had come to regard Leong as a vital ally, that if Leong had cried out in pain, Haku too would likely have been momentarily preoccupied, struggling to rise from the sand. Andrew wiped the blood from his mouth and lifted his long knife once more, asserting, "You are right. Losing focus in a duel is unworthy of a warrior." However, Leong was oblivious to the unfolding events on the other side. After the first shot struck Charlie's shoulder, that extraordinary sensation dissipated. Moreover, the aftermath of that moment left him feeling dizzy. Furrowing his brow, he massaged his temples in an attempt to alleviate the disorientation. Charlie rose from the ground, pressing a hand to his wound. He had dispelled the effects of the acceleration fruit on himself. After all, acceleration has its pros and cons, much like the boatman, but if Charlie continued to utilize the acceleration fruit with a wounded shoulder, the bleeding would escalate tenfold. Without Leong's intervention, Charlie could bleed out to the point of shock. Observing Leong rubbing his temples, Charlie forced a grim smile, saying, "Your gaze just now, the sudden aim of your gun. In your current condition, though I loathe to admit it, you must have awakened the legendary ability, Haki." Leong lowered his hands, contemplating Haki. Indeed, that moment was exquisite. What was once a challenging target became as simple as aiming at a stationary bullseye. Truly, it is Haki. I thought I might escape this predicament. Charlie chuckled ruefully, I never anticipated you would grasp the ability of observation hockey in such a critical moment. It seems I'm destined to perish here. Destiny? Leon questioned loudly. While destiny may dictate many outcomes, it cannot govern everything. Until just now, were you not resisting with all your might? Have you not been racing against time to master the devil fruit's powers? Charlie retorted, yet all my efforts ultimately proved futile, didn't they? I spent our conversation gradually familiarizing myself with this fruit's abilities, almost managing to defeat you. But what does that amount to in the most critical moment? You resolve to embrace hockey. Does that not demonstrate destiny's cruelty? Hearing this, Leon shouted, then this proves your resolve to defy fate is inferior to mine. Observing the shock on Charlie's pale face, Leon continued, what nonsense is this fate? For you, it may dictate your demise, but for me, it is no different that I fortuitously discovered your hidden passage and followed you through it.tou. It feels like being pursued by death. But conversely, I find myself ensnared in a crisis, witnessing our confrontation and the struggle of those two on the shore. Fate is always reciprocal. Charlie, taken aback by Leon's words, struggled to find his voice. If you've already resigned to fate, why continue to struggle? Why not simply surrender? Leon pressed on, relentless in his questioning. Yet you still wish to resist, do you not? You still aspire to defy fate, even if failure is inevitable. While resistance may lead to defeat, if one does not attempt, failure is assured. This declaration was not solely directed at Charlie. It was also a mantra for Leon himself. In comparison to the world government, Leon and the other revolutionaries felt as though they existed in a realm entirely distinct to that moment. The world government scarcely acknowledged the existence of this minuscule revolutionary force. Did Dragon not recognize the might of the world government? Were the other brave revolutionaries unaware of the formidable enemy they faced? No. Everyone was acutely aware, so much so that no one understood the world government's power better than they did. Within the oppressive environment of the world government, the revolutionaries dared only to hide in secret, gradually undermining the authority of their adversary. Their actions were akin to walking on thin ice. One misstep could lead to an abyss. But what of it? The revolutionaries did not succumb to the overwhelming strength of the world government. Even if they were ultimately vanquished by the mighty navy, they bore no resentment. It is through resistance that the possibility of overthrowing the world government and the celestial dragons arises. If one lacks the will to resist, the celestial dragons and the world government will endure until the end of time. Finally, facing Charlie, Leon clenched his right fist and struck it forcefully toward the sky, declaring, thus, those who continually speak of fate but refuse to resist are mere prisoners of fate. It is the brave who dare to shatter destiny that are the true heroes, even in failure. Such individuals can stand tall upon the earth, proclaiming, my life is one of no regrets. After hearing Leon's impassioned speech, Charlie erupted into laughter. Is this what fate truly entails? Is all I have done merely to secure a more stable existence within my cage? Ha ha! He continued to laugh, disregarding the wound and allowing blood to flow freely. Dear Leon, if only we had met 5 years ago, you could have roused me from my stupor, but now it is far too late. Not only do I carry numerous sins, but even my pride forbids me from surrendering to you. Charlie steadied himself, and from Leon's perspective, the wound on his shoulder bled profusely, a sight both alarming and dire. It seemed Charlie disregarded his injury and forcibly activated his abilities once more. Charlie, can you still utilize your powers? Leon inquired. No need for further words. Leon, prepare yourself, Charlie shouted. Receive the final strike of this dying man. And together with my will, let us shatter that accursed fate. With that, Charlie charged swiftly toward Leon. Leon, of course, was equally undeterred. Bring it on, Charlie. Even if you do not, I am indeed of the same mind. With this utterance from Leon, he once again entered that enigmatic state, where every movement of Charlie became crystal clear in his eyes. Though Charlie had utilized his fruit, the injuries he sustained and the copious loss of blood rendered his steps somewhat unsteady. His once magnificent attire lay in tatters, half of it stained a vivid crimson. Blood dripped from his sleeves, forming a striking red spot upon the small bed. He raised his uninjured arm, no longer evading bullets. And with all his might, he charged straight towards Leon. This pitiful sight, devoid of strategy and combined with the smile upon his face, made him appear utterly foolish. Charlie, Leon murmured softly, raising his handgun, yet thought to himself. But you know I do not harbor any disdain for you, you fool. Leon gently squeezed the trigger, silently murmuring, Farewell, Charlie, bang. It was as if the entire world fell silent, save for the echo of that deafening sound reverberating through the sky. Accompanied by the gunshot, a bloodied hole the size of a thumb appeared on Charlie's forehead. With Charlie's demise, the powers of his devil fruit dissipated. His body collapsed heavily onto the ship, a faint smile lingering on his face. Upon witnessing Charlie's fall, Leon's vision darkened, and he sank to the ground. A sharp pain engulfed his mind. Emma, having just awakened my hockey, using it consecutively like this is truly unbearable, despite enduring the agony. Leon wore no trace of pain upon his face. Merely a subtle smile remained. The moment Charlie reignited his abilities and charged toward Leon, Haku and Andrew had already instinctively ceased their actions, turning their gazes toward the two on the small boat. Observing Charlie's final act, Haku wished to express something, but instead let out a sigh. He then turned to Andrew and said, Andrew, your majesty is now. Andrew interjected, No need for more words. I have long since seen it. His majesty has saved my life. I once vowed that wherever he goes, I shall follow. Come. Andrew raised his long sword and declared, Waterflow, Mighted Simeon, at your service. Haku struck a pose and shouted, Fishman karate, Haku. Waterflow, waterfall slash, 4,000 coins, washing fist. Oh, how impressive. So it turns out that Andrew was originally named Mighted Simeon, after Keela finished recounting the events that transpired with Leon. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Leon and Haku. But, why did Charlie end up in such a state, when he clearly had the ability to govern the nation well? Sigh. Upon hearing Keela's query, Leon couldn't help but exhale deeply. Because he was simply too intelligent, so intelligent that he had seen through certain truths of this world, yet lacked the corresponding mentality and strength, leading to such a tragedy. Too intelligent. Is intelligence not a virtue? Keela inquired, puzzled. Regarding Keela's question, Leon refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he recalled two other figures, one being the future Admiral Fujitora, and the other, the founder of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Fujitora chose to blind himself to the overwhelming darkness and evil in the world. Such behavior is indeed a form of an ostrich mentality. Does ignoring it make it cease to exist? Even if unseen, evil still persists in the world. As for Charlie, upon discovering these truths, he lost his sanity and frantically sought to amass wealth, hoping to find a place to indulge in a life of debauchery. Turning a blind eye to worldly affairs, faced with overwhelming monsters, Charlie's heart shattered completely. Similarly, Monkey D. Dragon, the founder of the Revolutionary Army, witnessed the darkness of the world and the terrifying beasts, yet he chose not to evade or turn a blind eye, but instead embarked on the most arduous path. He gathered the Revolutionary Army, rallying like-minded individuals to resist the celestial dragons. This question may still be too daunting for you. Leon fixed his gaze on the young Keela, stating that if you hear this, you might undergo a drastic change in temperament, just like Charlie. Do you wish to hear it? Observing the sudden seriousness on Leon's face, Keela released her grip on his sleeve, clasped her hands together, and bowed her head in silence. Leon, noticing Keela's silence, nodded and said, Choosing not to listen now is wise. When you come of age, I will... No, Teacher Leon, I wish to know. I want to understand the deepest darkness of this world. Keela's resolve solidified as she interrupted Leon. Upon hearing this, Leon asked once more, Are you truly certain? Do you genuinely wish to grasp the greatest darkness that shrouds this world? Yes, teacher, I am resolute. Regardless of how terrifying the truth may be, I shall engrave it in my memory and transform it into motivation to propel me forward. Keela had never been so steadfast. And you, Haku? Leon inquired. Do you wish to witness this monster as well? Or shall you retreat to the captain's quarters and await our discussion's conclusion? Haha. Haku chuckled. Is there anything that I cannot comprehend? You underestimate my intellect. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere child? Sigh. Leon sighed again. Since you both wish to know, then come closer and allow me to unfold the tale gradually. After we laid the two to rest in the sea, we returned to the kingdom, where I, through the preserved documents and the diary found among Charlie's belongings, ultimately discerned the reasons behind Charlie's transformation and the turmoil he experienced. Leon reclined in his chair, exhaling deeply. This perhaps harkens back to many years ago, before Charlie ascended to the throne. Charlie actually had two elder brothers, and due to his youth, the struggle for the throne was ongoing between them. Though Charlie exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age, he harbored no desire for power, preferring instead to frolic in nature and find joy in life's simple pleasures. Many children in the city would join him in mischief, and thus he was affectionately regarded by the populace as the most approachable prince. Charlie, being king, seemed utterly confining, with an abundance of matters, both large and small, demanding attention. He did not even wish to glance at the newspapers his father tossed his way, let alone concern himself with domestic affairs. Such troublesome matters were best left to his brothers. He found joy in being a carefree little prince. One day, Andrew, or rather met Simeon, was rescued by Charlie while playing pirate games with other children by the coast. Charlie brought the washed-up Simeon back to the palace, where the palace staff, noticing his peculiar attire and the long sword hanging at his waist, speculated that he might be a wayward foreigner, perhaps a shipwrecked pirate. They urged Charlie to cast him back to the shore, allowing him to fend for himself. Upon learning of this, Charlie's father, the former king, immediately commanded Charlie to dispose of the stranger, as this was an exceedingly critical time when even the slightest variance could not be tolerated. Hearing this, Charlie felt as if struck by lightning. His usually gentle and kind father, who treated the people as his own children, would utter such words. Was this exceedingly crucial time truly so important? Had it not been for Charlie's wisdom and his eloquent arguments, citing numerous principles to persuade his father to allow the physician to treat Simeon, the commander of Charlie's future guard, Andrew, would not have existed. Hence, it is indeed true when Simeon claims that his life was saved by Charlie. Although Simeon received treatment, Charlie's heart remained heavy with confusion. Why had his usually gentle father become so strange during this so-called critical moment? Charlie sought out his two elder brothers, and through their conversations, he clearly recognized that they understood what was happening but were unwilling to divulge the truth to him. Days later, his father informed Charlie that he was growing up and instructed him not to wander about. The following morning, he was to don royal attire and accompany him to greet the Navy. Charlie could not comprehend why the Navy arrived daily, nor did he understand the purpose of the greeting. However, since the father had given his orders, Charlie had no choice but to comply. He accompanied his father and two elder brothers to the coast to greet the arrivals, even arranging an honor guard to create a scene of enthusiastic welcome for the Navy. Although Charlie had seen the Navy before, he had never witnessed such a display. Over a dozen naval warships were moored in perfect alignment along the shore, each vessel bristling with a multitude of cannons, as countless naval soldiers descended in an orderly manner, forming lines to the side, in stark contrast to the fervor of the people of Stone Britain. The leading naval commander regarded the gathered crowd with indifference, glancing at the assembled ranks and smiling faces, before coolly inquiring, "Are the supplies ready?" "Yes, they are prepared. Since everything is in order, lead us directly to the loading area. We are pressed for time." "Very well. Please follow me, esteemed soldiers." With that, the king guided everyone towards the royal palace. The young Charlie was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He had never imagined that a king of a nation could exhibit such humility. Yet this situation unfolded right before his eyes, and even though one was a king, shouldn't kings be equals? Was there truly an existence that surpassed that of a king in this world? Little did Charlie know. This was merely an appetizer, as more paradigm-shifting events awaited him. Following his father, Charlie arrived at the treasury within the palace. The vault was overflowing with gold, treasures, and riches. "These are this year's celestial gold," his father declared. "Take everything away." Charlie was rendered speechless, forced to watch as the naval soldiers methodically carried away the contents of the treasury, transporting them piece by piece onto the warships. After the Navy had completed their loading and set sail, Charlie sought out his father, questioning Wasn't it said that the recent storm destroyed several structures in the south due to a lack of funds for repairs? Then what accounts for the immense wealth in this treasury? And why are we allowing the Navy to take away our treasures? The elderly king patiently explained, "We are indeed out of money. That wealth is the celestial gold meant for the celestial dragons." The Navy's mission this time is to escort the celestial gold to the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons? Celestial gold? After the old king elucidated the significance of the celestial dragons and celestial gold, Charlie was taken aback. So, if we do not deliver the celestial gold, not only will we lack the Navy's assistance against pirate attacks, but we will also face oppression from the world government. The world is indeed cruel, my child. In these vast seas, no one can contend with the formidable world government and the Navy. Even the pirate king, Roger, was relentlessly pursued by the Navy. As for our humble stone Britain, we must obediently provide the required celestial gold, the old king lamented. Upon hearing this, Charlie could only resignedly accept this harsh reality. He had never harbored ambitions for power. Now that he understood the situation, he was even less inclined to concern himself with such troublesome matters. Regardless of which of his brothers ascended to the throne, he would continue to live as the carefree young prince. At this juncture, Clara interjected, "But that doesn't make him a villain, does it? And he clearly has two brothers. Why did he end up on the throne? And what of his two brothers?" Hacker chimed in. "Indeed, every kingdom experiences such dynamics. Which prince or princess has not encountered the celestial dragons at some point? Initially, they all believe their royal family is the greatest, only to realize there exists a higher power in the celestial dragons," prompting reactions akin to Charlie's. Leon lifted his teacup, sipping the warm beverage. "Do not rush. Allow me to recount the tale in detail." The incident from Charlie's childhood marked the first time he heard the name of the celestial dragons. From that point onwards, the lofty celestial dragons piqued Charlie's immense curiosity. He dedicated 2 years to investigating them. Who they were, why they occupied such positions, what they did, where they lived, and what they looked like. Yet, the more Charlie discovered, the more horrified he became. This group of inept individuals had done nothing good, wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet paradoxically, such individuals could comfortably reside in Mariewa, being revered and showered with tributes, with the world government and the Navy serving them. However, no one could provide answers to Charlie's inquiries. All the answers were shrouded in the blank century of history. Frustrated by his inability to find answers, Charlie chose to disregard the matter and went directly to the seaside, lying on the sand. "In any case, I have no desire to serve those fools. Let my brothers handle such matters. Surely you feel the same." "Andrew?" Naturally, Andrew serves only Prince Charlie. Just then, a guard rushed over from a distance. "So this is where you are, Prince Charlie." Charlie sat up, inquiring, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" "Your Majesty, the king is of advanced age and has been working tirelessly. Just moments ago, he fainted while discussing matters with the ministers. You must return and see him at once." "What? Father has collapsed," Charlie exclaimed in alarm, perplexed by the sudden illness of his typically healthy father. "This cannot be. I saw him just yesterday, and he was perfectly well. Come, Andrew, we must return." Upon arriving at the palace and entering his father's chambers, Charlie found the doctors anxiously administering medicine to the king. With 2 bags hanging by the bedside, his 2 elder brothers had already stood silently to the side. Charlie quickly grasped his second brother's arm, whispering, "What has happened to father?" The second brother merely sighed in response. At that moment, the king regained a measure of consciousness, whispering, "Charlie, is that you?" Charlie hurriedly approached, speaking softly. "Yes, father, I have returned. You were always my brightest child, but I know you have no desire for the throne, and I do not wish to force you. I only hope you can live your life without the burdens I bore." With those words, the old king fell silent, closing his eyes and drifting into a gentle slumber. The doctors urged, "His Majesty needs rest now. You princes should return for the time being." Charlie had no alternative but to retreat to his quarters. What Charlie did not anticipate was that the very next morning, the old king passed away peacefully in his sleep. That on one hand, preparations were made for the king's funeral, and on the other, a new monarch needed to be selected. Fortunately, according to the old king's will, the eldest brother was to ascend to the throne. Thus, the elder brother seamlessly took the crown, and although the second brother remained discontented, he had no choice but to accept the reality of their father's wishes, attributing his own shortcomings to not being deemed worthy of the inheritance. And so, Charlie remained a prince for another 2 years, until one fateful day, the second brother stormed into the royal palace with his troops. After the elder brother ascended to the throne, the second brother sensed something was amiss. First, the once vigorous king had suddenly fallen ill, and many had witnessed the king's vitality just the day before. Second, although the king had taken his medication and appeared to be resting, the next day brought the shocking news of his death, which seemed implausible. Lastly, the will conveniently designated the elder brother as the new king. The second brother, upon returning home and reflecting on the events, grew increasingly suspicious and set out to investigate, which took 2 years. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated by the elder brother, including the doctor who treated the king, who had been bribed by him. Enraged, the second brother rallied his forces and launched an assault on the palace. That time, Charlie was fishing by the seaside with Andrew. Upon hearing the news, he cast aside his fishing rod and rushed towards the palace with Andrew. However, the second brother was no match for the elder brother, and when Charlie arrived, he witnessed the elder brother drive a sword through the second brother's body. Seeing Charlie arrive, the elder brother realized that the event from 2 years prior were likely not a secret anymore. Thus, he decided to eliminate both Charlie and Andrew. He commanded the remaining guards to eliminate the 2 of them. To the elder brother's shock, he had not expected that the man whom Charlie had saved, who typically kept a low profile and dressed as a servant, would turn out to be anything but ordinary. The outcome, however, was the appearance of a master swordsman from Wano country. How could these ordinary guards possibly contend with him? In mere moments, they were dispatched. Ultimately, Charles cast a disappointed glance at his elder brother, leading Andrew to sever his head. Charles turned back to the palace, where the ground was strewn with the bodies of those who had fallen wounded or lifeless in the recent conflict, including his 2 elder brothers. Although he had no intention of vying for the throne, fate compelled him to ascend to that position. As the tale concluded, Haku inquired with curiosity, so this tragic conflict was the turning point for Charles? Family turned against family, killing their father and brothers for the throne, that if I were in his shoes, I would surely undergo a profound transformation as well. Yet Clara remained perplexed, while it may indeed affect people's psyche. It doesn't fully explain everything, does it? The words spoken by Charles during his battle with his master seem utterly incomprehensible. Leon emptied his teacup, sighing, and thus lies the distinction between you and Charles. The ordinary person, upon experiencing such events, would only see the surface. The elder brother's murder of their father and second brother, even harboring thoughts of killing me. To survive, he had to slay the elder brother and take the throne I had never desired. All of this arose from a throne, where the lust for power leads to unspeakable cruelty, lamenting the harshness of imperial life. That not so? Haku questioned, while Clara quietly awaited Leon's next words. Oh, certainly not, Leon replied, exhaling deeply, his expression troubled. I have said it before. Charles is exceedingly clever. When he found himself in that scenario, he perceived what others could not, the deeper, darker abyss. They were not contending for the throne of the Stone Kingdom, but rather, Leon suddenly shattered his teacup upon the ground, his face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. They were fighting for the right to be slaves to the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, incredulity spread across Haku and Clara's faces, leaving them speechless as they slowly processed Leon's astonishing revelation. What a pity, Leon continued, not waiting for the 2 to recover. Although Charles can be deemed excessively intelligent, he lacks the matching mental fortitude, resulting in such a fate. When I recognized his cleverness aboard the ship, I began to harbor doubts. It was only when he uttered to hell with fate that I understood he was not a foolish king, but a man whose mind had been tainted. I endeavored to guide him, hoping to lead him out of the shadows and the fear cast by the abyss. I even entertained the notion of persuading him to abandon his wicked ways and join the revolutionary army. However, when one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. Charles was perpetually scrutinized by the depths, committing countless heinous acts. At that moment, Haku grasped the implication, so that is why in the end he... Indeed, Leon affirmed. Though he regained a semblance of clarity, the atrocities he committed and the dignity he had cultivated over the 5 years left him no choice but to meet his demise. At least in his heart, he believed he must die to provide an explanation to the suffering populace. As Leon spoke, he observed Clara, who remained lost in thought. He approached her and gently patted her back. There, Clara. I understand this may be difficult to accept, but this is the reality we face, and dismantling this reality is precisely the mission of our revolutionary army. Yet, the typically astute Clara covered her ears, shaking her head vehemently. No, I refuse to believe it. How can a king be a slave to the celestial dragons? That's impossible. Leon recognized that his words had struck a sensitive chord within Clara. She had once endured an experience of being enslaved by the celestial dragons in Mariewa, rendering her particularly sensitive to the topic. Ultimately, this hurdle must be crossed sooner or later, whether today or tomorrow. It is inevitable. Better to confront it sooner than later. Leon knelt down, clasping her small hands tightly with his own, gazing in her eyes. Listen closely, Clara. The so-called kings are merely elevated slaves. The former king toiled diligently every day. What was he truly doing? He was merely accumulating wealth for the celestial dragons. Aside from essential state expenditures, all else filled their coffers. And what of the citizens? They remained slaves, toiling endlessly regardless of their craft, be they farmers, fishermen, or artisans. They must pay exorbitant taxes. Where do these taxes ultimately end up? They flow into the hands of the celestial dragons. Across the realm, every person is a slave to the celestial dragons, laboring to generate wealth for them. Some may find temporary solace in their servitude, while others yearn for it and cannot attain it. Leon meticulously unveiled the harsh realities of the world to Clara. But Clara, he shifted the tone of his voice, speaking softly. You are fortunate, for you do not belong to, nor will you ever belong to the celestial dragon slave. If there exists anyone upon these seas who is not a slave to the celestial dragons, it can only be pirates and us, the revolutionary army. Forge ahead, Clara. Only by overthrowing the celestial dragons can we fundamentally eradicate this reality. These sentiments, more than Clara, left Haku in a state of conflict. Grappling with the complexity of his emotions, Clara, upon absorbing this, let out a cry and launched herself into Leon's embrace. Leon, taken aback, spent considerable time soothing her until her sobs subsided. Once Clara pulled away, she sniffled. Do not worry, master. Clara is all right now. That I will study diligently by your side and strive to topple the world government. With that, she dashed out of the captain's cabin and retreated to her quarters. Haku sighed. Alas, for a young girl, such a brutal truth is excessively burdensome. That I hope she can recover her composure. Rest assured, she is my prized pupil. I have faith in her. She will not disappoint me, Leon replied. Right? How comforting, Haku retorted, though I wonder who was the one fretting and rushing about to console her earlier. That was merely strategy, all part of my plan to help my cherished apprentice emerge from her shadows. Do you understand strategy? Yes, strategy, Haku replied impatiently. I must take my leave. I need to find someone to document your earlier remarks. What? You wish to record my words? Leon asked, puzzled. Why would you want to document what I said? It is an assignment from Dragon that I must record any profound statements or insightful remarks you make during our mission for other revolutionary soldiers to study. Haku explained, oh right, just a thought that we have already documented many of your words from our first meeting with Dragon and various discussions. He told me these words could inspire the revolutionary soldiers and encourage others to join our cause. So, it is quite valuable, and he entrusted me to keep a thorough record. After spending these few days with you, I can indeed see the truth in that. It seems your words carry unique power, a rarity indeed, Haku remarked as he turned to exit the captain's cabin. Watching Haku's retreating figure, Leon exclaimed inwardly, Goodness, what is this? They intend to use my words for others to learn, as if I were some diligent figure like Zhou Shuren. Leon could already envision 100 years hence, when the celestial dragons had been overthrown, and people lived blissfully. In schools, teachers would instruct children with Leon's famous quotes, teaching them his writings. During conversations, someone would casually remark, Leon once said, in truth, very few of those statements would have originated from Leon. They would be misattributed or fabricated by others. Then, long after his passing, Leon would find himself compelled to rise from his grave, shouting with a decayed voice, "I never said such things." The mere thought of such a scene made Leon reflect on his feelings. He could not help but feel exhilarated, a hint of excitement coursing through him. "Hey, Haku, be sure to document everything thoroughly. Do you want me to repeat myself? I'm concerned you might forget if there is a discrepancy in the records." "Ull bear the responsibility," Leon exclaimed, taking swift strides to catch up with Haku, raising his voice. "Cut it out. You really can run fast," Haku replied dismissively as Leon briskly exited the captain's quarters. The Hakuri people had vanished from sight. He could only close the heavy door behind him and, with a hint of regret, return to his seat, plopping down with a sigh. "What a pity. Charlie, if we had met 5 years earlier, we might have forged a friendship." Leon lamented, a Punisher worth 20,000 pesetas paled in comparison to a companion of exceptional intellect. He then retrieved a peculiar purple fruit adorned with strange patterns from his spatial pouch and placed it upon the table before him. "Well, although we cannot be friends, I shall gladly accept your capabilities. Let your acceleration fruit lend me its power, and together we shall advance with your will," Leon murmured, gazing at the devil fruit on the table. What was the origin of this devil fruit? To understand that, we must recount the moment when Leon, after firing his weapon, came to know Charlie better. The forced use of hockey had left him with a splitting headache. Just as he settled heavily onto the ship, a blue beam of light erupted from Charlie's corpse. Witnessing this spectacle filled Leon with astonishment. It was reminiscent of the rewards from defeating a boss in Resident Evil 4. When coins would burst forth from the vanquished foe, ignoring his throbbing head, he eagerly crawled over to investigate, only to find, lo and behold, instead of coins, there lay a single devil fruit like a tea that moment. Even a child could deduce that the system had intervened, preserving the devil fruit that should have dissipated and coalesced elsewhere upon Charlie's demise. No wonder I wondered why those lowly minions dropped nothing. It turns out I was meant to face a devil fruit user. Leon did not immediately consume the fruit, but instead placed it into his spatial pouch. Task completed. Charlie has been eliminated. The Punisher has been deposited into your spatial pouch. Please check. Task successfully accomplished. Unlocking additional purchase and enhancement options that AS Leon secure the devil fruit. The notification of task completion echoed in his mind. While on the shore, Hakuri had just dealt a decisive blow to Andrew. Leon kept the devil fruit close, waiting for the dust to settle before finally retrieving it. Of course, he also produced a new Punisher side-by-side with the acceleration fruit. Name, Punisher Firepower, 110, enhanced once. Rate of fire, 0.47 seconds. Magazine capacity, 10 feature. Superior penetration compared to standard handguns. Upon seeing the handgun, Leon felt a twinge of surprise in the original Resident Evil 4 game. The Punisher received an automatic upgrade to its firepower after being rewarded. Leon had anticipated that the system would retain this enhancement, as the rewarded Punisher still bore the attribute of increased power. According to Leon's understanding, an unenhanced Punisher had a mere firepower of 99, slightly inferior to the initial handgun's 100. When weighing the marginal difference in power against superior penetration, Leon found himself momentarily conflicted. Now, however, there was no need for such deliberation, that a firepower of 110 and greater penetration rendered the previous handgun utterly inferior. He swiftly exchanged it for the new firearm, deciding to keep the old one for future, gifting Tequila for her protection. Next, Leon turned his attention to the acceleration fruit, which he had long coveted, especially since it seemed tailor-made for him. His bullets were already fast, and with the fruit's tenfold effect, they would become astonishingly swift. A sniper rifle speed of 1,000 milliseconds could be accelerated to a staggering 10,000 meters per second. Who could possibly evade such velocity? One might need to cultivate observation hockey to the extent of Katakuri, capable of momentarily glimpsing the future to stand a chance of dodging that in essence. Pairing firearms with the acceleration fruit was a match made in heaven, an unbeatable combination. Leon had even devised a method of use. Instead of wrapping a bullet in an acceleration zone and managing it as it traveled, he envisioned constructing an acceleration tunnel that would propel the bullets directly to the enemy in an instant. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Just as he prepared to bite into the fruit, a sudden buzzing echoed in his mind. Warning, Warning, please refrain from consuming the treasure, as it may result in unpredictable consequences. Why on earth would consuming a devil fruit lead to such dire repercussions? Could you clarify? The system's cold voice echoed relentlessly in Leon's mind, detailing the potential disasters, a system crash, errors, or even the host's body exploding. Ah, what a disappointment. So it seems I am fated to remain apart from the devil fruit, Leon lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. However, a moment later, he seemed to recall something. Wait, did you just refer to this devil fruit as a treasure? Indeed, it is classified as such, the system replied in its unyielding tone. Yet to Leon, it sounded remarkably pleasant. He hastily opened a shop and navigated to the selling section. To his surprise, what had previously been a sparse inventory of firearms, ammunition, and medical sprays now included a devil fruit for sale. Leon had previously attempted to sell various items, from furniture to kitchenware, in pursuit of currency, but to no avail that he had also tried selling pearls and gold at the Revolutionary Army base. With no success, it turned out that the finicky system only recognized the devil fruit as a treasure. Goodness, if this continues, I might have to moonlight as Blackbeard, hunting down devil fruit users. The numbers appearing in the shop were staggering. 10,000? Without hesitation, Leon sold the acceleration fruit, reflecting on his earlier declaration of carrying forward Charlie's will. And here I am, selling the acceleration fruit without a second thought. Now, with a previously empty coin display showing a splendid 100,000 pesetas, he mused, Charlie, your fruit has merged with me in another form. Perhaps this is not so bad after all. Leon, now clutching the 10,000 coins, opened the enhancement options. He had no intention of upgrading his firearms, as their current value was minimal. In his plans, these weapons were merely transitional. He intended to replace the handgun with a Red 9 and the shotgun with an interceptor. Thus, enhancing them now would be a waste, as he would eventually discard them. His focus was on body enhancement. Upon acquiring the Punisher, the system had also unlocked the option to enhance his physique. Leon had previously inquired why, despite being an Earthling, he could awaken Conqueror's Haki, noting that his prior training seemed ineffective. The system explained that while Leon was indeed an Earthling, he had spent 2 years in this world, and it was not without effect. The laws of this realm were gradually integrating into his body, leading to subtle alterations. Leon inquired if this meant he could begin training. The system's response was merciless. Dream on, despite having undergone some transformation. The impact on his body was negligible, primarily affecting his brain, which was why he could awaken observation allow the world's laws to fully transform his body to the point of enabling training would take at least another decade. Thus, the system introduced the body enhancement service, requiring no training, just payment to have the system perform the enhancement directly. As the saying goes, a product of the system is guaranteed to be of premium quality. Previously, Leon had only gazed at the unattainable first-level enhancement fee of 10,000 now. With 100,000 at his disposal, he eagerly sought to upgrade. As Leon pressed the upgrade button, his balance immediately dwindled to 90,000. While the second level of enhancement was displayed, requiring 20,000. Raising an eyebrow, Leon thought, please don't tell me this is one of those systems that doubles the cost with each level. With a hint of trepidation, he clicked to upgrade again, watching as another 20,000 disappeared. Seeing that the third level would only cost 30,000, he breathed a sigh of relief. Never mind. The body is the foundation of revolution. I might as well convert this initial windfall entirely into enhanced strength. With a resolute determination, Leon decided to invest all 100,000 pesetas in a body enhancement. Suddenly, he experienced a remarkable ascent of 4 levels in succession. Indeed, for Leon, his current offensive capabilities relied heavily on firearms. Unless confronted by individuals with special abilities or those wielding arm hockey, it is generally true that even the iron blocks of the Marine 6 styles might struggle to withstand the close-range blast of Liang's shotgun. Conversely, his physical constitution was rather poor. Should an enemy land a couple of punches, he would be incapacitated, rendering him as fragile as a delicate porcelain figure, a quintessential example of a golden, crispy chicken. Ah, such a shopping experience. One that coincidentally emptied his wallet, was exhilarating, truly a remedy for his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After exiting the store, Liang picked up a teacup and lamented, "It is only after spending all my money that I realize I have no funds left for ammunition." How utterly foolish! Reclining in his chair, he stroked the stubble that had just begun to appear on his chin, muttering, "Well, I didn't expend much ammunition in the Kingdom of Stone. The shotgun still has 15 shells remaining, and the handgun contains 26 rounds, which should suffice if absolutely necessary. I could sell that handgun to acquire more bullets." However, the immediate priority was to adapt to this sudden surge in power. Gazing at the shattered teacup and his tea-stained clothes, Liang sighed in regret. "Indeed, I ought to adjust gradually, leveling up step by step. That would have been more prudent. Alas, that teacup was something I brought from my village." The following morning, bright and early, Kala bounced eagerly to the captain's quarters, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Remaining the same lively and healthy little girl as before, she pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. But her smile gradually faded as she beheld the scene within. At that moment, Haku was practicing his punches on the deck, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Engrossed in his training. Startled by Kuele's shriek, Haku quickly ceased his practice, rushing toward the captain's quarters in concern. First, he inquired of Kala. "What happened, Kala? Is everything all right?" Then he peered into the captain's cabin. Upon witnessing the chaos, he gasped, "What?" The captain's quarters were in disarray. Bookshelves, tables, and chairs had suffered significant damage, with books and items strewn across the floor, which itself bore several cracks and holes. "You are our invaluable chief of staff. You must not be harmed, Liang," Haku thought to himself. Over time, he had fully acknowledged Liang's status as chief of staff. While there were many brutes who could fight, true wisdom and strategic insight were rare, and I'm fine. "Kala and Haku, I'm here. Just help me out first," came Liang's voice from beneath a collapsed bookshelf, obscured by scattered books, which prevented Kala and Haku from spotting him immediately. Haku dashed over, clearing the books away with one hand while using the other to lift the bookshelf, pulling Liang to safety. Once Liang was extricated from the captain's quarters, Haku looked down at him and asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" "Hold on. I'll fetch the ship's doctor." Liang quickly protested, No, it's unnecessary, that I'm perfectly fine. Those bookshelves couldn't possibly harm me." Slowly, he rose from the floor. Haku examined him closely, confirming he bore no injuries, and asked, "What on earth happened to create such a mess?" "There was no storm last night. We have been sailing smoothly." Haku's question. Liang's expression darkened. In truth, the chaos was entirely of his own making due to his inability to control his newfound strength, resulting in a series of accidents that damaged the surroundings. Ultimately, fearing greater destruction from attempting to right the bookshelf, he had simply opted to feign being buried under it and sleep through the night. Eventually, Liang stammered an explanation of the situation and requested Haku to train him on how to properly control his strength. "Ha, Liang, you've certainly found yourself in quite a predicament." Haku chuckled heartily, clutching his belly in laughter. "I never expected such a thing to occur." Even Kala, who held Liang in high regard, turned away to stifle her giggles. Watching the two before him, Liang's expression darkened. "What is so amusing? My usually sweet, kind, and understanding disciple is acting strangely today." After a moment of laughter, Haku regained his composure, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Though I am unsure how you suddenly acquired such formidable power, if you do not learn to control it, you will find yourself in similar situations daily. However, you have come to the right person. Our fishmen possess innate strength that far surpasses that of humans. Therefore, when it comes to controlling power, we fishmen are the foremost authorities that we have also developed fishman karate to refine our abilities. So your matter is in capable hands." Haku patted his chest confidently. "What exactly will you do?" Liang, intrigued by Haku's confident demeanor, inquired. "It is quite simple. All you need to do is learn fishman karate from me." Indeed, fishman karate was the culmination of generations of wisdom from the fishmen, a comprehensive martial art of their kind. Liang became particularly enthusiastic at the prospect of mastering fishman karate, envisioning the day he could unleash torrents of water like Jinbei, subduing various ability users. The thought of being able to neutralize such individuals was akin to a treasure trove beckoning him. Thus he bowed deeply to Haku, exclaiming, "Master Haku, I implore you, startled, Haku quickly waved his hands. No, no, Chief of Staff, I cannot accept such reverence. I am merely your martial arts instructor. If you wish to learn, I shall impart my knowledge to you wholeheartedly. Despite his jovial nature, Haku became serious when matters of identity and status arose. The playful banter could not overshadow the importance of rank. After all, how could a chief of staff acknowledge a mere martial artist as his master? Kala had been silently listening for quite some time when she suddenly spoke up. I want to learn Fishman Karate too. Haku hesitated before replying, but you are a girl. It is better for you to learn knowledge from the chief of staff. Such combat and violence are not suitable for you. However, upon hearing Ku La's words, Liang was struck by a poignant realization. As Haku had said, training was no simple endeavor. Except for Liang's unique circumstances, the hardships of training could be quite overwhelming for a girl. Yet, Liang recalled seeing Kala donning the title of a Fishman Karate Apprentice. One could only imagine the dedication and effort she had invested to reach this point, the struggles she had faced along the way, evoking a sense of deep emotion. Recognizing this, Liang stepped forward to advocate for Kala. Come now, Haku. I believe Kala can endure. She is no ordinary girl. She is my disciple. Very well. Since you insist, I shall begin to teach you both Fishman Karate from today onward. Oh yay! Kala exclaimed, jumping up in joy, her exuberance reminiscent of a child. However, Liang mused that Kala should indeed be a child. Yet her small shoulders bore the weight of too many burdens, rendering her less childlike. He sighed internally. Kala, if you are not strong, who else can be strong for you? Thus, from that moment forth, the Fishman Haku found himself accompanied by two figures, one large and one small, forming an unusual sight aboard the flagship. After merely 2 days of training with Haku, the fleet returned to the headquarters at Baldigo. During this brief period, Liang had managed to gain a rudimentary control over his strength through the practice of Fishman Karate, making daily life more manageable. Yet, once the actual confrontation begins, it becomes a chaotic spectacle, with Liang capable of executing a wrestling maneuver without external intervention. After all, only 2 days have elapsed since Hacker praised his exceptional talent and rapid progress, likening his practice of Fishman Karate to that of an authentic fishman. Such remarkable talent must indeed be innate, as everything he possesses is bestowed by the system. He is merely honing his control over strength, with a solid foundation of physical prowess, once he masters the nuances of force. Delving into the intricacies of Fishman Karate will be significantly less daunting, that it's akin to asking an elementary student to tackle university-level coursework. Undoubtedly overwhelming at first, yet once they graduate high school, pursuing higher education becomes a natural progression. Regarding Liang's exponential surge in power, aside from Kala and Hacker, no one else is privy to this information. The extraordinary nature of this incident could prompt inquisitive minds to investigate, leading to potential troubles for Liang. To preempt any future complications, he resolves to keep this secret confined to the trio. Upon disembarking, Liang was taken aback to see Long standing at the water's edge, genuinely surprised that Long had come personally to greet him. Meanwhile, on the other side in Sha Jinghua, Long had swiftly executed his plans, exchanging intelligence before launching a decisive F2A assault, choosing a moonless night. He capitalized on a fierce wind, allowing his fleet to swiftly approach Sha Jinghua, seizing the coast before they could mount a response. At that moment, numerous soldiers were still in slumber, utterly unprepared to organize any effective resistance. Swiftly falling to the revolutionary forces in a single night, Long had occupied Sha Jinghua, spending the following day addressing various matters before returning to In comparison to Liang, his speed was remarkable, leading him to arrive back at headquarters several days in advance. Upon hearing of Liang's exploits through the telephone bug, Long rejoiced, feeling vindicated in his judgment of Liang's capabilities. Eagerly, he awaited Liang's return to host a grand banquet, wishing to discuss revolutionary camaraderie and solidify his bond with this talented individual. Unexpectedly, our Chief of Staff's inaugural mission yielded such a resounding victory, capturing Shiringhua without a single casualty. As Long approached Liang, he hastily clasped his shoulder with enthusiasm. Enough with the flattery. If he could have taken Sha Jinghua without losses, it would have required just a single person. Liang retorted, grinning despite the near danger of being squeezed to death by Long's embrace. Ha ha, but I cannot engage just yet. At most, I can summon winds, thunder, and rain during the battle to gain some advantage of the elements. Long chuckled up. By the way, you seem to have grown significantly stronger. It feels like you could easily best a dozen soldiers now. Really? Am I that formidable? Exclaimed the surrounding revolutionary soldiers, astonished that Liang, however, felt a surge of despair. The confidentiality he had hoped for was shattered. With a multitude now aware of his enhanced abilities, oh dear, this man named Long is truly terrifying. I wish to return home, he lamented. Just then, a small boy with yellow hair emerged from the crowd. Brandishing his steel pipe as he shouted, "Despicable Liang, how dare you deceive the illustrious Lord Sabo? I challenge you to a duel." Ah, it seems Sabo had discovered the truth behind Liang's previous ruse, and, upon realizing he had been duped, rushed forth to exact revenge. When did Sabo become so astute? Liang mused, recognizing the revelation of his deception. Just then, Long released his grip on Liang's shoulder, casually stepping away as if nothing were amiss. "Hey, that was too obvious. You were the culprit all along," Liang mentally criticized, exasperated at Long's failure to intervene on behalf of his foolish apprentice. Observing Sabo's fervent challenge, Liang felt a headache brewing. This little imp was indeed troublesome. If only he could adapt to his newfound strength, he would surely make Sabo submit. But for now, he risked embarrassing himself. At that moment, Liang's spirits lifted as he spotted his clever apprentice Kola descending from the ship. He quickly signaled to Kola, desperately seeking assistance. Understanding the predicament, Kola called out, "Sabo," and dashed towards him. Sabo, confronted by Kola, lost his earlier bravado. "What's up?" he stammered. Without hesitation, Kola seized Sabo's face, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how rude you are? Apologize to the chief of staff at once." "Why should I apologize?" Sabo protested, his words muddled as Kola continued to grip his face. "What? You dare to retort? Just apologize already," Kola insisted, pulling harder. Ultimately, Sabo, begrudgingly yielding, offered a hasty apology to Liang before fleeing the scene. Young one, you are still too naive. How could I possibly be unprepared for your antics?" Liang thought gleefully as he watched Sabo retreat further away. Long observed the scene with bemusement. It was evident that only Kola possessed the ability to subdue that little troublemaker. "Now, about that banquet you mentioned earlier?" Liang inquired. "Indeed, we are preparing a celebration. It is unwise to remain perpetually tense. Engaging in high-stakes tasks and training," Long affirmed. "Excellent. Then you are in for a treat. Where is the kitchen? Lead me there at once. I shall showcase my culinary prowess." Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown weary of the bland rations consumed at sea, Long recalled the first time he met Liang, when he had demonstrated his remarkable cooking skills, certainly worthy of a head chef's position. "Then I shall trouble you. I will notify the kitchen to assist you," Long replied, reminiscing about the delightful flavors from Fengfeng village. "Just a friendly reminder, do try not to swallow your own tongue." The following day, amidst the chaos left behind from the banquet, Liang sighed. "Every time we host a feast, the aftermath is such a hassle." Exhausted from a night spent in the kitchen, he had prepared vast quantities of food, each pot larger than himself. Had his physical condition not been enhanced, managing such quantities would have been a formidable challenge. By the time he set down his utensils, it was late, and the supposed celebration had turned into a scene of inebriated revelry. With most attendees sprawled across the floor, Liang, unable to escape the clutches of alcohol, found himself inundated with toast from the crowd, ultimately succumbing to their antics. As dawn broke, he groggily rose from the ground, surveying the disarray around him. "Well, it's not my responsibility. Those seasoned in hosting banquets should know how to clean up," he thought, noticing that the effects of his hangover seemed less severe due to his improved physique. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly spotted a small boat approaching from the distance. "What is this? Does our revolutionary army possess such a diminutive vessel?" Long, also recovering from the previous night, explained, "That must be Rising Max. He is quite the lone wolf, often sailing off in his small boat to explore the world. I see the legendary gambler." rising Max, who has never known defeat and is said to win every wager. Liang feigned astonishment. Long offered no response, simply watching as Max maneuvered his small boat closer to the shore. Soon, the diminutive figure of a man leaped from the vessel, his eyes widening in shock at the scene of chaos before him. "What the hell? You held a banquet without waiting for me. This is outrageous," he exclaimed, storming towards Long. "And Liang, can you run any faster?" Liang thought as he observed Max's short legs flailing in a comical manner. However, Marcus, exceedingly sensitive, turned to Leon and inquired, "Are you contemplating something inappropriate?" "Ah, but who is this fellow? I don't recall having seen him before." "Yes, he knew." "Ah, indeed, he is a newcomer. The new chief of staff." Dragon casually responded to the question. "Oh, I see. So he's the new chief of staff," Marcus exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. That moment, Leon interjected, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leon. It is a privilege to be chosen as the chief of staff by all of you. I have only recently arrived and am still unfamiliar with many matters. I hope to receive guidance from my esteemed seniors." "Well, I didn't expect to see you back. I thought you were still out gambling," Dragon remarked. "Even if there were matters to attend to, you could always reach me via phone bug." "Alas, there are few decent individuals in the gambling business these days." Marcus sighed that I was merely playing casually at a casino. "And after winning a few thousand Marie, they began pursuing me. I ran, and they chased me across several islands without relent. Left with no choice, I returned here to hide for a while and avoid the storm." Hearing this, Leon curiously questioned, "That doesn't seem quite right. Winning just a few thousand shouldn't warrant such a commotion. By the way, did you not get recognized upon entering the casino?" "If only I had been recognized." Marcus grumbled that it was precisely because they failed to recognize me that I was barred from the VIP area. The audacity! It is the largest casino in the surrounding waters, owned by the notorious mob boss who controls several nearby islands. And they did not recognize me, Marcus? "Ah, now I understand," Leon mused. "This fellow is undoubtedly aggrieved, as the legendary gambler was kept outside the door, which surely led to quite the ruckus inside the hall." Very well. Leon turned to leave, intending to find Haku and continue his training. "I believe I have grasped the situation. Dragon, I shall leave this to you to handle. I need to meditate for a while." Where did Dragon go? How'd he vanish in the blink of an eye? "Hey, young man, don't rush off." Marcus called out to Leon, who had turned away. "Let me tell you what happened next." Leon stifled a yawn. Appearing lethargic, "If you have something to say, do say it quickly. I'm quite busy." "Goodness, young people lack patience," Marcus remarked. Just as he said this, noticing Leon's intention to leave, he quickly corrected himself. All right, I'll regale you with the legendary tale of Marcus." In the ensuing minutes, Leon finally comprehended why Dragon had vanished so swiftly, leaving him to endure Marcus's incessant rambling. What could have been succinctly conveyed in 2 or 3 sentences was instead elaborated with excessive embellishment, stretched across several sentences. For instance, "Let me tell you, when I witnessed that dealer begin to spin the roulette wheel, I instantly recognized him as a master of concealed skill. His technique was remarkably practiced, employing no contraptions, merely the force of his hand to halt the numbers at his desired position. But what is Marcus, if not a legendary gambler who has never tasted defeat? What sort of master have I not encountered? Even in the face of cheating, my astute eyes can discern the trickery. Get to the point, will you?" Oh, at that critical juncture, I calculated the position where the roulette would ultimately land, and he was attempting to coax it to rest on the number 28, which had appeared in the previous round, exploiting people's belief that consecutive identical numbers rarely occur. However, I, Marcus, saw through it instantly and unhesitatingly placed my chips on 28. When the wheel finally stopped, it was precisely as I had predicted. It landed on 28. And then what? In that moment of resolution, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, bearing witness to the birth of a miracle, to the prowess of a legend. The thunderous applause was merely a prelude to the forthcoming thrilling episode: Marcus's clash with the Mafia, his escape from the casino, and the relentless pursuit that followed. "Stay sharp, everyone. The excitement is about to unfold," Marcus declared, ignoring Kella's interjection, eager to continue narrating his riveting saga. Leon and the others chose to ignore him and resumed their training. At that moment, I tell you, there were at least dozens of men in black, each wielding firearms surrounding us gamblers. Marcus recounted animatedly. Some surrendered, kneeling and handing over the winnings they had amassed alongside me. Naturally, I was incensed. I was but one man against those scores of thugs. Just when I thought my legend was about to end, the floor of the casino suddenly collapsed beneath us, precisely where those thugs had been standing. I, Marcus, emerged unscathed. One must admit, my luck is formidable. As a gambler with a flawless record, how could I fall here? Even the heavens seemed to favor me. Marcus, with his diminutive stature, stated with pride. Following this, not only did the floor begin to give way, but the ceiling too started to descend. A dire situation indeed. I was not as fleet-footed as the others at that moment. Marcus received yet another stroke of fortune. One robust man among the gamblers scooped me up and began to flee. The pursuers, of course, were relentless, determined not to let me escape, even blaming me for the casino's collapse. Yet that man was truly remarkable. Those behind could not keep pace, and he cleared a path through those in front with a single swing of his arm. He whisked me onto a small boat, and we made a swift exit. Nevertheless, our pursuers were undeterred, chasing us aboard a larger vessel as we embarked on a harrowing escape across 5 islands. At this juncture, Marcus paused, speaking in a tone of disbelief. Yet in this vast world, there are indeed peculiarities. That gambler was remarkably skilled but curiously blind, a blind man with a penchant for gambling. One would think that he would often be deceived. Upon hearing Marcus mention the collapsing floor and falling ceiling, Leon began to sense something amiss. As soon as Marcus uttered the sensitive keyword blind gambler, Leon immediately ceased his activities and rushed to Marcus. And what became of that man? Marcus, noticing Leon's sudden seriousness, sensed the gravity of the situation and replied, "The man and I fled across 5 islands before parting ways on Apple Island." He stated that since we had escaped the reach of those pursuing us, we could go our separate ways, that I considered it impractical to bring a stranger to our headquarters, so I did not urge him to stay. Upon hearing this, Leon felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Marcus. "What do you mean impractical? It would have been exceedingly convenient. Haku, prepare to set sail," Leon commanded, turning to Haku. "Relay the order to our intelligence personnel on Apple Island and in the surrounding areas to gather information about that man. We must locate him." Leon then addressed Marcus. "Marcus, convey everything you know to the intelligence team. We must find that man." The 3 of them, recognizing the unprecedented seriousness in Leon's demeanor, swiftly set to work. Fearing that others might misinterpret his intentions, Leon cautioned, "By the way, when you find him, ensure you treat him with the utmost respect. He will be a formidable ally for our revolutionary army." Leon thought to himself, "I hope I have not mistaken him for someone else. I can overlook others, but I cannot let Fujitora slip away. Simplify, we must simplify. Do you understand?" Leon bellowed, "We are not going to war. Why do we need so many ships? 1 vessel is sufficient. Let us replace it with a smaller one and bring along a few more people. Having too many is pointless. As the saying goes, those above merely speak, while those below run themselves ragged." The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army had yet to recover from the festivities of the previous night, and Leon's orders early in the morning set them bustling once more to tea that moment. A soldier carrying a bag of flour stumbled, inadvertently allowing the bag to slip from his shoulder. In a desperate attempt to save the flour from spilling, the soldier lost his balance, fell to the ground, and rolled down the wooden ramp, colliding with 2 other soldiers who were also transporting supplies. Alas, drinking leads to mishaps. Leon observed the soldiers, clearly still suffering from their hangovers, and could not help but ruefully shake his head. "I need a more sober sailor. I certainly do not wish to be inadvertently delivered into the jaws of some sea monster." As the conversation unfolded, Long arrived at the scene, observing the disarrayed crowd and the flustered Leon. He remarked, "This indeed poses a dilemma. It appears that in future gatherings, we ought to limit our alcohol consumption. Otherwise, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, we would be utterly incapable of effectively mobilizing our personnel." Leon, having overheard Long's statement, concurred. "Indeed, this must change. Otherwise, if the enemy seizes this opportunity to strike, we would be left utterly defenseless." Long, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, "However, I've heard that your grand undertaking this time is aimed at that gambler known to Max at the casino?" Liang, aware of Long's line of thought, yet choosing not to address his curiosity directly, subtly sidestepped the question, asking instead, in your opinion, where do we fall short compared to the world government? This question nearly left Long speechless. After all, where could they possibly be lacking? The disparity seemed almost negligible. Noticing Long's peculiar expression, Liang stepped onto the prepared small vessel and continued, the Revolutionary Army. In relation to the world government, is akin to an ant in comparison to an elephant, a lightweight boat against a battleship, or a thatched hut juxtaposed with a royal palace. TO suggests that our current capabilities could contend with the world government would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a cicada attempting to shake a tree. At this point, leaning against the ship's railing, Liang addressed Long. However, in my estimation, the Revolutionary Army is merely deficient in 3 key areas when compared to the world government. Oh, only 3 areas? Long asked, intrigued. What might those be? Liang chuckled lightly. It's quite simple. Manpower, finances, and production capacity. Without waiting for Long's reaction, he elaborated, the individual who aligns with our ideals and possesses formidable strength would greatly benefit our Revolutionary Army. Indeed, their capabilities and influence could rival that of an admiral in the Navy. Understanding dawned on Long, and a smile graced his face as he remarked, no wonder there was such a clamor for scientists. To revitalize underdeveloped regions, to enhance control over the economies of various nations, and to seek out that Fujitora, all of it boils down to those 3 aspects. Absolutely. Not just for our Revolutionary Army, but for any force, nation, or indeed, any civilization in this world. The foundational trifecta is manpower, finances, and production capacity. These 3 elements are interdependent, each constraining the other, forming the bedrock of all endeavors. Liang silently added a thought that he did not vocalize. This is a lesson I learned from Sid Mel. Very well, preparations seem adequate. Are you truly setting off with such a small entourage? Long could no longer restrain his curiosity that I'm not engaging in warfare. I'm merely seeking someone, Liang retorted dismissively. Before disembarking, Long hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to impart a word of caution. All right, should you encounter any issues requiring additional personnel, contact the headquarters via the transponder snail. If it is particularly urgent, I can reach you from any corner of the world within a day. Rest assured, I will return our esteemed general of the Revolutionary Army safely and soundly. If I must call for reinforcements for something so trivial, I might as well be a lapdog. Liang appeared oblivious to the fact that he had just set a flag upon departing. As the members took their positions, Liang set sail. Tisich, I never expected that blind man to be such a remarkable individual. Had I known, I would have brought him along directly to avoid all this hassle. Meanwhile, Max, still struggling with his short legs, arrived late to the scene. Watching the small vessel gradually recede into the distance, Max grumbled, moreover, I'm the one most familiar with that blind man. How could I not be included? Don't be too hard on yourself. If that person is truly as extraordinary as Liang claims, even if you had invited him at that moment, he likely would not have come, Long reassured Max. I do not believe that your reappearance would guarantee bringing that individual back. It has little to do with familiarity, primarily hinging on whether he can be persuaded, Long asserted. Are you attempting to comfort me? It feels more like you are undermining me. You are being excessively harsh, Max retorted, his frustration evident. That if you think I lack capability, just say so. Clearly you are suggesting that Liang surpasses me. Hey, where did he go? How did he vanish so quickly? Come back. Long had already slipped away, leaving Max alone on the beach to grumble that on the other side. Aboard the vessel, Liang felt quite at ease, standing at the stern to observe the scene on the shore. He silently congratulated himself for acting swiftly. Otherwise, Max would surely have followed him, and Liang had had his fill of Max's grand tales. Enough of him. Let us proceed with today's training, Liang declared, turning to find Haku and Kira, both of whom were present and ready. This time, Liang set out with only 10 individuals. Haku and Kira, as usual, a navigator responsible for operating the ship, and finally, a small team of 7 combat personnel. Although referred to as combat personnel, they were primarily tasked with various menial jobs, as the actual fighting would be adequately handled by Haku and Liang. The distance from Apple Island to Baldigo was not particularly great. Otherwise, Max would not have chosen to return from Apple Island. If Liang and his crew advanced at full speed, they could reach Apple Island within a day. However, en route to Apple Island, Liang's transponder snail began to ring. Boo, boo, boo. Reporting to the esteemed officer at the command post, we have gathered intelligence. The individual described is no longer on Apple Island but departed by boat this morning. Liang raised an eyebrow. Where did that vessel head? According to our intelligence, that ship is en route to the Udicana Kingdom. Upon receiving this information, Liang ended the call, reflecting, I did not anticipate receiving news so swiftly after issuing the order this morning. These intelligence operatives certainly deserve an MVP. Redirect our course. We shall head to the Udicana Kingdom. Liang promptly commanded Haku that moment. Haku, who had been resting the ship's hold, rushed out upon hearing Liang's order to go to the Udicana Kingdom. Liang, that Udicana Kingdom is no ordinary place? Oh, then enlighten me. What makes the Udicana Kingdom so special? Liang inquired, intrigued by Haku's expression. Haku, a seasoned fisherman well-versed in global affairs, proved to be the best choice for Liang's entourage. Without Haku, Liang would undoubtedly find himself bewildered upon arriving at the Udicana Kingdom. Udicana, in a local dialect, signifies abundance, and the Udicana Kingdom symbolizes the land of abundance. The name is not a mere coincidence. True to its label, the Udicana Kingdom is indeed a prosperous and rich region. It can be said that Udicana is one of the wealthiest nations in the world. This raises a pertinent question. What accounts for its immense wealth? If it is so affluent, why has the Revolutionary Army not acted against it sooner? According to Haku, there isn't even a single intelligence operative from the Revolutionary Army stationed there. The reasons for this situation are complex and can be traced back to the geographical features of this planet. As is well known, the Grand Line essentially encircles the globe like a great ring, while the Red Line forms another circular boundary that intersects the Grand Line perpendicularly. These two rings divide the planet into 4 equal parts, each representing a quarter of the spherical surface. It is noteworthy that the Grand Line does not lie on the equator, and the Red Line is not aligned with the planet's meridian. This misconception is common among many. The two rings intersect in an X shape, dividing the planet into 4 segments. This division results in the upper portion of the X representing the North Sea, the lower part the South Sea, the left side the West Sea, and the right side the East Sea, thereby categorizing the vast oceans into the present-day 4 seas. Had the Grand Line been placed on the equator and the Red Line on the meridian, forming a cross pattern, the resulting seas would have been named the Northeast Sea, Northwest Sea, Southeast Sea, and Southwest Sea. The intersection points of the 2 rings, where they converge behind the planet, are the Reverse Mountain, the entry point into the Grand Line. The other intersection point created by the 2 rings is Mariewa, the residence of the Celestial Dragons. But why is it necessary to enter the Grand Line exclusively through the currents of Reverse Mountain, rather than directly from the 4 seas? Certainly, the reason lies in the presence of a windless zone flanking both sides of the Grand Line, resembling 2 diminutive rings that enclose the Grand Line within. Although the windless zone is not entirely devoid of wind, were it so, the island of women's country, Amazon Lily, ruled by the Empress, would have perished centuries ago due to stagnant air. The winds are far too feeble to propel vessels through this region. However, the absence of wind is not the crux of the matter. Aside from wind power, other forms of propulsion can also navigate ships, such as steam, electricity, or even Frankie Escola power, if all else fails. We could equip our ship with numerous oars, allowing us to row through the windless zone, albeit at a slower and more laborious pace. Ultimately, this illustrates that alternatives beyond wind power certainly exist. The paramount issue within the windless zone is the lurking presence of numerous sea kings, with many of their lairs situated therein. Without proper preparation, attempting to row into this area would undoubtedly lead to peril. Additionally, Reverse Mountain permits only one-way navigation, allowing passage solely in one direction. Thus, does the windless zone act as a barrier, effectively entrapping the Grand Line within? Is escape for those inside impossible? Certainly not. For one, Mariewa serves as an exit from the Grand Line. It was here that the legendary Doflamingo discovered the land of gold on the Grand Line and subsequently exited through diplomatic means. He even brought a king with him on his return. This indicates that it is indeed possible to leave the Grand Line from Mariewa, and if diplomatic passage is attainable, then smuggling would also be feasible. How did the barefoot philosopher Zeph manage to depart from the Grand Line? This question can be partially elucidated in this manner. The manga mentions that his journey lasted a year, suggesting that Zeph completed the first half of his adventure and ultimately concluded it upon reaching the Red Line again. The rationale behind this is that the world government cannot exert control over the entirety of the Red Line. Those unable to obtain lawful passage could very well clandestinely embark and disembark from the Red Line at locations outside of Marioa. Another figure, Captain Click, presents an intriguing anomaly. After being expelled from the Grand Line by Mihawk, Click's entire journey lasted merely 7 days, in such a desolate area. How could he possibly have left the Grand Line? As previously mentioned, the entrance at Reverse Mountain is a current against which one can only enter but not exit. Thus, how did Click return to the East Blue? I can offer only one explanation. Click must have traversed the windless zone to swiftly return to the East Blue. The windless zone is not insurmountable. To address this issue, the Navy has equipped their ships with sea stone at the hulls. Sea stone emits vibrations akin to those of the ocean, rendering the presence of their vessels undetectable to sea kings. After all, they are creatures of instinct. Their intellect cannot surpass that of humanity. The Empress Hancock's pirate ship utilizes ferocious serpents named Snake to pave the way, and even the sea kings harbor a degree of trepidation towards them, which serves as another method of navigation. Moreover, should one possess sufficient strength, akin to the pirate king Rayleigh, traversing the windless zone personally would pose no issue. The Revolutionary Army, the four emperors, and other formidable factions each possess their own means of navigating the windless zone. However, what qualifications does Click possess to traverse this region? There must be some underlying mystery. Now, having discussed so much, I have yet to address why Udicana has flourished in such a prosperous land. Several factors must contribute to its economic development. Is it due to abundant resources? Udicana does not boast any particularly rich resources. Is it the breathtaking scenery, while the Grand Line is replete with splendid vistas? Udicana does not stand out in this regard. What about convenient transportation? Indeed, this is a significant factor, as highlighted in the preceding discourse. The most accessible location in the world is Marioa, which connects the four seas and the two segments of the Grand Line. From here, one can easily reach any destination, which explains the establishment of naval bases in close proximity. Therefore, I must assert that Udicana ranks as the second most accessible location in the world, second only to Mariewa. The Kingdom of Udicana resides within the windless zone, nestled between the East Blue and the initial stretch of the Grand Line. Islands situated within the windless zone are not uncommon, as evidenced by the underwater prison and Amazon Lily. However, Udicana is significantly larger, spanning the windless zone, thereby linking the East Blue with the Grand Line. This implies the existence of a monumental shortcut. It is precisely this unique geographical positioning that has propelled the Kingdom of Udicana to become one of the wealthiest kingdoms in the world. Upon hearing Haku's account, Leon expressed astonishment at the existence of such a kingdom. Could it be that Click returned from here to the East Blue? Ah, what a marvelous realm this is. After listening to Haku, Leon felt a surge of determination, declaring, "I have decided. Our next strategic objective shall be to seize control of the Kingdom of Udicana." This declaration nearly sent chills down the spines of the others present, prompting Haku to promptly interject. "We in the Revolutionary Army have indeed considered their territory, yet our analysis indicates that with our mere 5,000 members, without the intervention of Dragon and Bear, we would stand no chance of success." Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "You make a valid point. After all, such a prosperous nation must possess formidable armed forces to withstand the covetous glances of pirates. But to what extent do these armed forces exist?" Haku shook his head, expressing uncertainty due to the lack of infiltration by our intelligence personnel into Udicana at this juncture. The captain of the auxiliary team, who had been standing quietly, interjected, "While sea kings face the risk of stranding themselves if they approach the coast, there are occasional instances of errant or reckless sea kings venturing near the shores. To counter these colossal beings, Udicana has indeed equipped itself with powerful artillery." Haku slapped his forehead in realization. "Now that you mention it, I recall that there was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 90 million. A devil fruit user, who attempted to plunder Udicana. Remarkably, Udicana did not even seek the Navy's assistance. Before those pirates could set foot on land, they were obliterated by the overwhelming firepower. Leon, increasingly intrigued, excitedly remarked, "What you've said only heightens my interest in Udicana, that if we could seize it, would we not simultaneously acquire its formidable military strength?" Haku and the auxiliary captain nearly stumbled in disbelief. How could the chief strategist's reasoning diverge so drastically from that of an ordinary person? The notion that taking control would lead to inheriting their military might seem absurd, as if locals would simply bow down upon our arrival. "By the way, what is your name?" Leon then inquired of the auxiliary captain. Reporting to the chief strategist, "My name is Johnny." Johnny saluted with legs together as he replied. Leon nodded in satisfaction and addressed the group. "Very well, Haku, Johnny, and Kira, along with the others from this moment forth, you shall refer to me as Jack, Captain Jack Sparrow. Haku, you shall serve as first mate. Johnny, you will be the boatswain. Kira, please disguise yourself and wear a hat to pass as a boy. It would be rather peculiar to have a young girl aboard a pirate ship. Let us call you Chris, a hired hand." He then asked, "Are there any further questions?" "Understood, Captain Jack." "No questions here," Kira promptly responded, seamlessly engaging in her role. "Excellent. I have a keen eye for talent, having procured a clever deckhand." Leon? No, Jack quickly embraced his new persona. Although the others were perplexed by his intentions, they had no choice but to comply. Haku then asked, "So, Jack, should we design a pirate flag?" "It's Captain Jack Sparrow to you, understand? I expect to be addressed as Captain Jack Sparrow to AS for the pirate flag. Let us keep it simple with a skull and crossbones, accompanied by 2 curved sabers beneath it. I must also apply some makeup. I appear too youthful. A bit of facial hair would be necessary." With that, Jack went off to prepare his disguise. Before long, the newly made-up Jack rejoined the others. One must commend the Revolutionary Army's makeup skills, truly exceptional for such a line of work. Haku had swapped out his karate uniform for a more pirate-like outfit, while Kira donned the guise of a boy. Even Jack, who knew her well, nearly mistook her for a lad. Jack's transformation was the most dramatic. Not only had he added facial hair, but also unruly long hair. Wearing the captain's hat, having exchanged his original leather jacket, and donning a pistol alongside a slender curved dagger, Jack's cosplay was nothing short of remarkable. He gazed at his reflection in the water for an extended period, filled with immense satisfaction. Perhaps this journey would lead to some significant news in Udicana. Jack had no intention of revealing his true identity. Let them go after that other Jack instead. After 3 days of sailing, Jack and his crew finally spotted some distant ships. Without exception, they were either coming from that direction or heading towards IT. IT seemed they were nearing their destination. Jack, twirling the false mustache affixed to his chin, feigned seriousness and asked, "Have you all remembered what I instructed? Do you need me to repeat it?" Johnny eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "We remember it all too well, Captain Jack. No need for you to reiterate." Haku hastily chimed in, "We must remember every word, every detail." Clearly, it was amusing. These men were genuinely frightened. Jack had reiterated his instructions at least 10 times throughout the journey, each time articulately and vividly performing his narrative. After a few repetitions, the crew had already memorized it, and even the best tales could become tiresome upon retelling. In truth, Jack had merely elaborated on his previously concealed adventures to others. It appeared that the moment Jack decided to disguise himself, he crafted an exhilarating and captivating adventure story. However, Jack had simply adapted the plot from the first film of Pirates of the Caribbean, modifying it to suit the worldview of the Pirate King, and shared it with them. Undoubtedly, the tale was splendid, for it was not Jack's invention. He was merely a storyteller, not the creator of the narrative. Before long, they encountered an increasing number of ships and glimpsed a faint landmass ahead. As their vessel gradually approached Udicana, another ship obstructed their path. Enter the kingdom of Udicana. You must first pay an entrance fee. A figure on the opposing ship shouted, An entrance fee, you say?" Jack inquired of Haku and Johnny. Both displayed expressions of uncertainty. "We have never been here and are unfamiliar with the local customs." "Very well," Jack called back. "How much is the entrance fee?" 10,000 for each person. "No, wait, 20,000 for each, and you must surrender your ship to us for safekeeping." This. Jack squinted his eyes, thinking how audacious. They dare raise the price on the spot and wish to seize my ship, clearly unaware of the formidable Captain Jack's prowess. Just then, a large ship passed by, seemingly uninterested in intercepting them. Instead, it continued to taunt Jack. Will you pay? If not, we will take you in as suspicious individuals. Jack was unfazed by their threats. Oh, you wish to capture us? Allow me to demonstrate the might of Captain Jack. With that, he swiftly drew his pistol and fired. The man who had been shouting was caught off guard, unprepared for Jack's abrupt action, and fell backward, struck in the neck. Tisich, Jack muttered disdainfully as he reloaded his weapon. This wretched gun has dreadful accuracy. I aimed for his head, and yet it hit his neck from merely 60 or 70 meters away. Haku reacted swiftly, leaping into the sea and swimming towards the hull of the opposing ship. In truth, the adversarial vessel was not much larger than Jack's. It likely harbored only 20 or 30 men. But they still outnumbered Jack's crew. The opposing leader, enraged by Jack's audacity, bellowed, "Eliminate them all and seize their ship." Jack was taken aback by this declaration, reflecting, "You truly believe you hold a significant advantage? You are merely courting disaster." Immediately, numerous grappling hooks were thrown from the enemy ship onto Jack's vessel, and the pirates began to slide across the ropes. Unfazed, Jack fired again, taking down another pirate attempting to board. After this shot, he finally abandoned the foolish notion of reloading after every shot. Realizing it was far too cumbersome compared to the firearms produced by the system, he secured his pistol at his waist, drew the slender, curved dagger, and began to feign the role of a swordsman. Jack slashed at an enemy who had boarded the deck, while also admonishing Haku, who was preparing to dismantle the ship. "Do not destroy the vessel. It may prove useful." Haku, upon hearing Jack's shout, abandoned his intention and swiftly climbed up the side of the enemy ship. In contrast to these lowly pirates, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army possessed extensive combat experience. Each skirmish was effortlessly won. Even the helmsman, not to be trifled with, drew 2 pistols and dispatched an enemy with 2 quick shots. Meanwhile, Chris had stealthily hidden in the ship's cabin. Being just a child, he had only recently learned fisherman karate and felt it wiser to remain concealed amidst the chaos. Jack, despite lacking experience with a blade, leveraged his exceptional physical abilities, quick reflexes, agility, and strength to dispatch his foes in mere moments. As Leon dealt with his adversary, concerned that Haku might eliminate all the enemies above, he urgently called out, "Leave one alive. Do not kill the leader." Just as he finished his sentence, Haku appeared, dragging the leader down from the grappling line. "Fear not. I understand this much," Haku assured. His speed was remarkable. In no time at all, he had captured the enemy leader. Seeing their leader easily apprehended, the remaining pirates had no desire to continue fighting and promptly surrendered. Though the battle could be described at length, from the moment Leon fired his first shot to the last of the enemies surrendering, it took less than a minute, an exceedingly swift and one-sided affair. Chris, having just found a place to hide in the cabin, heard the sounds of battle concluding outside, rendering his hiding spot pointless, and he hurriedly emerged. The opposing leader felt utterly defeated. He had initially believed he was dealing with a soft target, only to find himself vanquished in under a minute. Yet, he remained undeterred. Even as Haku roughly tossed him onto the deck, he lifted his head to address Jack. "You dare attack us? Do you not fear the formidable fleet of Udicana?" "Enough," Jack scoffed. "Even the child I hired knows you are not official representatives of Udicana. You are merely impostors, preying upon passing vessels." "Humph. What proof do you have?" The leader stubbornly persisted, still attempting to struggle. "Release me at once and pay the compensation, or you shall face the wrath of Udicana." Jack was left speechless. How could the bandit chief be so obstinate? In his quest to be a pirate, he had seemingly abandoned any semblance of intelligence. Perhaps it was true what they said about the world of the Pirate King. Intelligence was generally in short supply, that I must say, although you have the intent. "Your execution is utterly unprofessional," Jack remarked, shaking his head. "First, there is no precedent for collecting entrance fees so arbitrarily. Secondly, the fact that the larger ship does not attempt to intercept us, nor do any others, indicates you are specifically targeting smaller vessels for intimidation." Humph. Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, the bandit chief ceased his pretense, declaring, "Today, You have crossed the Red Rock Society. If you dare enter Udicana, prepare to feed the fish tomorrow. Ah, how intriguing. Upon hearing the name Red Rock Society, Jack exhibited no hint of fear. Rather, he was slightly exhilarated. Leaning closer to the Red Rock Society's small chief, whom Johnny held down, he spoke in a cordial tone. Now, dear sir of the Red Rock Society, I hope you will provide us with some information of interest and cooperate with our endeavors. Otherwise, the chief, unable to suppress a gulp of anxiety, realized he did not wish to discover what lay beyond that ominous otherwise. Certainly, the other revolutionary soldiers present were equally astonished by the scene, utterly taken aback by such a tactic and the audacity of its execution. While they had witnessed scenes of interrogation before, none had approached the ease with which Jack conducted his. Under the threat of severe torture, few would yield, yet Jack merely employed words, gestures, and expressions to exert psychological pressure on the members of the Red Rock Society, awakening the fears that lay dormant within them, leading to their capitulation. Of course, this was also influenced by the fact that he had just experienced a significant upheaval within a minute, leaving him mentally unprepared and his resolve rather weak. Consequently, he divulged everything he knew to the others, who listened with furrowed brows, while Jack, on the other hand, erupted into laughter. It suited him perfectly. The more chaotic the circumstances, the more intriguing it became, and the greater the room for maneuver. According to this minor leader of the Red Rock Society, the situation in the Udicana Kingdom was remarkably intricate. On the surface, it appeared harmonious, with travelers and merchants coexisting alongside pirates. Yet beneath it all, turbulent undercurrents churned. The direct cause of this scenario stemmed from Roger's remarks before his execution, which ushered in the era of great pirates. Well, whenever confronted with challenges, it was convenient to lay the blame squarely at Roger's feet. Originally, Udicana, straddling the doldrums, was hardly a land of abundance. The mere presence of sea kings emerging from the depths would leave coastal residents in a state of trepidation, making fishing ventures a cautious affair. It was once known as the Land of No Wind, a name later changed to Udicana. Following the onset of the Great Pirate Era, a myriad of pirates, adventurers, and various other individuals surged into the Grand Line from the four seas. Upon entering the Grand Line, the harsh and capricious climate, coupled with ferocious primordial creatures, left these initially tenacious newcomers lamenting their choices. This resulted in a swift elimination of those lacking strength. However, those rapidly cast aside, who chose to abandon their adventures and escape this perilous locale, were met with a brutal reality. The upside-down mountain barred exit, and the doldrums could not be traversed, effectively trapping them within the Grand Line. Thus, in a single night, Udicana transformed into the last bastion of hope for these failures. They sought information and, upon learning of Udicana, flocked to this haven. The once impoverished land of No Wind found itself overwhelmed. Unable to digest such an influx, particularly some unscrupulous pirates, faced with the brutal environment of the Grand Line, wept and lamented, only to arrive here with intentions of plundering. While their actions were despicable, it was undeniable that this wave of opportunism yielded tangible benefits. Consequently, the situation reached a tipping point. Even those pirates and adventurers who initially intended to continue their pursuits, upon realizing the immense potential of Udicana, could no longer remain passive. The allure of wealth was irresistible, especially given that Udicana was akin to a hen that laid golden eggs. Ambitious individuals subsequently flooded into Udicana, transforming it into a veritable haven for crime and chaos. Various ambitious factions and pirates clashed fiercely in their quest for dominance, vying to become the underground emperors of this land, resulting in countless deaths and widespread suffering among the populace. As for the native guards, they had long since retreated into their shells, daring only to defend the palace, too fearful to venture outside. Meanwhile, the Navy was preoccupied with subduing the pirates rampaging throughout the Grand Line. Roger's utterance had left the Navy so flustered that they lost track of their own identities, let alone manage distant affairs. After a period of time, these ambitious factions began to realize that the current trajectory was unsustainable. If they continued this way, not only would they fail to reap profits, but the naive newcomers, upon hearing of the perilous circumstances, would cease to arrive. This was certainly not the outcome anyone desired, so they convened and proposed a new strategy. Instead of competing, they would jointly manage this territory, ensuring mutual benefits. While this proposal was commendable, to conceal their underground dealings from the world government and navy, which might seek retribution later, they had to secure the royal family's endorsement of such organizations as legitimate within Udicana. The royal family acquiesced, as refusal would mean facing a bullet or being swiftly replaced by another claimant to the throne. With numerous royal family members, if one refused, another would comply, even forgiving the gang for slaying their father. Thus, by the time the world government and navy regained their composure, the situation had solidified. Gangs were deemed legitimate here, and they had committed no crimes, instead enhancing local infrastructure, projecting an image of collaborative prosperity with the state. Faced with this reality, the world government found itself powerless to intervene, constrained by the agreement barring interference in member states. However, the clandestine dealings told a different story, although the old king had been coerced into acquiescing to the ambitions of these factions. He was no naive figure that, in a bid to counterbalance these bullies, he quietly fostered other gangs. Observing the proliferation of gangs and their legal status, others followed suit, establishing additional factions, eager to claim a slice of the pie. Seizing the opportunity during this period of prosperity, the king amassed strength, ultimately building a military force over the years. However, unbeknownst to him, a portion of his army began to detach from his control, expressing their desire to govern the nation collectively and partake in the spoils. Consequently, while the king appeared to be the sole ruler of the Wood family, Donald II, in reality, there existed 8 major factions, with an unknown number of wannabe kings, ranking these factions from smallest to largest. First, the assassin organization, accepting contract from all, operating covertly with an unknown number of members, profiting from the conflicts among the various factions. Second, the intelligence agency, which operated similarly in secrecy, thriving on the sale of information, with rumors suggesting they had infiltrated all organizations. Third, the transient pirates, who typically did not linger long in Udicana, rarely causing trouble, some departing after a brief stay, while others integrated into existing organizations. Lacking significant entanglements, they served as supplementary forces for the larger factions. The first 3 were categorized as minor factions, while the next 3 were classified as medium-sized factions. Fourth was the royal family, constrained by competing powers, struggling to maintain relevance, yet retaining considerable influence. Fifth was the military, comprised of forces that had originally separated from the king, ostensibly tasked with coastal security, yet often employed as enforcers for the mafia. Sixth were the merchants, who appear to be law-abiding, conducting trade between the East Sea and the Grand Line, though the true extent of their clandestine alliances remained unclear. The final 2 factions represented major powers, yet major also implied a lack of cohesion within their ranks. Seventh were the nobles, who thrived under such conditions, their collective strength even surpassing that of the royal family. Eighth, the mafia, with hundreds of organizations, both large and small, operating within Udicana, the Red Rock Society being one such medium-sized gang. Though the royal family ranked 4th, the factions above it were assessed collectively, while individual nobles or large gangs often found themselves overshadowed by the royal family. These 8 factions were intricately intertwined, their interests deeply entangled, creating a delicate balance in Udicana. Should a powerful faction attempt to expand or absorb a weaker one, it would invariably face concerted opposition from other sectors. Conversely, if a 9th faction or an external threat emerged, the 8 factions would unite to eliminate the competitor and any new adversaries. They oscillated between cooperation and conflict, sometimes exploiting one another, at other times contending fiercely for supremacy and profit. When Leon, or rather Captain Jack, arrived at Udicana, he was confronted with a rather intricate situation. Upon hearing the little chief's description, Jack felt a surge of relief. If the kingdom of Udicana were a monolithic entity, it would have posed a far greater challenge. The intertwining interests of the 8 major factions, each mutually restraining the others, created a complex web that a direct assault would undoubtedly provoke a united front from all 8 factions. However, formidable fortresses are often breached from within. This convoluted scenario presented an opportune moment to employ a strategy of alliances and divisions. Jack stroked his beard, reminiscent of the ancient strategists Su Qin and Zhang Yi, and quickly discerned a general direction. The headquarters of the Red Rock Society was, in truth, merely a tavern named Blood Red Mountain Stone. "Hey, Lawrence, why have you brought along two strangers?" Just as Lawrence, the aforementioned little chief, was about to lead Jack and Haku through the tavern's back door, he was halted by a guard. "These two brothers are individuals I met at sea today. We hit it off quite well. I intend to introduce them to Boss Joyce, and perhaps we shall all become brothers," Lawrence recounted, adhering to the lines Jack had instructed him to use. "You seem a bit off today. Are you all right?" The guard scrutinized Lawrence's countenance with suspicion. "He had a few drinks with us, and suddenly decided to bring us over," Jack interjected, stepping forward to embrace Lawrence with a smile. "I am Jack. Once I meet Boss Joyce, we shall indeed be brothers. And may I ask how this brother is addressed?" Despite Jack's beaming facade, he secretly wished to strangle Lawrence. A mere lackey is just that, utterly unreliable. Despite having provided various strategies for such situations, when the crucial moment arrived, Lawrence faltered, nearly exposing their ruse. The guard assessed Jack's unusual attire, chuckling. "You are quite the character. I am Marvin." "Very well. You may enter." After a casual exchange, Marvin discerned no apparent issues and allowed the trio to proceed. "Tisich, is the defense really this lax? They didn't bother to inquire further about our origins or confiscate our weapons. My pistol and curved dagger are hanging uselessly at my waist," Jack muttered under his breath as they entered. Haku and Lawrence exchanged glances, bemused. Others were granted entry so easily. What more could Jack desire? In truth, Jack's intention was for those two weapons to be confiscated. Once disarmed, their vigilance would wane. Just as they began to relax, he would swiftly produce the Punisher from his spatial pouch, launching a surprise attack that most would not even perceive in time. However, the laxity of the guard was not a favorable circumstance for someone as shrewd as Jack. He internally lamented that dealing with such dimwits was dragging down his own intelligence. Regardless, they had passed through this initial hurdle. When Lawrence led Jack and Haku, it was still afternoon, and the tavern was devoid of any patrons. Lawrence guided them directly from the back door into the backstage area, then down to the basement. After traversing a set of descending stairs, they emerged into a spacious hall. Upon their entrance, Joyce was already seated at the central position, awaiting their arrival. Additionally, numerous men clad in menacing attire flanked either side of the hall. Some wielded axes, others wore curved daggers at their hips, and a few brandished firearms, milling about with a palpable air of intimidation. Haku and Jack were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. After all, it was merely a matter of admitting two newcomers. Such theatrics seemed excessive. Lawrence, feeling a surge of anxiety, was already on edge when confronted by a mere doorkeeper, and now he faced the boss himself. Trembling and stammering as he addressed Joyce. "Boss, these two," Joyce interrupted with a wave of his hand, cutting off Lawrence's words, "and no need for further introduction. Your foolish doorkeeper Marvin has already informed me of your arrival." "Why, yes, boss," Lawrence stammered, his anxiety palpable. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jack interjected on Lawrence's behalf. "Let me be direct. We wish to know if we can join the Red Rock Society." Joyce leisurely clasped his hands before his chest and smiled. "Given your capabilities, if you genuinely wish to join the Red Rock Society, I would certainly welcome you." However, Joyce's smile vanished abruptly as he turned to Lawrence. "Lawrence, I believe I have warned you about the consequences of betrayal. Have I not?" At these words, the henchmen flanking them drew their weapons, pointing them threateningly at the three. Jack, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Joyce would have foreseen their scheme and arranged such a formidable reception, creating an atmosphere akin to a battalion of 500 blades poised for action. Yet in a moment of clarity, Lawrence found his wits and, no longer trembling or stuttering, replied, "Boss, the notion of betrayal is utterly unfounded. I have never betrayed you." "Humph. Then tell me why you are the only one who returned." Joyce retorted coldly that "I do not concern myself with others, but I explicitly instructed your comrade Moray to return with you unless he was dead. If he does not return one day, it signifies your betrayal this moment." Joyce rose and demanded loudly, "Are you suggesting that you met two newcomers and that Moray simply perished without cause?" Lawrence, confronted with such an accusation, collapsed to the ground in terror. Indeed, Moray had perished during the skirmish with Jack and his companions, though he could not reveal that truth. Haku, too, bore a pained expression. Their plan had unraveled the moment they stepped inside. While deceiving the guard was one thing, they had not anticipated Joyce had planted a confidant beside this little chief. Yet to Jack's astonishment, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, as expected of Boss Joyce, "Your cunning is truly admirable. I must admit, I underestimated you." Just moments before, Jack had ridiculed the intelligence of those around him, feeling as though he were in a battle of wits with fools, only to be swiftly struck back. To navigate such a complex scenario as a leader of a mid-tier gang, one must possess a certain level of cunning. This rhythm, this progression, was utterly bewildering. Jack mused that while others would emerge from their ventures to slap faces, he had somehow managed to walk straight into a slap. If this continued, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among other traversers. Flattery. Mere flattery. Joyce replied with a chuckle that IT is simply the accumulation of experience and lessons learned from years of being a gang leader. Resolutely, Leon decided that if soft approaches were futile, then a harder stance was necessary to reclaim some dignity. Otherwise, he would appear foolish, suffering a tremendous loss. Let me be straightforward. I genuinely wish to join the Red Rock Society. However, I aspire to take your position as leader. Jack fixed his gaze on Joyce, wondering if the gentleman would be willing to relinquish it. How intriguing. If you seek my position, then prove your worth through strength. Joyce replied in a low voice, "Attack." At Joyce's command, the members stationed around them surged forward, weapons raised and cries echoing. Captain Jack, undeterred, drew his pistol in an instant, as the adage goes, to catch a thief. One must first capture the king. If Joyce could be dealt with, everything else would be manageable. The distance between them was not great, and given Jack's marksmanship, a miss was out of the question. Yet, to both Jack and Haku's astonishment, the bullet fired struck Joyce as though it had collided with iron, producing a resounding clang. "Halt," Joyce declared, seemingly unfazed by the gunshot. "Step back. I wish to have some fun with them myself." As he spoke, dark armor began to envelop Joyce, tearing through his clothing, and massive pincers emerged from his shoulders. Do you truly believe firearms are effective against me?" At that moment, Joyce resembled a humanoid beetle, entirely encased in a dark exoskeleton. "Did that fool Lawrence not inform you that I am a user of the bug fruit and possess the ability to transform into a stag beetle?" Joyce proclaimed with pride. "Tisich, this pathetic gun is indeed useless," Jack muttered, silently returning the firearm to its holster. This gun had endured a fair share of disdain. Throughout their journey, Jack had treated it with little respect, continually expressing his discontent. The shot struck directly against Joyce's formidable shell, rendering Leon's Punisher, produced by the system, utterly ineffective as for Lawrence. It was evident that he had been informed by Leon about Joyce's devil fruit abilities. Originally, the plan was to draw the gun and fire in a moment of surprise, potentially taking Joyce down before he could react. However, it was clear that from the moment they set foot inside, Joyce had already taken precautions. He immediately transformed upon noticing any unusual movement from Jack. "Allow me to use these pincers to cleave you in twain," Joyce declared, bending low and advancing towards them with his massive claws. Haku and Jack, fully aware of the dire consequences of being caught in such a grip, hastily evaded to the sides. Unfortunately, Lawrence, who stood alongside them, was not so fortunate. As they dodged, no one reached out to assist him, and he was captured outright. "You are the first," Lawrence, Joyce taunted, hoisting him aloft with his pincers, his voice dripping with malice. "How grotesque!" "Lawrence, it is time to fulfill the promise I made. No, please," Lawrence pleaded, flailing helplessly in the grip of the claws. "I was coerced. Spare me. I beg you." Joyce, however, paid no heed to Lawrence's desperate cries and promptly severed him in two. A torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering against the dark shell, while various entrails and chunks of flesh fell upon Joyce's form. He seemed to revel in this macabre baptism. During this tumult, Jack had been searching for gaps or weaknesses in Joyce's armor, ultimately concluding that the eyes remained the most vulnerable point. Yet, it was clear that Joyce was well aware of this and had fortified his ocular defenses, often keeping a hand near his eyes to ensure they were shielded at all times. Aima, This is quite troublesome, that I wonder if Haku's strength can penetrate that layer of armor. Jack mused, having never encountered an adversary with a shell-like defense before, leaving him bewildered as to how to proceed. Nonetheless, Joyce's armor granted him tremendous power and resilience, though his speed was lacking, allowing the two to engage him in combat. Jack had attempted to strike at Joyce's joints, heels, and the nape of his neck with his curved blade, but found it ineffective. Even the relatively weaker joints could not be compromised by a mere dagger. Haku, of course, was significantly more formidable than Jack, but Joyce was no fool. He could afford to expose his back to Jack, but could not do the same for Haku. Consequently, Haku's strikes often met the hardest parts of Joyce's armor, yielding no results and leaving his hands aching, some even bloody da. It seems these cosplay props are utterly useless. It's time to bring out the big guns, Jack realized, understanding that prolonging the fight would be detrimental to their side. He discarded his curved blade and retrieved a shotgun from his spatial BAG in that moment. Jack felt a twinge of regret for not having saved some funds to procure a rocket launcher, which would have been ideal for dealing with such a slow-moving, heavily armored foe. However, that was merely a reflection. For now, he would make do with the shotgun. Haku, witnessing Jack brandishing the shotgun, recognized its potential and deliberately shouted, delivering a powerful punch to Joyce's head, compelling him to cross his arms defensively. Jack understood that Haku was creating an opening for him. Without hesitation, he aimed at Joyce's popliteal fossa, the joint behind the knee, firing at close range. The shot struck Joyce's vulnerable spot squarely, causing him to stagger, though it failed to break the joint. That Joyce's right leg buckled as he nearly faltered to the ground, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Indeed, Haku, having just landed a punch on Joyce's armored shell, endured the searing pain in his hand, seizing the moment of Joyce's vulnerability. 4,000 washing fist. He roared. Joyce, with no time to react, hastily shut his eyes. Though his eyelids and face were shielded by armor, that thin layer offered little defense against Haku's full-force strike. The punch shattered the facial armor, throwing Joyce's head back that a normal person would have been devastated by such an impact. However, while Joyce's armor was compromised, it mitigated much of the damage, allowing him to remain conscious. Yet Jack, ever the opportunist, wasted no time. As Joyce half-kneeled and leaned backward, Jack was already poised with the shotgun, ready to fire. With a squeeze of the trigger, Joyce's final moments were marked by the ominous darkness of the gun's muzzle. This sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, if either Haku or Jack had faltered in their timing. Such a stunning display would have been impossible. But just as Joyce began to regain his composure and summon his subordinates to retaliate against the two, it would prove troublesome. Thus, Joyce, through his demise, imparted a poignant lesson: to refrain from excessive posturing and embrace the wisdom of longevity, to avoid needless provocations that lead to one's downfall. Jack, with no reservations, claimed Joyce's former seat, proclaiming, "Who else opposes this?" The onlookers fell silent, still reeling from the rapid turn of events. "What did you say?" Someone stammered. "Our Red Rock Society does not even possess a casino," Jack stated, now progressively assuming control of the Red Rock Society's affairs. A subordinate below, drenched in cold sweat, had witnessed Captain Jack's brutality and bloodshed. Cautiously, he replied, "Our Red Rock Society primarily operates most taverns within Keepa City. As for the casinos, they are divided between the Black Bear Society and the Ironwood Society." "Oof, the casinos are in the hands of the Black Bear and Ironwood Societies? I wonder how Joyce managed that. He relinquished the most lucrative ventures." Jack scoffed. "Enough. You may leave. Inform the others to cease their pirating and intimidation of smaller vessels. Who knows when they'll hit a brick wall?" "Understood?" Jack commanded sternly. "I understand, Captain Jack." "Rest assured I will handle it," the subordinate stammered, hastily departing. "Captain Jack, not just Mr." Jack insisted, slapping the chair and glaring at him. The man could only nod and bow repeatedly in agreement. Once the subordinate left, Jack turned to Chris and asked, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Chris did not respond, but Haku interjected, "Without a doubt, you are intimidating." Who wouldn't feel fear in such a scenario? It turned out that after Jack assumed the position, some disgruntled individuals sought to eliminate him under the guise of avenging Joyce. However, after Jack dispatched 3 clueless thugs with 3 precise shots, the dissenting voices evaporated. Notably, while Jack could have dealt with them using his cosplay props. He opted for the formidable shotgun to establish authority. Those struck met a grisly fate. One unfortunate soul, rushing in too quickly, was shot at point-blank range, his innards splattering from his back. Jack remained indifferent to the blood that splattered onto him. To many, he appeared far more brutal than the previous leader, Joyce. Originally, the Red Rock Society likened Joyce's armor to an impregnable rock, and his method of cleaving foes in half naturally resulted in the armor being drenched in blood. Now, Jack's long gun was far more fearsome than Joyce's pincers. It resembled a portable cannon rather than a mere firearm. Well, you saying that leaves me with no recourse, Jack shrugged, but the pressing issue is that in 2 days, our target will arrive. What shall we do? It is better not to mention this issue. Once it is brought up, a cloud of worry descends upon everyone's faces. The so-called target is the classmate, Ishao, whom Jack has speculated about. Ishao arrives from Apple Island on a large vessel, which is 2 days slower than the swift-sailing ship that Jack and the others are aboard. Initially, Jack had envisioned that after successfully managing the Red Rock Society, he would leverage its resources to intercept Ishao and lure him into the casino owned by the Red Rock Society for future dealings. However, he soon discovered that the Red Rock Society had no casino at all. Instead, it primarily owned nightclubs and taverns. At this point, Haku inquired, "Within 2 days, can we overpower the Black Bear Society and the Ironwood Society? If we can conquer these two, won't we then possess a casino? Just like when we took control of the Red Rock Society, we could approach this matter with force." Jack shook his head in disapproval, saying no, this country already has 3 major gang forces. The other factions will not stand idly by and allow a 4th major gang to emerge. Even the 2 distant factions in the royal capital and the far-off Wolfong gang in Yatter City would welcome the expansion of gang influence, while other factions would actively obstruct us. Even if we swiftly took down the other 2 before they could react, we would still face their oppression and counterattacks. The kingdom of Udicana comprises 3 cities. The first is Keep a City, where Jack and his companions are located, situated on the side of the Grand Route. The second is Yatter City, home to the Wolfong gang, located on the east seaside. In between lies the royal capital, Gran, which is the region of most intense competition and prosperity among the major forces. This is because whether entering the Grand Route from the East Sea or vice versa, all routes, whether by land or along the coastal sea, must pass through the royal capital. Unlike the other 2 locations, where one cannot ascertain whether visitors are merely passing through the doldrums or simply skirting the edges, therefore whether it is collecting tolls or trading goods from both sides. All transactions occur in the royal capital, resulting in Gran generating the most substantial profits. The 2 smaller cities, in contrast, yield significantly less profit, which is why Keep a City only has 3 mid-sized gangs alongside a few smaller ones. Even so, it is impossible for this place to be devoid of other powers, such as noble forces, merchant factions, and military influences, if the Red Rock Society were to forcibly annex the other 2 gangs. The immense profit at stake would render it the target of collective animosity. What if we open a casino ourselves? Wouldn't that be preferable to a direct confrontation with them? Johnny, unwilling to be left out, suggested, "Given our current strength, it seems feasible to establish a casino within 2 days. Are you serious?" Jack remained silent, prompting Chris to timidly interject, "Let's not even mention how we could compete with the combined 10+ casinos of the other 2 with just one of our own. The moment we open a casino, it would inevitably impact the interests of the other 2 gangs. They might even suspect that we intend to enter this line of business as well. Currently, we operate independently in various domains without interference. Once we establish a casino, we would immediately face a united assault from the other 2 factions in that light. The initial proposal seems more prudent." A hint of pride crossed Jack's face as he thought, "Chris truly is my clever little apprentice. Little handyman. What on earth is a little handyman? I thought we agreed on little apprentice." Cough. Jack feigned a cough to draw the attention of the others. "If hard tactics won't work, let's try soft ones. Since neither approach is feasible, perhaps we should adopt a method that combines both hard and soft strategies." Jack adjusted his false mustache at the corner of his mouth. The group was left bewildered, wondering what sort of strange, ambiguous topic this was turning into. Jack, noticing their confusion, cheerfully remarked, "Oh, if you don't understand, that's perfectly fine. Just follow my hints and instructions this time." You will all heed my guidance. What does hinted operation even mean? Besides, haven't we always followed your lead? The group internally grumbled that in truth, having a scheming captain like Jack was quite the headache for everyone. The situation is indeed complex, but upon deeper reflection, the main obstacles to annexing the other two gangs could be reduced to two. One being the armed forces of the two gangs, which can only be dealt with through direct confrontation. The second obstacle consists of other entangled factions, which can be approached with softer tactics. Point 1 could first win over a portion of these factions and then use that group to sway others, creating a cycle of influence. Thus, when Jack summoned two individuals who had previously maintained a close cooperative relationship with the Red Rock Society, Talon, the president of the Talon Merchant Association, and Count Iric, he posed a simple question. Have you heard of Amway? Captain Jack, Chris cautiously inquired after the two had departed. Will that actually be of any use? Jack, with a knowing expression, responded, regardless of whether one is a merchant, a gangster, a noble, or anyone else at the core. They are merely capitalists vying for interests within this realm. Capitalists? This term was still new to the group. Indeed, capitalists. For these capitalists, it is no longer they who control the capital. Instead, it is the capital behind them that dictates their actions. As everyone pondered the implications of this statement, Jack slowly articulated a timeless adage. If there is a 20% profit, capital will stir. If there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital will dare to face the gallows. If there is a 300% profit, capital will trample every law known to man. Yes, Jack sought to offer substantial benefits to disrupt the existing web of interests, positioning himself at the apex of a new pyramid of relationships. This pyramid would continue to expand, and ultimately, those at the top would be willing to confront any adversary to maintain their vast profits. Meanwhile, those at the base, as if brainwashed, would continue to develop their downlines up until the very moment the pyramid collapsed, all the while fantasizing about their own ascent to the top, by the time they realized the truth. It would be too late. Jack could then seize the opportunity to eliminate all obstacles and subsequently turn against these individuals. However, this transformation would not occur overnight. The immediate priority remained to assign someone to keep a close watch on the coastline and ports. Johnny, please relay that locating that individual is our top priority. We will deal with the matters in the Udicana Kingdom gradually. Not in a rush to seize the casino, Haku inquired. Let be. Such endeavors cannot be forced. Perhaps a chance encounter at the casinos of the other gangs wouldn't be entirely out of the question. For the next 2 days, Jack and his companions indulged in revelry, justifying it as a balance of work and leisure. In truth, it was anything but. They feigned drunkenness while inadvertently revealing Captain Jack's illustrious past, including tales of breaking the Aztec gold curse. What? You ask me where the Aztecs are? I have no idea. Only Captain Jack and the late Barbossa know. Initially circulating within a small circle, others dismissed the tales as mere bravado from Jack's crew. The stories of Aztec gold and the curse of the undead seemed utterly implausible. Yet, after 2 days, fueled by the enthusiasm of the curious, nearly everyone in Keepa City became aware of the new leader of the Red Rock Society, Captain Jack's name. The power of gossip proved formidable. Such intriguing tales spread far more easily than mundane truths. As for Jack's motives, they were straightforward, to conceal the identity of the Revolutionary Army. Even as the head of a mid-sized gang, he was already under investigation in the future. As his influence grew, so too would the scrutiny from the world government. By projecting a false identity, he could effectively disrupt the intelligence agency's inquiries, and, as the rumors proliferated, falsehoods would inevitably morph into perceived truths. That being said, there were still spoils to be claimed after dealing with the abilities of others. When Jack eliminated Joyce, the familiar blue beam of light rose once more. As Jack extended his hand, he seized Joyce's devil fruit with ease. He mused that instead of cosplaying as himself, he ought to embody Blackbeard directly, for that would be truly evocative and authentic. However, when Jack prepared to sell it to a shop, he was dismayed to discover its meager worth of merely 30,000, just enough to purchase a single rocket launcher. Ultimately, Jack realized he could not contend with the system. Whatever value it assigned was immutable, leaving him with no recourse. Besides the rocket launcher, he could also acquire other items, such as a TMP submachine gun, an upgraded space pack, a rifle, sniper, as well as medical sprays and ammunition supplies. Naturally, he could also enhance his firearms. After some contemplation, Jack pondered whether he might bestow the fruit upon someone else, thereby cultivating an additional ability user. This would swiftly bolster his combat power, proving advantageous in forthcoming endeavors. Yet, he hesitated, recognizing that such an act would inadvertently broadcast his capability to slay ability users and seize their powers. Lacking the strength of Blackbeard, he would be courting animosity akin to that of the infamous pirate, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. What about purchasing firearms? Alas, his backpack could not accommodate any more items. Currently, it housed 2 handguns, a shotgun, some ammunition, medical sprays, and even the initial small knife, alongside various other sundry items. It was filled to capacity. To expand his backpack, he would need to expend 24,000, leaving him with barely enough to procure a few bullets. After some deliberation, he ultimately resolved to first augment his space, saving the remaining funds for future necessities. Although it may seem that acquiring a backpack bore little utility, it was in fact a long-term investment. After all, had not Joyce met his demise due to issues with his backpack? Who could envision a scruffy man of unimposing stature suddenly producing a formidable firearm? Following this train of thought, Jack felt a surge of exhilaration. If he continued on this trajectory, dominance over the New World was merely a matter of time. Provided he hunted enough ability users. Of course, Jack was merely indulging in fanciful daydreams. Setting aside the challenges posed by ability users, he had yet to unlock many shop items, making the notion of supremacy seem rather far-fetched. As Jack reveled in his daydreams, envisioning a life of brazenly confronting kindergartens and kicking elderly homes, a long-awaited piece of news arrived. Numerous individuals were stationed along the shore, keeping a relentless vigil. And the blind swordsman had finally made his appearance. A subordinate clad in black rushed over to report. "Captain Jack, the person you mentioned disembarked and, without pausing, inquired of passers-by before heading straight to the glorious night." Jack was quite pleased with this development. It seemed the promotional efforts of the past few days had borne fruit, as everyone now referred to him as Captain Jack rather than just some boss. "Step back for now and prepare the others. Something significant may transpire shortly," Jack instructed the man. Once the man had departed, Jack turned to Haku and remarked, "You were about to say, 'Let's go, Haku,' weren't you?" With a hint of exasperation, Haku replied, "Of course. Whenever there's a need for action, that's the phrase I hear most often. I'm nearly developing calluses from it." Jack feigned surprise. "Ah, so you can read minds now?" "Impressive, Haku. Naturally, I can read minds. Whenever there's any impending action, it's always the same line. I'm about to wear out." Haku shrugged, sighing. "That must be your favorite phrase, Captain Jack." Chuckling, Jack acknowledged, "Indeed. How does it go? Those capable should bear more responsibility." Haku's teasing made even the thick-skinned Jack feel a touch embarrassed. Yet considering Haku was currently his most formidable ally, many matters required Haku's intervention. Jack began to contemplate whether he ought to bestow an MVP award upon Haku in the future. However, Jack quickly resumed his demeanor of nonchalance, stating earnestly, "The others should remain here and await my signal, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Now, let us depart." He adjusted his cosplay props before turning to leave. Haku covered his face, groaning, "Ah, you still managed to say that." Amidst the chuckles of those behind them, he followed Jack toward the glorious night. Upon arriving at the entrance of the glorious night, a subordinate had been waiting for some time. As he saw Jack and Haku approach, he promptly reported, "Captain Jack, the target has been inside for approximately 5 minutes." Jack feigned a nod of approval, complimenting, "Well done, you may go rest now." Yes, he spoke. He pulled out a wad of cash and rewarded the subordinate. After this charade, Jack strode inside. His actions at the entrance were not merely a whimsical display of extravagance. They were a calculated effort to cultivate a certain persona. Over the past few days, Jack's reputation had resonated throughout the entirety of Pocky City, yet most had only heard of him and a few had glimpsed his appearance. No one had a clear understanding of Jack's personality, preferences, or aversions. Jack knew that as more people turned their attention toward him, he must embody a roguish and erratic character. While the average person might overlook these nuances, those with keen insight would surely take note. This approach served a dual purpose. It concealed his true identity while simultaneously establishing a fixed impression. When he later revealed his genuine self, it would catch his adversaries off guard. Jack exchanged chips at the front desk. He engaged in light banter with the attendant, only to be approached hastily by the casino's manager. Who would have thought that the illustrious Captain Jack would grace us at the glorious night? "I am Hans, the manager here," he said, dressed in a tailcoat and appearing to be in his 40s, bowing courteously to Jack. Internally, Jack reveled in the success of his promotional efforts. Everyone now recognized him as Captain Jack. "Oh, Hans," Jack mused, fiddling with a chip in his hand. "Your casino seems quite impressive. It would indeed be a pity to dismantle it." Hans appeared somewhat taken aback, unsure of the implication behind Jack's sudden remark. Jack continued with a smile, "Do not be alarmed. I'm merely here for some entertainment. As for the VIP and premium areas, there's no need to persuade me otherwise. I prefer the bustling atmosphere." "Very well. Then we need not exchange further words." Hans retreated a couple of steps, wishing Jack a pleasant time. "Haku, what are your thoughts on him?" Jack inquired quietly after Hans departed. Haku replied earnestly, "He's formidable, not an ordinary individual. His subtle maneuvers tonight could lead to significant trouble." "Indeed," Jack declared, striding confidently inside, while whispering only for Haku to hear, "he may very well be the true leader of Ironwood. Why do you believe he is the genuine boss?" Haku asked, puzzled. "Nothing specific, just a feeling," Jack shrugged. During their earlier encounter, Jack had sensed that while Hans's gestures and etiquette were impeccably standard, they lacked any semblance of genuine respect. It was all an act. This indicated that he likely perceived himself as Jack's equal, thus feeling no need to show deference to someone of comparable standing. Unbeknownst to Jack, this was the subtle influence of his observation haki at play. A potent observation haki, akin to Karakuri's foresight into the future or Fujitora's ability to perceive others' emotions, could even allow Enel to read minds through his fruit power. Jack's own observation haki was subtly enhancing his perception, albeit in a minor way, but it was certainly sharpening his observational skills. "Well, let's not dwell on that. Let's seek some amusement." Jack raised his voice, continuing to portray the carefree persona. Before long, Jack found his target at a table surrounded by numerous onlookers. Although his subordinate had reported that this individual was indeed the one he sought, Jack still felt a twinge of apprehension at not having seen the actual person, fearing he might encounter someone merely resembling him. Do not mistake their relationship for that of Sanji and Doflamingo, or you will be sorely misguided. The familiar shade of purple and the wind-swept attire, coupled with his towering stature and the unmistakable cane sword at his waist, betrayed him completely. Upon witnessing this, Jack erupted into laughter, retrieving a bottle of rum from his pocket, taking a swig before staggering forward. The other patrons, startled by his sudden outburst, watched his peculiar actions and instinctively stepped aside. As Jack approached the gambling table, a disgruntled gambler, fresh from a loss, unleashed his ire upon him. Where did this vagabond come from? Can't he even wash himself? How did the doorman let him in? The moment these words escaped his lips, his companion turned pale, hastily covering his mouth from behind, drenched in sweat. "Are you trying to get us killed? What nonsense are you spouting?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he too began to sweat profusely, fearing they had provoked someone of significance. Yet, the damage was done. There was no point in regretting his words now. Jack took another swig of rum, directing a gaze at the insolent gambler. "What did you just say? What did you just say?" He feigned a drunken demeanor as he confronted the disrespectful M.N.T.O. Jack. The unfolding confrontation was rather amusing. The prospect of a flamboyant showdown was undeniably exhilarating. However, he was not here for mere amusement. He had a mission to fulfill, and this unexpected predicament left him somewhat flustered. "I was just about to embark on something significant, and now you throw a minor distraction my way." Why? Nevertheless, Jack was, after all, Jack, and such trivial crises were hardly a match for him. Just as the man trembled, unsure of how to proceed, Jack feigned anger, declaring, "Regardless of what you said, you must remember to address me as Captain Jack. Do you understand? If you dare to misname me again, I shall have you hoisted to the mast." This self-dialogue served as a means to grant the man an exit, while simultaneously shaping Jack's character. The previously fearful man now appeared relieved, realizing he was in the presence of the legendary Captain Jack. Indeed, the stories were true. He was a man who enjoyed his rum, often intoxicated, and whose primary concern was how he was addressed. Everything else seemed to fade into insignificance. Apologies, Captain Jack. It shall not happen again. The man quickly acquiesced, acknowledging his error. Excellent, excellent, Jack replied, taking another swig of rum, redirecting his attention to the gambling table. Oh, roulette. This is my favorite. Jack mused aloud, glancing at Fujitora. How intriguing. After observing Fujitora place his bet, Jack followed suit, wagering on the same color he had chosen. Red. Was it? It appeared fortune favored Captain Jack today that Jack's series of eccentric actions finally caught Fujitora's attention. While others feared him, Fujitora found him rather amusing. What gives you such confidence, sir? Are you not afraid of landing on black or 00? The roulette wheel featured 37 numbers. Apart from 00, each number was painted either red or black. Allowing bets on colors, odd or even numbers or specific digits, Fujitora had placed his bet on red, with a drunken gaze fixed on the spinning wheel and the steel ball rolling within it. Jack replied nonchalantly, Captain Jack is betting alongside you, so luck is assured. His statement did little to clarify Fujitora's confusion, only deepening it. Just then, the wheel came to a halt, landing squarely on 32. Red. Ha! Look, it truly is red 32. Jack exclaimed, taking another swig of rum, filled with delight. Suddenly, he feigned recollection and turned to Fujitora. Oh, I forgot. I truly apologize. You cannot see the result. In no matter. Even if I cannot see, the cheers of those around me suffice to inform me of the outcome. Fujitora paid little mind to Jack's oversight. There you have it. You just revealed the answer. I knew coming to the casino today was a wise choice. I would surely win. Jack had intended to take another swig of rum. But alas, the bottle was empty. With a hint of disappointment, he tossed the bottle aside carelessly. Courtesy? Not a chance at all. Finished drinking? Fujitora inquired at tea that moment. The dealer resumed spinning the wheel, and Fujitora promptly placed his chips on red once more. Finished? Jack was genuinely a bit inebriated now. This was no act. How could Captain Jack ever run out of rum? He typically brought several bottles along. Mimicking Fujitora, he placed his chips on red as well. He then reached into his coat, or rather, his spatial bag, and produced another bottle, handing it to Fujitora without hesitation. If you help me win today, I shall treat you to some rum. Do you find this arrangement agreeable? Fujitora accepted the bottle with a smile, asking, how can you be so certain that I will help you win? I wouldn't dare claim every bet, at every moment, will result in victory. However, I am confident that, in the end, I shall emerge victorious. Just as he was about to uncork the bottle to continue his drinking, the wheels ceased to spin, and the steel ball settled firmly in the red zone. Look, another win, Jack exclaimed, marveling at the outcome. Fujitora was taken aback by this turn of events that a master of observation hockey. His senses were exceptionally acute. Whether rolling dice or spinning the roulette wheel, he could predict or perceive the final result through a combination of his hockey and sensory perception, often leading him to victory in gambling. That Jack's thoughts were clear, yet he dared not voice them. After all, they were still strangers. To know another's abilities so soon would be somewhat excessive. When Fujitora inquired for the third time why he believed betting alongside him would yield favorable odds, Jack replied, isn't it obvious? From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew victory awaited. You are blind and possess a particular fondness for gambling. Surely you have been deceived more than once, such as being told a black number was rolled when it was actually red. Indeed, many had taken advantage of his blindness at the gambling table. Fujitora readily admitted this truth. See, I took a swig of rum and continued. Logically speaking, if you had no means or exceptional luck, your wealth would have long been devoured by others. How then could you find yourself here? Thus, whether through skill or fortune, betting alongside you is undoubtedly a wise choice. Jack continued to wager alongside Fujitora. He expounded on his reasoning. Indeed, thinking back, I have gambled in various casinos around the world, and seldom have I faced defeat. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Fujitora smiled, taking a sip of rum himself. You are quite astute, discerning this from the smallest details. The surrounding gamblers, having listened to Jack's explanation, suddenly grasped the logic, eagerly joining Fujitora and placing their bets. Look at this. You had to make me spell it out. And now you've got this crowd following you into the fray. The casino is bound to erupt soon, Jack remarked, observing the frenzied crowd. At this rate, Captain Jack might find himself swept out the door as well. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I tend to forget. Just as Jack uttered these words, a group of armed men in black swiftly arrived, dispersing the crowd and surrounding the area. Meanwhile, Fujitora, Jack, and Haku remained at the gambling table, pretending as though nothing had transpired. Hey, what did Captain Jack just say? Jack drained the last of the rum from his bottle, rising to his feet. But this is rather swift, is it not? Not even a minute has passed. Indeed, it shouldn't have come to fruition so swiftly, should it? Though Fujitora remains unfazed by the armed individuals advancing towards him, he is perplexed by the fact that, despite Captain Jack's earlier remarks bearing considerable weight, there seems no need for such a grand display at the casino. Hey, Hans, Jack called out to the leader. What do you mean by this? Captain Jack has yet to finish his game. He hasn't even had the chance to exchange a few words with this newly made acquaintance. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask for my friend's name. Call me Yi Xiao, came the reply. Faced with this commotion, Fujitora began to mimic Jack, leisurely pouring himself a drink. Mr. Yi Xiao and I are having a splendid time. If you intend to expel us, at least allow us to win a few more rounds first. Jack appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet, and as he spoke, a wave of alcohol breath wafted toward Hans. It was not just an appearance. He truly was somewhat unsteady. Earlier, at the banquet on Baldigo Island, it had been noted that Leon's tolerance for alcohol was rather lacking. Now, as Leon donned the persona of Jack, one could hardly expect him to inherit Jack's prowess for drinking. Conversely, Hans, witnessing the banter between the two, bellowed in fury. What do you mean by asking me what I mean, Jack? Remember to call me Captain Jack. Hans, why have we received word that your subordinates have surrounded the headquarters of the Ironwood Association? Are you attempting to instigate a conflict? Hans, disregarding any titles, shouted. It turned out that as Jack suspected, Hans was the true mastermind. He had already notified others to encircle the headquarters of the Ironwood Association, planning to take control of it once Hans was dealt with. What do you mean by instigating a conflict? Do not misunderstand my intentions, Jack replied, still in his drunken demeanor. Today, I merely aimed to take over the Ironwood Association's assets. Nothing more did I mention at the entrance that it would be a shame to dismantle this casino. If you are willing to switch sides and surrender, you could retain your position. Wouldn't that be splendid? It appeared that reconciliation was out of the question. The veins on Hans's forehead bulged as he trembled. Eliminate them. Jack was acutely aware that employing Wang Sidu's rhetoric would not compel Hans to surrender easily. Hans's aggression was merely a matter of time, and Jack had prepared himself for the confrontation. As the henchman drew near, Jack tightened his grip on the bottle and swung at the head of one of the assailants, watching as the bottle shattered and the attacker fell. It truly felt like a scene from a street brawl. Oh, that must hurt, Jack remarked sarcastically, then drew his curved blade, engaging in a dance of acrobatics with the henchman, leaping and dodging with agility. In contrast, Haku proved to be far more formidable, dispatching each incoming henchman with a single strike. Seeing this, Hans drew a wooden stick and engaged Haku in a fierce struggle. For a moment, the wooden stick and fists clashed, neither party gaining the upper hand out of course. A few henchmen directed their attention towards Fujitora, opting to target the seemingly softer target. After all, who would attack someone they had never heard of and who appeared blind? Little did they know, this so-called soft target was, in fact, the most formidable of them all. The true soft target should have been the renowned Captain Jack. Fujitora, without resorting to any special abilities, simply wielded his blade and dispatched them with ease. At this moment, Jack was deftly maneuvering atop a table, evading attacks below, appearing unsteady, yet somehow avoiding all strikes. Upon seeing that Fujitora had swiftly dealt with his opponents, he leaped forward, grasping a grand chandelier from the ceiling, swinging down to Fujitora's side. Uncle Yi Xiao, you seem quite skilled. Would you mind assisting me in resolving this little predicament? He exclaimed, rolling on the ground to evade a strike from behind. Fujitora chuckled. I never expected to come to the casino for a bit of fun, only to find myself embroiled in such an exhilarating affair. With that, he dispatched several more henchmen. Witnessing the prowess of the man named Yi Xiao, Hans could no longer conceal his strength and suddenly burst forth with muscle, tearing his shirt asunder. The sudden surge of power caught Haku off guard. Having previously dominated Hans, he now found himself on the defensive against the ferocious strikes of the wooden stick. Hans relentlessly assaulted Haku. While addressing Yixiao, "You there, Yixiao, you cannot possibly be aligned with Jack. Can you help me take down these two, and I shall reward you handsomely?" Fujitora raised an eyebrow, responding casually, "Oh, that is quite an intriguing proposal." Jack, alarmed, quickly interjected from behind Fujitora, "He is a villain. Don't listen to him." This remark sent Fujitora into fits of laughter, unable to contain his mirth. Hans, hearing this, was nearly driven to apoplexy. "What nonsense! Is he a mere child? What villainy are you prattling on about?" Only Haku remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to turn the tide. Once Fujitora's laughter subsided, he turned to Jack. "Aren't you also part of the mafia? Or perhaps a pirate? Aren't you a villain as well?" Jack hastily waved his hands. "That's different. Being a pirate and being a good person are not mutually exclusive. That I'm a pirate, but I'm also a good person." "Oh, that's a perspective I've never encountered before," Fujitora replied with a smile. "But he intends to offer me money, which makes it quite difficult to refuse." Yes, Hans exclaimed from the side. "I can offer you a great deal of money. Just help me eliminate these two." Fujitora's remark was clearly a jest, and Jack understood that Fujitora was merely finding amusement in the situation, intending to intimidate him, regardless of whether he assisted Hans in taking him down or aided himself in eliminating Hans. It was an impossibility. It was merely a spectacle to behold. Everything Jack had done previously was to capture Fujitora's attention, yet this fleeting curiosity did not genuinely impress Fujitora. They were not even friends. Merely acquaintances. To truly earn Fujitora's trust and entice him to join the Revolutionary Army. Jack extended his right hand, tearing off the false beard from his chin. "Though you cannot see it, I believe this makes for a more genuine conversation." Leon removed all false facial hair, then took off his hat and wig, returning to his true voice. "Oh, while I cannot see, this must be your true self, and Captain Jack is merely a facade." Indeed, at this point, Leon no longer spoke in a drunken manner, but in earnest, stating, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Leon, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army exists to overthrow the tyranny of the celestial dragons and the world government." Among those present, only 4 were alive, and upon hearing this, both Hans and Fujitora could not help but be moved. Hans burst into laughter. "What a ridiculous notion! You think you can overthrow the world government with your meager strength. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." In response to Hans's mockery, Leon and Haku remained unfazed, for such ridicule was all too common. Nearly everyone reacted this way upon hearing the Revolutionary Army's intentions. Leon continued candidly, "Let me be direct. I came to the kingdom of Udicana partly for you, that I hope you will join our Revolutionary Army and contribute to the effort to overthrow the world government." Fujitora feigned confusion, asking Leon, "Why would you seek me out? Why should I join your obscure organization to partake in something that invites ridicule?" Leon sighed, recognizing that this would not be an easy task. He was not the kind of protagonist blessed with a miraculous charm. It was entirely natural for Fujitora to have doubts. Indeed, every soldier who joined the Revolutionary Army likely harbored such uncertainties. Fortunately, Fujitora had a good temperament and found Leon somewhat intriguing. Otherwise, a typical person would have walked away by now. Leon acknowledged this, saying, "Indeed, as Hans stated, compared to the vast world government, we are but a flicker of light against the darkness. How could we ever rival the radiant moon in the sky?" However, Leon emphasized his point, "We continue to strive forward. Though we are currently weak, a spark can ignite a great fire. I believe our ranks will grow, and more individuals will join us, ultimately enabling us to overthrow the world government." How utterly absurd. Hans is by no means a fool, regardless of whether these individuals are Jack or the Revolutionary Army. It is imperative that Fujitora does not sway towards their side. He is also devising ways to disrupt Fujitora's judgment. Meanwhile, Haku has begun to tread water, for the outcome of this battle no longer pertains to either Haku or Hans. The fate now hinges solely on Leon's verbal duel. That he merely needs to ensure that Hans does not find an opportunity to flee midway. What nonsense about a spark igniting a prairie fire, or more and more people joining your cause. "Please," Hans exclaimed, who would willingly risk their life for such an impossible revolution. In response to Hans' disruption, Leon displayed a sorrowful expression, soon followed by a hint of anger. Gazing at the towering figure of Fujitora, he inquired, "Do you concur with his viewpoint? Do you also believe we are merely striking stones with eggs, engaging in futile endeavors?" After a moment of silence, Fujitora did not directly address Leon's question, but instead asked, "I sense a tinge of sadness in your emotions, intertwined with a measure of anger. What is the cause of this?" Leon sighed. "I lament their misfortune and rage at their lack of struggle. When considering the contributions of others, one often wonders if they seek to gain something from me, if they harbor ulterior motives. This is profoundly tragic. It transcends personal matters and has escalated into a global issue. People worldwide not only shy away from contributing, but even question the efforts of others." As Leon softly articulated these words, they resonated in Hans and Fujitora's ears like thunder. Even Haku, who had been by Leon's side and heard many of his poetic musings, felt a stirring within. Indeed, individuals like Hans are all too common, living in self-deception, entirely devoid of the will to resist against the oppression of the celestial dragons. At this moment, Fujitora slowly lifted his head, gazing at the ceiling with his unseen eyes, murmuring, lamenting their misfortune, indignant at their lack of struggle. After a while, he lowered his head and asked Leon, "Do you truly believe we will eventually confront the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing this, the other two remained relatively unresponsive, but Hans's expression shifted dramatically. With a thunderous shout, Hans shoved Haku aside with his stick and began to retreat. "What a joke! Did you not hear Fujitora just now refer to us as we? The tide has turned. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. It is best to flee while one can." Haku, sensing the urgency, swiftly attempted to intercept, but a voice interjected. "Gravity blade!" Crash! Just as Hans was making his escape, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight and was pinned to the ground, his prized wooden stick clattering away. It was none other than Fujitora, who had taken action. His silence was deafening, and with a mere flick of his blade, he subdued Hans effortlessly. Leon smiled at this sight, but when responding to Fujitora's query, he shook his head, stating, "Imagine a sealed, iron room, nearly impossible to breach. Inside, many individuals lie in slumber, soon to suffocate. Yet the transition from sleep to death is devoid of despair or suffering. Now, a small fraction of these individuals awaken and begin to shout, stirring a few of the lighter sleepers. This, in turn, subjects several unfortunate souls to the suffocating despair and agony of this confinement." Leon paused, his expression turning grave, as if forged from iron. "However, since these individuals have awakened, one cannot claim that there is no hope of breaking this iron room." Fujitora erupted in a hearty laughter before reflecting. "I wish I had met you sooner. I was once unwilling to confront the world's corruption and chose to slumber instead. Yet, here I am, roused once more." Leon regarded the scars beneath Fujitora's eyes and reflected, this world is not solely rife with corruption and despair. When the awakened multiply, the seeds of hope will flourish. Just then, Haku interrupted their musings, pointing at the subdued Hans. "Now that we have reached a consensus, shall we deal with this individual?" Thus, the dilemma arose. Jack had by now donned a disguise and reattached his props. What more is there to handle? Can't you see he is already injured? Jack approached the immobile Hans. "You see, I once said that if you were to switch sides and surrender respectfully, your position as a cadre would remain intact. Now, however, having overheard such confidential matters, I am at a loss as to how I might let you go." Hans struggled weakly, managing to utter a few words. "Give me a swift end. Oh my, how surprising." Jack feigned astonishment. "Shouldn't one typically beg for mercy or express a desire to join us first? You've jumped straight to the final act." "Humph. We are all intelligent individuals here." Jack, no longer feigning sentimentality, drew his pistol and executed him. "What a pity. You chose the wrong side." In his final moments, Hans understood the gravity of his situation. After hearing so many secrets, survival was no longer an option. Even if he were to express a willingness to join the revolutionary army, it would be out of sheer desperation, destined to betray them in the future. Jack, perceiving Hans's thoughts, opted for a merciful end. After dealing with Hans, Jack picked up the nearby wooden stick, examining it closely. This stick can withstand a clash with my fist, and I dare say it feels sturdier than Joyce's shell. It must be of exceptional quality. Haku also praised the stick. Could it be crafted from the branches of a precious tree? Jack pondered. Well, I shall temporarily keep it, that he declared, stowing it away in his spatial bag before clapping his hands. We should now proceed to seize the territory of the Ironwood Society. Huh. What happened to that stick? How did it suddenly vanish? Fujitora inquired, perplexed. Jack waved his hand dismissively, offering a nonchalant explanation. Oh, don't mind it. Consider it a trivial capability of mine. The subsequent tasks proceeded without obstruction. With the main figure gone, the Ironwood Society was left as nothing more than a scattered assembly. They offered only token resistance before surrendering. The faux leader of the Ironwood Society, having been loyal to Hans, had been entrusted with managing the myriad affairs of the gang. Jack, confronted with such loyalty, felt a pang of regret. He drew his flintlock pistol and, from nearly 100 meters away, sent him to join Hans in loyalty. This marked Jack's first public display of marksmanship. In this era, to hit a target nearly 100 meters away with such outdated weaponry was nothing short of miraculous. Even Fujitora regarded him with newfound respect, realizing that Jack was not only eloquent and profound in thought, but also skilled with a gun. Thus, the Red Rock Society swiftly absorbed the Ironwood Society, leaving others bewildered by the rapid turn of events that in the depths of the Black Bear Society. Within the president's chamber, a burly, imposing man grasped one of his subordinates by the collar, furiously demanding, "What on earth is happening? How could the Ironwood Society be consumed so quickly, and you have not a single update?" This man was Benny, the president of the Black Bear Society. True to his name, he resembled a bear in both appearance and strength, and he possessed the powers of the bear fruit. The subordinate, face pale with fear, stammered, "It's just that Captain Jack moved too swiftly. We were about to provide support when we discovered the Ironwood Society was surrounded, only to find that upon Hans's demise, everyone surrendered without hesitation. We simply couldn't react in time." Humph! Benny hurled the subordinate to the ground. "You all leave now. Have the merchants cooperating with us convene with the nobles, and come see me." Once his subordinates departed, Benny sank heavily into his chair, fully aware that his subordinate's words were the truth, yet he could not comprehend how Jack had accomplished this, both before and after the operation. Everything unfolded with astonishing speed, and there was no pressure from any quarter. Even the merchants, who typically prioritized profit and advocated for amicable dealings in Pocky City, remained utterly oblivious, particularly those individuals with close ties to the Ironwood Society. How could they remain utterly inactive? Just as Benny sat at his desk, furrowed brow deep in thought, a subordinate burst through the door, delivering yet another piece of unfortunate news. "Why, Lord Benny, none of the merchants are willing to come. And some have even claimed that if the Black Bear Society cannot provide better terms, they will consider collaborating with the Red Rock Society." "What?" Benny exclaimed in fury, slamming his palm onto the table. "These damned profit-seekers merely desire greater gains." However, calamity seldom comes alone. Before Benny could temper his anger, another person rushed in to report that it's bad. "My Lord Benny," he stammered, a look of terror etched upon his face. "The nobles just communicated via the phone bug." "What did they say?" Benny glared at the intruder with wide eyes. The man gulped nervously and whispered, "They threatened that if the Black Bear Society cannot offer them more benefits, they will jointly issue a statement the next day, declaring the Black Bear Society a cancer in Pocky City, asserting that it has contributed nothing and has even engaged in willful destruction." Upon hearing this, Benny's fury reached a boiling point, his teeth grinding audibly. Noticing his subordinate's hesitation, he demanded, "What else did they say? Speak." The man, startled by the outburst, trembled as he replied, "They also said that the Black Bear Society would be criticized to the utmost, proclaiming that only the Red Rock Society is Pocky City's most steadfast ally, the only one capable of bringing prosperity and wealth to the city, hoping that the Red Rock Society would deliver justice and eradicate the cancer, thus seizing control of the entire local industry." Benny, upon hearing this, fell into a long silence, eventually gritting his teeth and saying, "Very well, tell those scoundrels that we are willing to pay a steeper price and concede more benefits." However, It is impossible for us to offer terms more favorable than those of the Red Rock Society. Just then, a sigh echoed in the room, and from behind the door emerged a tall, gaunt man. Benny gasped. What brings you here? And why is it impossible for us to provide more benefits than the Red Rock Society? The slender man replied with a hint of resignation. If I hadn't come to discuss a strategy. I fear we both might fall victim to this obscure Captain Jack.as for why we cannot offer more benefits. The tall man produced a list and handed it to Benny, stating, take a look at what the Red Rock Society is offering those merchant nobles, and you shall understand. Benny snatched the document, his shock growing with every glance, trembling as he exclaimed, This cannot be. How could they possibly relinquish all their profits? Even if they dominate Pocky City, what do they gain? Indeed, Jack has ceded all profits to win over the merchant factions and noble powers. In essence, he takes nothing for himself except to sustain his subordinates. This strategy of cutting off the source of support was unexpected for everyone. They were willing to forego any profit and yet expect to be recognized as rulers. However, Jack was capable of such a feat. He was not merely seeking trivial gains. He aimed for the entire nation's wealth to support the Revolutionary Army. In contrast to the sluggish Benny, the local troops stationed in Pocky City, led by General Hatton of the Third Army, received information sooner. Of course, this did not imply that General Hatton was more formidable than Benny or possessed superior intelligence. The reality was quite the opposite. Benny and his Black Bear Society members had long roamed the streets, while General Hatton and his soldiers patrolled the coastline, ever vigilant against any erratic sea kings or ill-intentioned pirates. Occasionally encountering large vessels, whether merchants, travelers, or pirates, they could seize a profit. Naturally, they could not patrol the near seas all day. Much of their time was spent at the base, enjoying life. However, within the base, they rarely faced issues that required entering the city. Hence, if one were to assess the situation purely based on this, it would stand to reason that General Hatton's focus on city intelligence and efficiency in gathering information would be significantly inferior to that of Benny and the Black Bear Society. Furthermore, why should he be concerned? It was of no consequence to him. Even if the Red Rock Society united the underworld of Pocky City, it would hardly impact him. He did not rely on these gangs for sustenance, nor had any collaborative ventures with them. In fact, there was a degree of hostility, as aside from the occasional side earnings from sea excursions, he primarily depended on the military pay provided by King Donald, who had always sought to eradicate the mafia. However, the situation was far from simple, as previously mentioned. Just as the king had amassed a considerable force, preparing to sweep away these mafias, his generals betrayed him one by one, disregarding his commands. Moreover, they now threatened to retaliate. If military pay was to be dispersed, they would demand respectful dialogue. We guard the safety of the surrounding seas for the remuneration we receive. If the pay ceases, we cannot be blamed for taking matters into our own hands. Alas, this king is indeed miserly. Were it not for a loyal royal guard and the recognition of his kingship by the world government, he might have already been replaced. Thus, there was something amiss. As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. Therefore, if there were not some underlying issues, Jack, would have no future in this line of work. Jack confidently sat in the office of the Ironwood Society's president, discussing future plans with Chris, Haku, Fujitora, and others. The absorption of the Black Bear Society was undoubtedly on the agenda. They had already taken over the territories of two gangs, and even if they refrained from attacking the Black Bear Society, the latter would likely initiate an assault. The current dilemma was that to deal with the Black Bear Society, they could not replicate the successes of previous encounters. The first time had employed a decapitation tactic, which was rather straightforward. Yet even so, during the battle with Joyce, they faced numerous dangers. The second time, before open conflict erupted, Jack and Haku had ventured deep into enemy territory, causing Hans to lower his guard, with Fujitora assisting, ultimately leading to the capture of the slippery Hans. Without Fujitora's help, even if they managed to defeat Hans, he might have escaped back to headquarters, resulting in a tough battle that could very well turn against them. However, with Fujitora's support, if he would unleash his full strength, not only the Black Bear Society, but even the royal capital, Gran, would be within reach, as a few meteors could obliterate everything above. Yet such an operation would undoubtedly attract immense attention, drawing too much scrutiny upon the Revolutionary Army too soon. which would not bode well. Although I exerted immense pressure on the Black Bear Society through those nobles and merchants, this could only be considered an auxiliary measure. Ultimately, we would still have to confront General Hatton. Jack reclined his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, wearing a look of exasperation. Not necessarily, Fujitora mused, even considering General Hatton's past betrayal of King Donald. The complexities involved are numerous. Nevertheless, our conflict with the Black Bear Society has no direct relation to him. Fujitora, or rather, Isha, you still lack sufficient understanding of the world government. Jack nearly misnamed him again. Jack was at a loss, constantly misnaming him, and could not help but wish to call him Fujitora. However, Fujitora had adopted the moniker after transitioning from civilian to an admiral during naval recruitment. His actual name was Isha. Emma, let us do this. Isha, you shall henceforth be our Revolutionary Army's admiral, akin to the Navy's admirals, and I shall bestow upon you a moniker as well. After much thought, Fujitora seems quite fitting. What do you think? Fujitora looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why the conversation had suddenly shifted to nicknames amidst serious matters. After a moment of contemplation, Fujitora unexpectedly felt that the nickname suited him remarkably well. As if it were tailor-made, he nodded slightly in agreement, saying, well, a name is merely a title. If you wish to call me Fujitora, I have no objections. Jack then straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, let us not digress. We must return to our pressing matters. The crowd was unable to comprehend Jack's perspective, as it was evident that he had consistently steered the conversation off course. Jack, seemingly oblivious to the expressions of those around him, continued, if your understanding of the world government were as profound as mine, you too would arrive at similar conclusions. What conclusions? The crowd inquired in unison. The conclusion is that the intelligence agency of the world government is omnipresent. Whenever an issue seems perplexing or defies logic, one simply needs to cast the blame upon the world government. Observing the bewildered faces of the crowd, Jack elaborated, these soldiers have no rational motive to betray their king. What is the distinction between those who remain loyal and those who do not? They receive the same income and perform the same duties. It is utterly meaningless, unless one is inherently malevolent. It is discomforting not to engage in wrongdoing. Leaning back in his chair, Jack pretended to wield a feather fan. Speaking slowly, now consider this. If a world government were to be introduced between the king and the army, would it not render everything comprehensible? The astute Chris immediately responded, are you suggesting that the generals are being manipulated by the world government, lured with sufficient incentives to betray the king? Precisely. This region is a crucial transportation hub and a strategic stronghold. How could the world government possibly adhere to its agreement and refrain from interfering in the affairs of its member states? It is certainly in their interest to maintain the current complex state of affairs. Allowing them to exploit the chaos, Jack remarked, that moment. Jack truly longed for a feather fan. Even though such an object was not particularly in line with his demeanor, I see, Fujitora also grasped the crux of the matter. If this nation were entirely unified under the control of King Donald, the world government would have no vested interest here. In the current state of affairs, it is likely that numerous organizations are, in fact, supported by the world government. Indeed, if the organizations under their influence are sufficiently numerous, it would equate to controlling the nation. Chris interjected with youthful insight. Thus, the realization dawned upon the crowd regarding General Hatton. Everything fell into place. Regardless of our relationship with the Black Bear Society, Hatton is unlikely to assist us, for we are not aligned with the world government. He will undoubtedly obstruct our actions. And it is not inconceivable that he may even directly aid the Black Bear Society. We must prepare for the worst. Jack sighed deeply, recognizing the formidable challenge posed by the Black Bear Society. Meanwhile, within the Black Bear Society, Benny and a tall man continue their strategic discussions. Their two subordinates having already been dispatched by Benny to this moment. Only the two of them remained in the room. Have you come merely to watch me fail? Benny exclaimed, tearing the document into shreds. If that is the case, your objective has been achieved, and you may now leave. The tall man, aware of Benny's foul temper, remained unperturbed and replied calmly, I'm not here to witness your downfall. Benny, we were once brothers. Despite our differing allegiances now, that does not diminish the profound bond we share. Seeing you in distress, I rushed here without hesitation to save me brotherly affection? Benny scoffed, dismissing him with a wave. Spare me your hypocritical facade. Do you think I'm unaware of your true intentions? You are likely here merely at the behest of your master. At this juncture, Benny paused, revealing a knowing expression or perhaps you are afraid. You fear Captain Jack of the newly established Red Rock Society, who does not fall under your threat or control, jeopardizing your interests, and potentially usurping your position. The tall man appeared momentarily taken aback, his anger flaring. Let us set aside those irrelevant matters. You still wish to oppose the Red Rock Society. If you only desire to surrender, I will turn on my heel and leave this instant. The mention of this subject caused Benny's brow to furrow. Although he held confidence in his own and his subordinates' fighting prowess, he was uncertain about achieving victory against Captain Jack, who had amalgamated the resources of two factions. All right, let us discuss what we should do now. Benny, I will speak plainly. The only entity capable of rescuing you now is the world government. The tall man seized the opportunity to persuade Benny to submit. Humph. Benny retorted with a cold snort, addressing the tall man directly. Do not presume I will think as you do. Hadton, you will not make a dog of the Black Bear Society. It turned out that the tall man who had suddenly appeared before Benny was none other than Hadton, a general who had betrayed King Donald. Hadton, feeling a twinge of irritation but maintaining his composure for the sake of the mission, explained, do not speak in such harsh terms. Whether serving King Donald or the world government, I am merely doing someone else's bidding. The only difference is that the world government offers higher stakes. Hadton, out of respect for our former friendship, I do not hold your allegiance to the world government against you. However, do not conflate my principles with yours. The Black Bear Society, under my leadership, values freedom above all else. Benny steadfastly maintained his position. Hadton sighed. It is precisely because of our past camaraderie that I have come to extend a hand to you. Had it been anyone else, they would have gone directly to the Red Rock Society. In the eyes of those powerful figures, it matters not who controls Pakiai City. They could simply seize control of whichever gang they desire. If you are unwilling, the Red Rock Society may be more than willing. Indeed, as Hadton had indicated, the world government had tasked him with rallying one side. However, upon receiving the order, he had not hesitated to approach Benny. The rationale was simple. Within a few days, Captain Jack's remarkable capabilities had left a profound impression on him. Before Captain Jack's arrival, no one had fathomed that an obscure, powerless individual could, in a mere few days, gain control over two factions and even threaten to unify Pakiai City, should he ally with Captain Jack. Hadton's standing in Pakiai City would inevitably diminish compared to Jack's. In fact, given Jack's prowess, it was entirely possible that Hadton could find himself serving under Jack in the future. This was a notion Hadton could not tolerate. At most, he could accept working alongside someone like Benny, where they could share the spoils equally, possibly even reversing their positions. Hadton then patted Benny on the shoulder, saying, in this world, one must inevitably bow at times. The Black Bear Society, along with those three major gangs, will eventually fall under the control of the world government. It is better to submit sooner than later. Who knows, in a few years, the leaders of those three major gangs might just call you senior. Hadton was appealing to Benny's emotions and reasoning, employing persuasive rhetoric to instill the belief that aligning with the world government was the path to true power. Noticing that Benny was wavering, Hadton delivered a decisive blow. The higher-ups have spoken. Once the Red Rock Society is dealt with, the entirety of Pakiai City will be entrusted to your governance. To that point, you will control the internal affairs, while I handle the external, allowing us to return to a life of luxury on this land, where we reign as emperors. After Hadton's barrage of arguments, Benny, already overwhelmed, began to waver. Indeed, if I do not bow, others will. Sooner or later, someone will submit. If I do not lower my head now, would I not be losing out? Yet a flicker of resolve still lingered within Benny. He finally inquired, how do you intend to assist me? You cannot possibly send your warships and soldiers to attack the Red Rock Society, for you are still, on paper, the nation's military, while the gang operates within legal bounds. Hadton shook his head, sensing that he was on the brink of persuading Benny, and chuckled. That is certainly out of the question. An army attacking a legitimate organization within its territory would only invite public disgrace. not to mention retribution from the world government and other generals who would seek to preserve their own honor. Such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. Benny, however, was not in a forgiving mood that I do not believe you are one to arrive without a well-thought-out strategy. What is your proposal? Speak plainly. This matter, while complex, was also straightforward. Benny feigned profundity. Have you heard the adage, money can make the devil push the mill? Upon hearing this, Benny's eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Indeed, in this kingdom of Udicana, there happens to be a devil. Hadtun smiled, sensing that his journey had not been in vain. Benny's submission to the world government seemed inevitable. However, enlisting the devil would require a significant financial investment. Benny hesitated for a moment and, with evident difficulty, remarked, even if my black bear were to be utterly impoverished, I could only afford to request their assistance 2 or 3 times at most. Moreover, if the target is Captain Jack himself, not even a single attempt would suffice. Hutton burst into hearty laughter, dismissing any objections with a wave of his hand. You need not concern yourself with finances, as long as you are willing. There will be those who will gladly cover the costs. Benny paced back and forth in the office while Hutton, unhurried, awaited his response, that he was confident that as long as Benny did not wish to surrender to Jack, he would inevitably take the bait. Sure enough, after a brief interlude, Benny adopted a resigned demeanor and stated, "Very well, I agree." Thus, Benny and Hutton reached a consensus regarding the matter. Consequently, the world government financed the summoning of the so-called Spectre, and Benny successfully joined the ranks of the world government, serving its interests alongside Hutton. Now, what exactly is this so-called Spectre? One ought to recall the establishment of the 8-Power Alliance. Foremost among them is an assassin organization known as the Gates of Hell. The number of its members remains unknown, but each individual therein is anything but ordinary in this chaotic realm. They thrive, maintaining a neutral stance, which undoubtedly speaks to their exceptional skills. The Spectre in question is not a mere phantom, but a man, Kevin, the leader of the Gates of Hell, and the most formidable assassin within its ranks. It is said that whenever the Spectre takes action, no one escapes unscathed. His movements are shrouded in mystery, and his methods are peculiar. Despite the most meticulous precautions, there are instances where individuals have barricaded themselves in impenetrable spaces, only to discover the next day that they had succumbed to death, their blood pooling around them. This juncture, some astute observers may be tempted to comment on the apparent foolishness of such victims, yet the truth is far grimmer. These individuals met their end by throats slitting while they lay in slumber, oblivious to their impending doom. Following these events, thorough examinations of the sealed rooms revealed no signs of forced entry. To unlock such a chamber, one must either do so from within or possess the sole key. Naturally, speculation arose that the deceased may have absconded with the key. However, this key was not concealed but rather displayed prominently in the reception hall, encased in glass and under constant guard by several individuals who vowed that it had never left their sight for even a moment. As the Spectre garnered notoriety through a series of high-profile assassinations, his fees escalated correspondingly. This day, Benny would assert that summoning the Spectre to deal with Captain Jack would lead to his financial ruin. Despite being the most powerful member of the organization, the Spectre has steadfastly refused to accept any contracts targeting the leaders of significant factions, limiting his actions to eliminating mid-tier figures within various gangs. This has left many lamenting the lost opportunities, while others find solace in the balance it maintains. Should the Spectre indiscriminately take on all assignments, the equilibrium of the realm would surely be shattered, leading to chaos beyond imagination. Conversely, if he were to directly assassinate the leaders of these major factions, it would be akin to draining a pond of its fish. Maintaining such a delicate balance is essential for profit. However, the external analyses fail to capture the true state of affairs. The Spectre, originally named Kevin, differs fundamentally from the myriad of merchants, military personnel, and mafiosos that plague the land. He is a native of the Udicana Kingdom. In fact, all members of the Gates of Hell are locals, making them among the most tragic figures in Udicana. They have endured the ravages of war, warlords, gangs, and pirates, becoming mere prey in their own homeland. The king, entrenched in his palace with his guards, remained inactive, resulting in the slaughter or starvation of countless indigenous people during this tumultuous period. as aptly named. The gates of hell reflect the dire circumstances faced by the natives, who have suffered catastrophic losses. They emerge from a hellish existence, grappling with the loss of loved ones and friends. Entire villages were annihilated, leaving but a single survivor. Anger brewed within them. The king, Donald, proved ineffectual. The world government remained indifferent, ultimately legitimizing the gangs and perpetuating the status quo. Furthermore, the world government covertly supported external forces, empowering merchants and pirates alike. To the locals, it appeared that these outsiders had seized control of their nation, rendering the indigenous people mere shadows in their own land. Yet, what could their anger achieve? They were mere mortals, struggling against the inferno of their circumstances. However, they could indeed take action. They had the potential to reopen the familiar gates of hell, this time sending those detestable opportunists back to whence they came. The wrath of the downtrodden can yield devastating consequences. While the fury of an individual may be limited, collective outrage can yield bloodshed on a grand scale. Having clawed their way out of hell, their resolve and spirit transcended conventional reasoning. Thus, 3 years later, the gates of hell were established. It is unfathomable that merely 3 years prior, they were humble, hard-working farmers, innocent youths, amiable homemakers, and exceptionally skilled chefs. Now, they stood transformed into agile, bloodthirsty assassins. What transpired during those 3 years remains known only to them. Initially, they had no intention of charging fees or accepting contracts. They took down numerous gang leaders, unscrupulous merchants, and nobles. However, as casualties mounted and manpower dwindled, often due to limited intelligence, collective reflection led to the realization that this path was unsustainable. They were the last remnants of their bloodline, seeking not only vengeance but also the preservation of their lineage. Such sacrifices could not be afforded. Without a source of funding, their numbers dwindled further, threatening disintegration from within before external forces could act. Thus, they resolved to monetize their assassination endeavors, collecting payment from their adversaries while simultaneously reaping the harvest of their lives. In doing so, they had inadvertently established a reputation, showcasing their prowess with their enemies' funds. They could cultivate the next generation. This long-term strategy promised greater stability than reckless aggression. The unfinished business of their predecessors would continue through their sons and grandsons, ensuring an unbroken lineage in this manner. The leader adopted the moniker of the Spectre, signifying one who emerged from the depths of hell to claim lives. This also implied a relinquishment of his former identity as Kevin, denoting a forsaking of his humanity. Thus, this series of machinations led to the current state of affairs. The assassin organization, Gates of Hell, may be small in number, yet each member is an elite, well-versed in the art of assassination, collectively forming a force that cannot be overlooked. In the depths of the Spectre's heart lies the conviction that no target is beyond his reach. The leaders of significant factions, including Donald, are not immune to assassination, not due to inability, but rather a lack of courage. The Spectre's prowess does not yet match theirs, and within the organization, no one else poses a threat to them. It is said that those leaders have awakened powerful abilities, some even being capable of extraordinary feats. The vast organization relies on the Spectre as its cornerstone, and without him, no one else can bear the weight. The next generation remains in their formative years, undergoing education and training in secretive locations, necessitating substantial financial resources. As such, the Spectre refrains from accepting contracts targeting the leaders of major factions, prioritizing stability. However, as the saying goes, those who dwell by the riverbank are bound to get wet. Today, Captain Jack seeks to impose discipline upon this so-called Spectre, intending to teach him a lesson. Within the secret base of the Gates of Hell, Kevin sits at a table, overwhelmed as he grapples with various organizational matters. At that moment, the telephone bug on the desk buzzed to life. Kevin answered the call. "Boss, we have an investor ready to place an order, specifically requesting your personal involvement." Upon hearing that a job had materialized, Kevin momentarily set aside his current tasks and inquired, "Is the payment sufficient? And who is the target? Surely not someone excessively dangerous." "Yes, everything is in order. We have received the target's dossier as well. It was procured from the Shadow and is absolutely reliable." Kevin fell silent for a moment before responding. "Very well. Bring me the target's information shortly. I shall review it before making a decision. With that, he hung up the phone. Chuckling to himself, Kevin mused, I must admit, I have grown increasingly fearful of death. Now, even accepting a mission requires thorough verification. Shortly thereafter, a member approached Kevin, clutching a dossier. After handing over the documents, the individual did not linger but swiftly exited the room. Kevin began to meticulously peruse the information regarding Captain Jack. Name: Jack Sparrow species. Human age: undisclosed, estimated to be around 30. Identity: President of the Red Rock Society in Pocky City. Background: landed in Udicana 3 days ago and eliminated the former president of the Red Rock Society. Joyce, a user of the bug fruit. On the very first day, he subsequently dispatched several dissenters, seizing the position of president. This maneuver exploited Joyce's arrogant disposition, as Joyce had invited disaster upon himself, only to find himself outmatched. Following this incident, 2 days later, he assimilated the Ironwood Society, thereby establishing himself as the most formidable gang force in Pocky City. This operation bore resemblance to his previous one, as he uncovered the hidden leader of the Ironwood Society. Hans.by first neutralizing the leader and then absorbing the subordinates, he incurred minimal losses while annexing yet another gang. What astonishes us is Jack's formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. Despite having been in Pocky City for merely 3 days, he was able to locate Hans of the Ironwood Society. The Shadow had not previously sold any intelligence regarding Hans to the Red Rock Society or Captain Jack, leaving the source of Jack's information shrouded in mystery. It is anticipated that new actions will soon unfold, aimed at eradicating the last gang capable of opposing him, the Black Bear Society. As for his prior experiences, they remain unclear, akin to his sudden emergence in Udicana. With no clarity regarding his origins, tales of Captain Jack's past adventures circulate in taverns. Yet upon thorough investigation, they prove to be nearly implausible. No one recognizes Barbassa, nor is anyone aware of the curse of the gold coins. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that these experiences hold some truth, for the world still harbors enigmas we have yet to comprehend, albeit the odds are slim. Personality: boisterous, with an insatiable fondness for Rome. Exhibiting an apparent indifference towards all matters aside from his beloved drink and title. Unkempt and disheveled, he behaves in a manner that defies conventional understanding, particularly concerning his insistence on being addressed as Captain Jack. Given Jack's fabricated adventures, we have reason to suspect that these behaviors may be a odd. Strength: above average, tentative. He has previously demonstrated his capability to hit a target from 100 meters away in plain sight, showcasing remarkable marksmanship. During his confrontation with Joyce, he wielded a powerful firearm, which ultimately led to Joyce's downfall, and we surmise this to be Jack's most potent weapon. His swordsmanship is mediocre, although he carries a curved blade at his waist. It proves largely ineffective. In his battle with Joyce, he displayed agility, utilizing the curved blade to attack Joyce's joints, yet was unable to inflict any damage. Notably, one of his subordinates, a merman named Haku, possesses strength that may even surpass Captain Jack's, capable of facing Joyce head-on. Furthermore, in the subsequent investigation of the chaotic battle scene, it appears that Haku was primarily responsible for the confrontation with Hans, though the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. There were indications of prior suppression, clearly suggesting he was restrained before being executed by Jack's pistol. This merman is well-versed in merman martial arts and possesses formidable strength, the reasons behind his service under Captain Jack, despite his superior abilities, remain an enigma. Special, in stark contrast to Jack's unimpressive strength, his cunning is noteworthy. In just a few short days, he has ascended from an obscure pirate to the foremost figure in Pocky City, which speaks volumes. The next page contains photographs of Jack and Haku. Upon seeing this dossier, Kevin nearly questioned its authenticity. It was indeed provided by the Shadow, which he found hard to believe. He had perused numerous documents from the Shadow, each meticulously detailed and rigorous. Typically, these reports encompass every aspect of an individual's life, from birth to present, rendering each dossier a hefty tome. Yet, this dossier on Captain Jack was an exception, alarmingly brief at merely 3 pages, with 1 page dedicated to photographs of Jack and Haku. The final page contained a map of the Red Rock Society's base, specifically the underground of the Blood Red Mountain Tavern. What astonished Kevin further was the prevalence of speculative language within the dossier. Such terms as estimated, tentative, speculated, shrouded in mystery, and unknown were abundant. This stood in stark contrast to Kevin's prior encounters with the Shadow. One could surmise that Captain Jack's background is shrouded in an unsettling mystique. However, should Jack and his associates ever lay eyes on such a document, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The details of his battle with Joyce were known only to a handful of witnesses, yet now the Shadow has managed to extract intricate details from that encounter. Moreover, the particulars of his skirmish with Hans are known to only 3 individuals, and the scene was promptly secured and restored, making it all the more astonishing that the Shadow could uncover so much information. They even delved into Jack's purportedly fabricated history, deducing that his experiences were indeed contrived and exposing the nature of his disguise. Had Jack encountered such a dossier, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. Indeed, the rumors regarding the Shadow's extensive network of intelligence operatives infiltrating numerous organizations are far from mere exaggeration. Their ability to maintain dominance over the gates of hell is attributable to their singular prowess, establishing themselves as the second most powerful force among the 8 factions. The Shadow's unparalleled espionage capabilities are, without a doubt, well-deserved of their reputation. However, they erred regarding Hans. Jack had no prior knowledge of him, as he was merely in pursuit of Fujitora that day. It was Fujitora who initially subdued Hans. In light of this dossier, Kevin found himself in a quandary that on one hand, faced with the nebulous dossier on Captain Jack, one could only wonder what hidden cards he might hold. That on the other hand, Kevin was resolute in his desire to eliminate Captain Jack. This territory is already burdened by 3 formidable gangs, akin to 3 towering mountains pressing upon the land. Kevin certainly did not wish for a 4th to emerge. Ideally, he would like to see Black Bear Benny dealt with as well. Thus, after much deliberation, Kevin gritted his teeth and resolved to eliminate Captain Jack before he could expand his influence. He picked up the telephone bug and declared, "Inform them that I accept this job. Instruct them to prepare the payment. By tomorrow morning, they shall receive news of Captain Jack's demise." This is also a rule of the gates of hell. Whether successful or not, one assassination is all that is permitted should one fail. The payment is non-refundable, for failure often signifies the loss of a member. That fee shall serve as a form of compensation or, perhaps, a price for a life. Having concluded his words, he hung up the phone, retrieved a small knife from his drawer, and stealthily descended underground. Each time Kevin ventured in or out, he employed unconventional routes, rendering even the Shadow unable to ascertain the timings or methods of his operations. They could only speculate that he possessed an extraordinary ability for concealment and stealth. It is often said that there is no such thing as a misnamed nickname. As Kevin has dubbed himself Ghost, his powers are indeed related. A user of the Ghost fruit, he can transform into a specter devoid of mass, rendering his body ethereal and capable of passing through any object, save for water and sea prism stone. However, this ability bears a significant flaw. It is susceptible to light. While ordinary light poses no threat, exposure to intense illumination not only nullifies his powers, but also inflicts searing damage upon him. Thus, Kevin operates solely under the cloak of night, traversing through earth and walls to execute his assassinations. Surely, no one would leave the lights on while sleeping, especially not to such an extent that it illuminates the surroundings to a brilliant brightness, casting no shadows whatsoever on that fateful day, deep into the night. Kevin traversed the underground for an extensive duration until he finally drifted from the royal capital of Grand to the city of Piakway. By that time, Pakway had succumbed to an eerie silence. The once vibrant taverns and opulent casinos now lay hushed, with the populace having retreated to their abodes, extinguishing the lights to embrace slumber. In this precarious moment, with war looming on the horizon, no one would be idle enough to meander through the streets that a careless encounter with a gang clash could spell disaster, rendering even 10 lives insufficient. Conflict was inevitable. The only uncertainty lay in the timing of the impending battle. This atmosphere was undeniably disadvantageous for Kevin. The Red Rock Society and the Black Bear Society had heightened their vigilance, intensifying patrols within their strongholds, with guards stationed at every entrance and corridor. Although Kevin possessed a map, it was of little use without reference points. Thus, to ascertain his current location, he had to periodically peek above ground, assessing the situation. Fortunately, Kevin could gauge the presence of others above him by the vibrations felt through the floor. Otherwise, should he inadvertently reveal himself, he would find himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. After expending considerable effort in navigating this labyrinth, Kevin finally arrived at Jack's chamber. As he emerged from below, he beheld Jack sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep. True to the intelligence reports, Jack appeared remarkably disheveled, having not even bothered to remove his clothing or shoes. Observing Jack's ungraceful posture, Kevin mused that it was not merely sloth, but rather Jack's prudent preparation for any unexpected disturbances that could rouse him, leaving no time for a proper appearance. This was a strategy for ensuring he could mobilize at a moment's notice. As a seasoned operative, Kevin deftly retrieved a small dagger and glided silently towards Jack, poised to deliver a swift thrust to his neck. Throughout the entire process, from stealthily entering Jack's room to the moment he struck, Kevin maintained an ethereal state, creating not even a whisper of air. Yet, Jack, a young man awakened to the prowess of observation hockey, despite his limited training, had honed his senses to detect imminent danger. In an instant, Jack sprang awake, not even affording himself the luxury of opening his eyes before he rolled hastily to the side. With a soft thud, Jack heard the sound reverberate close by, causing a cold sweat to break out upon him. Kevin, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly withdrew the dagger embedded in the bed and lunged at Jack once more. The first strike, however, had taken Kevin by surprise, a scenario he had never encountered before. Having narrowly escaped, Jack now focused intently on Kevin's movements. Kevin lunged again. Jack executed a swift maneuver, narrowly avoiding the dagger as it grazed his back and tore through his clothing. Quick to react, Jack leapt from the bed, instinctively reaching back to assess his fortune. Miraculously, he had only suffered a torn garment, devoid of any wounds. Who could have known that the dagger wielded by the assassin was devoid of poison? Had it been coated, even a minor cut could have proven fatal. Just then, Kevin, undeterred, capitalized on his advantageous position and advanced for another strike. Faced with this unavoidable attack, Jack remained composed, raising his hand to defend himself. To Kevin's astonishment, the dagger did not meet Jack's arm, but was instead intercepted by another small blade that had mysteriously appeared in Jack's grasp. It turned out that as Jack raised his hand, he had opened a spatial pouch and retrieved a long-stored tactical knife. While he may not have been adept with a curved blade, Jack had mastered the art of wielding this tactical knife, a skill inherited from Leon himself. Despite Jack's successful defenses against Kevin's onslaught, he remained imperiled. As previously mentioned, most individuals tend to extinguish their lights before retiring for the night, and Jack was no exception. The absence of windows in the basement rendered it shrouded in impenetrable darkness, with the only flicker of illumination seeping through the doorway from the corridor. Thus, Jack could not discern the assassin's appearance, nor could he ascertain his precise location. Only the faint whispers of wind accompanying Kevin's strikes, along with the almost imperceptible glint of the blade, could be detected. Jack understood that his ability to withstand such attacks hinged on his unwavering focus and the activation of his observation hockey. However, even his enhanced physical capabilities could not be sustained indefinitely. Within a minute, he would find himself in dire straits to counter this threat. He needed light. Consequently, Jack rolled and scrambled, doing his utmost to fend off Kevin's relentless assault while retreating towards the door. Kevin, aware that allowing Jack to reach the door would obliterate his current advantage, intensified his offensive. Jack felt utterly constrained, as if the assassin were pressing him to the ground. Resolutely, he vowed that once he survived this ordeal, he would never again sleep in the basement. At least outside, the moonlight would provide some measure of safety. Moreover, had Haku and Fujitora not been dispatched by Jack to stir up trouble, they could have arrived for support by now. As Jack neared the entrance, Kevin lunged forward, swinging his dagger with fierce intent. Should Jack attempt to force the door open, he risked severe injury or worse, an outcome Kevin sought to enforce. However, Jack awaited this precise moment, executing a roll to evade the attack and swiftly activating the wall switch. Thus, the lights above flickered to life. P.S. Daily updates at 8 a.m. sharp. please leave a 5-star review. Upon witnessing the ceiling lights illuminate the room, Kevin silently cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated that Captain Jack possessed such cunning. Even in this urgent crisis, he remained remarkably composed. All along, Jack had feigned intentions of opening the door, casting a deceptive glance toward it. While his true objective had been the switch, the light fixture dangling from the ceiling was encased in a cylindrical lampshade, which softened the illumination in the dim basement, preventing it from being overly blinding. Now, Jack could discern the intruder's features, albeit only partially. The figure before him was cloaked in a black robe, face obscured by a dark scarf, and brandishing a gleaming dagger, perhaps due to a slight stoop. The person appeared somewhat diminutive, yet the eyes not concealed by the scarf glimmered with a menacing intensity, fixated on Jack. Armed with his own knife, Jack felt a twinge of anxiety. His narrow escape was solely attributable to his recently awakened observation haki. The exertion from this encounter had taken a toll on Jack's stamina, especially when employing haki, which drained energy at an alarming rate. With the lights now on, he barely managed to catch his breath. Kevin, observing this, concluded that Jack was merely at the end of his rope. He maintained a significant advantage, and with a single decisive move, he could easily subdue Jack. But to seize him, Kevin was no fool. Successfully executing numerous high-stakes assassination missions required more than mere physical prowess and abilities. Intellect played a crucial role as well. Frustrated with the flawed intelligence, Kevin berated the inadequate information, questioning the absurdity of calling Jack inept at close combat and unskilled with curved blades. Indeed, in this moment of crisis, Jack had not utilized a curved blade at all, but had wielded a small knife with great finesse. Even in the darkness, Kevin's previous attempts had proven fruitless. Now, to recklessly engage would be to attack where he was weakest, while Jack excelled. Consequently, Kevin's expression hardened as he abruptly flung his dagger towards the ceiling light. The reasoning was simple. If the light remained illuminated, it could easily be extinguished, since the switch lay within Jack's reach. He aimed to destroy the light source directly. Jack, fully alert, remained acutely aware of Kevin's actions. Upon perceiving Kevin's intent, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack held his breath, summoning the Punisher to his other hand. Almost simultaneously with Kevin's dagger's release, Jack pulled the trigger. Bang! Clink! Two voices erupted almost simultaneously, intertwining with one another, leaving no discernible indication of which came first. Kevin's dagger was struck aside by a gunshot, spinning and embedding itself at an angle into the ceiling. Although it may seem like a lengthy description, all of this transpired in a remarkably brief moment. From the instant Jack activated the switch to the moment he fired and sent Kevin's dagger flying, the tide of the situation had drastically turned within that fleeting time frame. Faced with Jack, who was now aiming a gun at him, Kevin couldn't help but admire. Jack's marksmanship truly lived up to its reputation. He had managed to hit my dagger with such precision. Jack, pointing his gun at Kevin, felt a surge of confidence and leisurely inquired, "Speak, who are you? And who sent you to assassinate the illustrious Captain Jack?" Kevin remained silent, contemplating how arduous the task had become. Yet, if he retreated today, such an opportunity to assassinate Jack might never arise again. After a moment of introspection, Kevin chided himself. After a few years of comfortable life, had he lost even the courage to fight? Though he lacked the upper hand, his fruit abilities might yet enable him to subdue Jack. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and decided to proceed with his mission. Observing Kevin's silence, Jack felt no urgency. He was already assured of victory and simply continued to hold the Punisher steady at Kevin. Unexpectedly, Kevin let out a cold snort and charged at Jack. Jack, taken aback, thought, how audacious of him to come running toward me with my gun aimed at him. Confounded, Jack aimed for Kevin's thigh and fired. However, as the bullet was discharged, Kevin's body appeared to shimmer and become somewhat transparent, the bullet passing through him and striking the floor instead. Jack, witnessing this phenomenon, realized that firearms could not inflict substantial harm on the assassin. Could it be another manifestation of a fruit ability? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Kevin had drawn closer to Jack from Jack's vantage point. He could clearly see a small blade, akin to a fruit knife, hidden within Kevin's sleeve. To Jack's astonishment, Kevin was not merely armed with a dagger, but had other weapons concealed as well. Combined with the inexplicable bullet that had passed through Kevin's thigh, Jack couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What the hell?" However, now was not the time for lamentation. Witnessing the sleeve's sword poised to pierce his heart, Jack hastily defended himself with a small knife. Regrettably, Jack felt a pang of remorse. If only he hadn't let Haku take Fujitora away tonight, they would have arrived to provide support amidst this commotion. As for the hapless guards, Jack held no expectations of them. Not only were they usually barred from entering this area to protect certain secrets, but even if they did arrive now, they would be powerless against such abilities. After some time grappling with one another, Jack found himself increasingly vexed. Each time he seized an opening in the assassin's defense, Kevin would become ephemeral and transparent. Each of Jack's strikes felt as though they merely sliced through air, encountering no resistance as they passed through the assassin's form. Conversely, with each of Kevin's attacks, his body would solidify. During this entanglement, Jack had gained little ground, instead accumulating numerous wounds. Yet he had not emerged entirely empty-handed. Through the exchanges, he had discerned a weakness in the assassin's abilities. Kevin oscillated between being insubstantial and solid, blurring the lines of reality with his deceptive nature. Nonetheless, Jack noticed that the assassin consistently avoided standing in the direct beam of light, evading exposure to the illumination. Coupled with Kevin's previous reactions to light sources, a thought struck Jack. Could it be that he feared light? Or perhaps he feared bright light? Once this notion took root in Jack's mind, it proved difficult to dispel. If it was indeed the case that he feared bright light, then Jack happened to have plenty of that at his disposal. To confirm this theory, Jack feigned exhaustion during Kevin's next assault, failing to evade entirely and sustaining another deep wound to his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Jack pretended to be in pain, inadvertently dropping his small knife to the ground. He then took 2 steps back, retreating behind the light source. As expected, faced with this rare opportunity, Kevin did not press his advantage and charged directly at Jack. Instead, he took a wide arc to circumvent the direct light beneath the lampshade. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Jack's face. That moment, victory was assured. Speaking of bright light, Jack had an abundance of IT. In the context of Resident Evil 4, 3 potent throwing weapons existed: grenades, incendiary grenades, and flashbangs. Upon successfully recruiting Fujitora and bolstering the Revolutionary Army's strength, new merchandise had appeared in the store, including these 3 formidable throwing weapons in the original game. The selling prices for grenades, incendiary grenades, and flashbangs were 2,000, 1,000, and 500, respectively. By calculating at half the purchase price upon selling, the expected prices should have been 4,000, 2,000, and 1,000. However, that was not the case. The system imposed a flat rate of 4,000 for all throwing weapons, regardless of type. Initially, Jack found the pricing disheartening, realizing he could not negotiate. Whatever the price, that was it. Did they expect him to fight over it? Nevertheless, Jack was grateful for having saved some pesetas, or else he would have been compelled to sell weapons for cash. Without hesitation, Jack silently muttered, "Purchase 1 flashbang." Just then, Kevin lunged forward, aiming to stab Jack in the chest. However, Jack, having already discarded his small knife to test whether Kevin truly feared light, found himself unable to defend against the attack. Simultaneously, he could not evade, dragging his weary and battered body along. Jack could only brace his right arm horizontally while his left hand produced the newly acquired flashbang. Unquestionably, Kevin's short blade pierced Jack's arm with ease. Yet Jack managed to buy himself a moment of respite at the expense of one hand. Enduring the agony of his right arm being pierced, Jack pressed hard against the blade, preventing it from advancing toward his chest. With his left hand, he pulled the pin, tossing the flashbang to the ground before closing his eyes and turning away, seeing Jack disregard his own safety to hurl the blue cylindrical object. Kevin recognized it was no ordinary item. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the dagger embedded in Jack's arm. Before Kevin could execute his next move, the flashbang detonated. Although Kevin had anticipated the explosion, he was unprepared for the suddenness and ferocity of the blast. Unlike ordinary individuals who could shield their eyes like Jack had, Kevin was different. For him, every part of his body was a weakness, offering no protection in an instant. He felt as though he were being torn apart, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him as if his very soul were being rent asunder. As the blinding light enveloped him. When Jack finally opened his eyes and turned back, he found the assassin had already collapsed to the ground. Just as Jack exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly evaded the assassin's initial strike, he realized he had remained in a heightened state of alert throughout the ordeal. Those brief moments felt like an eternity to Jack, and the physical exhaustion and overuse of his hockey left him utterly drained. As Jack picked up the small knife, intent on swiftly ending the life of the fallen assassin to avoid any further complications, the door that had remained shut was suddenly and violently kicked open. Jack turned to see, oh, how infuriating! If only these two had returned sooner. Even a minute earlier, there would have been far fewer troubles. Indeed, the individuals who had barged in were Haku and Fujitora, particularly Fujitora, who, while soaring through the air with Haku, sensed Jack was engaged in a struggle and hastily descended. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Jack, covered in wounds and dragging a bloodied arm, alongside the fallen assassin. Haku was about to call for medical personnel when Jack quickly raised his left hand, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. However, Jack's exaggerated motion caused him to wince, twisting his expression in a rather comical way due to the pain. The two were perplexed, unsure why Jack was signaling them to refrain from calling for help. Meanwhile, their swift entrance had caught the attention of the guards, who began to suspect that something was amiss in Jack's vicinity. Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching, Jack urged in a hushed voice, "Quickly send them away. Do not let them enter." Both Haku and Fujitora possessed keen hearing, and despite the softness of Jack's words, it posed no challenge for them to comprehend. Although Jack's behavior at this moment was somewhat inexplicable, the two adhered to his whims and managed to send the guards away. Upon their return to the room, they were astonished to find Jack remarkably composed. Despite the numerous bloodstains adorning his body, his wounds had miraculously healed. His previously drooping right arm now moved with ease. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of his companions, Jack fixated on the empty canister in his hand, sorrowfully reflecting. A flashbang costs 4,000, a first aid spray 5,000. This individual is of some use, yet cannot be eliminated. Today has been a significant loss. As Jack contemplated the assassin still sprawled on the ground, he swiftly addressed his companions. "I have an idea. Let's swiftly secure him with sea-stone handcuffs to prevent his escape upon awakening." What is this idea? To recruit the assassin organization. Thus, 2 hours passed. Suddenly, the assassin stirred back to consciousness, having been rendered unconscious for over 2 hours by a single flashbang. "You must be exceedingly afraid of light," Jack remarked, reclining in his chair with legs crossed, observing the now awake Kevin. Fortunately, he had not activated his ghost form and maintained his corporeal state. Otherwise, he might have lost half his life. Kevin felt a sense of relief. But upon seeing the sea-stone handcuffs on his wrists, he despondently pondered, yet given the current circumstances, what difference does it make? Noticing Kevin's silence, Jack chose not to dwell on this trivial matter. He rose, adopting an air of authority, and looked down upon Kevin, stating, "Speak, do you wish to live or die?" At this moment, Jack could clearly discern the assassin's features. He was not handsome, perhaps even somewhat unattractive, appearing to be in his 40s with numerous scars from sharp blades marring his already grim visage, rendering him even more fearsome. Meanwhile, Fujitora and Haku appeared as if they wished to sink into the ground, their expressions and demeanor comically incongruous with Jack's garb and tone, which seemed more humorous than menacing. Observing others in this situation appeared formidable. Yet Jack's approach seemed absurdly amusing. To be candid, Jack's sudden inclination to confront this assassin struck both companions as rather implausible. After all, those who chose the path of an assassin were battle-hardened, resolute individuals. Coercion or intimidation would be far too simplistic. They approached their missions with a mindset willing to face death, as expected. The only response Jack received was a derisive snort, after which Kevin turned away, dismissing him. However, Jack remained unfazed and continued his comically exaggerated performance. "You're not mute, are you? Since the moment I laid eyes on you. You have yet to utter a single word. If you wish to kill me, do not waste time with idle chatter. Extracting anything from me is impossible." Perhaps overwhelmed by Jack's incessant prattle, Kevin finally spoke. "I am not here to extract anything." Jack toyed with the flintlock pistol in his hand, leisurely addressing Kevin. I simply wish for your organization of assassins to join my ranks and serve me. It's that straightforward. Kevin, upon hearing this, wore a bewildered expression. Where is the logic in such a recruitment? Neither party knows the other. Not only are we currently adversaries, but if you were to approach a stranger on the street with such a proposition, they would surely consider you mad. Daha. Kevin retorted, his anger boiling over into laughter. You would do well to kill me now. Should I escape one day, I shall find every means to eliminate you. Fujihara, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, not out of concern but rather indignation, ready to teach the assassin a lesson. How could one act so arrogant after being captured, while their captor remained so congenial? Surely the roles had been reversed. Seeing Fujihara rise abruptly, Jack hurried forward to placate him. Do not be angry, my friend. It is understandable for a misguided comrade to exhibit a bit of temper. After all, he has not yet been exposed to enlightened thought and remains relatively ignorant. Once he undergoes education and reformation, all will improve. We must show some leniency to our new comrades in the days since Fujihara had joined. He had perused numerous books and articles, absorbing various ideologies, the majority of which had originated from Leon. Following Jack's discovery of Haku, transcribing some of Leon's quotes, Leon had taken to organizing his thoughts during idle moments, jotting them down piece by piece. Regrettably, Leon's memory was limited, or else he could have easily reproduced volumes of Marxist philosophy or the complete works of Lu Xun. Once disseminated, the world government and naval forces would undoubtedly collapse without him lifting a finger. After Jack finally managed to soothe Fujihara, he resumed his dialogue with Kevin. You see, you assassins are driven by monetary gain. Ask around, and you shall find that I, Jack, lack nothing but money. State your desired amount. Pa, take your filthy money elsewhere. Kevin snapped back. Indeed, while we may need funds, we are principled individuals and will not accept your piggish charity. Jack's words inadvertently struck a nerve within Kevin, prompting him to unleash a torrent of invective. Instead of responding with anger, Jack felt a surge of delight. Kevin's outburst revealed that their organization was not solely motivated by financial gain, that if Kevin were willing to submit for money, Jack had no interest in that. Money, I am in dire need of it. If we had sufficient funds, our revolutionary forces would have developed long ago. Where would I procure such wealth for you? The resentment emanating from Kevin indicated that this matter held potential. Just as Kevin finished speaking, the irate Fujihara could no longer remain seated. He subtly drew his blade, murmuring, "Gravity blade." Upon hearing this, Kevin felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Jack quickly continued to placate the furious Fujihara. Oh, such trivial matters hardly warrant such grand gestures that no. Fujihara shot back. If we do not teach him a lesson now, he will surely become more audacious. Haku stepped in as the peacemaker, urging both Jack and Fujihara to temper their actions, which eventually quelled the rising tension in this trio. One played the role of the angry participant, another that of the calm mediator. While Haku navigated between them, showcasing Jack's unwavering determination to secure Kevin's allegiance, Jack gazed at Kevin, who lay prostrate on the ground, and cleared his throat. You see, is it not better for everyone to maintain a cordial atmosphere? Let us engage in a meaningful discussion. Even if an agreement cannot be reached, we can part ways amicably. Why must we escalate matters so unnecessarily? Humph. Kevin replied with yet another derisive grunt. With a chuckle, Jack mused to himself about Kevin's fondness for scoffing. Perhaps he should be dubbed the scoffing hero. Undeterred, Jack pressed on. Consider this. If my money is indeed filthy, then the funds that command your assassin organization to kill must also be filthy. What distinction exists between the two? Jack's words finally made an impact. Kevin, still sprawled on the floor, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Jack's money was tainted, but in this nation, whose money was not tainted, it was undeniable that since he began accepting jobs and earning money, his standard of living had significantly improved. He no longer needed to worry about daily sustenance. He even found himself envying those officials he once looked up to. Yet, the methods he employed to earn his keep mirrored those he despised. Exploiting the chaos of a land for personal gain. What of the new generation? Although they learned the art of killing swiftly, once their generation passed, who would remember the original intention behind the founding of Hell's Gate? Those young ones would likely transform Hell's Gate into a bona fide assassin organization. Jack observed Kevin, who was ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts, and did not rush him, quietly sitting on the ground while awaiting his response. After a while, Kevin sighed deeply. Though still pinned to the ground by Fujihira, he struggled to lift his head and inquired of Jack, "If I may be so bold, since you claim to lack for nothing in monetary terms, what drives your ambition to annex these gangs? What will you do after unifying the criminal underworld of Pakway City?" Jack sat cross-legged before Kevin, a smile gracing his lips as he met Kevin's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I aim to rescue this nation, to liberate it from the clutches of the world government, the mafia, and Donald. I intend to eradicate all the chaotic forces that plague US. In doing so, I will acquire ample wealth. Are you not currently lacking for funds?" Kevin inquired. "Indeed," Jack acknowledged, "but what the eradication of darkness from this world? No amount of money would suffice for that." Kevin, still on the ground, chuckled softly. "You aspire to eliminate the celestial dragons. So you are indeed part of that laughable revolutionary faction, a mere few thousand strong, seeking to overthrow the world government. Had it not been for the inability to locate your headquarters, dispatching a naval fleet could have swiftly resolved your predicament. Who do you think you can save? At present, you are incapable of even salvaging this nation." This statement was directed towards Jack, as well as a reflection upon himself. Observing Jack's earnest demeanor at that moment, Kevin was reminded of his own self a decade prior, consumed with thoughts of rescuing the nation and his fellow countrymen. However, the experiences of the past 10 years had imparted a harsh lesson. With merely this handful of individuals, it was utterly futile to contend against such formidable forces. Upon hearing these words, Jack raised an eyebrow. "Da-da, this fellow possesses a degree of worldly wisdom. He has even heard whispers of the Revolutionary Army and is evidently well informed." Meanwhile, Haku and Fujitora exchanged glances, their expressions hardening with the intent to kill. From this point onward, the narrative diverged from the script previously agreed upon by the three. It was unexpected that there were those here who were aware of the nascent Revolutionary Army. Should the negotiations ultimately falter, Kevin's survival would be utterly impossible. Jack remained seated cross-legged on the floor, inquiring, "How much strength do you believe is required to confront the evildoers of the world? How many individuals need to be involved?" This question was not posed to Kevin, nor to the seated Fujitora and Haku, but rather to himself. Ever since joining the Revolutionary Army, despite his perpetual jesting demeanor, he often found himself troubled. Faced with the overwhelming might of the world government and the world's most powerful military force, the Navy, it was akin to being a dragon perched atop a throne, rarely able to smile genuinely. Yet both Leon and Dragon, akin to one another, had never relinquished hope. They both believed in the existence of truth, goodness, and beauty, and held steadfast that victory would one day be theirs. Thus, Jack sat in that confined room, recalling the famous words of Leo Tolstoy from War and Peace, and involuntarily uttered them aloud. "Let the good people walk hand in hand. Let them raise the banner of truth, goodness, and beauty, and collectively strive for happiness in this world." The most impactful ideas are often strikingly simple, and my entire philosophy is merely this: if the immoral can unite to form a formidable force, then the righteous should do likewise. After Kevin's departure into the shadows, Haku could not restrain his curiosity. "Aren't you concerned he might turn against us afterward? Are you so bold as to let him leave?" Jack rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Am I supposed to invite him to stay for the night?" Haku was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, you worry too much." It was Fujitora who patted Haku on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Both Jack and I can see that Kevin is genuinely sincere. You needn't fret unnecessarily. However, your earlier sentiments, while easy to express, are far more challenging to enact." Fujitora slightly opened his eyes, revealing orbs devoid of pupils beneath his scarred visage. His voice was low, his right hand resting upon his cane, which pressed firmly into the ground, causing cracks to form in the floor. His reaction underscored the profound impact Jack's earlier words had on him. Meanwhile, Haku recalled that there were still matters to attend to. He retrieved a notebook and diligently recorded the recent dialogue. Jack shrugged, spreading his hands. Who could argue otherwise? If people were capable of uniting, this world would have achieved peace long ago. Yet, are we not striving for exactly that, to unite the righteous and confront the immoral? As Jack spoke, he sensed the weight of the conversation and opted to shift the topic. By the way, did you encounter any unforeseen circumstances on your return? Was Clara safely escorted back? Rest assured, we faced no issues. We flew straight back without incident. Moreover, Clara was quite understanding, realizing she could not be of much assistance here. Haku responded while jotting down notes. Oh, and about that kid Sabo. He has taken quite a liking to that wooden stick. Given his age, it has grown significantly. It will serve him well as he matures. Our shipwright confirmed that the stick was indeed cut from the Atom Tree. As it turns out, Haku and Fujitora had set off early that morning. Utilizing his abilities, Fujitora carried the three of them back to headquarters, took a brief pause, and then returned out of course. This minor task could have been managed by Fujitora alone, but he was unfamiliar with the route. And Clara, still young, could not navigate either. So Haku accompanied him for the sake of introductions, lest others mistakenly assume an enemy had intruded. Oh, and the seastone handcuffs we used earlier were also brought by us. We thought that given the abundance of those with abilities here, they might prove useful, and indeed they did. Well, as you know, time is of the essence, Jack stated with gravity. Kevin has informed us that the Shadow is conducting a thorough investigation into us. Furthermore, many are aware of the Revolutionary Army's existence. Our fabricated identities simply cannot withstand meticulous scrutiny that I believe it is only a matter of time before we are exposed. Haku, closing his notebook, inquired with curiosity, but why is this so-called shadow so formidable? In just a few days, they have managed to gather so much information. Their intelligence network seems to span the globe. Jack responded nonchalantly. What did I say before? Whenever there is a perplexing issue, just place the blame squarely on the world government, Haku murmured. So, does that mean the Shadow is actually backed by the world government? What does it mean to be backed by the world government? It is clearly the intelligence agency of the world government, Jack scoffed. With such an extensive intelligence capability, covering the world and embedding members deep within every organization, their methods far surpass our Revolutionary Army. Only the world's premier intelligence organization, Cypherpol, possesses such immense power. With subdivisions like CP0 and CP9, it remains uncertain which CP the Shadow belongs to, upon learning that it was affiliated with the world government's intelligence agency. Fujitora asked in astonishment, why would the world government's intelligence agency intervene? What significance is there in assisting these various factions with their intelligence? Quite simply, to maintain a balance of power among the factions. While also reaping some benefits, Jack replied, if I were in their position, I would operate in the same manner. Whenever one faction grows stronger, I would sell unfavorable intelligence to the others, prompting them to devise strategies to curb the burgeoning power. Furthermore, if a major faction intends to target a minor one and seeks intelligence on it, they inadvertently disclose their own actions to the Shadow. The Shadow can then respond accordingly, utilizing spies embedded within the major factions to create various obstacles. Fujitora sighed. Well, I did not expect that upon entering, we would be compelled to confront the world government directly. What do you mean by a direct confrontation? It's merely as pushing back. They cannot retaliate against us, Jack laughed. If they were to expose their identities and reveal that the Shadow is indeed Cypherpol, it would create an exceedingly chaotic situation. After all, the world government cannot directly intervene in member nations. They would have to endure any retaliatory actions, resorting only to minor tactics. Haku nodded in agreement. That is true, though it is common knowledge that spies from Cypherpol are embedded globally, which has become an open secret. Such overt and audacious actions must remain concealed. Indeed, however, our time is limited. Previously, the world government did not regard us as a threat, partly due to our discreet behavior and secretive movements. On the other hand, our actions have been so minor that, as Kevin previously indicated, many perceive us as inconsequential. Jack stroked his beard, and once they uncover our true intentions towards the Udicana Kingdom, it will undoubtedly draw significant attention. Should we overcome this hurdle, we will no longer be engaging in mere trifles. Thus, we must accelerate our actions. Haku queried resignedly. In this pressing moment, Jack had no viable solutions. Merely stating, what use is it to dwell on such matters? Our immediate priority is to eliminate the two clowns, Black Bear, and Hutton, and before the shadow discovers our true identities, we must wipe the slate clean and destroy all evidence of our existence. Only then can we prevent the world government from uncovering our true identities, or at least delay their discovery. Very well. Haku rose and opened the door, pulling Fujitora along as they exited. We are heading out to prepare for battle. Jack remained in the room, speaking to himself. When faced with uncertainty, it is best to act decisively. Sending Clara back was merely to avoid hesitation. Though I wish to approach this with caution. Time is not on our side, and if we continue with trivial actions without establishing a reputation, how can we command respect? Having spoken, he tidied up the disheveled garments and stepped out through the door. Although it may seem reckless to act without deliberation in times of uncertainty, there is indeed a certain finesse to such actions that in recent days, both the Black Bear Society and the Red Rock Society have intensified their defenses and reconnaissance efforts. Any movement on our part would certainly provoke an immediate response from the Black Bear Society. Thus, are we to arrange our forces just outside their territory and perform such maneuvers in plain view? Haku questioned, perplexed. Jack countered, asking, "Do you truly believe that our approach will lead us to victory?" Haku hesitated for a moment, contemplating before he slowly replied, "While I cannot assert with absolute certainty, engaging in direct combat like this, even if the enemy has set traps and ambushes, gives us an advantage in numbers. Even if the casualties are severe, our chances of success remain substantial." "Precisely," Jack exclaimed, smiling. "Now, if you were the Black Bear, witnessing the enemy so blatantly attempting to leverage their numerical superiority, disregarding losses, what would you do in the face of an impending assault?" Haku pondered for a while before responding. "Engaging in direct confrontation is futile. It would only lead to our own demise. Instead, we should lure the enemy deeper into our territory, drawing them into urban warfare, where their numerical advantage cannot be fully realized. Along the way, we could employ traps and mechanisms to disrupt them, potentially severing their forces temporarily before splitting our troops into smaller units to lie in ambush, striking at their exposed vulnerabilities. Indeed, that is the way." Jack nodded. "Therefore, we shall feign a strong offensive posture, yet refrain from launching a genuine attack. Instead, using this ruse to compel the Black Bear to divide their forces, allowing us to swiftly eliminate those smaller groups." As Haku listened, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he finally inquired, "This plan seems feasible. Yet the greatest challenge remains. How do we ascertain the whereabouts of those dispersed forces? Given that it is night, searching may prove difficult." Upon hearing this, Jack remained silent and simply gestured towards a nearby figure. Haku followed his gaze, landing on the imposing figure of Tenghu. Tenghu noticed their attention and turned, feigning surprise as he asked, "Why are you both looking at me? I am not one to lead troops in a battle." Jack, leaning closer to Haku, whispered, "You are unaware of Tenghu's formidable observation haki. He can even sense meteors from outer space and manipulate their trajectory. Every move of the enemy is surely within his perception. So, you must tread carefully, otherwise, all your secrets will be laid bare before him." Jack's hushed tones and furtive gestures left the two somewhat speechless, and Haku silently mused that if Tenghu were truly that powerful, then Jack's very actions were likely within Tenghu's awareness. "Tenghu, playing alongside, I heard everything you just said. Even if I can sense meteors from outer space, that requires immense effort. I am not always so formidable. Moreover, I am not one to pry into others' secrets. Even if I inadvertently perceive something, I would keep it to myself or simply forget it." Little did they know, Jack had been waiting for this moment. Immediately responding with a chuckle, "See, I told you so. Now you understand the gravity of the situation. From now on, I shall conceal my secrets more carefully. So this was Jack's ploy to substantiate his earlier claim. At that moment, a member clad in black approached, reporting in, "All personnel have assembled, totaling 1,632 individuals, ready for deployment at any moment." Jack nodded, thinking to himself that this organization was indeed impressive, almost akin to a mid-sized gang. With support and service personnel numbering in the thousands, a large gang typically begins at 3,000 members, with combatants comparable to the former Stone Kingdom. The armed forces of a sizable gang could even rival that of a small nation. How could the Udicana Kingdom not be rife with chaos? As both Haku and Tunghu turned their attention to him, Jack commanded, "All right, the entire force move out simultaneously within the Black Bear Society. This is troubling. The Red Rock Society's enforcers are mobilizing and will soon advance." "What?" Benny of the Black Bear, upon hearing this news, slammed his fist down in agitation. In his mind, after today, Jack would meet his demise at the hands of the ghost. And chaos would erupt within the Red Rock Society come tomorrow. Could it be that the ghost is yet to strike? Or has the ghost failed? Benny inquired. "Is Jack present?" "Yes, Jack is currently directing operations," reported his subordinate. Although Benny sensed impending doom, he had no choice but to press forward, issuing orders with a stern voice. "Quickly notify all divisions to prepare for battle." After the member departed, Benny immediately grabbed the communication device, about to contact Hutton, only to find Hutton had already reached out first. "This is bad." Benny Hutton's opening words were ominous. "That I am aware it is dire. Jack is leading the Red Rock Society in preparation for an assault. Think of something quickly, or I will be in a tight spot to explain to my superiors," Benny roared. Sighing in response to Benny's outburst, Hutton replied, "This is not merely a minor issue. The real problem is that we underestimated Jack." "Underestimated Jack?" "My intelligence sources indicated that a little over 2 hours ago, there was some unrest at the Red Rock Society's base. Yet, just 2 hours later, Jack appeared unscathed within the gang. Do you understand what this implies? It means that even the ghost could not harm him. He managed to emerge unscathed." Hearing this, Benny exclaimed in disbelief. "This is impossible. How could even the ghost not inflict even a scratch upon him?" "My friend, whether you believe it or not, and regardless of the peculiar methods Jack employed, this is the truth that we have indeed underestimated him. Even if we were to summon the ghost, he would remain unscathed," Hutton explained, albeit helplessly. "However, the pressing matter is not this, but rather how we shall respond." "What do you propose we do?" Benny asked anxiously. "Oh, not worry, my brother. We have been through thick and thin for over a decade. I would not abandon you," Hutton replied. "While I cannot directly intervene on your behalf, the world government cannot. I have already sought assistance from higher-ups. When the battle commences, the spies embedded within the Red Rock Society will turn against them, delivering a devastating blow. And what more is there? Do not keep me in suspense." Benny, already elated at the prospect of spies within the Red Rock Society turning traitor, pressed for more details. "They have sent someone skilled in the 6 Isles to your location, and he is likely nearing your vicinity now." As Hutton finished speaking, a gang member burst through the door, crashing in. Benny immediately looked outside to see several individuals sprawled on the ground. Subsequently, a man dressed in a suit entered slowly, removing his hat as he stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peter, a member of CP3. That your men attempted to stop me, so I dispatched them all with ease. I must say, this is quite different from the analysis you two just provided." Tunghu chuckled at the sight of the opposing formation. "Are you certain this is all their forces? No ambushes lurking behind?" Jack, taken aback, found this unexpected behavior baffling. They were not following the usual script. Even without traps or ambushes, presenting themselves in such an open manner, as if ready for a decisive battle in the square, was perplexing. "Indeed, I have sensed thoroughly. There are no ambushes or traps present. It appears they truly wish for a direct confrontation in the square." Tunghu confirmed. At this moment, Jack was filled with questions. Could it be that the opposing side has lost their wits? This should not be the case. I was just contemplating a reckless charge, yet they seem even more reckless than I. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often a hidden agenda. Could some conspiracy be unfolding beyond my sight? Despite the myriad questions swirling in their minds, they had come too far to retreat. Besides, it was merely a matter of engaging directly. With such a significant advantage, a single charge could resolve the conflict. Just as Jack was mulling over this, Tunghu's words illuminated his understanding. "Haven't you always said that whenever you encounter an inexplicable problem, you should shift the blame onto the world government?" "Indeed, that is a valid point. They must be scheming in some undisclosed location in the West. That it would not do to remain timid." Jack resolved not to dwell on the source of the problem any longer and commanded, "Relay the order. We shall also form our ranks and engage in battle with them." Of course, Jack's decision was bolstered by his confidence. remain unchanged amidst the myriad of transformations. This approach necessitates an inherent strength that is formidable enough. Otherwise, one finds oneself merely awaiting demise. It is akin to a powerful individual, distinct from the ordinary, who can sit calmly sipping tea while earthquakes and tornadoes rage around. Conversely, an ordinary person, faced with the imminent arrival of a tornado, would hastily flee at the first warning. Jack's reliance rests not on others, but on the presence of Fengfeng by his side. Although Jack has subtly instructed Fengfeng to conceal his true capabilities, he has never truly unleashed his power. For the moment Fengfeng's strength, comparable to that of a naval admiral, becomes known, other factions would undoubtedly unite against this formidable threat, perhaps even resorting to alliances with the world government for support. Frankly, with such a limited number of individuals, a single meteorite could wipe them out. Thus, this nuclear-like existence must be used with utmost caution. Nevertheless, a minor display of strength poses no issue and suffices to handle various unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, the Hongyan Association has also arranged its formation, with both sides now poised across a square, awaiting the command of their leader to launch a valiant charge. As is customary, prior to battle, the commanders of both armies are expected to deliver a speech. Naturally, despite the quality of the oration, it invariably follows a predictable pattern, casting aspersions upon the opposition while rallying one's own troops. Initially, Jack was disinclined to partake in such theatrics and was prepared to engage in battle directly. However, with the formation already established, Benny from the Black Bear Brigade, accompanied by a comrade, stepped forward to deliver a few words, merely for show, thus not wasting the opportunity. Jack, unceremoniously, joined Fengfeng and Haku as they advanced. Indeed, they approached without the grandeur of steeds, which left Jack feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the future, such occasions must include horses or other impressive entrances to maintain a sense of prestige. Similarly, Benny and Peter also approached, creating an evenly matched scenario that evoked a sense of mutual mediocrity. Before Jack could steady himself, Benny, adhering to the strategy previously discussed with Peter, shouted loudly, "You, Captain Jack, are utterly unreasonable. First, you assassinated Joyce to seize control of the Hongyan Association, and then unexpectedly annexed the Ironwood Association, committing numerous heinous acts with despicable methods. Your infamy extends from the southern port of Pocky City to the northern lighthouse of Yeti City. None are unaware of your wicked deeds. However, we of the Black Bear Association are not to be trifled with. Today I, Benny of the Black Bear Brigade, alongside my valiant brothers, shall rid the Udicana Kingdom of this menace and restore justice to Pocky City. No one can defeat the heroes of the Black Bear Brigade. We are invincible." The troops behind Benny immediately echoed his cries. "Tell them who I am." "Benny, Benny, Benny." Upon hearing this, Jack merely scoffed. What nonsense! It lacked any impact and was far too traditional. Merely an exercise in insult followed by self-encouragement. To be frank, the delivery was rather poor and only served to bolster the morale of the Black Bear Brigade's dim-witted followers. Hey, those of us from the Hongyan Association ought to be a bit more astute. Just as Jack contemplated this, he turned to glance back only to cover his face in embarrassment. Indeed, this world is rife with fools. They're everywhere. A mere glance back revealed numerous faces displaying concern, and some had even begun to whisper among themselves. Though Jack could not discern the specifics, he knew they were not uttering kind words. This cannot continue. We are half defeated before the battle has even begun. Without morale, we are merely a rabble. Both factions are nothing more than a disorganized mob, far inferior to the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army and the world government. All we have left to compare are numbers and morale. Unbeknownst to Jack, upon Peter's arrival, he had advised Benny to forego complex tactics and confront Jack head-on. The plan was to engage in a straightforward manner, delivering a grandiloquent address that would diminish Jack's stature while elevating their own. Thus, even before the battle commenced, they could destabilize a portion of Jack's followers. This would also facilitate spies in the rear to instigate rebellion, taking advantage of the chaos to sway a few individuals, creating a pincer movement that would catch the central forces off guard out of course. This would require allowing rumors to fester, amplifying doubts and dissent among the ranks, and necessitating time for the spies to act in the shadows of the Hongyan Association, sowing confusion and division. This explained why. After Benny's speech, he did not immediately charge, but instead maintained a demeanor of confidence. The sight of such a robust and imposing man smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum was indeed remarkable. However, had Benny launched an immediate assault following his speech, Jack would have been at a disadvantage. Yet, you have granted me, Jack, the opportunity to speak. Do you not realize that when it comes to verbal sparring, I claim second place, and no one dares claim the first? Jack mused coldly. You, a gangster, dare lecture me on morality. If you seek to court your own demise, I shall oblige you and discuss the true nature of good and evil, allowing you, a mere wretch, to witness the full extent of my strength. Slowly, Jack stepped out from the crowd, feigning profundity, and began. The heavens have shifted, artifacts change hands, yet it is the virtuous who prevail. This is the unchanging principle of nature. Of course, history has shown that feigned profundity and ostentatious displays are invariably ill-advised. Upon uttering these words, Jack noticed the perplexed expression on Benny's face and realized he had misspoken. He quickly glanced back and, as expected, aside from Fengfeng, who was of Wano origin, everyone else wore a look of bewilderment. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. Jack mentally chastised himself, thinking, how could I forget, while there are many wise individuals in this world, fools are the prevailing majority. Here I am, unable to even muster a semblance of charm. The first time he encountered a dragon, he was able to engage in a dramatic exchange due to the dragon's refined education. Now, surrounded by this gang of thugs, it was as if he were amidst a sea of ignorance. It was miraculous that anyone could grasp his words, save for Fengfeng and Haku, who had been exposed to revolutionary ideals. Very well, there is no remedy for this. I shall wait until I encounter those of culture to play the part of the intellectual. There will be ample opportunity in the future, as I am bound to clash with the Navy. Jack sighed resignedly, conceding that if they could not comprehend, he would translate it into simpler terms, albeit at the expense of his own prestige. However, it would suffice for dealing with this pack of fools. This territory is not static. With each shift in circumstances, it is the virtuous who emerge victorious, a timeless truth. Jack had no choice but to reiterate for the benefit of the simpletons before him. And I, Captain Jack, am that virtuous individual. Thus, I have taken Joyce and Hans's territory, and now I shall claim yours, Benny, to unify and prosper Pocky City. Everyone present was acutely aware that since the arrival of the Wolf Fong gang from Yeti City and the Mercury Group and Villains Party from the royal capital of Gran, the nation had descended into unending turmoil. Both local residents and foreign merchants, travelers, and workers had suffered greatly from the conflicts among various factions, just as in recent days, when our two gangs clashed. By nightfall, people would retreat indoors, fearing the repercussions of our skirmishes. Over the past decade, how many souls have perished in the struggles between gangs and other factions? People could only live in constant trepidation, fearful that misfortune would one day befall them. While others may not grasp the depth of this sentiment, the common folk, craftsmen, merchants, and the destitute pirates who, with no alternatives, were forced into gang life, felt it most acutely. Indeed, prior to joining a gang, they lived in perpetual fear, dreading the day disaster might strike. Yet, what of those who joined? Many endured untold suffering, some left with no choice but to join various gangs. I believe that within both your Black Bear Brigade and my own ranks, there are certainly many who were once ordinary people, even good-hearted individuals. However, what have they done after joining? They began to adopt the ways of gang life, learning to oppress the common folk, extort ships, and emulate all the wrongs they had previously abhorred. Have they been corrupted? Have they fallen? Jack proclaimed loudly, no. They understand that if they do not commit these wrongs, others will, and if they do not act, they will be the ones extorted and oppressed. As these words were spoken, a sense of melancholy filled the air. A member of the Red Rock Society forcefully pushed aside a nearby spy and declared, Mon, you need not speak further. Captain Jack, with such profound insights, must surely be a good man. I shall follow him for the rest of my life. This Mon was indeed the very same individual who had stood guard at the back door when Jack first visited the Blood Red Mountain Tavern. Mon, taken aback by the shove, felt a twinge of surprise. Only moments ago, they had agreed to rise against Captain Jack. Yet now, After just a few of Jack's words, he had resolved to remain steadfast. The others, who had initially been swayed by Mon's eloquence, began to waver as well. Unbeknownst to Jack, who continued speaking, the dynamics shifted behind him. And I, Captain Jack, since my arrival on this island, have accomplished two noble deeds in a matter of days: the elimination of Joyce and the takeover of the Ironwood Society. As you have all witnessed the transformations over these past few days, since assuming control of these two factions, I have been restraining our members from engaging in nefarious activities, guiding them instead towards the prudent management of their enterprises. I firmly believe that if we can extricate ourselves from that former existence, we can all become better individuals. Now, in the vast expanse of Pakway City, only your Black Bear Society remains as a reactionary force. However, I have stated my willingness to extend an opportunity to anyone. Benny, do not stray from the will of the people, nor from the residents of Pakway City, as the saying goes. Those who follow the will of heaven prosper, while those who oppose it perish. The Red Rock Society is backed by the populace of this city. Do not overestimate your own strength, lest you be consumed by flames at this moment. Not only Jack, but even those accompanying Benny began to falter. The houses surrounding the square echoed with hushed whispers. How could anyone possibly sleep while two powerful factions prepared for a deadly confrontation? Each person, hiding beneath beds or within barrels, silently prayed for the night to pass. Naturally, they had heard Jack's words. Those who had previously been indifferent, merely wishing to survive the night, now harbored a new hope that Jack would be victorious. Yet they dared not voice their support aloud, opting instead for silent prayers. Finally, Jack implored Benny, Black Bear Benny, do not remain obstinately deluded. You stand no chance against all of Pakway City. If you lay down your arms and submit with grace, you will not lose your position among the ranks. Aligning with the people's will and avoiding bloodshed, everyone would be content. Should you refuse to surrender, know that the good people behind you will not show you mercy. Good people, in this line of work. Are there truly any good people left? Benny understood that if he did not interject soon, he would be compelled to surrender. Upon hearing this, Jack rebuked, you may choose not to strive for goodness. But that does not mean others share your sentiment, that I advise you not to obstruct their path at that precise moment. Johnny, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, standing at the front, had an epiphany. He stepped forward, knelt behind Jack, and tearfully exclaimed, Captain Jack, I wish to be a good person. Oh my! Who would have thought that this Johnny, who had followed me from Baldigo, not only possesses fighting prowess, but also such cleverness? Beneath his burly exterior lies a sensitive heart. Though his performance is somewhat exaggerated, it suffices to sway these people that I must remember to commend him later. Being a mere squad leader is a disservice to his talents. At this moment, Jack felt an unexpected joy. Having a good teammate was truly delightful. Not only were these people easily swayed, but Backy was a master deceiver, capable of ensnaring even the most dangerous and high-bounty criminals. Compared to him, Jack still had much to learn. With Johnny leading the charge, several other revolutionary soldiers followed suit, kneeling and choking back tears as they echoed, Captain Jack, we wish to be good people. As they knelt, others found their release, and members of the Red Rock Society began to join in. Pleading with tears streaming down their faces, a cacophony of cries filled the air. Mon, caught in the midst of this fervor along with the other spies, felt the pressure. Kneeling was no longer an option. To defy the crowd would surely invite their wrath. Seizing the moment, Jack turned to the kneeling assembly, declaring, I hereby announce that regardless of your past actions, as long as you do not repeat them, you shall be regarded as good people. However, you must apologize to those whom you have extorted or harmed in the past. The crowd, overwhelmed with emotion, wept uncontrollably and faintly. One could hear chants of long live the good people. Long live Jack. This powerful rhetoric led to Benny's utter defeat. Not only had he failed to achieve his desired outcome, but the unity within the Red Rock Society had solidified, and even those who had previously stood behind him began to waver. If Benny had not shot them a fierce glare, intimidating them into submission, they might have knelt before Jack as well. Benny recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control, yet his muscle-bound brain was at a loss for a solution, leaving him in a state of agitation. Fortunately, Peter, a seasoned operative from CP3, stood nearby, Albeit with a pained expression, he discreetly whispered a few words to Benny, who, upon hearing them, felt a renewed sense of purpose. Raising his voice, Benny declared, "Everyone, listen to me. Do not be swayed by Jack's manipulations. You cannot turn back now. You must continue in your villainous ways if you desire to become good people. The Mercury Group and the Fengfeng gang will not spare you." Benny's words snapped everyone back to reality. Indeed, those three major gangs loomed over them like insurmountable mountains. Even kings and nobles found them formidable, that if they truly sought to transform from a criminal organization to a legitimate one, those gangs would undoubtedly retaliate. The cries of despair grew louder. Jack, filled with fury, glared at Benny's smug demeanor, cursing him for his ignorance and arrogance. "Very well, if you wish to court death, do not blame others for your demise. Today I shall not engage you recklessly. I will bring down your Black Bear society without losing a single soldier." Jack steeled his resolve. With a composed expression, he slowly spoke. Benny once claimed that my infamous reputation stretches from Pakway City to Iron City, known by all. Now, do you not recognize that you are the true villain, while I am the righteous one? Benny, caught off guard by this accusation, stammered for a moment before finally erupting in anger. "So what? Today is your demise, Jack." Ah, the face of the underworld, twisting right and wrong, mercurial and untrustworthy. Jack sighed and said, "I have a message. Please lend me your ears. You are unable to be good people out of fear of the evil one's oppression and their vengeance. But have you considered that their promises may not hold true? What they say may never come to fruition. In the end, you may find yourselves engulfed in endless suffering. However, the promises of good people can and will be fulfilled. What fear have we of the powerful gangs? What fear have we of the mighty pirates? They are but men, as we are. Must we inevitably succumb to them?" Jack continued, reiterating the words he had spoken to Kevin earlier. "Let the virtuous unite, hand in hand. Let them raise the banners of truth, goodness, and beauty, striving together for the happiness of this world. Those ideas that wield great influence are often the simplest, and why entire philosophy is merely this: if the immoral can band together to form a force, then the righteous ought to do the same." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even Peter and Benny were at a loss for words. Benny could only point at Jack with trembling fingers. Muttering weakly, Jack thundered, "Silence! You shameless scoundrel, who has committed a lifetime of misdeeds, now dares to come among us good people and sow discord. All good people, heed my command. Let us unite and act together." With a grand gesture, Jack ordered, "Down with Black Bear Benny, no matter the cost." At this command, a member of the gang, wielding a machete, lunged at Benny from behind. Caught off guard, Benny could only react too late. Peter, standing beside him, sighed, growled iron block, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the assailant hurtling into the crowd, colliding with several others before hitting the ground. Benny, now shaken, laughed nervously. "Did you see that? That is the fate of a traitor." However, Benny did not enjoy his laughter for long. A tomato suddenly struck him on the head, splattering its juices all over his face. The crowd turned to see a child of about 10 years old at the entrance of a nearby house. Frozen in the posture of having thrown something, it was indeed the same child who had hurled the tomato at Benny. Noticing the attention on him, the child bravely shouted, "I am a good person, and I will take down Benny." At that moment, a couple burst forth from the door behind the child. Just as the onlookers expected the couple to drag the child back inside, they brandished kitchen knives. Shielding the child and joining in the chant, "Down with the Black Bear Benny." Before the armed gang members could react, more and more people emerged from the house, a diverse gathering of men, women, and children. Some wielded kitchen knives, others clutched wooden clubs, all fervently shouting similar slogans against Benny, despite their proximity to the doorway. Witnessing this scene, the members of Benny's Black Bear gang could no longer restrain themselves. If children and women exhibited such bravery, what was there for them to fear? Immediately, one member shouted, "I am a good person now," and charged at Benny with a spear. Benny swiftly kicked the assailant away. But another rushed in, declaring, "I will be a good person," while wielding a curved knife. The number of attackers only grew. For every one Benny sent flying, 2 more took their place, and Benny and Peter found themselves utterly engulfed by the sea of the populace. Observing the encircled duo, Jack stood at a distance, smugly fanning himself. Though he regretted not having an actual FNT this sight, Fujitora aside, I never imagined that mere words could win such a resounding victory. By comparison, I am far behind. You truly are an extraordinary individual, sir. Jack replied with a chuckle. You flatter me. Benny has long been a purveyor of evil. I merely spoke some truths. The true force opposing him lies in the goodness that resides in people's hearts. As long as a flicker of conscience remains, Benny is destined to fail. Fujitora laughed in response. By your reasoning, the world government and the celestial dragons should have perished long ago. Yet here they are, still standing. Not everyone comprehends such truths, and not everyone can disseminate them. But if all the world understood your insights, what fear would there be of the celestial dragon's downfall? Nearby, Haku chimed in. Indeed, if all humanity grasped these truths and united spontaneously, what need would there be for our revolutionary army? Alas, hearing their words, Jack felt his joy of victory somewhat diluted. After all, the world government controlled the media across the globe, and newspapers capable of reaching the world were all under their thumb. Controlling public opinion essentially meant controlling the world. Sigh, if only there were a chance to utilize the media to broadcast our ideas worldwide. At that moment, a beautiful wish blossomed in Jack's heart. Little did he know, achieving that desire would require perilous work and sacrifices to secure even a single precious opportunity in the future. But that was a tale for another time. Just as Jack was lost in contemplation, the man in the black suit who had been beside Benny suddenly leapt from the crowd. Using the moonwalk technique, he rapidly approached Jack. Peter, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, understood that the day's tide had turned against him. He was left with two choices: to flee or to team up with the other CP3 members behind Jack and launch a surprise attack. The first option was a safe bet. With Peter's agility, he could retreat via moonwalk without much difficulty. However, returning without completing his mission would be less than ideal. The second option was fraught with risk, but if successful in eliminating Jack, it would be a significant accomplishment. Even if the ambush failed, he could betray his allies and escape through moonwalk, effectively reverting to the first option. As for the fate of the others, that was no concern of his. After a moment of deliberation, Peter decided to charge directly at Jack. Unbeknownst to him, had Jack truly wished to detain him, he would have had no chance, as he would be subdued in less than a second. Wow, Jack exclaimed upon seeing Peter charge towards him. This guy has quite the nerve to come at me alone. Without hesitation, Jack drew his pistol from his waist and fired at Peter in midair. To Jack's astonishment, Peter did not flinch or evade. The bullet struck him squarely in the chest with a clang, as though hitting an iron plate. To Jack's surprise, Peter had some skill, managing to combine moonwalk with a degree of resilience. It seemed he was no ordinary foe even among the CP ranks. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his firearm against Peter, Jack casually returned it to his waist. Meanwhile, the ever-diligent MVP, Haku, who had fought the most and the fiercest in every battle, moved to shield Jack. However, Jack halted him with a hand, saying, "Since he has come at me directly, the lurking elements behind will soon lose their restraint. You two handle those behind us, especially Fujitora. Ensure you root every one of them out. As for this high-ranking CP member, allow me to test my strength against him. As a leader, it would not do to conceal my true power." Sure enough, as soon as Jack finished speaking, several spies hidden within the crowd advanced to the front, brandishing weapons and charging at Jack. Haku and Fujitora rushed to engage them in a fierce struggle. Others in the group, witnessing the betrayal, attempted to rush to assist, but were swiftly deterred by Haku's shout. "Stay back, they are armed with explosives. Leave these few to us." Goodness, these individuals are truly fearless, utterly reckless, even going so far as to strap explosives to themselves. Clearly, they are prepared for martyrdom should they fail. Jack thought as he quickly stepped back, "You may not fear bombs, but I certainly do." Just as Jack paused, he felt a rush of wind above him and instinctively crouched down. Yes, he did. A crescent-shaped blue light sailed overhead, embedding itself into the ground behind him, leaving a distinct gash. Jack's heart raced. It turned out that Peter had advanced to just in front of him and had taken the opportunity to execute a kick while he was distracted. Of course, Jack's reflexes were sharp. As he crouched, he drew the Punisher and fired at Peter. Will this shot even affect a master of the six styles? Peter thought, convinced he had countless ways to evade it. As he watched the gun aimed at him, he saw the ominous red glow of the sight. Choosing to employ paper drawing in mid-air, Peter prepared for the shot. However, he quickly realized his mistake as the bullet struck him solidly in the arm. TCH paper drawing? I thought I could shift my body slightly to evade. I was aiming for the heart. Jack stood up, muttering to himself in frustration. In truth, it was Peter who was in shock, astonished that even with paper drawing, he could not avoid the bullet. The shot had been far too swift. The technique of paper drawing involves sensing the airflow caused by an impending attack, allowing one to evade based on the changes in that air. It can be said that paper drawing is a weaker version of the observation hockey, as it relies on sensing airflow rather than danger itself. This means that paper drawing can only react after the bullet has been fired, while true observation hockey allows one to sense danger even before the trigger is pulled or aimed out of course. Against typical opponents, especially those with flintlock or smoothbore guns, employing paper drawing would be more than sufficient. However, Peter had not anticipated that Jack's bizarrely designed pistol would fire bullets at speeds rivaling that of sound. Once the bullet left the chamber, it was nearly instantaneous, leaving Peter only able to shift his torso slightly. While his arm was still struck, "Impressive. You've managed to wound me." Peter grimaced as he landed in front of Jack, his face twisted in anger. The last person to injure me was eaten clean by fish. As he spoke, the muscles tensed, forcefully expelling the bullet lodged within his arm. It became evident that the bullet was merely caught at the surface of the muscle, having embedded itself without penetrating deeply. Witnessing this maneuver, Jack raised an eyebrow. This fellow had indeed honed his six styles quite well. It appeared that upon realizing the paper drawing could not provide refuge, he abandoned it and swiftly activated the iron block, thus mitigating the damage from his shot. Jack now found himself in a greater predicament. Had it not been for the penetrating effect of the Punisher, that shot would have merely resulted in a superficial wound, barely grazing the muscle. Such opportunities were rare, for Peter had already developed a keen sense of caution towards the Punisher, and any slight movement would trigger a response, unless one could utilize hockey to perceive his actions. Landing another shot would prove exceedingly difficult. "Since you just shot me, it is now my turn to return the favor." Peter forcibly extracted the bullet from his muscle, indicating that his left arm remained largely unscathed. Then, with a swift chew, Peter vanished from Jack's view. Undoubtedly, he had employed the technique known as shave. Jack inwardly cursed, focusing intently to sense Peter's movements. Was right. By the time Jack recognized the imminent danger, Peter had already darted to his right side, poised to strike. In a critical moment, Jack hastily switched the Punisher in his right hand for a dagger, raising it defensively. Peter's attack was premeditated, in a tit-for-tat manner. He extended his right hand, with his index finger protruding, aiming a jab at Jack's right arm. The impact was formidable, nearly causing Jack to lose grip on his knife. Yet, that finger, which had brushed against the knife side, remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. This unexpected turn left Peter taken aback. Stepping back 2 paces, he remarked in astonishment, "You managed to keep up with my movements? Captain Jack truly possesses remarkable skill. I must admit, there have been many surprising developments concerning you." Jack twirled the dagger in his hand and smirked. "Surprised? There's even more astonishing matters ahead, ones that could very well cost you your life." As Jack spun the dagger, he suddenly waved it in Peter's direction. That, of course, Jack was no swordsman. He could not swing the dagger to unleash a flying slash or sword aura. However, as he made the motion, the weapon transformed en route, becoming the Punisher by the time it reached its destination. Utilizing the act of swinging the knife, he executed the weapon switch seamlessly, without hesitation, and pulled the trigger, upon seeing the barrel of the gun aimed at him. Along with the unsettling red laser beneath it, Peter did not hesitate. His eyes narrowed, and his body tensed as he activated the iron block. It was not that Peter wished to endure the shot, but rather, by the time he realized he was being targeted, evasion was futile due to the bullet's velocity. His previous attempt at using paper drawing had resulted in being shot, which had imparted a crucial lesson. What if he utilized shave for high-speed evasion? Would that allow him to escape? The answer was that if he initiated shave before being aimed at, he could indeed evade. However, if he waited until the gun was aimed and the trigger pulled, it would be a dead end. Those unfamiliar with the six styles might wonder why this would be fatal. Even if evasion were impossible, he could still activate Iron Block as he had done previously. However, if it were that simple, the six styles would be overly formidable, deserving the title of solitary six styles, capable of countering all techniques. After mastering hockey, one might even wish to revisit the six styles. A significant flaw of the six styles is the inability to employ multiple abilities simultaneously. This is easily understood. One must choose between the lightness of dodging an attack with paper drawing or the rigidity of reinforcing the body's defense with Iron Block. These two actions are inherently contradictory. Yet, some may argue that certain movements do not conflict and can be executed simultaneously, such as shave and finger pistol, which complement each other well. In response to this, I assert that shave is, in fact, the most incompatible of all the actions, representing the weakest link in the entire six styles. Even a critical vulnerability in one can manage to simultaneously execute shave and other actions. Note the emphasis on other actions, not merely other six styles. Even the genius Rob Lucci, who has mastered the six styles to their pinnacle, cannot achieve this. Each time he uses shave, he darts to the enemy's side and only attacks once he is stabilized. Every member of CP9 operates this way. Are they all fools? Forget about employing other six styles. They cannot even conceive of delivering a blow while using shave. With that speed, the power of such a strike would be unimaginable. It is not a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility. One cannot perform other actions during shave. This is merely the first shortcoming of shave. There are two additional deficiencies. Point one such limitation is the time required to initiate it. Though this time is minimal, in a duel between experts, it could spell doom. The principle of shave involves rapidly stepping on the ground more than 10 times in a single instant, using the reaction force to propel oneself. The crux of the matter is that this instant is not instantaneous. It requires time. How much time is necessary to execute shave? Approximately 0.36 seconds. Indeed, 0.36 seconds may seem swift to an ordinary person. But the Punisher in Jack's grasp operates far faster than that. With a bullet traveling at around 300 meters per second, given their distance, it could reach Peter in less than 0.1 seconds. Even factoring in the time to pull the trigger, which would undoubtedly fall short of 0.36 seconds. This is ample time to strike before Peter could dart away. The second limitation is that once initiated, shave cannot be halted. Once activated, one must wait until they have propelled themselves and stabilized before it concludes. This is easily comprehensible. After taking 10 rapid steps, one has already left the ground after the first step, with the remaining 9 occurring in a state of low altitude to accumulate momentum. Even if one wishes to stop after the initial 9 steps, the momentum generated will still propel them forward after 0.36 seconds, resulting in an unintended leap that exposes a critical flaw, an almost certain death sentence. Considering these major drawbacks and 2 additional limitations, if Peter were to rely solely on shave to evade, he would not only fail, but also be grievously wounded by the Punisher's bullet, whether it struck his lung, kidney, or elsewhere. Thus, faced with Jack's maneuver, Peter, having accurately gauged the bullet's velocity, could only opt to endure with Iron Block. This choice reflects Peter's battle-hardened experience. A less seasoned individual might make a grievous error, leading to utter ruin. Bang! Clang! The 2 sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Teach, seems the Iron Head technique is quite resilient, Jack muttered discontentedly. Observing the wound on Peter's forehead, Jack had aimed directly for Peter's head. Had Peter not decisively activated Iron Block, he would undoubtedly have suffered a fatal shot. Fortunately, Peter maintained his focus, and the bullet merely grazed his forehead. Deflecting off. After this shot, Jack immediately prepared to fire again. However, he had yet to master the art of disregarding recoil. The force of the shot caused Peter to quickly leap away from his original position. Jack immediately aimed again, but Peter would not repeat his previous mistake. Before Jack could align his aim, Peter vanished from his line of sight. Now, Jack was fully engaged in utilizing observation hockey, clearly tracking Peter's trajectory. Jack understood that if he could fire a shot at Peter while he was using shave, it would spell the end of the confrontation. The challenge lay in the fact that even though Jack could discern Peter's movements, his body could not keep pace, preventing him from simultaneously aiming while perceiving Expect Peter to charge forward against the muzzle of a gun is utterly preposterous. Since Jack missed his aim this time, he had no choice but to abandon the attempt, swiftly switching his weapon from gun to knife, aiming a slash towards Peter's landing spot on his right side. Indeed, even if I cannot hit your rapidly moving body, I can discern where you will land. As previously explained, shave involves rapidly stepping on the ground 10 times or more in a brief span, utilizing the resultant force to achieve high-speed movement. This high-speed movement is essentially a leap. From the moment of initiation, one is already airborne, and control remains elusive until landing. Therefore, I'd already anticipated your landing point long before you leapt, though Jack's strike was blocked by Peter's arm upon landing. It effectively transitioned Jack from offense to defense, parrying this advance. You can see my landing point? Either your vision is extraordinarily acute, or you possess the observation hockey. Which is it? Peter inquired nonchalantly, hand raised. You can speculate on that yourself, Jack retorted with a smirk, adding, but I advise you to be cautious of my knife. What? Peter thought to himself, realizing that at some point, what he had blocked was not a knife, but a peculiar-looking handgun. Jack now aimed directly at the most vulnerable part of Peter's body, thinking, I refuse to believe that you, a hunk of iron, can withstand bullets. Peter's reflexes were commendable. Upon seeing the dark muzzle out his left eye, he immediately reacted. He raised his left arm slightly while his right hand, controlled by the iron block, formed a fist, preparing to strike Jack. Be able to respond and counter in such a brief moment truly attests to Peter's elite status in CP3. The slight elevation of Peter's hand caused Jack's shot to miss his eye, instead grazing the eye socket and tearing away a small piece of flesh, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Meanwhile, Peter, despite being shot, pressed on with his assault, delivering a powerful punch towards Jack. Faced with Peter's pent-up fury, Jack dared not to take the hit head-on. If he did, he would surely be left with half his life. Reluctantly, he had to spring back swiftly. Jack was relieved that the 6 styles only included high-speed movements and lacked techniques to accelerate attack speed. Otherwise, evasion would have been significantly more challenging. Sensing the pain in his eye socket, Peter calmly inquired, to be able to interchange weapons so fluidly that is quite difficult to anticipate. What is your ability? Want to know what Captain Jack's ability is? You can find out when you manage to defeat me. Jack maintained his nonchalant demeanor. The two continued to trade blows for several more rounds, neither achieving significant progress. Their battle resembled a confrontation between a venomous snake and a brawny bull, with Jack embodying the serpent and Peter the bull. The snake possesses lethal fangs, akin to the formidable power of Jack's Punisher. If the venom can be injected into the bull, no matter how strong the bull may be, it will eventually succumb. However, Peter, representing the bull, is characterized by immense strength and resilience. Faced with such an opponent, the snake must seek out the bull's vulnerabilities. After numerous attempts, and striking against the bull's tough hide, the snake found little success. Yet, should the bull land a hit on the snake, it would be severely wounded. Fortunately, the bull is not as agile as the snake, especially with the snake wielding observation hockey, making it as elusive as a slippery eel, which the bull fails to catch. However, after several exchanges, the tide began to turn against the serpent. The snake's venom is finite, and compared to stamina, the bull's endurance surpasses that of the snake. Jack felt the strain. This opponent resembled a tortoise shell, having fired 9 shots with not a single one finding its mark, all resulting in mere superficial wounds. Moreover, his hockey was beginning to falter, and he felt a slight ache at his temples. Ah, it seems your condition is also waning, Peter remarked, his body marked with numerous injuries, his once pristine suit now tattered, yet he could not conceal the joy swelling within him that you fired 9 shots without landing a single hit. I suspect your ammunition is running low. Even if your gun can store bullets, there can't be many left. Peter's deduction was astute. The magazine contained but a single bullet, representing the snake's last venom. Should this shot fail, the snake would be left without poison to wield. Then let me make my final gambit, Jack thought, reassured by the presence of Fujitora and Hakuju, knowing he would not meet his demise. Though it would be quite the embarrassment, with no reservations, Jack decided to take a risk and raise his right hand, firing the last bullet at Peter several meters away. Is this truly the end? To fire such a lackluster shot, Peter silently shook his head, having already evaded that direction before Jack pulled the trigger. Thus, Jack's shot found only air, marking the sole miss among his 10 attempts. How unfortunate. I shall send you on your way, Peter mused. Having dodged Jack's final bullet, he immediately activated Shave and charged forward. However, he failed to notice Jack's subtly upturned lips that just what I've been waiting for. As Peter approached, Jack pivoted his body towards the direction Peter would land. The moment Jack turned, Peter descended right before him. Faced with Jack, Peter felt a twinge of unease, though he pushed it aside. Humph. You are merely a toothless serpent, all bluster. Peter extended a finger, commanding, "Finger gun," as he lunged towards Jack's chest. Typically, Jack would block with a small knife or attempt to evade the attack. However, this time he offered himself as bait, merely twisting his body to avoid a lethal blow. With a sudden thud, Peter's finger pierced through Jack's chest. Humph. What a charade. This is the end. Seeing Jack unable to dodge, Peter assumed Jack was out of options, exhausted. Yet as Peter's finger penetrated Jack's chest, Jack, gritting his teeth, raised the shotgun. Jack understood that hitting Peter's carefully guarded weak points with the Punisher was purely theoretical. In reality, it was exceedingly difficult to strike at such well-defended areas. And even if he emptied his entire stock of bullets, success was not guaranteed. Moreover, he would likely be rendered unable to fight due to fatigue from sustaining his hockey for so long. The only weapon capable of directly breaching Peter's defenses to deliver a severe blow was the ever-reliable shotgun, which had never let Jack down since it had come into his possession. However, the shotgun was ineffective at long range and cumbersome at close quarters, making it easy for someone to evade or counter. Thus, Jack had no choice but to use himself as bait. What? Peter exclaimed, seeing the much larger firearm compared to the Punisher, feeling a sense of impending doom at this point. Escaping was impossible. Jack's sacrifice had created this opportunity. Facing the menacing, deep muzzle and the lethal red light that surged forth, Peter could only retract his finger and employ the iron block for defense. This time, it was truly the end, Jack thought, aligning the gun's muzzle with Peter's chest, slowly pulling the trigger. Perhaps you can't even lift your gun? Peter scoffed inwardly. This chest is the thickest part of my body. Just then, a deafening bang shattered his thoughts. Peter felt as though he had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, his internal organs nearly bursting forth. This attack was akin to being hit by a cannonball, and he could not suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. The taut legs carved 2 distinct trails into the ground. Had Jack been privy to Peter's thoughts moments prior, he would have scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "How fortuitous that the most robust part of your physique is your chest, for it is precisely there that my firearm can unleash its utmost potency." Indeed, such was the case. The shotgun, often referred to as a scattergun, discharges its pellets in a fan-like spray, maximizing the impact of countless tiny projectiles upon a target, which in this instance could only be Peter's broad chest. Little did Peter anticipate that in his confrontation with the serpent, as the bovine party, he would never foresee that the venomous snake could transform, sprouting a pair of horns, and violently thrust them into his body. Moreover, these newly manifested horns were not only larger, but also more robust than his own, delivering a blow that was nothing short of fatal. Jack understood the principle of seizing the moment to strike when one is vulnerable. With Peter still struggling to regain control of his body, he stepped forward and, with a crack, aimed the barrel of his weapon squarely at Peter's chest. Bang! Another shot rang out. Peter had barely recovered from the previous assault when he was struck yet again. The last barrage had already embedded numerous pellets within Peter's flesh, and this subsequent explosion of lead burrowed even deeper into his muscles. Though Peter's iron-like physique could withstand the impact of the pellets, it could not counteract the overwhelming force behind them that, as the adage goes, small accumulations can lead to significant consequences. One pellet may be inconsequential, yet dozens upon hundreds can inflict grievous internal injuries. Compared to the previous encounter, the second barrage was severe enough to threaten his very organs, prompting Peter to cough up a copious amount of blood, his body involuntarily curling in response to the pain. The second onslaught instilled in Peter a stark realization. If he did not swiftly suppress the agony and spasms, forcibly regain control to evade further attacks, he would inevitably face a third and possibly a fourth shot. This time, Peter harbored no confidence that his iron defense could withstand another round, let alone the subsequent hits that could potentially reduce him to mere pulp. However, Jack, too, felt the weight of discomfort, even though his previous shots had avoided vital areas. He had still created a gaping wound in his own chest, an affliction that could not be dismissed lightly. Following 2 consecutive shots from a shotgun, the sheer power and recoil were immense. After the second shot, Peter could no longer endure, and Jack, feeling the recoil aggravate his own injury, grimaced in pain. Thus the third shot became a contest of wills. Would Jack regain control of his body and deliver the decisive shot first? Or would Peter manage to adjust and evade the deadly muzzle? Perhaps it was Peter's years of rigorous training and field experience that saved him, or perhaps the impact of Jack's chest wound was simply too severe. Regardless, before Jack could realign his aim, Peter successfully regained control of his body and, without regard for direction, leaped aside, prioritizing his escape from the perilous locale. However, before Peter could stabilize himself, he spotted a slender red laser beam converging upon him. Not far off, the observing figure of Tung, who nodded slightly. Halting his preparations to assist, it turned out that Jack understood he might not be quicker than Peter, yet he could leverage his kinbunchika haki. Meticulously scrutinizing every muscle movement of Peter to predict where he would land. Severely injured, Peter could not readjust his body to evade a second time. Thus, Jack whispered softly, "So, it appears I am the victor." The final shot echoed with a particularly resonant boom, piercing through the clamor of the night, capturing the attention of all. Accompanying the gunfire was a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The upper half of the man in the dark suit was obliterated, his internal organs scattering like confetti, creating a macabre tableau. Jack gazed at the remnants of his foe, lowered his shotgun, and sighed. It seems I, too, am in need of a respite. When Jack next awoke, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. "Oh, you're awake?" he heard a voice say, accompanied by a slurping sound. Curiously, he turned to see Tung, who seated nearby, savoring a bowl of buckwheat noodles, conversing as he ate, observing Tung, whose battle with his meal. Even as he lay in bed, Jack felt a fierce pang of hunger gnawing at him. There truly no one who prepared a bowl of buckwheat noodles for the injured? He protested. The doctor advised against it. Tung, who continued to slurp his noodles, explaining, "Your penetrating wound is grave, nearly piercing the major artery adjacent to your heart. Afterward, you endured 3 more shots. The tremendous recoil exacerbated your condition." Stop, I understand I'm gravely injured," Jack interrupted, his tone laden with frustration. "But my primary concern is whether there is food available. If I do not eat something soon, I feel I may perish from hunger." Youth today is so impatient, unwilling to heed the wisdom of their elders, Tung, who remarked, completely unfazed by Jack's evident dissatisfaction as he continued to indulge in his noodles. Jack, weakened and immobile, could only watch helplessly as Tung, who finished every last morsel of his meal. Had Jack been capable of movement, he would have surely taken action against Tung. Jack ground his teeth in frustration, plotting his vengeance, a figure clad as a chef wheeled in a cart. "Wonderful! You've finally awakened," the newcomer exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Jack's consciousness return. "I shall inform the doctor immediately. Please allow Tung Hu to assist you with this." With that, he set down the cart and hurried out. Tung Hu lifted the curtain to reveal a pot of congee and some utensils. Jack, noticing the steaming vapor and inhaling the delectable aroma, quickly propped himself up and exclaimed, "Hurry! This is what I need to revive myself." Tung Hu poured a bowl of congee and handed it to Jack, saying, "The doctor advised that due to the severity of your injuries, particularly to your esophagus, buckwheat noodles are not suitable for you at this time. You should stick to warm congee." As Jack sipped the hot congee, he inquired, "By the way, how long was I unconscious?" "Not long, just a little over 2 days," Tung Hu replied nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair, resting on his cane. "Has it truly been over 2 days? So it is now the morning of the 3rd day," Jack mused while relishing the culinary delight following his ordeal. "And no wonder I felt as if my stomach were glued to my back. If I had the means, I would have purchased an emergency spray. Avoiding all this hassle, it seems I should always keep a life-saving medication on hand." As he contemplated this, Jack momentarily paused. "Wait a moment. Something feels amiss," Jack pondered, realizing that the chef did not seem to know I would awaken. Furthermore, The phrases "you've finally awakened" and "I will notify the doctor" indicated that my awakening was unexpected for both the others and the physician. Thus, Tung, who, having already eaten, could not have first consumed a bowl of buckwheat noodles, followed by a second serving of congee. As Jack delved deeper into this line of thought, he began to break into a cold sweat. I can't think about this any longer. What on earth? If I continue down this path, it feels as though I'm being led to a certain conclusion. What kind of atmosphere is this? Jack quickly dismissed the thought, feigning innocence as he continued to sip the hot congee. This was the first time Jack felt it wise to refrain from overthinking. Sometimes, it was better to play the fool. Before long, a doctor entered after conducting a thorough examination, concluding that Jack was not in critical condition, but was indeed quite weak and should rest for a couple more days. By the way, Jack said after the doctor departed, turning to Tung, who, since you are here, what has become of Haku? Haku has recently taken on the responsibility of managing various affairs within the gang, having absorbed 3 medium-sized factions and subsequently led the consolidation of smaller gangs within the city of Paki. Now, the workload has significantly increased. It is surprising to see that, despite his unassuming persona as merely a martial artist, he handles such diverse issues with remarkable skill. Fujitora sipped his hot tea leisurely and remarked, "Oh, is that so?" Jack responded, somewhat taken aback. For a long time, Haku had merely been perceived by Jack as a master of fishman karate, with no other notable traits. However, it seems that after spending considerable time with the Revolutionary Army, he has indeed risen to a leadership position, demonstrating both administrative acumen and problem-solving abilities. Well then, let Haku manage those matters for now. I am quite content to enjoy a few days of leisure and recuperate in bed," Jack said, placing his bowl of hot porridge on a small table beside him, interlocking his hands behind his head, and grinning. Seeing Jack in such a state, Fujitora chuckled. "Indeed, I shall accompany you in savoring these rare moments of tranquility. If we wait a few more days, such leisure may become a distant memory." "Huh. Are those individuals already preparing to make a move?" Jack asked, sitting upright, his curiosity piqued by Fujitora's statement. "If by those individuals you mean the Mercury Group and the villain party in the royal capital of Gran, then indeed, they have begun to stir." "Well, I suspected as much, but their actions seem to be unfolding at an alarming speed, leaving us little time to prepare." Jack's expression shifted to one of concern, indicating that his days of leisure might soon be over. "That's only natural," Fujitora replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "After all, you have created quite the sensational news piece. Now, the entire nation is aware of your proclamation. If those unscrupulous individuals can unite to form a formidable force, then so too must the righteous. How could they not hasten their actions?" "What?" Jack exclaimed, astonished. "It has only been a little over 2 days, and the entire nation is already aware of my words." "Not just the nation. Indeed, people all over the globe have heard your statement." It spread like wildfire the very next day, Fujitora explained as he produced a newspaper from behind him and handed it to Jack. Jack took the paper and, upon seeing his own photograph on the front page accompanied by bold text proclaiming, "If those unscrupulous individuals can unite to form a formidable force, then so too must the righteous," he gasped. "Oh my, I am famous now." Rewinding to 2 days prior, while Jack was still resting in bed, Haku had volunteered to take on this chaotic situation. He undertook the tasks of organizing personnel, managing affairs, cataloging assets, and systematically dismantling small gangs of merely 100 members or less, as well as overseeing shifts in their operations. With Jack incapacitated, the burden fell solely upon Haku, as he was the only one capable of managing such matters. Fujitora, despite his prowess in combat, lacked the requisite experience. "That I nearly worked myself to death. Since yesterday morning, when I returned Keela to headquarters, I haven't had a moment's rest," Haku lamented, foreseeing a day ahead that would likely allow him no reprieve. Fujitora, feeling somewhat awkward, could only scratch his head, recognizing that at present, everyone was unable to assist. "I truly apologize. Although I officially became a general of the Revolutionary Army yesterday under Dragon's orders, I find myself utterly helpless regarding these matters." Haku sighed. "I am already feeling overwhelmed with the tasks of the day, and I cannot fathom how Jack managed to handle everything before. He was always the one managing these affairs." Fujitora reflected on this, recalling that previously, with Jack at the helm, these responsibilities had seemed manageable, allowing him ample time to train with Haku and enjoy leisurely outings. Now, with Jack incapacitated, the weight of governance felt insurmountable, pressing down like a mountain. Oh, a newsbird? At that moment, a newsbird appeared within Fujitora's perceptive range. Haku also looked up, and at the limit of his vision where sea met sky, he spotted a small black that was nearly indistinguishable unless focused upon. After a couple of minutes, the dot grew larger, confirming it as a newsbird carrying a newspaper. Observing this glimpse of the situation, Haku could not help but hold the previously underestimated Fujitora in higher regard. Praising Mr. Fujitora, "You are truly remarkable." Fujitora merely smiled modestly. "Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. This is just a minor talent of mine." After a brief exchange of compliments, the newsbird approached the shore. Haku quickly waved at the bird to catch its attention. However, newsbirds typically do not venture into windless zones. Haku wondered aloud, could it be that it is merely skimming the edge of this windless area? Regardless of Haku's speculations, the newsbird landed before them. Due to his gambling habits, Fujitora always kept some coins handy. He took out a few coins from his pocket to exchange for a newspaper. But to their surprise, the newsbird shook its head, extended its wings, and made a peculiar call, indicating a price increase. This unusual behavior piqued their curiosity, as such reactions typically occurred only during significant news events. After the newsbird flew away, the two began to examine the now exorbitantly priced newspaper. Of course, Fujitora could not read it and relied on Haku to do so. Upon finishing the first headline article, both were struck by the gravity of the situation, realizing that their plans might soon be derailed. "Fujitora, you cannot assist with this. I will handle it myself. You should stay by Jack's side, just in case." Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baldigo, Dragon was instructing Sabo in training, while Keela followed along. An excited revolutionary soldier rushed in, brandishing a newspaper, exclaiming, "Lord Dragon, come quickly and see today's paper. Captain Jack is truly remarkable. We must recruit him into the Revolutionary Army." Dragon took the newspaper from the enthusiastic soldier, while Sabo, momentarily distracted, pulled Keela closer to observe the front-page news with Dragon. Righteous individuals ought to do the same. Dragon remained silent, but Sabo pondered this statement deeply, repeating the last line to himself. And on the other side, Keela gazed at Captain Jack's photograph, then at Sabo's foolish expression, and an idea suddenly struck her. With stars in her eyes, she feigned admiration, saying, "You admire him, don't you, Sabo?" "I admire him too. I wish I could see what he looks like and hear his voice." Sabo, roused from his thoughts, replied, "Yes, it would be wonderful to meet Captain Jack. I want to thank him properly." However, Dragon, observing Keela stifling a giggle behind her hand and glancing at his foolish apprentice, shook his head and said, "But, Sabo, you have encountered him numerous times. Jack is none other than our strategist." "Leon in disguise, what?" Sabo exclaimed dramatically, his tongue lolling out and his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. This reaction was not unique to Sabo. The revolutionary soldier who had delivered the newspaper mirrored his astonishment. Keela, witnessing their exaggerated expressions, collapsed onto the ground, clutching her stomach with laughter. Team Marine headquarters in Marineford. "Hey, Sengoku, care for some sunbae?" The voice belonged to the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, who was leisurely enjoying some rice crackers in Sengoku's office. While Garp appeared relaxed, Sengoku was clearly overwhelmed, buried under an avalanche of paperwork at his desk. Crunch. Not receiving a response, Garp popped another cracker into his mouth and mumbled, "If you don't want any, I'll finish them all myself." Sengoku tossed aside a discarded document into the nearby trash can, which made a sound as it devoured the paper. "Say, Garp, you didn't come here just to offer me sanbei, did you?" As Zhangguo gazed at his leisurely friend, he finally mustered the courage to inquire about his intentions. Garp swallowed the sanbei, and the playful expression on his face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. "I have indeed read today's newspaper. Zhangguo, surely you have not missed it. Are you referring to the matter concerning Captain Jack?" "Indeed, it is the first time I have encountered such invigorating words, Zhangguo. There are no grandiloquent phrases, no obscure vocabulary. Each word is so ordinary, and even the assembled sentences are remarkably plain. Yet, it is precisely this discourse that has rendered me unable to settle, despite consuming numerous sunbae and several cups of tea. However, as he uttered the word but, Carp's gaze sharpened, an undeniable aura of pressure emanating from him. Carp, I comprehend all of this. This passage does indeed possess a peculiar charm. Jean-Guy sighed, fully aware that Carp, given his character, was inclined to express something further. Yet due to their differing positions, modifications were necessary, as were appropriate alterations in the report. It was an unavoidable circumstance. You would not wish to witness this world descending into chaos and turmoil. Would you, Dressrosa? Ha ha, how laughable. Even the most upright individuals should act thus. A swarm of ants remains but ants. Don Quixote, Doflamingo quipped, reclining in the palace, his legs crossed as he perused the newspaper, laughing exaggeratedly. Indeed, even if 10,000 ants were to converge, they could not match a single lion. Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and a user of the flap-flap fruit, joined in the laughter, declaring there is no need for a lion to intervene. Diamante, as a wolf, can easily vanquish 10,000 ants. Upon hearing Diamante's words, the others erupted into laughter as well, filling the palace with an atmosphere of merriment. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently aligned themselves with the morally corrupt. And amidst the laughter, a tremor seemed to linger in each voice. Meanwhile, a one-legged toy soldier held a newspaper in hand, lost in thought, murmuring, should even the upright act in such a manner, across the globe. This passage, transcending time and space, sparked contemplation. The last occurrence of such a phenomenon was prior to Roger's demise. A butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest could, 2 weeks later, incite a tornado in Texas. What, then, shall arise from Jack's fervent flapping of wings? The answer remains shrouded in uncertainty. Upon reviewing the text, Jack realized that not only the words, but also the actions had undergone modifications and misinterpretations, slightly leaning towards the world government, straying from the original intent. Jack could not help but exclaim that the world government was shameless. These journalists sought sensational headlines, yet they bore no responsibility for the discrepancies in reporting. Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. That moment, Jack harbored a desire to swallow the reporter who had surreptitiously documented the events. More troublesome than the distortions was the fame that ensued for Jack. It is often said that one fears notoriety as a pig fears fattening. For Jack, the unexpected fame was particularly vexing. Initially, he had intended to consolidate the forces in Pocky City and swiftly eliminate the shadowy intelligence organization established by CP3 to avoid exposure of his identity, before turning back to confront those adversaries. However, this newfound notoriety had made his heroic deeds known worldwide, transforming the mafia into a benevolent force and offering everyone a chance to become virtuous. Yet, regardless of the modifications or misinterpretations, members of the large gangs, upon witnessing such news and the emergence of this Jack, would not let him off easily. They would undoubtedly spring into action to eliminate this adversary, thereby asserting their dominance in the nation. Should this situation persist, discontented subordinates, other small to medium-sized gangs, and the resentful King Donald would soon take action, and at that juncture, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Truth be told, Jack felt a sense of urgency upon observing the current scenario. It was astonishing that two gangs had united to attack the Red Rock Society. The last time these two factions collaborated dated back a decade, when they coerced the old King Donald into legislating the recognition of gangs as legitimate entities. Yet, amidst the bad news, there was a sliver of good tidings. The Wolf Fong gang, situated far in Iron City, had not joined the fray. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the distance or other reasons, but Jack felt immense relief. With this realization, he could no longer remain idle, nor could he entertain thoughts of leisurely days. He promptly leapt from his bed and began making arrangements. By the way, he inquired of Fujitora, in our last battle, were there any survivors? Fujitora shook his head, replying, alas, those who perceived the tide turning ultimately resorted to various means of self-destruction. Not a single spy remained, save for the captured Black Bear Benny, who is currently confined in a secret dungeon, shackled with prism stone handcuffs. Oh, by the way, while you were unconscious, a person claiming to be General Hutton came looking for you. But at that time, you were unresponsive, and we could not make decisions on your behalf at all. Did he propose anything? Jack inquired. Not specifically, but one can surmise that he likely wished to recruit us into the world government's network of interests. Fujitora speculated. That makes sense. He knows I will awaken and undoubtedly seek us out again. Jack nodded. Let's first pay a visit to the dungeon where Black Bear Benny is held. Upon rising, Jack mused. With the enhancement of my physical abilities, my recovery has noticeably accelerated. Back on Earth, I would have needed at least 10 days or more to rise from bed. Yet now, I am nearly fit to return to action after merely 2 to 3 days. Guided by Fujitora, Jack arrived at the door of Black Bear Benny's cell. Unbeknownst to him, he had also summoned Johnny, who had displayed remarkable prowess in the recent plaza confrontation. The location of this dungeon was exceedingly concealed. Without sufficient strength to move the massive stones or unique abilities like Kevin's, one would be unable to find or enter the entrance that it was likely that Fujitora had forcibly excavated it with his powers. Jack had initially presumed Benny to be a tough nut to crack, yet he soon found that without employing any considerable means, Benny had divulged everything, including his connection to Hutton and their dealings with the world government. Jack was left speechless. He had not yet exerted any effort, yet Benny had already capitulated, rendering the encounter rather unexciting. However, the scant information gleaned from Benny was of little significance to Jack and his companions. They had largely surmised the situation, with Benny merely confirming what Jack already suspected. After all, Benny had only recently engaged with the world government and could only be classified as an extraneous member, incapable of providing any substantial intelligence, let alone classified information. Very well. After repeated inquiries, Jack recognized that it seemed unlikely Benny would yield any further useful leads. He could only shake his head in disappointment. Unsheathing his flintlock pistol and aiming it at Benny's head, Benny, shackled by prism stone, was rendered powerless, and in a panic he began to plead, I am willing to become a good person now. I'm a capable fighter, very formidable. I am now willing to, bang. I'm sorry, but you were already given your chance. Jack, remaining calm, pulled the trigger before Benny could finish his desperate plea. Moreover, a capable fighter? Jack scoffed, you must die for us to have a capable fighter. Fujitora and Johnny understood Jack's earlier remark. This was a typical cowardly trait, someone who thrives on the weak and fears the strong. An untrustworthy double agent. However, Jack's subsequent statement bore deeper implications. Ignoring the confusion of the two, he approached Benny's corpse and began to search his pockets. Johnny, puzzled, remarked, we thoroughly searched him before he was imprisoned. There is nothing on him that isn't necessary to search him again in death. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in shock. Though Fujitora could not widen his eyes, he sensed the object in Jack's hand and emitted an aha sound. Indeed, it was a devil fruit, and I can assure you, it is none other than the one black bear Benny claimed to possess. Jack held up the oddly shaped fruit with a grin. At that moment, Fujitora could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and chuckled awkwardly. Your ability is indeed terrifying, but if the world were to learn that you possess the power to seize others' devil fruits, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Jack chose not to respond, merely passing the devil fruit to the bewildered Johnny, standing nearby. Now, you are the wielder of a devil fruit ability, Jack remarked to Johnny, who continued to stare blankly at the fruit. However, Johnny's unease surfaced as he replied, but I feel a bit anxious about it. There's no room for hesitation, since you have achieved a great feat. It is only natural to reward you. The clear distinction between reward and punishment is one of the fundamental conditions for an organization to thrive, Jack asserted, shoving the fruit into Johnny's mouth without further discussion. Johnny swallowed the fruit whole, immediately feeling a wave of nausea. There was no escaping it. Anyone would react similarly after swallowing something so grotesque. After a moment of retching, Johnny found himself empty-handed and, upon regaining his composure, glanced down at Jack in confusion. Hey, why do I feel like you've shrunk? It's not that I've shrunk, you fool, Jack replied, gazing at the towering bear-like figure that was Johnny. You've simply grown taller. Johnny, do take care to control your abilities and refrain from transforming at every turn. If others were to witness your transformation, our secret would be compromised. Yet, when faced with formidable adversaries, Johnny would undoubtedly resort to his animal form. Without the ability to transform, his potential would be severely limited. That you're a real dunce, aren't you? If you turn the opponent into a corpse, then no one would discover this secret, Johnny retorted. Fortunately, only a select few were privy to Jack's ability to usurp powers from devil fruits. Otherwise, after barely a few days since the previous incident, another scandal would render Jack a veritable harbinger of sensational news. Such notoriety was better suited to Luffy and his Straw Hat crew, Jack mused, feeling he lacked the protagonist's aura to endure such a fate. However, unbeknownst to Jack, the sensational news he would ultimately create would far surpass that of the original protagonist, Luffy. Now that Jack had awakened, he could no longer heed the doctor's advice to rest for another 2 days. He promptly assumed Haku's responsibilities, allowing Haku, who had only slept 3 hours over the past 3 days, to rest well. In truth, many recent troubles had already been managed by Haku, leaving only minor issues for Jack to resolve swiftly and efficiently. Yet, while these trifles were manageable, the larger matters remained daunting. Before long, General Haddon, having received word of the situation, entered the office. You may already know who I am. I am Haddon, responsible for overseeing safety affairs in Pocky City, but I hope my unexpected visit will not be taken amiss. Dressed in pristine white attire adorned with tassels at the cuffs and shoulders, and embellished with decorations signifying his rank, Haddon's tall figure exuded authority, given that General Haddon supervises security matters in Pocky City. I cannot help but wonder what brings you here today, Jack replied, his vigilance heightened by Haddon's imposing attire. Surely, Mr. Jack, you do not wish to witness a state in which villains roam freely and evil flourishes within this nation? Haddon inquired, with a tone of righteousness. Oh, and what of it? Jack feigned ignorance, inquiring, is it not the case that this situation was decreed by your king, Donald? He is the one who signed and enacted the law allowing gangs to exist legally within this nation. As a general of the kingdom, should you not support the king's edicts? Haddon responded with a smile. Even His Majesty can commit grave errors, and we must not remain blindly loyal to a king who is incompetent and misguided. We must correct the wrongs that must be amended. Oh, what do you imply? Jack pretended to be bewildered, feigning ignorance. Although it appears we are still under Donald's rule, we have long since recognized the reality of our situation and drawn a line. We intend to overthrow Donald and abolish that law, Haddon declared, embodying a sense of moral conviction. It turned out that Haddon had devised this plan after receiving news of Peter's demise and Jack's unexpected handling of the Pocky City gang. In the existing landscape, the world government controlled several factions, yet still found itself at a disadvantage compared to the gangs. For the greedy world government, the opportunity to intervene and bolster its own influence was too tempting to resist. Now, having nearly seized half the territory, they contemplated why not aim for outright control of the entire nation. But if they were to pit their forces against the 2 major gangs, the chances of victory would be slim, resulting in substantial losses in influence. Moreover, the world government could not brazenly deploy a significant force to address this issue. Doing so would invite scorn and render their promise to refrain from interfering in member affairs a mere joke. A small contingent, like what Peter had sent, would also prove insufficient. If a conflict erupted, they risked having Donald seize the spoils of victory. Note, Donald had initially intended to use the military against the gangs. Had the world government not intervened, he would have commanded his forces to engage them long ago. That a direct confrontation with the gangs would fulfill Donald's long-held ambitions, rendering the previous military control efforts redundant. However, the emergence of a disruptor had awakened the ambitions of the avaricious world government officials. Black Bear Benny met his end beautifully. Well done, Captain Jack, they mused. Even Haddon, who had previously misjudged the situation and incurred significant losses, refrained from holding anyone accountable this time. The reasoning was simple. A compliant little dog was no match for a ferocious tiger of the world government. Benny was merely a docile pup. It was impossible to use a mere pup to disrupt the balance. At most, they could amplify the world government's influence in the Udicana Kingdom. Benny lacked both the capability and the audacity to cleanse the smaller gangs or consolidate all power and industries within Pocky City. as doing so would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the three major gangs. Jack's actions had illuminated a breakthrough for the world government. If they could leverage the Red Rock Society and Captain Jack's strength to seize the clandestine reins of power in this nation, success would be imminent. Thus, General Haddon appeared in formal attire, seeking to persuade Jack within his office. There was no need to coerce Jack or offer monetary incentives. They could simply harness Jack's ideology to enlist him in their service. Ultimately, Jack might remain blissfully unaware that he was, in fact, serving the world government. Initially, Jack was taken aback by Haddon's visit, recalling that not long ago they had been adversaries. It seemed irrational for Haddon to arrive so soon after the confrontation with Benny. When Haddon articulated his intentions of wanting to take charge and restore clarity to Udicana, all while framing the betrayal of King Donald as a noble cause, Jack could hardly believe the audacity of it all. Moreover, Jack was perplexed at the apparent foolishness of these individuals. Had they not realized that Benny had fallen into Jack's grasp? Even if they were unaware of the specifics, the details surrounding Benny's capture should have been easily gleaned. Did they genuinely believe that Benny was an unyielding hardliner? Such assumptions defied all logic. Even if he were truly steadfast, a polite inquiry would have been in order. Jack maintained a composed facade in conversation with Haddon. His mind was brimming with questions. After a lengthy discussion, Jack bid Haddon farewell with a courteous smile. He then summoned Fujitora and directly asked, after much contemplation and ruling out various possibilities, it appears that, despite the implausibility of it all, the truth remains. They are completely unaware that Black Bear Benny has already fallen into our hands, correct? Unbeknownst to them, Fujitora chuckled. Truly worthy of the chief of staff. In an instant, the key to the matter has been discerned. Upon reflection, it is no wonder a hidden and secure dungeon was hastily established. It was to ensure that the news of Benny falling into our hands remained concealed from the outside world. Jack, playing the role of an after-the-fact strategist, began to connect the earlier events that transpired in the dungeon. Indeed, back then, I exerted great effort to hastily construct a dungeon. Fujitora's closed eyes, too, smiled slightly open, revealing a glimmer of white. Upon hearing this, Jack raised an eyebrow and curiously inquired, "How did you manage that?" Shared, in truth. The method is rather simple, albeit something ordinary individuals might not conceive, Fujitora replied. After your fall, we ceased our performance and swiftly dealt with those espionage members. Just as I was about to confront Benny, an epiphany struck me. The world government remains oblivious to our awareness of their existence. Thus, we ought to maintain our informational advantage. I shouted loudly to disperse those around Benny, then hurled two individuals strapped with explosives towards him, creating a cloud of thick smoke. Naturally, those human bombs would not kill him. I subsequently threw several more, and while they merely left him dazed and severely injured, I seized the opportunity, cloaked by the smoke and night, to elevate him into the air, leaving behind only fragments of those unfortunate souls. Indeed, for you, smoke and darkness hold no sway. Jack nodded in agreement. As the fog began to dissipate, the onlookers could see only a pile of dismembered flesh, unable to discern whose it was, assuming Benny had also been obliterated in the chaos. However, the regenerative abilities of a Zoan fruit user are formidable. By the time you visited him in the dungeon, he was nearly recovered. This, of course, hinges on how well the world government understands Benny's true capabilities. Should they realize he was not killed by such explosions, then all my efforts would be in vain. Thus, it was merely a gamble on my part. Yet, given the current circumstances, they likely remain unaware of Benny's true strength. Believing him to have perished in the blast, in the end, my gamble proved victorious. Fujitora gradually elucidated the situation to Jack, who nodded in silent admiration, praising Fujitora for his cleverness, audacity, and meticulousness, ultimately culminating in a fortunate wager that preserved our intelligence advantage, causing the world government to unknowingly err. Meanwhile, upon returning, Haddon promptly contacted his superiors via a din mushi. Haddon, was the operation successful? A male voice inquired over the line. Indeed, Lord Hartman, this endeavor was quite successful. We have now forged an alliance. Although Jack appears somewhat astute, he remains entirely unaware of the truth and genuinely believes I seek to uphold the state. Haddon unabashedly expressed his joy. nearly bursting into laughter. Excellent. Did they propose any additional demands? Lord Hartman inquired in a composed tone. Indeed, Lord Hartman. They desire more advanced weaponry and sufficient ammunition to replace their outdated arsenal, thereby equipping themselves to contend with the two major gangs. Haddon relayed Jack's request accurately. Furthermore, they require provisions. Should conflict arise, without adequate food reserves, endurance will be short-lived. Very well. We have anticipated these matters. It seems Jack is quite pragmatic, posing no excessive demands. Hartman maintained his calm demeanor. For the next few days, exert yourself to expedite the shipment of those supplies. Remember, the two major gangs in Gran are already mobilizing. Understood, Lord Hartman, that I will ensure the supplies are delivered promptly. Haddon hesitated briefly, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. This expression was duly noted by the Den Mushy, which mimicked his hesitation. Hartman, observing the Den Mushy's portrayal of doubt, inquired, "Do you have something further to say?" "I merely wish to express concern. If, upon receiving our supplies, Jack and his faction grow formidable, how shall we manage if we can no longer rein them in?" Haddon hesitated before voicing his concern. "Rest assured, Haddon, after years of battling those two factions, we understand that Jack stands no chance against their combined onslaught. We merely hope he can endure for a few more days, granting us an opportunity to strike decisively," Hartman assured him. Noticing Haddon seemed poised to speak again, Hartman impatiently urged, "Enough. Attend to your duties and ensure swift execution of our plans. Once we conquer this nation, you shall be hailed as a great hero, a noble revered by all." With that, the Den Mushy emitted a click as its eyes drooped. After storing the Den Mushy, Haddon erupted into a sinister chuckle. How navi, my Lord Hartman." In stark contrast to his previous demeanor, Haddon now appeared transformed, his expression taking on a menacing quality. He muttered to himself, "Others may be oblivious to Benny's strength, but I am not. If a few bundles of explosives could reduce him to atoms, he would hardly be worthy of my brotherhood. Poor Lord Hartman must still believe he holds all the cards, while Jack's cunning suggests today's conversation was merely a performance for my benefit. Little does Hartman know he has already fallen into Jack's trap. Great noble, acclaimed hero. Ha ha. Spare me the jest. My ambition is to ascend as king, Lord Hartman. Jack, you may play your games with Hartman, the Mercury Group, and the villain gang. As for me, I shall bide my time until you are embroiled in chaos." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shadow, following the conclusion of the call, Hartman dialed another number, instructing the recipient, "Prepare the materials for Haddon to deliver." Once the instructions were given, Hartman's personal secretary cautiously remarked, "My lord, please exercise utmost caution. Our recent investigations reveal that Haddon is not a trustworthy individual. He may be scheming something." "You're aware of that, yet I should be oblivious?" Hartman's resolute visage broke into a smile. "Then why entrust him with this task? What if I comprehend his intentions while I press him to expedite the delivery? He will undoubtedly concoct excuses to delay the process, sending supplies in small batches until conflict erupts elsewhere, allowing him to remain safely hidden along the supply route, waiting for the opportune moment. This is his sole means of evading confrontation. Then why grant him such an opportunity?" The secretary queried, perplexed. "Haddon, oh Haddon, do not act foolishly. Should he remain compliant, he may still attain nobility. If he does not, I shall permit him to continue as a mere supply transporter. In due time, I will sell his whereabouts to those two gangs who have long besieged Pocky City. They will undoubtedly assist us in eliminating Haddon." At this juncture, Hartman paused before continuing. "However, the flaw in this plan lies in the protracted siege of Pocky City. Though I told Haddon Jack is no match for the two factions, that was a deception. Even now, we have yet to uncover Jack's true identity. He is not easily dealt with. Wouldn't you agree?" The secretary bowed in admiration, exclaiming, "My lord is truly a mastermind. This land shall undoubtedly fall under your dominion." "Not under my dominion, but rather under the governance of the world government." The secretary quickly corrected himself with another bow. "Yes, under the leadership of the world government. In a luxurious villa within Gran." The leaders of the Mercury Group and the villain gang sat opposite ends of the table, surrounded by a throng of supporters. "Have you made up your mind yet, Yuri?" boomed a towering figure. his massive, muscular frame radiating an explosive energy, his voice rumbling like thunder, causing the candlelight to flicker. One could only wonder how sturdy the chair beneath him must be to withstand such a giant. Do not be overly hasty, dear Maxim. Our Mercury group differs significantly from yours. We must remain vigilant against that cunning financial wolf, hence we must retain a contingent to guard our interests. The speaker stands in stark contrast to the towering giant from earlier. Possessing a diminutive stature, likely not exceeding 1.60 m, that although lacking the imposing presence of the giant, there lingers a hint of chill in his words. Industry. If it were to be lost, it could be reclaimed. However, if we cannot even take down Jack, then we need not concern ourselves with any industry. Maxim, the leader of the villainous faction, declared. Yet, Yuri from the Mercury group was eager to interject, only to be abruptly interrupted by Maxim. Enough of such nonsensical chatter. Let me speak plainly and directly. Maxim rose and smacked the table, proclaiming, I have secretly trained a force of 3,000, adding to the original 2,000, making a total of 5,000. We are merely awaiting the right opportunity. I trust you find yourself in a similar position. That don't tell me you've amassed such wealth over the past decade without contemplating expansion. Upon hearing this, Yuri couldn't help but chuckle. It seems we are indeed kindred spirits. Coincidentally, I too have secretly trained a force of 3,000, waiting for an opportunity to seize it all. Excellent. With the deployment of 2,000, we will have a total of 4,000, sufficient to confront Jack, while others will believe I have nearly committed all my forces. The remaining 6,000 will be more than adequate to deal with the northern pups or the army. Remarked the iron tower of a man. However, your plan has a flaw. The spies of the shadow are ubiquitous. Surely, your secret 3,000 are no longer secret, Yuri teased. My 3,000 have never set foot on this land. Where would spies come from? Maxim replied with a laugh that I must say, Maxim, I suspect we might be long-lost brothers. Our thoughts always align so closely. And why 3,000 were also trained overseas, though? Is that so? Ha ha ha! At the headquarters of the Fengfeng gang in Iron City, the elder brother exclaimed, it appears they are preparing to take serious action this time, mobilizing a considerable number of people, seemingly ready to deploy their entire force. How many times must I say it? You must call me Brother Vasily. The man known as the elder brother shouted, sensing they were poised to seize the entire country. Yes, yes, Brother Vasily, the other replied, seemingly accustomed to such reprimands. However, considering their troop strength, it would be an overestimation to think they could consume the entire nation. They are hardly comparable to the armies controlled by the world government. My foolish brother, Vasily scoffed. You underestimate them too much. I have remained stationed in Iron City all these years, not merely due to the rich iron mines, but because I found no opportunity to strike. Compared to those two monsters, I could only barely hold my ground in Iron City. Now, even we have expanded to a force of 3,000, but if you believe they still remain at 2,000. You are a fool, so they're secretly hiding their numbers? Although I do not know their exact numbers, and even the intelligence from the shadow lacks relevant details, they are certainly not few, Vasily calmly stated. However, to dare to act in such a manner is akin to declaring war on everyone at once. Just how much strength do these two possess? Regardless of their hidden strength, this is our only opportunity. Elder brother, that is true. Once they finish dealing with others, they will turn their attention to us. We must act swiftly, Vasily said, stroking his chin. By the way, why do I always forget? You must call me Brother Vasily. In the royal palace, a young man, drenched in sweat, remarked, Father, it seems this situation is dire. They intend to use Jack as a pretext to seize the entire kingdom. Oh, not panic, my son. Let them fight. No matter how fiercely they clash, they will not reach us. The aging King Donald, now 60, replied with a composed demeanor, I understood long ago, when my generals betrayed me, that this land would once again be drenched in blood. The advantageous position of the Udicana Kingdom is a curse rather than a blessing for U.S. that moment. Sergei, what else could you do but watch? Can you fight them outside? The old king chastised. You should be grateful for your royal lineage. Ultimately, regardless of who holds power in this country, we will still be needed. Our royal lineage will remain intact, allowing us to enjoy wealth and honor. unlike others who suffered dire fates. Listening to King Donald's words, the young prince bowed his head, unconsciously clenching his fists. These weapons are genuinely advanced, far superior to those used by our revolutionary forces. Haku marveled while inspecting the recently delivered armaments. Jack also discovered a pistol, replacing his previous flintlock that could only chamber a single bullet with a new one capable of holding 5 rounds. It must be advanced. Perhaps this is the cutting-edge equipment currently utilized by the Navy. The world government possesses the most formidable scientific power in the world, so it is hardly surprising they could produce such items. Who knows, there may be even more formidable weapons to come. Yet, despite the technological advancements, the design of firearms in this world remained unchanged in Jack's recollection. Even a decade later, the designs of these guns would still appear largely similar. With only the internal mechanisms undergoing radical transformations, one wonders what is wrong with these people's aesthetics. Do they still believe the current design is sufficiently rational and in need of no improvement? Since the time of Roger, and continuing for over 20 years after his demise, the appearance of firearms has remained static. Well, although this design is hardly ergonomic and uncomfortable to use, it does look quite stylish. Particularly suited for cosplay, Jack mused while toying with his new acquisition. However, the speed of delivery is rather sluggish. That'll be why the time we engage at the front lines, we may not have sufficient weapons, after counting the current shipment. Haku sighed with concern. How many people can these armaments equip? Jack inquired, calmly inserting the pistol into his waistband. Only enough for just over 1,000, Haku replied, and they have only delivered 5 cannons, which is woefully inadequate. Surely, this quantity could be transported by just 2 ships. Yet, it is impossible that Hutton possesses only 2, Jack questioned. What of his other vessels? Haku shook his head helplessly. He claims his main forces must remain vigilant against threats from sea kings and pirates. Thus, he cannot deploy all his ships, only 2 to assist in transport. I also proposed using our vessels for assistance, Haku continued, but he refused, citing the storage location as a military secret. It was evident that the so-called storage facility was likely a naval branch base. Jack sighed. 2 days have passed, and they have delivered so little. It seems he has no intention of properly aiding us with supplies. I wonder what schemes he is concocting. Oh, by the way, has that matter been resolved? Jack suddenly shifted the topic to another issue. Are you referring to the matter handled by Kevin? Haku paused momentarily, then realized what Jack was inquiring about. All other matters have been resolved, though we have yet to locate the Shadow's stronghold. The building in the royal capital is merely a FAAD for selling information. However, Kevin has been tracking their movements and claims he will soon uncover the true headquarters of the Shadow. Just then, Jack's transponder snail began to ring. Commander, bad news. The 2 major factions are preparing to deploy their entire forces, totaling 4,000, and are fully equipped. It seems the 2 leaders have reached some form of consensus. Within 2 days at most, they will be at our gates. Faced with this alarming news from the transponder snail, Jack furrowed his brow and instructed, continue monitoring that if any valuable intelligence arises, relay it immediately. After hanging up, Jack reflected, we have only 2,000 men. While they boast 4,000, the majority of whom have fought alongside their gangs for many years, making them formidable elites. They are fundamentally different from us, the inexperienced newcomers who possess not a shred of conscience. This battle will indeed be a formidable challenge. Haku nodded in agreement, sighing that, by the way, accompanying this batch of weapons are also these 2 documents. Haku, as if stirred by some unseen force, retrieved 2 neatly organized documents from behind him. Jack, upon receiving the materials, examined only the first page with seriousness, casually flipping through the subsequent pages, before finally glancing at the photographs of Mercury Group's Yuri and the villainous Maxim, discarding them carelessly to the side. Haku, who had busily taken the documents, asked with a hint of confusion, aren't you going to take a closer look? Perhaps we could find a way to deal with them. Find a solution? That seems utterly impossible. Upon reading the phrase 2,000 members at the bottom of the first page, I understood. Jack placed his hands behind his head, exclaiming in resignation that this document was merely a ruse crafted by the Shadows to deceive us. The only valuable information within was the photographs at the end. Ensure that you disseminate these images as widely as possible, so that everyone remembers these 2 individuals. Why do you say that? Haku, Having noticed the 2,000 members notation, inquired with curiosity, "Isn't that an issue? After all, we too are merely 2,000 strong, aren't we? Even among large gangs, there exists a hierarchy. Not everyone is on equal footing," Jack explained. Take the Wolfang gang of Iron City, for instance. They are undoubtedly inferior. Otherwise, they wouldn't confine themselves to Iron City, while those with true power have gone to the capital to claim the largest share of the pie. As we have only just consolidated our forces in Pacquiao City, we are even weaker than the Wolfang gang. Thus, it is certain that the strength of these two major gangs far surpasses our own. Jack elaborated, "Those individuals will not remain idle. They are undoubtedly amassing power somewhere. Even if the Shadows have not thoroughly investigated which faction it is, they must have some inkling, for this document fails to mention anything at all. So, are we now the weakest force in the entire nation?" Haku responded, taken aback. Jack nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, everyone is preparing to use us as fodder, a means to gauge the current strength of the two factions. In that case, our only viable strategy is to erect a formidable wall to defend Pacquiao City, buying us some time. The longer we delay, the more restless those individuals will become, and the easier it will be for both factions to reveal their vulnerabilities. Hey, why does this sound somewhat off to me? Fujihiro, who had been seated quietly for quite some time, finally interjected, "Didn't you say that I shouldn't take action and cause a stir? Are you suggesting we build a wall in just 2 days? Relying solely on my abilities? Since we've already stirred up such a commotion, wouldn't it be more effective to let a few meteors fall instead?" No. Fujihiro, you misinterpret my intentions that I am not suggesting you act openly in front of everyone. Jack replied with a teasing smile. Besides, constructing a wall overnight is simply impossible. That would certainly require divine intervention. What? If Fujihiro could see, he would undoubtedly pry open Jack's head to discover what peculiar thoughts resided within. Just watch me. Wait until nightfall before you make your move, Jack insisted, stroking his fake beard that had been woven together. In the capital, Gran, Yuri exclaimed. Maxim, are you ready yet? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Patience, Maxim. After all these years, what's a day or 2 more? The diminutive Yuri hurriedly reassured the impatient giant beside him, emphasizing the importance of caution at this critical juncture. Maxim understood Yuri's reasoning all too well. But the lengthy wait had undoubtedly frayed his nerve that moment. A subordinate rushed in, reporting, "Sir, the Crimson Rock Society is currently preparing to build a wall to fend off our attack." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, they erupted into laughter. "What? Are you trying to make us laugh? You claim they're building a wall. That's utterly hilarious. I've heard of sharpening blades before battle, but I've never heard of constructing walls at the last minute. If a wall could be built in a day, why bother sharpening blades? A wall would be far more effective." Oh dear, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. 2,000 people trying to construct a wall. That would take ages, but the informant, reddening with embarrassment at the mockery, stammered in defense, "I don't know what trick Jack is using. But not only the members of the Crimson Rock Society, but the entire city is helping to construct it." At this revelation, the laughter intensified, with everyone unable to stand upright, nearly rolling on the ground. However, the towering Maxim, standing at 3 to 4 meters tall, rose and looked down at the messenger, asking, "Is there anything else unusual?" Yuri concurred, stating, "For Jack to unify Pacquiao City, he cannot be an ordinary individual. This must be a FAAD for some other operation under the guise of building a wall." Upon hearing the concerns expressed by their leaders, the others ceased their laughter and began to ponder whether there might be some hidden agenda behind it all. The messenger, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, took out a communication device and dialed a companion stationed outside Pacquiao City. However, after repeated confirmations from the other end, it was verified that they were indeed simply building a wall. If there were any ulterior motives lurking behind it, their capabilities would not be sufficient to uncover them, if even the scouts dispatched by the two leaders could not discern anything amiss. It was unlikely that anyone else could. Yet, this revelation only deepened the confusion for both Yuri and Maxim. Could it truly be just a simple wall construction? Why did I find that so hard to believe? The two pondered the reasons behind it in their minds. After much contemplation, Yuri inquired through the communication device, Are the civilians genuinely assisting them in building the wall? The device responded gravely, yes, whether farmers, fishermen, or others, they're all dressed in various attire, yet they're united in the same task. The numbers are staggering, as it seems the entire city has mobilized. Each individual is exerting their utmost strength, with many even beginning to demolish buildings within the city to gather materials. Jack truly is extraordinary, able to incite the citizens to assist in constructing the wall, Maxim remarked in admiration. Yuri, after deep reflection, shook his head. This still doesn't add up. Even if the entire city worked together to build a wall, it could not be completed in just a few days. Enough, Yuri. Maxim resolved not to dwell on the matter further. Regardless of Jack's intentions, we will know the truth once we confront him tomorrow. That I refuse to believe that a few tricks could counterbalance a 2,000-member disparity. Well, it seems that is all we can do. The following day, Maxim and Yuri received reports from their scouts early in the morning that a grave situation has arisen. Pacquiao City has indeed constructed a wall overnight. What? As the two hurriedly gathered their forces and marched for several hours, they arrived outside Pacquiao City to find Jack seated atop the wall, quietly surveying the 4,000 troops below. Unbeknownst to them, despite their meticulous calculations and musings, Jack had not engaged in any covert actions. He had instead undertaken a bold and open endeavor to erect a grand wall before their eyes in a single day. In truth, this was a testament to Jack's hidden ace, Fujihir. What an ace it was, akin to a royal flush. Otherwise, they would have realized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Fujihir. Meanwhile, the citizens within the city were similarly astonished by the imposing wall, having believed that only the foundation had been laid the previous day. Far from completion, how had it suddenly materialized? The answer lay in Jack's strategic advantage, his oratory prowess. With a wave of inspirational rhetoric, he had stirred the populace, igniting their determination to partake in the defense of their homeland. What followed was a process of uniting the community, galvanizing their spirits. The saying "unity is strength" had never rung truer than now. Dawn. Jack had also spread rumors, attributing the miraculous construction to the collective goodwill and indomitable spirit of the people, claiming that even the divine had been moved in the night. 2 golden-armored celestial beings had descended, completing the wall within a single night. Of course, such fantastical claims were hardly credible, merely tales to deceive the unsuspecting youth. Yet, as the saying goes, 3 make a tiger. In a world where truth is often elusive, repeated rumors can become accepted as reality. Furthermore, there were indeed witnesses who claimed to have seen stones levitating and assembling themselves during the night. Upon reflection, isn't it akin to invisible deities transporting stones? These individuals have instantaneously convinced themselves. Not only have they persuaded themselves, but once they embrace this as truth, they return to attempt to sway others. Thus, the message spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Now the entire city is aware that a benevolent deity has sensed their sincerity and constructed a magnificent wall for them. The populace, moved by this revelation, is compelled to erect a temple in honor of this anonymous god, right beside the wall. Were it not for the imminent arrival of the army, they might have already commenced the construction. Given how events have unfolded, even if Jack were to emerge and disclose that there is no deity, and that the work was accomplished by a certain individual named Yixiao, no one would believe him. Therefore, why unveil the truth? Allowing the masses to believe that virtuous individuals are under divine protection is far more advantageous, is it not? Consequently, Jack ascended the wall and proclaimed to the approaching factions below, "What reason do you possess to defeat Captain Jack, who is favored by the divine?" Naturally, Jack's declaration bore little impact on Yuri and Maxim, who were not naive enough to believe in divine assistance. After all, both had seen numerous battles and witnessed many oddities. While they had never encountered a wall constructed overnight, they could surmise that it was the handiwork of one or several capable individuals. Yet, if it were indeed the work of extraordinary beings, the extent of their abilities was rather alarming, and overexertion of such powers would surely deplete their stamina. The enormity of the undertaking could not be underestimated. A glance exchanged between the two indicated a mutual apprehension. Should they rashly attack the city amidst such uncertainty, it would surely lead to disaster. Their eyes reflected a glimmer of retreat. The two leaders, while exchanging a mere glance, failed to notice the 4,000 troops behind them, who were increasingly unsettled. Initially, upon hearing the claims of divine favor and witnessing the towering wall erected overnight, they had felt a twinge of unease. The two leaders, instead of exuding bravery, revealed considerable anxiety through their shared glance. The morale of their followers had diminished significantly compared to the previous day. In warfare, momentum can rapidly wane if the leaders disregarded the situation and insisted on a forceful assault. Jack would have no choice but to command his men to hold their ground. Ultimately, given their superior numbers and training, breaching the wall would not be insurmountable, though it would come at a cost in lives. However, given their current demeanor, an attack would be futile. Any further advance would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Upon turning to assess the morale of their troops, they recognized the futility of continuing the assault. Yet, they could not simply withdraw in disgrace after merely surveying the newly constructed wall. That would be akin to a sightseeing tour. The two leaders prepared to utter some diplomatic words. Even if they were to retreat, they were determined to salvage their dignity. Little did they know, Jack offered them no such opportunity, boldly issuing the command, "Fire!" What audacity! The audacious lad had no regard for reason and ordered the cannon fire directly. The two leaders were startled by Jack's sudden shout. Was it not customary for him to deliver a grandiose speech before battle? Why had he deviated from the script this time? While it was true that Jack enjoyed his chatter, that was when he was at a disadvantage, seeking to unsettle his opponents or merely to boast. Now, with the upper hand, there was no need for idle talk. He opted instead to unleash cannon fire. However, the two leaders were not fools. Upon witnessing the wall, they had already halted at a safe distance to avoid being attacked. Whether by cannon or firearm, they were far enough to evade danger. Unbeknownst to them, Jack's command to fire was not intended for the gunners. Otherwise, he need not have shouted so loudly that it was directed at the enemy, as well as the citizens behind the wall who were praying for their safety. His intent was twofold: to disrupt the enemy's morale and to bolster the spirits of his supporters within the city. Indeed, despite the leaders maintaining their composure, the troops behind them began to waver. Maxim shouted, "Stay calm. Their cannon is nothing." Before Maxim could finish, a barrage of cannonballs struck their ranks. What the? Yuri could no longer maintain his calm, urgently calling out, "Retreat, quickly!" They were utilizing the latest artillery. In truth, they were unaware that despite the many cannons stationed on the wall, Jack possessed only 5 of the advanced type, while the rest were outdated models. In terms of range and power, they were significantly inferior. The 5 cannons were gifts from Haddon, and their cumbersome loading process meant that by the time the two leaders and their men retreated beyond range, they had not even managed to load a second round, firing only 5 shots in total. The remaining artillery was incapable of reaching far, relying solely on Fujitora's abilities to assist in hitting the enemy's lines, observing the range and effectiveness of the 5 shots. Jack remained silent, but inwardly praised the naval artillery, far superior to the shabby alternatives. However, what truly alarmed Jack was the giant named Maxim, who, aside from the first unexpected barrage, managed to obliterate several of the remaining shells with his fists and feet. His limbs enveloped in a layer of dark, glossy hockey. The cannonballs inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever, leaving Jack in awe. Indeed, hockey was a formidable power. The citizens within the city, unable to see the specifics of the situation, could only hear the sound of Jack's command to fire, believing that he had effortlessly repelled an enemy force that outnumbered his own. After retreating beyond range, the two leaders exchanged glances, silently glaring at Jack before departing. After some time, Jack observed the two factions halting near the horizon, beginning to set up camp. It appeared they were preparing for a protracted conflict. With the enemy temporarily pushed back, Hakuzen remarked, "You managed to drive them away without losing a single soldier. Jack, your prowess remains unmatched." Oh, not at all. This was merely a fortunate surprise, compounded by their psychological imbalance. Such opportunities are rare, Jack replied, his optimism tempered as he gazed at the two factions methodically establishing their encampments. The sight was somewhat disheartening. But not be overly pessimistic, Fujitora reassured him. Let us not forget, after those cannon volleys, the morale of our troops has significantly improved compared to yesterday. Jack surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the faces of his soldiers were no longer clouded with worry, and even Fujitora, who could sense the emotions of others, felt the change. Indeed, we need not demand too much. An increase in morale is already a considerable improvement. Jack conceded. However, we must hasten our preparations. Our chances of winning hinge on the arrival of Haddon's next supply shipment. That night, Maxim and Yuri sat within a tent, discussing the day's events. They could hardly believe that there were individuals covertly supporting Jack. He must now be in possession of a significant arsenal of advanced weaponry. Maxim seethed. Perhaps that wall was constructed by those very individuals. And what of the so-called deities? They are merely legalized vampires compared to us. Yuri scoffed. Nevertheless, many are expressing grievances about this. Maxim inquired, "What shall we do now? If we were to mount a strong assault, it is not impossible to breach the defenses, even if they have dispatched some skilled fighters. For us, it would merely result in greater losses." Yuri contemplated for a moment before responding. "I believe we should proceed as follows, observing the 4,000 troops preparing to camp." Jack understood, although they had caught the enemy off guard with the unexpected wall and cannon fire. Both sides were formidable adversaries. It was likely that in a few days they would arrive with siege ladders and battering rams. When that time came, the enemy would be well prepared, and the situation would become far more precarious. "So, when will our second supply shipment arrive?" Jack inquired of Hakuzen. "This cargo. Oh no, this supply is arriving far too slowly. I've been waiting long enough." Hakuzen ignored Jack's peculiar tone, replying, "It won't be long. We expect it to arrive by tomorrow morning, Dada." "That is reassuring," Jack nodded. "With everything in place, we only await the favorable winds. However, if I may be so bold, the concerned Fujitora spoke up, expressing his apprehension. If this batch of supplies is similar to the first, then its efficacy will likely be minimal. To firmly secure our position, we would require at least 50 such cannons. Even if I manage to enhance their range, there remains a fundamental difference in power. However, receiving merely 5 at a time is utterly useless. Moreover, our overnight construction of the fortification, while not a direct display of strength, is sufficient to elevate awareness and vigilance among others. Wouldn't you agree?" Jack understood Fujitora's worries. This issue seemed rather grave, yet among the populace, it sufficed to convince them that it was the work of divine beings. With a confident demeanor, Jack remarked, "As for our other adversaries, they certainly won't be so easily misled. They will undoubtedly pursue further investigation, and in the end, they might even uncover our true identities." Despite uttering such chilling words, Jack exuded an air of complete confidence, prompting both companions to realize that he surely had a contingency plan in mind, and they waited in silence for his elaboration. Jack continued, "Should our real identities be revealed, not only would our alliance with the world government crumble, but we would also find ourselves besieged by others. Yet, if we consider it from another angle, as long as they cannot uncover our identities, wouldn't that resolve everything? Even when facing the CP under the world government, they are not omnipotent. Their personnel and resources are not infinite. Therefore, to mask the significant news we have generated, we simply need to concoct an even larger sensational event, one that would capture Wallace's attention." Although the two were unfamiliar with who Wallace was, they grasped Jack's intent. Nevertheless, doubts lingered in Fujitora's mind, prompting him to ask with a puzzled expression, "But if we create an even larger spectacle, wouldn't that merely attract more attention? And how exactly do we orchestrate this so-called sensational event?" Jack chuckled and replied, "Come closer, and let me explain it to you." Outside of Pocky City, within the tent where Yuri and Maxim debated, Maxim hesitated slightly after hearing Yuri's suggestion, saying, "Your method is feasible, but this combat approach does not align with my style that I fear I might lose control and disrupt our intended strategy." Yet, Yuri lamented, "Currently, we have no viable alternatives, do we? Although this may be somewhat hard to swallow, for the sake of our ambitions, you must endure and strive to maintain your composure. If it becomes unbearable, simply distance yourself from the battlefield and leave it to me." "Well, if that is the case, I suppose I can manage." Just then, Maxim's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Who-s there? Step out." Upon hearing Maxim's roar, Yuri felt a chill run down his spine. Maxim's mastery of armament hockey was formidable. In his observation, hockey surpassed Yuri's own, that he had not sensed anyone lurking nearby. After Maxim's shout, he rushed to a corner of the tent, but found no one there. Damn it. It must be some strange ability user who managed to infiltrate silently and slip away undetected. Maxim seethed, addressing the empty corner with frustration. Yuri approached, having been unable to perceive the intruder's presence. Merely following Maxim's lead, in the corner, there was nothing. Yet Yuri keenly noticed a piece of paper on the ground. Huh. Was there always a piece of paper here? A piece of paper? Maxim echoed, following Yuri's gaze to the spot, puzzled by its presence. Picking it up, he remarked, "It seems there are words written on it." As Maxim unfolded the paper and read its contents, his expression grew increasingly grave. Noticing this, Yuri inquired, "What does it say?" Maxim handed the note to Yuri, saying, "You can see for yourself." Yuri quickly scanned the note and frowned. Pondering, could it be that the person who just appeared was here to deliver this note? And what could their intentions be in sending it? Maxim replied, "Those details are inconsequential. What matters is that I now have a thought that surpasses your previous idea." "I know what you're thinking." Yuri nodded, acknowledging, "I must admit, this alternate plan appears far more enticing and appealing. Yet it could very well be a deliberate attempt to mislead us that you suspect it is a trap?" Maxim inquired. "Nevertheless, we could trial this approach. If we fall into a trap, it would conveniently allow us to execute your original plan that if we succeed, we won't need to resort to any underhanded tactics." Yuri rubbed his temples, conceding, "While I understand the logic behind your reasoning and cannot refute it, I still harbor a sense of foreboding regarding the individual who delivered the note. They surely harbor ill intentions." "You are being overly cautious. Even if they do harbor ill intentions, the outcome will ultimately boil down to the two scenarios I previously mentioned. There is nothing to fear," Maxim reassured him, patting Yuri on the shoulder. "What if our actions prompt the military or the Fengfeng gang of Iron City to engage prematurely? Then that would play right into our hands. We could seamlessly transition into the latter part of your plan, thereby skipping the initial phase entirely." Maxim laughed heartily. "Very well. Let us proceed." After much deliberation, Yuri found no flaws in Maxim's logic. Regardless of whether it was a trap or the potential consequences, everything remained within manageable limits. And it still favored both of them. After careful consideration, he agreed to the proposal. The next day, Jack rose early and made his way to the city walls. To his surprise, Haku had awakened even earlier and was already observing the distant situation through binoculars. Fujitora ascended the walls behind Jack, gazing invisibly towards the enemy camp, exclaiming, as anticipated, "Mr. Jack, the supply ship from Haddon has yet to arrive." Upon hearing the news of the supply's delay, Jack erupted into laughter. What splendid news to start the day. Excellent, excellent. To an uninformed observer, it might seem that Jack had lost his mind or was rendered incoherent by the distressing news. However, Jack was not one to crumble easily. Indeed, this was fortuitous and a significant stroke of luck. The reasoning behind this lay in the discussions Jack had with Fujitora and Haku the previous day. Jack had been closely monitoring the movements of the supply ship, and upon learning that Haddon's vessel laden with weapons and ammunition would arrive by dawn, he devised a clever plan that it's quite simple. As long as we are not the center of attention in the news, it would be best if we played the role of mere bystanders. Or even better, remained entirely out of sight, Jack mysteriously articulated to the two who leaned in closer. Gradually, they began to grasp the essence of his words and inquired, "How do we achieve this objective?" Rather than directly answering, Jack countered, "You mentioned that if we had 50 of those cannons, we could securely defend Pocky City. But consider this. What if we had 100? 100? Fujitora shook his head. "If we possessed 100 of those cannons, it would be exceedingly simple. Before they could even approach, we would obliterate their siege equipment and decimate a significant portion of their forces, even if those two attempted to intervene. They would merely struggle against the relentless barrage of cannon fire, ultimately exhausting themselves to the point where they might not even stand a chance against you." While Jack was displeased with Fujitora's last statement, he acknowledged that it was indeed true. Defeating those two was an undeniable reality. Exactly, Jack nodded. Thus, if we truly had 100 cannons, those two would have no choice but to retreat, realizing that a direct assault would be futile. However, the issue remains that we do not possess 100 cannons. Even if the supplies arrive tomorrow, we might only receive about 10, Haku remarked, perplexed. "We don't need to actually possess them. We merely need to make them believe we do." How would they know that we currently only have 5 of those cannons? Upon hearing Jack's words, the two reminisced about the recent events. Jack had commanded the artillery to fire and had previously instructed Fujitora to utilize his fruit abilities to extend the range of the shells. Not merely to intimidate the enemy, it turned out that this was the very strategy they had in mind, creating an illusion of possessing numerous advanced cannons that in truth, they were unaware that there was no limit to what could be achieved if Fujitora was willing. A single cannon could strike the capital of Grand without difficulty. However, this raised the question of how it related to the grand news they were preparing. While the two understood this connection, they still wondered about the promised grand news. Jack had mentioned that if there were 100 cannons, their enemies would stand no chance. But what if they only had 50? What if those 50 were still at Haddon's location? Jack smirked. Haku's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to exclaim, but remembered that the three were gathered together and could only whisper, "Are you suggesting they go and seize Haddon's fleet?" Indeed, Fujitora concurred. Using those non-existent 50 cannons as bait, we can incite a fierce clash between the two factions, simultaneously wearing down their strengths and diverting the attention of the major powers, allowing us to remain on the sidelines. "It is truly brilliant," Jack observed, smiling enigmatically, appearing as if he were orchestrating a grand plan. Yet, in his heart, he mused that if he could acquire a feather fan, it would complete his facade perfectly. Once back, he would seek an opportunity to obtain one and whimsically fan himself. Consequently, matters became more manageable. The gentleman used a snail phone to inform Kevin, instructing him to handle this task, certainly, given Kevin's elusive abilities. This job was tailor-made for him. Soon, Kevin did not disappoint. While the two conversed during the night, he infiltrated the area. Although he nearly got caught, he ultimately escaped due to his remarkable skills in evasion and concealment. Successfully completing his mission, Maxim examined the crumpled paper and exclaimed, "Wow, the contents are incredibly enticing." It outlined the general location of Haddon's fleet, included the route of movement, and indicated when they would arrive at Pocky City. Furthermore, the most crucial and alluring part was the list of supplies aboard the ships. 50 cannons, 2,000 rifles, 1,000 handguns, 2,000 steel knives, ample food, and a considerable amount of ammunition. No wonder Yuri found the list so irresistible. It felt disrespectful not to seize such valuable resources. Following this, it was only natural that after some deliberation, the two decided to engage in this lucrative venture. If they successfully seized these items, capturing Pocky City would be a breeze, so they promptly resolved to assemble their crew, set sail, and raid the fleet under the cover of darkness. Nightfall was essential. The goods were due to arrive the next morning. Haddon was personally escorting the shipment, though in truth, he was doing so to evade orders from the world government, should the world government decide the time was ripe to launch a direct assault on the two major factions. Haddon could use this as a pretext to buy time, allowing other generals to take the initial casualties. Despite Haddon's meticulous plans, he never anticipated that Jack and Hardman were aligned in their intentions, guiding both factions to raid the fleet, thereby depleting their resources. However, unlike Hardman, Jack harbored more sinister motives, intending to ensnare those behind Haddon in the quagmire of war. With only two factions currently embroiled in conflict, the situation felt rather lonely. Haddon was caught in the middle, facing an unexpected onslaught from a large fleet under the cover of night. Even though he managed to sink several ships with his superior firepower, the sheer number of enemy vessels was overwhelming, and finding a place to call for help was a challenge. The nearest military base was in Pocky City, and even if they rushed to assist, it would take at least 2 hours. Yet, there was no choice but to call for reinforcements. Fortunately, Haddon's ships were superior to those of the gangs, and his extensive experience dealing with sea kings and pirates endowed him with considerable maritime combat skills. Ultimately, he managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived, seizing an opportunity to break through the encirclement and escape aboard the last remaining flagship. Haddon refrained from further combat, even if he could counterattack with the support. A Pyrrhic victory would leave him depleted, hindering his ambitions of conquering the world. The two did not pursue further. Having secured the supplies, there was no need to engage the entire military of Pocky City, which would undoubtedly result in heavy losses, given that they excelled in land warfare rather than naval combat. This battle inflicted severe losses on both Haddon and the two factions, but comparatively, the two factions suffered less. successfully intercepting 2 transport ships. However, when they counted the spoils, they nearly spat blood. Where were the promised 50 cannons? Jack had adeptly played the role of schemer, weakening Haddon, who had contributed little, while drawing the world government into the fray, igniting a conflict between the 2 factions that in the chaotic melee of various powers. Forming alliances became exceedingly crucial. Each party had its own agenda, ultimately aiming to emerge as the sole victor. Jack found himself in the most vulnerable position, with any faction capable of swallowing him whole. To survive in such a precarious situation, he had to let the larger entities clash first. The world was well aware of the adage, when the clam and the snipe contend. The fisherman benefits. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird watches from behind. Upon hearing the news that the supply ship had not yet arrived, Jack remarked that no one wished to be the fisherman, and everyone vied to be the yellow bird. Yet many aspired to that role, but found it elusive. Haku chuckled, and yet you have managed to become that very yellow bird. If opportunities are lacking, one must create them. If the clam and the snipe do not contend, then let them fight among themselves. Fujitora nodded. Once this plan is set in motion, those individuals will likely be unable to remain still. While rationally, enduring might be the better option, few can maintain their composure. Jack, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the success of his strategy, reminded whether the fisherman and the yellow bird succeed is still in question. It is possible that in the end, the mantis could turn around and capture the yellow bird instead. Ultimately, it hinges on one's own strength. Jack was correct. In the end, even if one wished to clean up the aftermath, one must possess the capability to do so, lest they themselves become the remnants of the chaos. The inexperienced recruits who had yet to see true battle needed to intensify their training. Jack, upon receiving this grand news, once again obscured his own brilliance, while the 2 factions and Haddon became the central figures of the narrative, albeit at a significant cost. The 2 had battled fiercely, losing many ships and personnel, all for a mere 5 cannons and scant ammunition, along with fewer than 1,000 rifles. Honestly, had Haddon known that the 2 factions were after such trivial items, he would have relinquished them without a second thought, who would fight to the death over such paltry gains. Consequently, Haddon failed to consider this angle, believing they were coming for him, intent on taking his life. Thus, Haddon naturally reported this to his superiors, lamenting his plight, shedding genuine tears over the loss of his crew, which had nearly been decimated. With the remaining forces stationed at the military base, he was left with only half of his original strength, resulting in a truly sorrowful state. This embellished report painted the 2 factions as ruthless and unreasonable scoundrels, coupled with their performance in naval combat, which paled in comparison to Haddon's prowess. It gave Haddon a distorted impression of the 2 factions. Ultimately, the core message Haddon conveyed to his superiors highlighted the term mad dogs. These were nothing but rabid dogs that bit indiscriminately. They exhibited no reason, daring to attack at the slightest show of weakness. Haddon concluded by suggesting that they should act swiftly to seize the initiative, rather than risk being caught off guard. I understand the situation. I never imagined those 2 would be so reckless. Since they have come knocking, we cannot remain silent. We must find an opportunity to strike back. Even the cunning Hardman felt a twinge of concern. According to Hardman's original plan, he intended for Jack to take the lead, both to wear down the 2 factions and to see if he could uncover any of their hidden cards. Secondly, one must patiently await the opportune moment, seeking a flaw to deliver a decisive blow. Ideally, it would be advantageous to uncover the concealed forces of the 2 individuals and launch a surprise attack on the reserve troops. Although the commanders of these reserves are indeed loyal subordinates of the 2, they certainly do not possess the same caliber. As the adage goes, a lion leading a pack of sheep can vanquish a flock of lions led by a mere sheep. While this may be an exaggeration for Hardiman, in a scenario where numbers are comparable, facing the team led by those 2 would be akin to a stalemate, yet confronting the reserve troops would be almost foolproof. Alas, this promising plan has been thwarted. The 2 have initiated their assault, unexpectedly assassinating a general. Though he may not concern himself with Hutton's fate, others certainly do. The remaining generals are wary of the fate that befalls a cunning rabbit. The hound will be cooked. If a general is attacked and the world government remains silent, it would inevitably lead to a loss of trust and skepticism regarding the validity of the government's previous assurances. Thus, faced with the provocation of these two formidable factions, Hardiman finds it impossible to continue to endure. Reason tells him it is a trap. Yet compelled by Jack's overt strategy, he has no choice but to leap into the fray. While conspiracies leave traces, they still harbor vulnerabilities. However, overt strategies are fluid, adapting to circumstances without leaving a trail. Once an overt strategy takes shape, it becomes exceedingly difficult to dismantle. Meanwhile, Yuri and Maxim sit within their headquarters. Indeed, judging by this spoils of war, we have fallen into a trap, and upon further reflection, who else but Jack could have sent that note? Maxim laments. Yes, connecting the dots, they first made us aware of those advanced weapons yesterday, then presented this bait. Provoking thoughts of should Jack acquire these, it would pose a significant challenge, coupled with our need for such resources to besiege. This compelled us to bite. Yuri reflects, acting as a retrospective strategist, piecing everything together. What infuriates me is that the bait was merely a ruse, a false lure. How could we have been so easily ensnared? We fought fiercely only to gain this paltry treasure. Our losses far outweigh this gain. If I catch that scoundrel, I shall make him wish he were never born. Maxim's anger intensifies, his fist striking down with fervor. Oh, dear friend, you've already smashed 3 tables today. This is the 4th. At this rate, we shall be left with none. Yuri observes the shattered remnants of yet another table, feeling helpless, offering solace to the enraged Maxim, while simultaneously comforting himself. At least the situation remains under our control. Progressing as planned, it is not entirely without merit. This setback merely allows Jack a minor victory. Thanks to him, we have now entered the latter stages of our plan. Once we deal with the military and the Fengfeng gang, we shall settle accounts with him slowly. Let him rejoice for a few days, no matter how many minor victories he claims. In the end, we need only a single grand triumph. Perhaps Yuri's words of reassurance had a calming effect. Or perhaps there was a flicker of anticipation for what lay ahead. Maxim found himself regaining composure. Indeed, Maxim acknowledges, more minor victories cannot compare to a single grand one. Does Jack not understand this? He has already tasted 2 small victories, but when will he encounter a true triumph? Jack, having deduced the success of a strategy through the failure of the cargo ships to arrive, orchestrated an assault on the transport fleet. Other factions, of course, possessed their own means of intelligence gathering and soon learned of the situation following Jack's lead. Even as the 2 factions intercepted the transport ships under the guise of pirates, the truth was evident to all. Engaging in nefarious deeds while waving the pirate flag and later shifting the blame is standard practice. Moreover, focusing solely on the pirate banner reveals the vessel's true nature. Although the gangs are deemed legitimate organizations under the laws of Udicana, they cannot directly confront the military. They must masquerade as pirates, ensuring that no direct evidence links them to their actions. After all, many ships resemble one another. Should one insist on pursuing legal recourse, by the time the judicial process unfolds, the conflict would have concluded, leaving the question of who would judge and who would be judged in ambiguity. In essence, the Mercury Group and the Villain Party remain morally legitimate organizations. Even if Hardiman seeks to retaliate, he must find a justifiable reason to do so. However, he cannot emulate the 2 factions by adopting a pirate persona in return. As they typically operate on land, with few opportunities to venture out to sea, especially while contending with Jack, that of course, a forceful assault is not out of the question. After all, Yuri and Maxim's intentions are common knowledge. With the banner of righteousness unfurled, a single strike could ensue. However, this righteousness also belongs to King Donald. Should they rally to defend the crown, the elderly king would lie in bed, having done nothing, yet emerge as the greatest victor, reaping rewards without effort. Not to mention, the outcome of a land battle remains uncertain. From Hardiman's perspective, such a transaction appears decidedly unwise. His true objective is to gain genuine control over this nation. This leads us to consider how one might achieve authentic dominion over the realm. This is not solely Hardiman's dilemma, but a challenge faced by all factions. Firstly, and most effectively, to achieve absolute control over the nation, one must become the king. However, this goal is also the most arduous to realize, as it necessitates the elimination of the current King Donald or even the entire royal family. Otherwise, it would never be one's turn to reign. Furthermore, This endeavor must remain covert. Should others discover that you were responsible for the king's demise, the moment legality transforms into illegitimacy, anyone could rise under the pretense of avenging the king. Thus, the reason the major factions failed to dispose of King Donald 10 years prior was not due to inability, but rather an unwillingness to act. Some might argue that Doflamingo accomplished this feat, orchestrating the downfall of King Riku and subsequently presenting himself as the savior. Successfully manipulating Dressrosa, Doflamingo's actions may appear rational but crumble upon scrutiny. A discerning eye can easily discern that it was Doflamingo's string fruit abilities that facilitated his treachery. Without the world government turning a blind eye to his identity, could such a monumental shift in power among member states have been achieved? Furthermore, had a powerful warlord been present at that time, they could have swiftly dismantled his plans. If one could not act against King Riku, how could they act against a usurper? Yet, one could also conclude that the people there were rather Navi. The previous events in the Kingdom of Britain were a spontaneous uprising by the populace, grounded in irrefutable evidence against King Charlie, leaving no room for debate. The remaining matters were efficiently handled by the revolutionary forces. This path is fraught with difficulty. Since the first route is challenging, one must seek a secondary option. Secondly, while one may not achieve total control, one could still wield practical authority. This maneuver is relatively easier, essentially involving the strategy of holding the emperor hostage to command the feudal lords. This is currently the ultimate goal that many factions aspire to attain, for they all understand that despite their struggles, King Donald remains the figurehead, and no matter how fiercely they contest, they remain hidden in the shadows. King Donald, ever astute, recognizes this dynamic. Although he does not actively participate in the conflict, he remains at its center. Like a storm raging outside, he sits firmly in the eye of the tempest, awaiting the emergence of a victor. His previous words to his son conveyed this very sentiment. While this may seem relatively achievable, from any faction's perspective, the path is fraught with peril. That it signifies the need to triumph over others amidst that storm. Successfully reaching King Donald, in scenarios where power disparities are not vast, any singular faction striving to stand out will inevitably face assaults from all sides. Unless one can decisively overpower the competition, sheer size does not guarantee a higher likelihood of victory. This is precisely why the Mercury Group and the Villain Party, the two largest factions, have chosen to unite their strengths. Should even the second path be impassable, what then? After all, even the alliance of Yuri and Maxim cannot guarantee a final triumph. Thus, the third and final recourse, the most pessimistic scenario, is to divide the spoils. If one cannot seize the entire cake, then multiple factions must share it. This was the approach taken a decade ago, and the model of dividing the cake persisted until Jack's emergence. Everyone desires a larger share of the cake, all vying for the largest piece. What then? One word: strike. This encapsulates the reason why the Mercury Group and the Villain Gang have seized this opportunity to ignite a struggle for dominance. If one of the two ultimately emerges victorious, then the two brothers ought to refrain from fighting. Turning against each other would yield no benefits for either side. That it would be far more prudent to split the spoils equally and share the cake. Thus, the essence of this contest lies in the redistribution of the spoils. Both factions perceive their share as diminished and seek to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs from others. Conversely, others harbor similar aspirations, yearning to seize the cake from their rivals. Should fortune favor a particular faction, allowing them to vanquish all adversaries and claim the entirety of the cake, then congratulations are in order. For they would fulfill the second objective, securing the entire cake, which represents the ultimate ambition of all factions. Therefore, this struggle is fundamentally a war over the reallocation of resources, and it is not guaranteed that there will be only one victor. It all hinges on who can seize the largest portion of the cake. The same applies to Hardman. Their goals are aligned as, how can one attain a greater share of the spoils? Or even achieve the ultimate goal? As previously analyzed, Hardman cannot afford to brazenly confront the others, but must adhere to the established rules of engagement. However, these rules are not solely for Hardman to observe. It is imperative that all parties respect them. In this instance, Hardman has set his sights on the very rules themselves. That I shall leave the matter entirely in your capable hands, Jack said to Haku. Fujitora and I will be back shortly. It is likely that they will refrain from launching an attack during this time. Jack's statement was predicated on the movements of Yuri and Maxim. In Fujitora's perception, the two appeared as two bright lanterns within the camp, easily distinguishable from the other foot soldiers. Yet at that moment, Fujitora could no longer sense those two bright lights, indicating their absence from the tent, which meant they were likely up to something to as a seasoned, curious soul. Jack felt compelled to investigate. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in numerous battles. Thus, he entrusted everything to Haku and, accompanied by Fujitora, set out to gather intelligence. Utilizing Fujitora's unique ability to fly, they could observe from a distance without incurring risk. After giving his instructions, Jack allowed Fujitora to carry him toward the capital. As for why Jack chose to head toward Gran rather than elsewhere, it was simply because the capital is the epicenter of the vortex. Regardless of their intentions, if the two were not at the front lines, they would undoubtedly return to the capital. Achoo! I should have worn more clothing. The wind nearly swept me away on this journey, Jack complained as he floated above the royal city with Fujitora. Never mind that. Let us see if those two individuals are below, he added. I can sense four such presences below, but I cannot distinguish one from the other, Fujitora replied uncertainly after probing. Well, they are bound to make a move eventually. We shall simply wait here in silence, Jack said, observing the streets below as he engaged in casual conversation with Fujitora. Say, why do these individuals always prefer to operate under the cover of night? Do they think that conducting their affairs in darkness renders them unsuspected? The capital is indeed grander than Paki City, appearing much more prosperous, with numerous docks lining the waterfront. Look at that palace. It is remarkably well constructed and seems quite new, likely built in recent years after the influx of wealth. Wow, there's even a wall surrounding the palace, as if the old king drew a circle on the map, creating a city within a city. Does Donald lack any sense of security? Jack mused. However, this wall is utterly useless if someone truly intends to target Donald. Without troops and powerful guardians, this wall would offer little protection. We could effortlessly fly over it. Still, there are some guards stationed above. I wonder how effective they might be. Jack continued to ramble on, leaving Fujitora at a loss for how to interject. Just then, Fujitora spoke up. They're coming. Many large ships are approaching, clearly from two distinct forces. Jack peered through his binoculars and exclaimed, Goodness! Together, the ships on both sides number over 100, landing on either side of the capital without converging. Otherwise, we would be witnessing a naval battle right now. Thus, a dilemma arose. Even if they did not engage in naval combat, a land battle was inevitable. Neither faction appeared to be on a leisurely excursion. They surely intended to stir up trouble. Indeed, Jack did not have to wait long. After disembarking, the two forces charged directly toward the palace. Given their demeanor, it was evident that both sides had their sights set on the royal family. Jack estimated that each side consisted of approximately 3,000 troops. If they were to clash before the palace, it would surely be a cataclysmic event. Fujitora, let us move a bit closer to observe, Jack suggested, lowering his binoculars. Fujitora then guided Jack to hover directly above the palace, ensuring they could see any disturbances from any point within the royal grounds. The location was perfectly concealed beneath a thick shroud of clouds. After a while of marching, the two forces successfully converged just outside the palace. Attack! Boomed a deep voice from the crowd, prompting one side to charge forward. Jack focused intently and recognized the voice as none other than the familiar Maxim. The opposing faction, clearly anticipating that this operation would not proceed smoothly, was also prepared for battle and surged forward to engage in fierce combat. Among them stood a tall, stern-faced individual skillfully directing the skirmish. This man was none other than Hardman, the representative of the world government and a mastermind behind a rebellion of various generals, as well as the founder of the Shadows. Hardman's grand mobilization had a singular objective: to liberate King Donald, who resided within the palace. This was intrinsically linked to the current set of rules. Established a decade ago under duress from the underworld, these rules naturally favored the criminal factions, and Hardman found himself constrained by them. However, if the enemy could manipulate the rules, so too could he. Now, with nearly 10 years having passed since the last amendment to the law, if he could extract the king and then compel him to revise the regulations in favor of Hardman. The other factions would be the ones to suffer, that if he were to take a more extreme approach, he could even abolish or modify the laws that legitimize the criminal organizations, thereby branding them as illegal entities. This would enable him to seek assistance from the Navy and the world government to eradicate them, akin to a campaign against pirates. This was also a form of royal restoration, but the moral high ground would rest solely with Hardman, no longer in the name of King Donald. Hardman could easily coerce Donald into including numerous provisions favorable to him within the new regulations. Thus, if he could eliminate the criminal factions, he would naturally achieve his goal of controlling the nation. The two major gangs were not oblivious to the impending deadline. With only a few days remaining, it was inevitable that someone would turn their attention toward Donald. Consequently, Yuri devised a ploy, feigning weakness and presenting the appearance of a prolonged siege of Pocky City. He then employed the pawns embedded within the military to lure Hardman and his commanded forces away from the sea, ultimately dispatching a large army to annihilate them. Would they allow Hardman to place spies within their ranks while they could not infiltrate his? The two had planted the seeds long before the military's defection. However, the initial phase of the plan had been expedited by Jack's inadvertent assistance. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. Hardman had still mobilized his forces. Upon receiving word from their spies about Hardman's actions, the two promptly alerted their concealed troops to mobilize, departing from their encampment and returning to the capital Grand to personally oversee the operation. Initially, Jack had not considered this aspect, as he was not privy to the specific date like the others. Now, observing the situation below, Jack pondered and discerned the crux of the matter. These two factions were contesting the right to amend the rules. Thus, the question arose, should Jack also involve himself in this struggle for power? The answer is to abstain from participation. This matter is a coveted prize for the two most powerful factions, while for Jack, it merely represents a hot potato. Should others discover that the king is in his possession, he would instantly become a target, swiftly surrounded and beset by foes. Although treasures are indeed valuable, one must possess the ability to safeguard them. Alas, I feel a deep sorrow for the old King Donald, who has been reduced to a mere tool, an object of contention, not unlike the situation of Emperor Xian of Han in the hands of Cao Cao on Earth. Yet, this presents an opportunity. Should we return now with our troops to eliminate those outside the city? Fujitora, noticing Jack's lack of concern regarding the struggle for Donald, swiftly proposed a tempting suggestion. Indeed, the opposing side currently lacks leadership, akin to a tiger without its teeth. Furthermore, although there are many within the camp, their vigilance is severely lacking. They would never suspect that a mere 2,000 would dare to venture out for a night raid against 4,000. With calculated intent and the leadership of Jack and his companions, under the cover of darkness, they could wreak havoc. Amidst the chaos, the exact number of attackers would remain uncertain. There is great potential here, and the odds appear favorable. However, Jack declined this proposal. The outcome of this battle would inevitably favor Hardman. He asserted with conviction, that time, we would temporarily find ourselves aligned with Yuri and his faction, united against Hardman, who wields Donald. Although I acknowledge that Hardman is a seasoned officer of the world government, extensively trained in both theory and practical application, the troops under him are not adept in land combat. They are essentially gangsters enjoying a home field advantage. And no matter how exceptional his command may be, he cannot triumph in this battle. In response to Jack's firm assertion, Fujitora expressed a differing opinion. Jack shook his head and replied, "Your doubts are common among ordinary folk. When everyone thinks that way, Hardman has already considered the next step that it is not merely a question of winning or losing this battle, but rather whether strategic objectives can be achieved. Now, take a moment to sense the locations of those four formidable individuals." Fujitora fell silent, unleashing his observation haki to keenly discern the positions of the four strong figures. Point two were together, namely Yuri and Maxim, while one was on the battlefield, presumably Hardman. The last one, Fujitora, opened his eyes and glanced back. Although he could see nothing, he still made the motion. Astonished, he exclaimed, "He is at the rear of Hardman's forces, seemingly preparing to slip away unnoticed." Now, think carefully. When you observe that Hardman's troops are nearly equal in number to those of Maxim, the outcome becomes evident. While the situation on the battlefield may be uncertain, it is certain that Hardman will achieve his predetermined objective, Jack stated gravely. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuri and Maxim have schemed for a long time, secretly training a unit and daring to use Donald as bait. They must possess confidence in ensnaring the big fish that is Hardman. Furthermore, there must be others infiltrated within Hardman's ranks. Otherwise, the timing would not be so precise. Yet Hardman has seen through their ploy, even being aware of those he has placed beside himself. This is evident from the comparable troop numbers on both sides. Clearly, Hardman moved out first, allowing Yuri's side to receive news and depart afterward. The latter, of course, would know how many the former had taken. Logically, if no other changes occurred, the numbers we would witness on this battlefield should have been significantly in favor of Yuri's side, ensuring that they could decisively overpower Hardman's forces. Fujitora now comprehended, enlightenment dawning upon him. So, the current situation, where the two sides are nearly equal in number, is in fact abnormal and beyond Yuri's expectations. Jack nodded. Indeed, it's likely that both are feeling apprehensive upon seeing Hardman's troop numbers. It remains a mystery how Hardman managed to conceal part of his forces, leading Yuri to miscalculate. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely suffer considerable losses, falling prey to Yuri's cunning. Yet Hardman can anticipate Yuri's ambush and devise appropriate countermeasures. However, even so, Hardman fundamentally does not intend to win this battle. Deploying more troops merely serves to prevent a rapid collapse at the front. Feigning an even contest while secretly preparing for a retreat, awaiting news of success from his companions, he is willing to accept significant sacrifices at the front to ensure the achievement of strategic objectives. Hardman's intellect and ruthless methods are indeed terrifying. Jack extolled Hardman, meticulously analyzing his effective strategies, only to finally shake his head and sigh. Alas, Hardman is undoubtedly a talent, yet tragically he stands with the world government. Upon hearing this sigh, Fujitora remarked helplessly, "Why do I get the impression that you feel compelled to persuade every talent you encounter, much like with Kevin and me previously? Even Haku mentioned someone named Charlie before. Though that endeavor failed, of course." Jack spread his arms. "Our revolutionary army is currently far too weak, while our opponents are exceedingly formidable. Faced with such an insurmountable gap, I aim to recruit whatever talent I can, step by step accumulating strength until qualitative change arises from quantitative growth. However, I have no intention of attempting to win over Hardman this time." Jack continued, "Hardman's tactics may appear impressive, yet they come at the cost of countless lives. A willingness to employ ruthless measures to achieve his goals, which contradicts the principles of our revolutionary army. I am merely troubled by the fact that we are soon to confront such a formidable individual." With this thought, Jack shook his head again. Yet Hardman has no choice. King Donald is a coveted prize for him. Once obtained, he will alter the rules, transforming the unreasonable into the reasonable in this operation. He has a legitimate pretext. If he fails to secure it, the reasonable would become unreasonable. As they spoke, the individual had stealthily detached from the forces, making his way to the rear of the palace, preparing to scale the walls. Meanwhile, on the battlefield before the palace, Hardman was engaged in a delaying tactic, the two sides locked in fierce combat. Hardman, Maxim, and Yuri were all participating in the fray. Hardman and Maxim were clashing directly, while Yuri, encountering no opponent, rampaged through the battlefield. The impending defeat of Hardman's forces on the front lines was merely a matter of time. The true masters of this territory, the ones responsible for its defense, were the guard atop the walls. Faced with the chaos below, they could only cower and tremble like ordinary civilians that owe. It seems the remaining task is a race against time. Jack observed the increasingly chaotic battlefield, stating now, it is a matter of whether Yuri can shatter Hardman's front lines first, or whether Hardman can stall until his companion completes their mission. Thus, we cannot merely observe from the sidelines. We must take action. "Don't you agree, Fujitora?" With a mischievous grin, Jack declared, "Come, let us infiltrate as well. I secretly hope for Hardman's success. At least on the surface, we maintain a cooperative relationship." Fujitora, uncertain of Jack's intentions, could only follow him down. They proceeded along the route taken by the individual previously. Observing the fallen bodies on the ground, Jack grimaced, "Is this what they call infiltration? Do they believe that if all those who saw me are dead, it equates to remaining unseen?" As he spoke, Jack examined the corpses and the traces of battle left behind. It appears we have another master well-versed in the six forms, though undoubtedly far more formidable than the previous one. Yet this proved advantageous for Jack. To discern the individual's path, he need only follow the bodies on the ground. Where they were fallen, there lay the trail of advancement. Thus, Jack continued along the path of the fallen. Delving deeper, where the number of bodies increased, indicating a more stringent guard. However, this posed little obstacle for the individual. The guard were swiftly dispatched. Jack and his companion finally reached an ornately decorated door. From within which voices of conversation emanated, it appeared that the 10-year period was nearing its end. The old man nearly forgot about this matter. This voice, unmistakably aged, belonged to Donald. Thus, we kindly request His Majesty the King to accompany us. Should any mishap occur, we remain prepared to offer protection. This voice belonged to a younger individual. Despite the polite tone of this gentleman, it was clear to all that compliance was the only option. Otherwise, one could not claim ignorance of etiquette. Since Jack had no desire to contend for Donald, he refrained from further concern about the dialogue within. He whispered to Fujitora, "Let us seek out others. Please see if there are any nearby." On this occasion, Yuri, who was mercilessly slaughtering amidst the crowd, received alarming news. "What? Our informants within the royal palace have gone silent," Yuri exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his violent endeavors. "You old fox, truly formidable," Maxim remarked upon hearing Yuri's outcry, realizing that whoever had infiltrated the palace without a trace must possess considerable strength. Likewise, Hardiman replied impassively, since Yuri had detected the anomaly within. He could only hope that Francis would swiftly extricate Donald from the perilous situation. Yuri, disregarding the chaos around him, turned to Maxim and said, "I shall investigate further inside. Stay here and ensure none of them escape. Capturing even one is better than none." With that, he vaulted over the surrounding wall. Jack, too, had found his target, a strikingly handsome young man. "Who are you?" the young man gasped, preparing to scream in terror at the sight of intruders. Jack quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Let us cooperate, shall we? It will be beneficial for both of us. You youngsters are overflowing with energy. It's late, and yet you're still awake," the young man retorted, rolling his eyes and pushing Jack's hand away. "Well, I would be able to sleep if the cacophony of slaughter outside didn't keep me awake," he added, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Jack felt a bit awkward from the response and feigned interest in the scenery. Muttering, "Indeed, it's the fault of those ruffians outside, disrupting the peace with their brawling. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what you want with me," the young man scoffed, cutting straight to the chase. "All right, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Prince Sergei, correct?" Jack stated earnestly, dropping any pretense. "And so what? To you and your kind, the royal family is merely a tool," Sergei replied dismissively. "However, I must inform you that I am still just a prince, not yet a king, so I may not be of much assistance to you." Realizing Sergei was aware of his identity, Jack pressed on, "It seems you recognize me as well. I won't linger on pleasantries. Do you still have any dreams?" Sergei responded with disdain. "Dreams? I'm a prisoner of circumstance. What is there to lament about dreams?" "Ah, splendid. It appears you still harbor dreams," Jack countered, interpreting Sergei's words in a contrary light. "I was merely stating that we should leave. Tang Tiger, let us fly out of here." He interrupted Sergei's feeble protest, grabbing him to make their escape. Without hesitation, Tang Tiger opened a window and, using his abilities, lifted all three of them into the air. Coincidentally, Jack glanced down to see Yuri hurriedly rushing into the palace, likely sensing Hardiman's subtle maneuvers, attempting to intervene in the fray. It seemed to be Sergei's first experience soaring through the sky. As he watched the familiar landscape shrink beneath them, his face paling. "Are you all right? Can you not endure this?" Jack taunted. "We still have dreams to fulfill." Without waiting for Sergei's response, he instructed Tang Tiger, "Let us ascend above the battlefield to provide him with a clearer view." As Jack held Sergei's head, directing him to gaze upon the chaos below, he inquired, "What do you think? Do you still have dreams?" Gazing at Sergei's ashen face, he pressed on, "After witnessing this scene, do you still cling to dreams?" The battle raged on, both sides blinded by fury, the surrounding structures suffering collateral damage. Given the limited space and the multitude of combatants, it was inevitable that the surroundings would be affected. Not only buildings were at risk. Jack observed that beneath the collapsed structures lay civilians who had been unable to flee in time. He then pointed out to Sergei the trembling forms of his loyal guards atop the city walls. Look, your devoted soldiers are now shivering in fear. Like your father, Donald, they can only silently watch this horror unfold, waiting for the storm to pass, before returning to their previous lives as if nothing had happened. Sergei stared blankly, then shook his head in resignation. Indeed, we are like ostriches burying our heads in the sand. But what else can we do? Perhaps my father is right. I should be grateful for my royal birth. At least I needn't worry about a life of luxury. He continued, as it stands, if you wish to utilize me, I need not fear for my safety. Excellent, lad. You possess a keen sense of the situation and an understanding of the greater picture. Jack thought to himself, planting the seed of cooperation within Sergei, hoping he could nurture it into something fruitful. The following day, at noon, Jack stretched lazily and slowly rose from his bed. After a quick wash, he made his way to the conference room. Following the fierce battle of the previous day, various factions would need to adjust their strategies. The meeting was attended by only a select few. Jack, Haku, Tang Tiger, Johnny, and Kevin, who had been summoned from the capital Grand, along with Prince Sergei, whom Jack had forcibly dragged to this meeting. The burdens of age. Staying up late is truly a torment, Jack mused as he entered the conference room, where the others had already gathered, awaiting his arrival. If you consider yourself old, then I must be nearing my grave, Tang Tiger quipped. Well, let us not dwell on trivialities. Let us commence with today's agenda. Jack stated as he took his seat. First, let us discuss the intelligence we gathered yesterday, Jack began. Regarding the strength of our adversaries, neither Hardiman nor Maxim possesses a devil fruit. Yet both have honed their physical prowess to an impressive degree. Haku would likely struggle against either of them. It appears they fought without holding back, resulting in a stalemate reliant solely on their martial arts and hockey, that if they had any hidden cards, they would have played them immediately, considering the grave threat posed by their opponent. Moreover, another individual named Yuri evidently possesses a devil fruit ability, allowing him to transform his body into a silvery liquid reminiscent of T-1000. What is T-1000? Sergei interjected, seemingly disinterested in the meeting's proceedings, though his question revealed a hidden concern for the discussion. Despite the unspoken agreement among the others to ignore Jack's odd terminology, knowing he often used peculiar expressions, he pressed on. Let's not get bogged down in specifics. Based on the name they've chosen, we can reasonably deduce that Yuri's power is likely the mercury fruit. The most formidable technique he displayed was the mercury rain, which can unleash a barrage of mercury bullets, each as lethal as a firearm. Furthermore, considering the properties of mercury, we can infer that these bullets are likely poisoned. As Jack spoke, he sketched a rudimentary representation of the previous day's events on the board. Though his artistic style could only be described as that of an amateur, he then drew another figure, a stick-like representation of the individual who had infiltrated and abducted King Donald. This person is allied with Hardiman. Judging by the traces of battle, he appears to be well-versed in the six styles, likely a CP member, Jack continued, drawing a line connecting the two figures. His ability seems to involve manipulating soil. The earth from the garden rose to form a wall, shielding against Yuri's mercury rain. It is noteworthy that this is not the creation of soil from nothing, but rather the manipulation of existing earth, as evidenced by the flowers and plants still clinging to the wall. Jack elaborated on the battle's outcome. This ability poses a significant challenge. After successfully blocking Yuri's assault with the earthen wall, this individual continued to manipulate the soil, erecting multiple walls to cover the soldiers' retreat. Thanks to this strategy, they managed to minimize casualties during their withdrawal. Had Maxim pursued them further, it likely would have ended in complete annihilation. Instead, over 1,000 lives were spared under the protection of those earthen walls. We can observe that, given the lack of extensive combat experience and the inferior quality of troops compared to those of the gangs, while Hadman's command abilities are indeed formidable, they are also bolstered by the superior weaponry at their disposal. The current situation reflects significant losses on both sides. However, even so, any faction remains far superior to us. Following this, Jack meticulously analyzed the current status of several factions, examining the disparities in strength, and took nearly an hour to conclude this military and political discourse, feeling as though he would soon exhaust his voice. Jack took a sip of water and remarked, "Now that everyone is aware of the present circumstances, feel free to propose any solutions, and we can engage in a discussion that if something seems appropriate, we shall adopt it. If not, we must still acknowledge the positive aspects of the proposal, for it may inspire us in some way." Ting Hu, not one to mince words, immediately stated, "Our problem still lies in our insufficient combat strength. Compared to any faction, we are greatly lacking at this juncture. Do you not intend to let me take action? I have been idly waiting for quite some time, without the opportunity to showcase my true capabilities." Jack sighed and replied, "It's not that I do not wish to, but rather that I cannot. I have contemplated seizing an opportunity akin to the meteor strike in front of the palace yesterday, to eliminate the issue in one fell swoop. That, I must admit, such a notion is indeed tempting. However, for the long-term interests of the Udicana Kingdom, I ultimately decided to abandon this idea." Taking another sip of water, Jack continued, "Because I have no desire to pursue the three conventional paths. Three paths?" The group looked bewildered, having never heard of such a concept. Thus, Jack elaborated on the three paths that the major factions must take to control the Udicana Kingdom. As they listened, everyone nodded in understanding, except for Sergei, who grew increasingly alarmed and despondent with each passing moment. Jack eventually noticed Sergei's distress and remarked, "These matters are well known to your father, Donald, who has been a puppet king for a decade. Perhaps he refrained from sharing this with you, fearing you might not be able to bear it." Yes, he spoke. Jack placed a reassuring hand on Sergei's shoulder. "I know you still harbor dreams and do not wish to be like your weary father, so do not worry. I am indeed planning to pursue a fourth path." Sergei, disheartened, responded, "You've just stated that the three paths are the only options for the major factions. Where then is this elusive fourth path? Do you know why I invited you to participate in this meeting?" Jack inquired, then answered himself, "It is because you still possess the courage to intervene and strive for change. Do you remember what I once said? A person of integrity should act accordingly." Sergei replied, "But my father claimed those were merely deceptive words spoken for the sake of Pakui City. That is precisely why I assert your father is no longer fit. If one fails to believe in such a simple truth, they can no longer be deemed a person of integrity. Only you, Sergei, still embody hope. You shall become the true king of Udicana. Now you may tell me, are you willing to be a true king and protect your people, regardless of whether they are ignorant or enlightened, or for any other reason? Love them, care for them, respect them, and embrace them. Devote everything to them, until the very end of your life?" Jack asked solemnly. Although Sergei found Jack's words somewhat peculiar, in the gravity of the moment, he finally emerged from the shadows and faced the truth of his own desires. Nodding earnestly, "I am willing." Jack nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the silent Kevin and asked, "Are you also willing to accept this person as your king, irrespective of his wisdom or incompetence, or for any other reason? Love him, respect him, care for him, and remain unwaveringly loyal to him until the end of your life?" Caught off guard by Jack's sudden inquiry, Kevin, despite feeling the atmosphere was somewhat odd, solemnly nodded, "I am willing." "Excellent. I hereby declare," Jack exclaimed joyfully, "that the two shall officially be united as king and subject." Was it not an unusual atmosphere? Jack had framed his question akin to a marriage vow, albeit with some modifications. Though the others had never heard such words, they could sense the awkwardness of the situation. "Now, our immediate goal is to elevate Sergei to the throne while ensuring his protection," Jack stated, feeling a bit uncomfortable and swiftly changing the topic. "These issues shall now be our responsibility. Sergei, you have other tasks to attend to." With that, Jack produced a substantial stack of documents from seemingly nowhere and handed them to Sergei. These were the fruits of Jack's labor, encompassing thoughts from across time and space, painstakingly compiled to help him recall the knowledge he had previously encountered. Sergei, bewildered, accepted the materials and asked, "Is this my task?" "Indeed. Once you have studied these, you will be a qualified, a competent king," Jack declared, patting Sergei on the shoulder. "Now, hurry back to your studies. Your people await your leadership." Once Sergei departed, Haku quipped, "So the purpose of this meeting was to draw Sergei into the fold, was it?" All those previous maneuvers were merely to break down his psychological defenses. I say, Haku, how can you refer to this noble endeavor as drawing someone into a pit? Are we not revolutionaries? Jack chastised. Then quietly added, though I must admit it does feel a bit like a pit. Let us not be so brazen about it, da-da. I now question whether I have joined the wrong organization. Tung Hu remarked, his keen ears picking up on Jack's murmured words. Kevin, standing nearby, echoed, same here. All right. Let's cease the jesting. Jack said, we must not only confront these factions, but also cultivate a glorious image for our new king, Sergei. Furthermore, we must eliminate certain obstacles to his ascension, such as the former king, Donald. It would be ideal if he voluntarily relinquished his throne, and ultimately, we must integrate Sergei into our revolutionary ranks. You have any ideas? Tinghu pondered for a while before finally articulating 5 words. You have quite the demands. Kevin concurred, I second that. Haku nodded in agreement. Your expectations are rather excessive, especially since our only skill lies in combat. We lack expertise in anything else. Indeed, Chief of Staff, Johnny, who had remained silent until now, chimed in, while each of us may surpass you in battle prowess, we fall short in other areas. Emma, why do you always speak such blunt truths? Jack replied, adopting an expression of exasperation. Very well. I shall propose a rough idea and see if anyone wishes to contribute further. We will proceed step by step. First, integrating Sergei into the revolution should pose little difficulty. As long as he completes that stack of documents, I will provide occasional guidance. That should be manageable. As for how to deal with the other factions, that depends on what Hadman intends to do now that he is Donald. We may appear to be allies on the surface, but we do not know whether he intends to cast us aside, and if he does, we may need to form an alliance with the Mercury Group. As Donald's revision of the fundamental law is something no one desires to witness, any amendments should be left for Sergei to address later. For now, it is premature to speculate. We must await Hadman's intentions. Well, after all that discussion, we seem to have reached no conclusions, Haku pointed out, as we still lack insight into Hadman's plans. Jack shrugged. I am merely waiting for news while convening this meeting. I had assumed Hadman would provide some clarity by now. After all, having seized control in the dead of night, he should have taken some action by midday. It is perplexing that we have yet to hear anything from his side. Coincidentally, just as Jack lamented this, the sound of the telephone bug rang out. Oh, have they finally remembered us? Jack exclaimed, pulling out the device, to his surprise. As soon as he hung up, another call came in, followed immediately by yet another. As Jack set down the telephone bug for the second time, the expressions on the faces of those present turned peculiar. Well then, in this situation, I am at a loss for what to do. Haku shrugged his shoulders and remarked, it turns out that the 2 phone calls came from 2 different individuals, one being Hardman and the other Yuri, who somehow managed to obtain this contact information and called as well. Moreover, both had the same objective, to win over Jack. The reason being that Hardman had just released news of a live broadcast intended for the entire nation, showcasing the amendment of the fundamental law, a truly thrilling spectacle, rendering any potential denials from these gangsters impossible, as it would be aired nationwide. Consequently, Hardman seized the opportunity to invite Jack to partake in the security efforts, uniting to repel the inevitable influx of gangsters. Faced with this situation, everyone could only temporarily band together. Regardless of the faction, neither wished to witness such a live broadcast. Naturally, Yuri extended an invitation to Jack to join him in the endeavor to reclaim Donald. After receiving these 2 calls, Jack found himself in a state of bemusement, turning to the others and asking, well, it seems things have become much simpler now. Which side are we on? Regardless of the side taken, at heart, they remained firmly aligned with their own interests. Jack and his companions understood that both factions viewed him as a potential ally, a minor threat that could be swayed. Ironically, it is precisely this seemingly insignificant yet recruitable force that proves to be the most challenging to win over. The most out of sync. While they appear to be engaged in similar pursuits, Jack's underlying principles diverged significantly from theirs. The dilemma now lay in determining which side would facilitate their actions more effectively, assessing where they might reap greater rewards. This was the crux of the matter. Although numerous issues had seemingly distilled into a single question, Fundamentally, they still had to contemplate which side would help them achieve their goals and provide the most convenient course of action. At least on the surface, these concerns had been simplified to a choice between A and B. This sparked interest among the group, igniting a lively debate. Some advocated for siding with Hardman, as, from any perspective, he appeared to hold the upper hand. With Donald in his grasp, all that remained was the imminent live broadcast in 2 days. Notably, Hardman's selected location was not on the elongated stretch of land, but rather on a small, distant island. Although not situated on the mainland, that island still belonged to the realm of Udicana, remaining within its territory. The rationale was sound. However, the issue lay in the island's diminutive size. Truly, it was a small island among small islands. The entire area of the island was less than that of a boat, smaller even than the small vessel Jack had used to land in Udicana, which could accommodate only 10 individuals. Consequently, aside from setting up the image transmission device and placing a table and a chair, there was no room for anything else that in due course, Hardman would be able to intercept the numerous gangster vessels in his favored domain of naval warfare. And even if he were outnumbered, he could rely on his superior ships, artillery, and extensive naval combat experience to vanquish the invading gangs in this battle. Hardman could be said to have the advantage of terrain. Thus, after thorough analysis, it became apparent that Hardman's faction undoubtedly occupied the superior position. Yet, dissenting opinions emerged. Given that Hardman's dominance was an undeniable fact, if they indeed aligned with him, what would happen to their small group after his victory? It seemed unrealistic. Instead, why not join Yuri's gang faction? This could slightly balance the situation, leading to a deadlock between the two sides, making the waters increasingly murky and enhancing their chances of seizing opportunities. This faction's sentiments resonated strongly. However, the concern remained that with only 2,000 individuals entering the battlefield, Hardman might easily obliterate them first. While defeating a fleet of 4,000 or 5,000 was no small feat, annihilating these 2,000 would be a trivial matter. In terms of individual combat prowess and overall coordination, they paled in comparison to the seasoned veterans. Hardman could easily target them as a vulnerable link, potentially leading to their swift elimination. In a moment, the two perspectives clashed, each unable to gain the upper hand. The stalemate persisted until Haku's suggestion broke the impasse. Why not propose this? Let us refrain from making any commitments, allowing them to fight it out, and we shall emerge to clean up the aftermath. However, someone quickly countered. No, if we remain non-committal, we would undoubtedly be the first to be targeted, regardless of who it is. No one would wish to see such an uncertain factor before the final showdown. Jack then chimed in, acknowledging that this indeed raised a constructive point. The primary issue now was how to ensure their safety on the battlefield without resorting to the nuclear weapon, the Thunder Tiger, and to avoid being the first eliminated. Although he did not fully grasp what a nuclear weapon entailed, the mention of Thunder Tiger sparked a glimmer of inspiration in him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "We are truly caught in a dilemma. What if we both join? One side aligns with Hardman, while the other collaborates with Yuri, claiming to be internal support and ambushing Hardman at a crucial moment. What do you think? Could this work?" "That makes sense." Jack felt a surge of clarity, stating that if they proceeded this way, Hardman would not attack them, nor would Yuri, allowing them to advance to the final round with minimal losses. Should Hardman begin to gain the upper hand, they could execute a betrayal, pulling him down. I too find this approach feasible. With unanimous agreement on the proposal put forth by Thunder Tiger, they resolved to act swiftly. As per the collective decision, Jack promptly responded to both Hardman and Yuri via the communication device. With the general direction established, the next step was to refine the details. The group engaged in a fervent discussion that lasted until dusk, ultimately finalizing the plan, which included meticulous contingencies for various anticipated scenarios, thoroughly simulating potential battlefield variables. Only after ensuring that every detail was accounted for did they conclude the meeting. After dispersing, Jack hurried to the dining hall. Indulging in a hearty meal, having not eaten since waking up that morning, ate tea this moment, Haku and Thunder Tiger approached, taking a seat directly across from Jack. Aware of their presence, Jack kept his head down, focused on his meal, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Haku directly posed a question. "Surely you had a notion in mind during the meeting. Why did you wait for us to reach a conclusion?" "Well, it appears you've seen through me. If it had been Keela, she would have likely discerned it within minutes of the meeting's commencement. Jack responded vaguely. Yet ultimately, I adopted your proposal, though. So you initially had a different idea? Thunder Tiger remarked while slurping a bowl of buckwheat noodles. Indeed, but I ultimately wanted to encourage everyone's participation. If in the future it's only my voice that resonates, it would lose its essence. That wouldn't constitute a meeting, merely a platform for issuing commands. Haku chose not to dwell on this matter, anxiously asking, Do you truly believe our plan is viable? Is there no potential for pitfalls? Jack, still engrossed in his meal, replied, There is never a foolproof plan. It's always the case that plans fall short of reality. This merely provides a general direction. Each individual has their own strategy. Do you think Hardman and Yuri lack their own countermeasures? Of course not. Thus, the ultimate success will only be determined through contest and confrontation. Thunder Tiger seemed to latch onto a flaw in Jack's earlier statement, saying, Hey, after all this talk, it turns out that the plan's impact is minimal, so you felt comfortable leaving it to us to discuss and research. In the end, it all boils down to responding to changes. In a chaotic battlefield with multiple factions, circumstances can shift rapidly. Let us not dwell on that. Just admit it. Yes, how shamelessly you admit it. Meanwhile, in the bedroom where Donald was residing, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door swung open to reveal none other than Hardman, the architect of the shadowy organization, CP3. What brings you to seek my company? Donald ate the delectable food served by the servants at a leisurely pace. Unexpectedly, after all these years, you remain so aloof. Hardman shut the large door and approached Donald, finding a seat to speak. Noticing Hardman had sat down, Donald set down his knife and fork and inquired, What brings me here this time? What are you planning? Nothing much, merely amending a bill, Hardman replied without ceremony, lifting Donald's cup and draining the red wine within. Amending a bill? When the time comes, you will accomplish all this on a remote island. And I shall be there with my men until the dust settles. This time, it will be broadcast nationwide via video phone bugs, allowing everyone to witness that the gangsters have become illegal. Once everything is completed, they won't be able to deny it. Donald watched in disbelief as the wine intended for him was consumed in one gulp by Hardman, and asked, So you must be confident you can handle all this? Aren't you afraid of a last-minute disaster? Those few individuals have entrenched themselves in this land for so many years and are not easily dealt with. Even that recently emerged Captain Jack is no insignificant figure. I admit I'm not a match for land battles, Hardman stated, but when it comes to naval warfare, in terms of practical experience in our weaponry, we are on a completely different level. The choice to conduct this ceremony on a secluded island is precisely so that we can eliminate them all at sea in one fell swoop. Hardman set down his wine glass and continued, I will vanquish the enemies in front, while you amend the bill behind. Then this nation will once again return to the hands of our royal family. Donald laughed heartily. I wonder if you still remember that. As Hardman spoke, he produced a small object from his pocket. The object resembled a slender cylinder, seemingly made of metal, which to an ordinary person appeared merely as a small iron rod. Donald's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the object. Speechless, could it be? Indeed, Donald, Hardman said, playing with the small object, that if you have any doubts, you might as well take out what you have been wearing all along and see if what I hold is genuine. Trembling, Donald retrieved a spherical object from his pocket, but the sphere had a hollow section in the middle, appearing to be an ordinary perforated ball. Hardman smiled, handing the rod to him. Donald accepted the rod and slowly inserted it into the sphere, finding that it fit perfectly. With a click, the sound signified that the two objects were indeed one. Now you should be convinced. Hardman smiled at how unexpected fate is that you're now serving under the world government. Donald sighed as he set down the sphere. After leaving this continent in my youth, I first joined the Navy, later transferring to CP3. Over the years, I have risen through the ranks and grown increasingly powerful. I even thought that if I could live my life like this, it would be quite well. Until, at this point, Hardman became agitated, until I heard that my hometown had descended into endless chaos, with a group of invaders ravaging the land. That is when I remembered those sorrowful events. Island, Donald remarked wistfully. Back then, my father was also powerless. Father? Hardman interrupted, seething. Father should have passed the position to me, not to my incompetent older brother. Donald's expression shifted. After all, Being called an incompetent older brother by his own younger sibling was intolerable. Yet Hardman seemed oblivious to Donald's reaction, and even if he noticed, he likely would not care. If only father had entrusted the throne to me instead of you, we would not have so many troubles now that I wouldn't have to navigate so many convoluted paths to reclaim the throne. Indeed, Hardman's ultimate goal was to seize the title of king. This ambition, known only to him and Donald, had been concealed from everyone else. Initially, when he set sail and joined the Navy, he had used a false name, Hardman. It was merely a matter of modification later. Since Island would assume the position of commander of CP3, he had been attempting to rewrite his past, using his position to fabricate and perfect the persona of Hardman. Now, even within the records of the world government, there was no trace of an Island Wood. Only the history of Hardman from his birth, through his military service, to his current role as commander of CP3 remained. Thus, even the world government was unaware that Hardman was merely leveraging them to reclaim his rightful kingdom. Once everything was settled, he would use his position to tidy up matters, unearthing the buried records. Hardman could then transform back into Island Wood, resign from his post, and ascend to the throne in this way. Hardman had chosen an unconventional path, carving out a fifth route following Jack. Of course, no one else could traverse this path. After all these years, you still cling to the throne? Donald sighed. If this can be resolved smoothly, I would have no objection to relinquishing the throne. Older brother is indeed more sensible than father. Hardman chuckled. Now it depends on whether you can draft a reasonable bill that, if it weren't for that damned legislation obstructing me, I could have resolved these troubles 6 or 7 years ago. After Hardman departed, Donald sat in his chair, muttering to himself, Island, it is precisely because of your fervent desire for the throne that you disregard everything else. Father foresaw your terrifying ambition and thus exiled you, passing the throne to me. Had you not intervened, I would have been able to wage war against those gangs when I built my army. What would it matter if I had to face execution in the end? Although I violated the law, I could still pass the throne to my children. You probably cannot fathom making such sacrifices for the nation, which is why you never anticipated I could. Donald picked up his knife and fork once more. Skewering his food and reflecting, in the end, I will relinquish the throne, but Island, you shall not be the new king. When the disaster struck 10 years ago, whether it was Donald or Hardman, anyone in their position would have had to submit to the whims of the mafia. Thus, when Hardman labeled Donald a fool, he was merely venting his frustration against Donald. The king observed, although Hardman harbored a deep obsession with the throne, he lacked any intention of sacrifice. Even with the power of the world government at his disposal, he merely engaged in schemes and plots. On the surface, Hardman's actions may seem astute and capable, demonstrating both intellect and martial prowess. Yet they lack the spirit of determination and the essence of dedication. In contrast, Donald was daring and resolute, willing to shoulder all burdens despite lacking strength. Perhaps at that moment, had Donald launched a surprise attack with his army against the mafia, he might have had a significant chance of succeeding. After all, who could have foreseen that a king, who had always quietly endured and complied, would dare to defy the kingdom's highest laws and sacrifice himself in a struggle against them? A true hero can adapt and fight. Possessing the courage to sacrifice when it matters most at IT can only be said that their father did not misjudge them. Despite Hardman's formidable talents, it is ultimately Donald who is more suited to be king. However, Hardman, alongside the world government, has disrupted all of this. His ambition drives him to seize control. Thus, he usurped the army from Donald, acquiring a force to manipulate. He also established the shadows, balancing the situation and profiting through the trade of various information. All of these maneuvers gradually enhanced Hardman's power, to the point where he now possesses complete confidence in seizing the entire kingdom. That Hardman's visit to Donald was far from a brotherly reunion. When it comes to familial bonds, he likely falls short of his own standards. After all, the two brothers had become estranged over the years, their past grievances unresolved, and new conflicts reignited. Go suggest that these two brothers could reconcile would require a miracle. Thus, Hardman's visit was merely an attempt to persuade Donald to avoid feudal resistance, to willingly sign the new bill, and to surrender the throne to him. This encapsulates Hardman's thoughts that he has been planning this matter for 7 or 8 years. hoping for a satisfactory outcome, to complete the final performance without any surprises or mishaps, ensuring everyone remains in good spirits. After reaching an agreement with Donald, Hardman departed with a sense of fulfillment. However, regarding brotherly camaraderie, there was no time to linger. Numerous arrangements and deployments awaited his attention. Yet unbeknownst to Hardman, while Donald publicly acquiesced to his requests, he privately held him in contempt, despite being separated for over 20 years. In Donald's eyes, Irwin would remain a brutal and inept figure, lacking both valor and strategy. Even now, as Hardman orchestrated this deadly trap, seemingly on the brink of ultimate victory, Donald's perception of him had not changed. He remained, in Donald's estimation, a man without courage or cunning. Why the assertion of cowardice? The reasons have been previously elucidated. Donald was indifferent to whether the military ultimately fell under the auspices of the world government or his own command. So long as someone could eradicate those criminal elements, Donald prioritized the nation and its people above all else. Thus, had Hardman managed to acquire the military and procure advanced weaponry from the world government, supplemented by CP3's covert assistance, his combat capabilities would far surpass those of Donald's forces. However, Hardman lacked the audacity. Even if Donald bore the brunt of the blame, he would not face the gallows. Hardman deemed a direct assault too precarious. Furthermore, the moment the military distanced itself from Donald's control, the gangs would heighten their vigilance. After all, if they were not taken by surprise, they could swiftly organize defenses and counterattacks. Yet this did not suffice as a justification for Hardman's reluctance to engage in battle. It must be noted that in Donald's perspective, each day of delay inflicted additional suffering on his country and his people. The existing advantages were substantial, and the gangs had yet to reach a level of alertness that would enable them to bolster their ranks effectively. In the aftermath of these events, Donald found himself disillusioned by his brother's lack of courage, firmly branding him as a coward in his mind. The label of cowardice is easily understood, but from whence does the accusation of lack of strategy arise? Hardman, having fought for years, possessed commendable command over both small-scale skirmishes and grand strategic operations, be it land or naval warfare, demonstrating excellence in both realms. His prior encounter with the two major gangs, while he may have faltered slightly, was largely due to the advantages they held, along with the necessity for capable leadership to execute the soldier's potential. Compared to the forces of the two gangs, his own troops were significantly inferior in land combat. Yet in terms of tactical and strategic acumen, he was formidable. His ability to engage in subterfuge was equally commendable. Whether by leveraging the resources of the world government to entice the military or by establishing shadows to balance the situation, he had adeptly utilized his intellect over the years to amass considerable benefits and diminish his adversaries. Taking a recent example, since Jack's arrival on the island, Hardman had seemingly gained the upper hand, even managing to manipulate Donald into orchestrating a deadly trap targeting the entire assembly. Everyone was acutely aware of the impending dangers, but had no choice but to engage in naval warfare, maximizing their geographical and weaponry advantages. Once the gears of this infernal machine were set in motion, regardless of whether it was the ostensibly cooperative Captain Jack or the various gang factions, they would all be mercilessly ground to pieces. Once operational, Hardman would lose control until only one side remained to ensure this meat grinder functioned to peak efficiency. Hardman had devoted significant effort in recent days to strategizing and analyzing battle maps. With such a meticulously crafted plan, Hardman could hardly fathom how he could possibly lose. Even if Captain Jack were to betray him, he was confident in his ability to crush this troublesome ant. It was precisely because Hardman believed his victory was assured, merely awaiting his coronation, that Donald labeled him as lacking in strategy. Donald had encountered the most astute minds and had never heard anyone assert absolute certainty in success or infallibility in calculations. Not to mention, Hardman had failed to grasp his own precarious position, genuinely perceiving Donald as an innocuous little hamster. Meanwhile, Jack was busy orchestrating a significant relocation. Fortunately, there was no need to bring supplies, as he could easily procure weapons and equipment from Hardman, which far surpassed these trivial items. Ideally, he would bring only personnel and ships. When Hardman finally laid eyes on Jack and his entourage, he was nearly driven to apoplexy. This group had arrived empty-handed, relying entirely on him for their outfitting. Had it not been for the lack of boats to ferry them over, they might have even needed to request ships from him. Their meeting took place at sea, near a small island, with Hardman's fleet stationed in the surrounding waters, having remained steadfastly anchored since its defection from Donald. Jack, arriving for this meeting with Hardman, naturally boarded Hardman's vessel. The two engaged in a cordial and friendly discussion on the deck. Captain Jack's arrival was most welcome. It fortified our collective strength against those malevolent gangs. I had long heard of Captain Jack's esteemed reputation. And indeed, meeting him in person surpassed mere hearsay. Hardman forced a smile, stepping forward to greet Jack and his companions. Not at all. It is my duty to uphold justice. Those vile gangsters should have been eradicated long ago. This is merely a contribution to the cause of righteousness, and you, my lord, are the true hero among men. Jack, unyielding, returned the compliment. After exchanging pleasantries, they formally commenced discussions on their forthcoming combat strategies, in 2 days' time. King Donald would sign the legislation, for which Hardman had dedicated considerable thought to ensure Donald's safety and the successful amendment of the statute. He gestured for Jack to sit at a table, flanked by 2 reclining chairs, shaded by a large umbrella, with 2 bottles of juice laid out on the table. This fellow truly knows how to enjoy life, Jack mused, noting the sunbathing on the deck. He resolved to emulate this indulgence in the future. Once seated, Jack voiced his concerns. However, to my understanding, these gangs have united. They may act out of desperation and converge upon us. Hardman reassured him. No need for concern, Captain. Their naval combat capabilities are still woefully inadequate, likely even inferior to those of pirates. Even with greater numbers, they will struggle to leverage any advantage. With that, Hardman took a sip of the juice on the table, and Jack, following suit, remarked, "Your maritime prowess is exceptional, and your calm demeanor in the face of the impending assault is commendable. I am curious about your specific arrangements." Setting down his cup, Hardman leaned forward. "In truth, it's quite simple. It merely involves making use of the terrain here." His preparations, as he stated, primarily leveraged the local geography. Yet, this terrain concealed hidden dangers. Should the gangs lack familiarity with these waters, they would be akin to moths to a flame, no matter how many came. They would meet their doom. As previously mentioned, the waters surrounding the Udicana Kingdom are shallow. Any large sea creature attempting to traverse would inevitably run aground. Given the shallow waters, numerous treacherous reefs lay beneath the surface. These reefs were particularly resilient. Any ordinary vessel colliding with them would sustain catastrophic damage, rendering them helpless and turning them into sitting ducks. Hardman, unbeknownst to others, had devised this plan, meticulously charting the distribution of reefs in the area. This design was exceedingly clever, relying on a strategy of calculated risks. No one anticipated that Hardman would select this location for their decisive battle. In the past 2 days, there had been no opportunity for the gangs to familiarize themselves with the situation here. Even if one were to hastily dispatch eccentric individuals now and employ unexpected means to investigate, it would still be exceedingly difficult to uncover everything thoroughly. Thus, while occupying advantageous terrain and remaining oblivious to the perils lurking beneath the surface of the sea, one has already lost half the battle before it even commences. It is uncertain how many ships and personnel will be squandered on this reconnaissance, incurring a hefty tuition fee. Meanwhile, on Hadman's side, he merely needs to rely on the long range of his ship's cannons, adopting a curved formation while remaining stationary, and simply fire away to sink those vessels that run aground. Once the gang's ships have paid a steep price in tuition and have nearly deciphered the hidden reefs of the surrounding waters, Hadman will command a retreat, repositioning himself behind to set up anew, leaving them powerless and vulnerable, only to face another barrage after they have surveyed one patch of it is a troublesome and inescapable predicament. Splendid, truly splendid. Upon hearing Hadman's strategy, Jack could not help but applaud, genuinely praising Hadman for this ingenious plan. Once this scheme is set in motion, it is certain to lead those unacquainted with naval warfare, these wild monkeys, to suffer a significant loss. With minimal casualties, they can eliminate a considerable number of enemies, which is indeed remarkable. To be fair, if Jack had not intervened at this juncture, Hadman would likely seize the opportunity to eradicate the gang's armed forces and subsequently take control of the entire kingdom. An outcome that would be virtually guaranteed, given the current strength of those individuals. Breaking through this treacherous reef-laden expanse would be nearly impossible, leaving them to await their demise in despair, helplessly watching their ships sink one after another. However, with Jack present, the situation is entirely different. He can undoubtedly intervene, leveraging his status as an ally to provide the gang with invaluable maps, allowing them to navigate and evade effectively. After extolling Hadman's wisdom and prowess, Jack suggested, however, we are still unaware of the circumstances in this maritime region, that if a battle were to ensue, and we inadvertently ran aground ourselves, would that not become a source of amusement for the enemy? Moreover, it would inadvertently reveal the locations of the reefs to them. Upon hearing this, Hadman waved his hand and laughed heartily. Worry not. I have already considered this. Shortly, you shall consult my navigator, who possesses detailed charts of this maritime area, meticulously marking the locations of the reefs. Make sure to take note, and we shall encounter no issues. Jack responded with a smile. In that case, your strategy is indeed foolproof. Oh, by the way, although it may seem infallible, I have thought of a potential minor issue. After laughing, Jack revealed a hint of caution, saying, what if someone from those gangs has already scouted this area in advance, or if they somehow procure these charts within the next 2 days? Would that not negate our advantage? Ha ha, fret not. I have anticipated this possibility as well. Hadman replied that to achieve great things, one must embrace risk. If that truly occurs, we will have no choice but to engage them in a fierce battle, albeit at a considerably higher cost in terms of sacrifices. However, if it is for the sake of justice and freedom, then it is worth it. Indeed, Jack concurred, who isn't prepared for sacrifice. In times of necessity, some sacrifices are required. Thereafter, the two conversed for a considerable duration on the deck, indulging in various exchanges of flattery, and discussing Hadman's vision of unifying Udicana and obliterating the gangs that an outsider. It might have seemed as though these two were kindred spirits, lamenting the missed opportunity of meeting sooner. Only when the sun began to set did Jack take his leave, having lost count of how many times their glasses of juice had been refilled. Were it not for Jack's excessive consumption, which compelled him to excuse himself, he could have continued the discourse until dawn. Once Jack departed, Hadman's demeanor shifted from elegant composure to a sense of apprehension. Reflecting, goodness, this Jack is undoubtedly the most eloquent individual I have ever encountered. Were it not for my discretion, I fear he might have uncovered all my secrets. This fellow is truly a talent. If he is prudent and remains steadfast during the upcoming naval battle, I might as well consider him for a position as a diplomat for the Kingdom of Udicana, which would be invaluable in attending global conferences. Meanwhile, upon returning to his ship, Jack spat in disdain. What nonsense! After chatting with him for ages, I failed to extract any useful information, and he truly believes himself to be some paragon of virtue, even attempting to deceive me. Had I not known beforehand that he is affiliated with the world government, I might have fallen for it. Haku approached with a teasing tone. Come on, is there anyone left in this world who can fool you? It's a wonder you didn't try to con someone else instead. I watched your conversation for quite a while. What's the matter? Have you developed a fondness for him? You have finally decided to return to us. We've been waiting, and, as you put it, the flowers have wilted. Fujitora chimed in with sarcasm. I, too, find it baffling that a simple meeting could cause you to ponder from midday until dinner. He added, what is it that you cannot accomplish? I noticed the attendants on either side were nearly frozen in place, having changed your drinks multiple times that I assumed there would be some riveting content. Yet upon listening, it was predominantly a barrage of empty flattery. Goodness, after spending some time with me, you have begun to master the art of sarcasm. You both are truly something. Jack feigned surprise. While I was there, it was a heart-stopping endeavor, as if I were walking a tightrope high above the ground. Yet upon returning, you two are already mocking me. Oh, what peril did you encounter? I perceived no signs of distress from you. Fujitora inquired. From my observations, your emotions have remained remarkably stable, devoid of any life fluctuations. Upon reflecting on his own words, Fujitora was momentarily taken aback, questioning, indeed, now that I consider it, you have never exhibited any emotional changes. It has been consistent since we met on that ship's deck. Fujitora, unlike others, did not gauge emotions through facial expressions, but rather through intuitive perception, and although he could not delve into others' thoughts like Enel, he could sense emotional fluctuations. However, since their initial encounter, he had not sensed any changes within Jack. Jack understood this sentiment well. He was increasingly resembling a machine. Although he sometimes intentionally engaged in humorous antics or sought to provoke reactions, such actions did not stir his inner self. They merely served to present a more relatable facade, preventing him from appearing utterly alien. Of course, he could never admit this, acknowledging it would render all his previous efforts and pretenses null and void. Jack continued his charade. You certainly cannot perceive my inner thoughts. It is precisely to guard against individuals like you. Once one masters the art of observation hockey, they can discern the innermost thoughts of others in a single day. Hey, don't exaggerate. I have no habit of prying into others' minds that I merely sense emotions. It's not as formidable as you claim, Fujitora retorted. Your inability does not equate to others' capabilities that I am aware that on a certain sky island, there exists an individual with such abilities. Hence, I have concealed my own capabilities. Jack explained matter-of-fact that, I see, Fujitora remarked. Your abilities are indeed enigmatic. Neither Fujitora nor Haku were particularly surprised. The sea was a realm of peculiar powers. And this was hardly extraordinary. There were countless phenomena even more bizarre. Whether or not one believed was inconsequential. One could not continue to pry indefinitely. If someone were deceitful, it merely indicated their disinterest in revealing the truth. It was best not to seek unnecessary embarrassment. Very well, let us abandon that topic. Jack swiftly redirected the conversation. Now that I have acquired the maritime charts of this area, you both should organize a crew to verify the authenticity of these charts under the pretense of familiarizing yourselves with the terrain. With that, he tossed the replicated maritime chart to Haku. Upon receiving it, Haku acknowledged and set off to organize the personnel. Jack then turned to Fujitora, inquiring, by the way, have all the weapons and equipment arrived? Can you confirm that no tampering has occurred? Indeed. While you and Hadman were engaged in conversation, we acquired the weapons and equipment, Fujitora replied. Although they did not express much, I could sense their emotions and discern that they held some reservations. It appears this batch of equipment is genuine. Otherwise, they would not have displayed such sentiments. That is true. Jack nodded. If they had manipulated these items, they would not have hesitated to let it slip. Rather, they would likely be secretly reveling in our misfortune. Thus, I reiterate, your ability to sense others' inner thoughts is indeed quite irksome. Fujitora shrugged. Is it my fault then? Very well, it appears that these individuals have been following Jack for a while now. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who stays close to ink will turn black. And it seems they have all been led astray, as the atmosphere has noticeably shifted. Meanwhile, Hardman has also returned to the ship. Francis approached and inquired, have you so simply handed over the blueprints to him? If he presents that maritime chart to those gang members, we would suffer a tremendous loss. Francis was the individual whom Jack had seen that night, a character capable of manipulating the very soil itself. He was the one who had stormed the palace and rescued King Donut, providing cover for Hardman and his soldiers to retreat. Hardman did not directly respond to his question, but instead erupted into laughter. Francis, after all this time spent alongside me, do you truly think I would place my life and fortune in the hands of a stranger? Francis remained silent, knowing that Hardman would eventually answer his own question. Sure enough, Hardman smiled and explained, that maritime chart is a forgery. What? Francis was genuinely astonished and utterly perplexed if it were indeed fake. Then they could easily discern its inauthenticity, regardless of any ulterior motives they might have. At least for the time being, we are still allies. Francis, confused, remarked, moreover, they certainly wouldn't accept the maritime charts so readily. They would need to verify its authenticity themselves. After a prolonged pause, Francis sighed, I hardly know what to say on another front. Haku navigated a swift paddle sailboat, meticulously exploring the underwater reefs indicated on the chart. Right beneath Hardman's nose, he began to investigate the authenticity of this maritime chart. Report. A soldier entered Hardman's office just as the two were conversing, oblivious to their discussion, and reported, the fisherman under Jack's command has started exploring the nearby waters, according to the maritime chart. When we inquired, he claimed he was familiarizing himself with the battleground's terrain. Once the soldier was dismissed, Francis remarked, "I told you so. They certainly wouldn't trust that maritime chart so easily. They would investigate it thoroughly." Yet, Hardman remained unfazed, confidently stating, "Investigation or not, they will ultimately come to believe that my chart is genuine." "Jack must be quite the fool," Francis lamented, unable to discern reality from deception. "Indeed, that is precisely the implication." Hardman replied that, oh dear, I must say, you were correct. They truly cannot distinguish that my maritime chart is a forgery. Hardman chuckled. They will continue to believe it is authentic. Meanwhile, Haku completed his task, swiftly sailing around the vicinity. It was indeed as depicted on the chart. Every reef was meticulously marked, and the safe routes posed no issues. Upon returning, Haku's first action was to inform Jack of his findings. "Emma, this maritime chart is astonishingly authentic." Jack exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you certain you have examined everything thoroughly, without any omissions or inaccuracies?" "Indeed, I have surveyed the entire area. There are no discrepancies," Haku affirmed. "What is there to be surprised about? Is this not a rather ordinary occurrence?" "That is indeed curious," Jack muttered to himself. Fujitora interjected with a quip. "What is so strange about this? Are we to expect a counterfeit maritime chart? If it were indeed fake, we could have easily uncovered it to propose such an easily debunked lie. Who is the fool, him or us?" "That is a valid point," Jack conceded. "If a lie is so readily apparent and easily disproven, it holds little value. So?" Jack declared emphatically. "This must be a maritime chart that eludes our perception, yet undoubtedly harbors some deceit." Haku nearly lost his temper, having anticipated Jack to assert that it was indeed a genuine maritime chart. "Then do enlighten me. Where does this chart display its falseness?" Haku challenged. "I carefully examined every location to ensure there were no issues." "Yes," I said. "The craftsmanship of the forgery is exceptionally high. We simply cannot discern it," Jack replied, resigned. Haku felt exasperated, questioning why Jack was so reluctant to accept the chart's authenticity. Could it be that he was suffering from a delusion of persecution? Fujitora, observing their dispute, curiously asked, "What leads you to conclude that Hardman would provide us with a counterfeit maritime chart?" "Isn't it obvious?" Jack replied. "One cannot rest easy beside a sleeping adversary that we are not of the same mind. Can he truly be trusted? Is he not concerned we might disclose this information or launch a surprise attack against him?" "That is indeed a sound argument." Fujitora nodded. "If Hardman were an honest man, then there would be no honest men left in this world. Everyone would be a paragon of virtue, and there would be no pirates, no oppression, no struggle. Everyone would be sprinting toward a utopia of communism. Yet, such a scenario is impossible, a truth understood by all." Haku added, "However, it does not necessarily mean the chart is flawed. Perhaps the deception lies elsewhere, in some other aspect we have yet to uncover." No. Jack shook his head vigorously. "The only two potential sources of trouble are supplies and the maritime chart. Beyond that, there is nothing else. As for the supplies, I have conducted a thorough examination. I am, after all, a marksman and a chef by trade. Thus I possess some knowledge regarding firearms and their mishaps. Upon my inspection, I found no abnormalities in the food or weaponry." Jack furrowed his brow. "So when you returned and reported that the maritime chart posed no issues, I was quite taken aback. This led the two to speculate. Could it possibly be some bizarre and malevolent devil fruit ability lurking within the food, waiting to poison us should we make a misstep?" "That is indeed a possibility," Jack conceded. Unable to pinpoint the exact issue, he could only express his frustration. "Clearly, there is something we have failed to notice. Allowing Hardman to exploit our oversight, are we to assume that Captain Jack has fallen into his trap?" Haku queried. "What time to jest?" Jack rolled his eyes. "Now we are undoubtedly ensnared in his scheme. The question is how to extricate ourselves from this predicament. That it was evident that somewhere they had been misled, yet Jack and his companions were unable to identify the source. Should we provide them with a maritime chart?" Haku pondered aloud after some deliberation. "Yes," Jack replied tersely. "Hand them a shovel. Until we ascertain how we have been deceived, we must exercise caution." "Very well. What shall we do now?" Fujitora inquired, realizing their plans had shifted. Previously, we intended to incite conflict between the two factions. Now, if Hardman's reformation succeeds, we shall merely witness him unilaterally decimate those gang members. Haku, prepare the ship. I have decided to personally survey the area. Jack concluded, feeling that further deliberation was futile. Fujitora, you should accompany me. The reefs lie beneath the water surface, and your eyes may prove more discerning than ours. Naturally, word of Jack's renewed expedition to survey the terrain reached Hardman. After all, Jack had never intended to conceal his movements. It would be far more troublesome if he were to act in secrecy. Better to conduct affairs openly. They are investigating again. Francis remarked, surely, they must have discerned some flaw in your counterfeit maritime chart. Ha! How could that be? Hardman laughed. They could conduct a thorough examination 100 times over and still uncover no discrepancies. Ultimately, they will be led to believe it is a genuine maritime chart. Francis, puzzled, asked, how is that possible? How have you managed to create a maritime chart that can so convincingly deceive? If they were to conduct 2 rounds of scrutiny and still harbor doubts, would they not resort to stealing our chart? Thereby exposing us? Exposing the truth? Nonsense, declared Hardiman with unwavering conviction. Even if they were to steal it, the nautical chart would remain identical. As it turned out, Jack had brought along 2 companions this time. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. The fisherman Haku was tasked with underwater operations, while Fujitora utilized his observation haki to discern the true nature of the reefs. Jack, employing his intellect, analyzed all conceivable possibilities. Each individual performed their designated role with impeccable precision. However, their efforts proved fruitless. Back in the cabin, Jack paced restlessly, muttering, "This defies logic. Could the issue stem from the provisions? Or have I overlooked something? Should we seize the opportunity under the cover of night to pilfer their nautical chart? A comparison would clarify everything." Fujitora suggested that no. Jack countered, "I now believe that even if we were to steal it, we would still end up with the same nautical chart. The key lies in something cleverly concealed, eluding our scrutiny." That he dismissed this notion, resolving to methodically unravel the situation. Jack plopped down in a chair, resting his hands on the table, fingers interlaced before his face, striking a classic pose reminiscent of a commanding officer. Initially, when we entered, we were escorted by their vessel. We did not simply sail in on our own, but followed the guiding ship ahead. Jack began to untangle the events from the beginning. Indeed, upon reflection, we must have followed the correct route, successfully avoiding the hidden reefs. Haku chimed in. However, Fujitora interjected, "I recall that our path did not deviate from what is depicted on this chart." In hindsight, we followed the chart's course precisely. Exactly, and therein lies the problem. The route is identical to that on the nautical chart, Jack remarked. This means they're using the same chart, or one strikingly similar. Haku added, if the charts are identical or only slightly different, what deception could there be? Maintaining his posture, Jack replied solemnly, "This is precisely why I stated that even if we were to steal it, we would still only acquire this chart. What if we consider the possibility that the issue does not lie with the chart?" Fujitora questioned it. Here we go again. Jack retorted that, if not the chart, then it must pertain to the weapons and provisions. No, that's not my point. I mean, the problem persists here. They simply haven't tampered with the chart, but have altered something else. Suddenly, Jack appeared to have an epiphany. Of course. Upon reflection, when I spoke with Hardiman about how the enemy possesses an intricate nautical chart of this area, wouldn't that render his strategy moot? While he claimed to be prepared for a hard-fought battle, ready to make significant sacrifices, his demeanor seemed disingenuous, lacking a natural quality. It was as if he were unconcerned about such occurrences. Or perhaps he was perfectly at ease with them. "Your ability to discern such fakeness is impressive," Haku remarked. Enough with the distractions. In the presence of this seasoned actor, Hardiman is still quite inexperienced. Jack replied as he examined the chart once more. This chart only allows Donald to navigate a small island facing Udicana, surrounded by shallow waters. Yet, nearby lurk numerous hidden reefs. Conversely, away from Udicana lies deep sea, potentially inhabited by formidable sea creatures, serving as a natural barrier. Surely, no one would consider approaching from that direction unless they possess some special means, such as the Navy. Thus, Hardiman only prepared defenses for this side, anticipating that they would have no means to traverse the windless deep sea directly. Reflecting further, Jack realized that Hardiman's strategic directives had been disseminated, and soldiers had undergone corresponding training. This was irrefutable. This indicated that Hardiman indeed had a plan in place, and such a strategy could not be altered at the last minute without risking his own forces. Could it be? Jack's mind conjured an image of an individual. Transitioning to Hardiman's office, Francis appeared genuinely perplexed. You claim they can only steal an identical nautical chart? Naturally, for the chart we use is indistinguishable from theirs. I could say that the chart I provided them is precisely what we currently utilize. Therefore, they cannot find a single flaw, Hardiman replied. Oh, come on, Francis exclaimed. Are you jesting? It's clearly the same chart. Why would you even mention a false chart? To assert that it isn't false wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. At least for the time being, it remains authentic, Hardiman replied with a smirk. However, should I desire it to be false, it will inevitably become so. The following day, everyone appeared carefree and at ease. This relaxed demeanor struck Hardiman as akin to a leisurely vacation. When he inquired about their apparent nonchalance, Jack responded matter-of-factly, since the general devised such a brilliant scheme, what pressure could we possibly feel? Those gangsters pose no threat. Yet, this state of tranquility was disrupted by one individual, Fujitora. In stark contrast to the others, he remained perpetually tense, vigilantly observing Hardiman's expansive area, ever watchful for anyone entering the water. Come now, relax a bit and enjoy a glass of juice. You promised I wouldn't have to lift a finger. Fujitora retorted. Indeed, aside from my hands, I've exerted myself in every way, he quipped as he accepted the juice from Jack. Well, one must contribute more when they're capable, Jack replied unabashedly. Not having you act is simply because your prowess is so earth-shattering. Akin to that of an admiral, we ought to maintain a low profile. In other areas, however, we must exert ourselves a bit more. Does that mean all the action plans we discussed previously are now rendered useless? Fujitora inquired. Point one could say the situation has shifted too rapidly. However, they aren't entirely without merit. Our trump card remains intact, and a portion can still be executed, but we merely need to optimize the process in light of the current circumstances. Jack responded with a shake of his head. Tonight presents our final opportunity. If our assumptions are correct, Hardiman will undoubtedly dispatch someone into the water to alter the seabed. If we are right, then we will have achieved a successful optimization. Which means if we are wrong, my entire day will have been in vain. Correct? Fujitora grumbled. How could it be deemed wasted? It serves to eliminate one erroneous option. I am not omniscient. After all, how could I predict their every move with absolute certainty? Moreover, I'm nearly 100% certain they intend to modify the terrain. How so? Did you not notice? Just a moment ago, Hardiman adjusted the formation of the ships into a semicircular arrangement. Just as he instructed me earlier, it's still early evening, with considerable time before the broadcast. This indicates Hardiman has no intention of altering the formation. After all, the freshly modified terrain cannot be immediately familiarized by the sailors. Better to establish the formation first. Fujitora nodded in agreement. Indeed, this indicates they are preparing for battle tomorrow, merely awaiting the opportunity to commence excavation. Furthermore, according to our trump card's intelligence and our discreet inquiries, Hardiman had previously rehearsed with his soldiers to mislead the enemy, fearing they might not grasp his strategy. This implies that the soldiers have already committed this tactic to memory. It cannot be changed. Truly, I have never experienced such a headache. Let you all bear this burden in the future, that I feel like an elderly person. From now on, I'll just focus on casually tossing asteroids. Fujitora remarked as he took a sip from his juice. Thus, Fujitora and Jack sat quietly within the cabin, steadily consuming cup after cup of tea. They waited until the early hours of the morning. Growing increasingly impatient, finally, Fujitora gravely announced, someone has entered the water and is descending toward the seabed. Excellent. The fish have taken the bait, Jack exclaimed with delight, calling out, Haku, dive in. Do not let him escape. Rest assured. There are few who can rival me underwater. Haku replied confidently he will not elude us. Fujitora added in support, besides, I am here as well. He won't be able to move a muscle, with only a single diving suit available. Hardiman could only watch as Francis gradually sank beneath the waves. Little did they know, this seemingly straightforward task would unexpectedly transform into a farewell. Initially, Francis felt a tinge of unease, still pondering whether this iron shell would prove effective. Francis submerged a short distance and found the experience surprisingly pleasant. However, numerous challenges persisted. Primarily, mobility was rather cumbersome, and visibility was somewhat restricted. The iron casing clung closely to his body, leaving him feeling rather cold beneath the sea. Fortunately, he would not remain submerged for long. As per their agreement, after 2 hours, regardless of whether the work below was completed, he would be pulled back up. Should the task remain unfinished, he would simply exchange his oxygen tank for another and descend once more. Nevertheless, according to the plan, an hour was more than sufficient. Given that this region was shallow, with the deepest point barely reaching 200 meters, it did not take long for Francis to reach the ocean floor. Francis activated his searchlight and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Ah, this truly is the ocean floor. Unexpectedly beautiful. He had never imagined that after consuming the devil fruit, he would have the opportunity to explore the depths of the sea. In fact, even prior to consuming the fruit, he had never envisioned himself venturing to the ocean's depths. All right, time to prepare. Once this task is complete, I shall indulge in a well-deserved rest. Francis experimented with manipulating the seabed soil and found no difficulties. He resolved to later request the suit from Hardman, intending to enjoy daily excursions beneath the waves, engaging in activities that other users of powers could only dream of. As Francis reveled in his fantasies of leisurely escapades following the completion of this task, a tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped him. Alarmed, he quickly realized that this unusual force signified an attack directed at him. The assailant was none other than Fujitora, who stood within the ship's cabin. It must be noted that Fujitora's mastery of his fruit was remarkably advanced, coupled with an excessively broad range of observation. Even from a straight-line distance of several hundred meters, he managed to overpower Francis in an instant. However, Fujitora refrained from exerting full force, mindful that damaging the suit would be counterproductive. While Haku thrived underwater, moving with remarkable fluidity, indeed, akin to a fish in water, or rather, a fishman in water, Francis's capabilities were severely diminished due to the water pressure and the cumbersome iron shell. With Fujitora's assistance, the disparity in power became insurmountable. Francis was truly beyond salvation. Confronted with Jack's long-conceived treachery, Francis found himself bereft of options. Miracles did not seem to favor him, and whether divine intervention existed was uncertain. But if it did, it certainly would not come to his aid. Consequently, Haku had little difficulty in swiftly removing Francis's helmet. Francis watched helplessly as his helmet was taken away and faced with the surging waters. He could only despairingly shut his eyes. Soon enough, Jack awaited Haku's arrival with the unconscious Francis, still encumbered by the chains of his diving suit. Quickly, time is of the essence, Jack exclaimed with delight. Bring Prince Sergei here at once. Then, Jack drew a small knife and plunged it towards Francis's neck, declaring, I shall make use of your fruit, unknown power user. Alas, poor Francis, who was entirely unaware of the fate that awaited him, had his prowess go unrecognized, leading to his untimely demise. After extracting the devil fruit, Jack feigned solemnity as he remarked, every devil fruit embodies a power user. Without trade, there is no bloodshed. The others had grown immune to Jack's occasional incomprehensible remarks. Continuing with their plan, they retrieved Francis from the iron canister and temporarily concealed his body. Shortly thereafter, Johnny arrived with Sergei in tow. Sergei beheld Jack holding a devil fruit, while a strangely shaped iron shell lay on the ground. No time for questions. Eat it quickly, Jack urged, forcefully shoving the fruit into Sergei's mouth. Since realizing that Hardman might enact such a scheme, Jack had been contemplating how to capitalize on this golden opportunity. Thus, he devised a plan. Whoever obtained the fruit would also assume the responsibility of its transformation, while aligning with Hardman's vision. He aimed to create a domain known only to him, leaving the other two factions to contend with the consequences. Jack had deliberated extensively before selecting Sergei, reasoning that as a ruler, he required some level of strength. Lacking martial talent, he could at least attempt to harness the fruit's potential. Moreover, Jack had no suitable candidates among his entourage, as those he could trust had already acquired their own fruits that, in Jack's view, it would be foolish for Haku, a fishman, to consume a devil fruit. It was akin to gaining a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. As for how Sergei ended up on Jack's ship, that was part of Jack's ulterior motives, an endeavor known only to a select few of his inner circle. Wow, Sergei exclaimed after tasting the fruit, immediately beginning to retch, though nothing came up. This is worse than excrement. Hey, don't vomit, Jack retorted. Have any of you ever actually tasted excrement? Without waiting for a response, he urged Sergei to don the cumbersome iron attire. It may be uncomfortable, but bear with it. If we execute this operation correctly, saving the world will be within our grasp. Though the others were puzzled by the notion of world saving, Sergei obediently donned the heavy, diving suit. Haku, the remainder is in your hands, Jack instructed before leading Sergei to the ship's edge. Rest assured, I shall remember every detail. There will be no mistakes, Haku assured, before leaping into the water with Sergei in tow. Wait, what's happening? In stark contrast to Haku's composure, Sergei appeared utterly bewildered, having been dragged into the water without understanding the situation. As they descended, Haku explained, you need to quickly adapt to your abilities. Our time is limited. What? Sergei exclaimed incredulously from within the diving suit. Can Mr. Haku really speak underwater? Haku clarified, both fishmen and merfolk possess this ability, equipped with alternative vocal organs. However, that is not the main point. The primary focus now is the weighty responsibility you carry. Haku then elaborated on Jack's general plan and the task Sergei was required to undertake. Fortunately, Sergei was a bright child. Upon reaching the ocean floor, he quickly grasped the fundamentals of soil manipulation. Though his control was rudimentary, it sufficed for his purposes that Sergei's mission was to regulate elevation, lowering certain areas while raising others, thereby managing the reefs and safe passageways. Compared to Hardman's ambitious project, Jack's task was considerably simpler and would not demand excessive time. With Haku serving as a transportation aid, Sergei was spared the burden of traversing the depths at a sluggish pace, as Haku efficiently carried him through the water. Ultimately, Sergei's role was not overly strenuous. It was Haku who bore the brunt of the labor. When Haku resurfaced, he appeared thoroughly exhausted, panting as he remarked, "Working underwater is far more taxing than fighting. I need a rest." All right, the rest is manageable. Once we complete this, everyone can enjoy a well-deserved respite in preparation for tomorrow's battle. Jack then instructed Johnny to return Sergei to safety. Ensuring he remained concealed, he retrieved Francis's body, redressed him in the diving suit, but ultimately severed his head along with the helmet to dispose of IT. It was imperative that Hardman did not discern the act as human interference. Afterward, Jack marred the diving suit with scratches and dents, making it appear as though Francis had been carelessly discarded back into the sea. Meanwhile, Hardman could only anxiously await developments. "Sir, the time is nearly upon us." "Well then, quickly bring him up," Hardman commanded. With that, the others hurried to operate the winch. The underwater cargo was not overly heavy, and soon it would be raised to the surface. What might Hardman feel upon seeing that body? Would they alter their tactics or relocate? Tenghu could no longer suppress his anxiety and inquired. Changing locations was certainly out of the question. Notifications for the live broadcast had already been disseminated, and any shift in venue would inevitably delay the schedule, an absolute impossibility as for altering tactics. What options remained at this juncture? Haidman could only pray that the individual in question had taken some measures after descending, which might yield some effect. Yet, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that after we dispatched Sergei, the tasks we undertook had effectively severed all their escape routes, leaving them no choice but to endure a few rounds of bombardment before engaging in close-quarters combat. At this point, Jack began to chuckle maliciously, although he could not see or sense her inner thoughts. "Your laughter sounded exceedingly treacherous, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Thank you for the compliment. Whether it be a sinister chuckle or a performance, I, Jack, excel in both," he replied. Well, what is there to boast about? Even the usually unflappable Haidman could not help but display a look of anger at the tragic demise of Francis. Haidman had staked everything on Fran is to achieve their objectives smoothly and effortlessly. He meticulously examined the diving suit worn by Fran along with the wound at the neck, which appeared to be inflicted by the fangs of a beast. However, it also sparked a flicker of doubt within Haidman. There should be no layers of sea beasts in the vicinity, and generally, such marine creatures would shy away from these shallow waters. Was it mere coincidence that Fran encountered an unforeseen incident during his brief descent? Ultimately, Haidman was a man of iron will. Rather than pondering the circumstances of Fran's death, he was more concerned with the impending showdown among the families at dawn. After dispelling those emotions, Haidman commanded, "Go. Send someone to scout the area ahead. Check for any changes beneath the surface among the submerged reefs." This was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Now was not the time for indecision. Haidman's ability to recover from setbacks and focus on pressing matters exemplified the qualities of a true leader. He mused, regardless of how Fran met his end, the immediate priority was to ascertain the extent of changes Fran had made to the seabed before his demise. There was no option to flee. Time was of the essence to reassess the maritime territory and prepare for any necessary adaptations. While Haidman's thoughts were sound, Jack had already anticipated this line of reasoning. Having eliminated Haidman's ace, it was inevitable that they would stir up a hornet's nest, and Jack firmly believed that Haidman, with his intellect, would not simply sit idly by awaiting his fate. No sooner had Haidman finished speaking than a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Haidman, dire news! The gangsters are charging towards us." Jack, that incorrigibly wicked fellow, had accomplished nothing of merit, spending his days sowing discord. Earlier in the day, he had already communicated his suspicions to Yuri and the others. Of course, he modified certain details and even fabricated a few non-existent spies, claiming they had overheard Haidman's plans for modifications and the timeline for their implementation. After a lengthy explanation, Jack suggested launching a night raid before Haidman's alterations commenced. To facilitate this, he promised to delay Haidman for a time, employing any means necessary to ensure that Yuri and the others could successfully carry out their nocturnal assault. Jack was unequivocal in this promise. Having orchestrated Fran's demise, Haidman's plans were indefinitely postponed, and he had fulfilled his commitment without deception. Naturally, Yuri and the others were taken aback. Yuri was no fool, and neither was Maxim, although Maxim often presented himself as a muscle-bound brute. His accomplishments were not solely due to physical prowess. Their thoughts and strategies frequently aligned, and Yuri often consulted Maxim regarding difficult issues, demonstrating that Maxim's intellect was on par with Yuri's. "That I sensed something amiss earlier. Haidman is preparing to strike us with our own knowledge against us," Maxim remarked, awakening to the realization. Yuri, still apprehensive, added, "I had my doubts too. I even considered whether Jack's maritime chart was flawed and searched extensively. Upon finally finding the chart, however, I discovered they were identical. Jack's chart was indeed accurate. It seems Haidman is aware that the nautical charts for that area are not exclusive to him. Perhaps some merchant or pirate possesses a copy. Even if Jack hadn't provided it, we would find a way to obtain it from elsewhere. The issue stemmed from that ability user, which ironically rendered our chart a potential liability. Indeed, our understanding dictates that ability users cannot swim in the sea. Yet here we are, faced with someone capable of nullifying seawater," they concluded, recognizing that this was Haidman's true trump card, that Jack's words were already a mix of truth and falsehood, and with their own spies embedded within Haidman's ranks. The two analyzed the logic behind the situation while organizing various concerns. After a mental exercise, they concluded that Jack's intelligence was crucial. With no other options at hand, they resolved to proceed with the night raid, as Jack had suggested. Typically, when one mentions a night raid, it is assumed that the attacking party holds a significant advantage. Infiltrating under the cover of darkness, they could wreak havoc, while the ambush party, disoriented by the flames and chaos, would struggle to gauge the enemy's numbers, often overestimating their strength and failing to mount an effective defense. Thus, night raids frequently yielded remarkable results, allowing the few to triumph over the many. However, this ideal scenario necessitated both foresight and a terrestrial environment to be truly effective. On the sea, while not impossible, it was clear that Haidman was not entirely without vigilance, remaining alert to potential enemy incursions. Yet, pragmatically speaking, given the current circumstances, a night raid was a desperate measure. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, they would not have considered such an approach. The reason being, this maritime area was riddled with treacherous reefs. Without a nautical chart, the cost would be exorbitant. As night fell, having a chart became nearly equivalent to possessing none. Regardless of whether it was a map or a nautical chart, Those navigating it needed to comprehend their current location, an indispensable factor. Everyone understood that in times of technological backwardness, positioning oneself relied solely on reference points. However, at sea or in a desert, finding such points was exceedingly challenging due to the infinite, uniform expanse surrounding them. Especially at night, with limited visibility, discerning one's whereabouts or identifying the location of reefs became nearly impossible, rendering any nautical chart ineffective. Thus, while Haidman was mindful of the threat of a nighttime ambush, he never anticipated that anyone would dare to launch an assault under the cover of darkness. The instigator of this chain of events, Jack, merely seized the opportunity to exploit the situation. Upon hearing of the enemy's advance, Haidman immediately linked Fran's death to the unfolding events, concluding that whatever means were employed, it was undoubtedly to thwart his alterations to the marine territory. With Fran as having recently perished, the timing of the attack suggested it had been meticulously planned. However, what perplexed Haidman was how his seemingly flawless scheme had been unraveled and utilized against him. Logically, he had only shared this information with Fran prior to the operation. No one else was privy to it. Furthermore, the diving suits in Haidman's possession were rare commodities he had procured with great difficulty, never having been seen elsewhere. While the Shambodi Islands provided a method for submersion, it was not applicable in other regions. The Shambodi Islands house the world's largest red mangrove, whose roots secrete a unique natural resin, utilized for coating. However, this resin-based bubble membrane would burst once beyond a certain range, making it impossible to employ this method of submersion elsewhere. Even though Fran's abilities had been revealed, it was no longer a secret. However, the existence of diving suits was known solely to Hardiman even prior to this moment, and no one could have anticipated that he would possess the capability to send an adept to the ocean's depths. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Hardiman expelled these thoughts from his mind and barked, "Do not panic. Relay the orders and proceed according to plan. All troops, prepare to engage the enemy." After issuing the command, Hardiman could only sigh inwardly, lamenting the lack of time to survey the terrain. He could only hope that Francis had made some contribution before his demise. Yet, those audacious individuals dared to launch an attack under the cover of night. They would surely face dire consequences. Even if their losses were significant, the ultimate victor would still be Ironwood. With this thought, Hardiman's grim expression softened considerably. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, prior to his death, Francis had not only failed to contribute, but, in his afterlife, had inadvertently aided Jack immensely. Otherwise, Hardiman's countenance would have surely turned even more vivid. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions eagerly awaited the arrival of their reinforcements. Had they delayed any longer, Hardiman would have regained his grasp on the terrain, complicating matters further. Finally, those individuals had arrived. Jack, upon witnessing this, expressed his delight. "We must also prepare ourselves, the team I command. We shall execute the next phase of our operation." Haku, observing the situation developing favorably, exclaimed with excitement, "I never expected that within less than a month of our arrival in this bountiful kingdom, we would soon transform it into a source of wealth for our revolutionary army. It feels as though I am in a dream that not celebrate too soon. The journey of 100 miles is only half complete at 90, that whether we succeed in the end remains to be seen. And all we can do now is exert ourselves further on the other side." Yuri and his team had initiated the decisive battle a night in advance, undoubtedly well prepared, faced with the treacherous reefs lurking in the dark. What strategies could Yuri possibly devise? With no reference points available, he resolved to create one without a point of reference. He would fabricate one. Yuri, confronting the minefield ahead, issued his orders without hesitation. The lead ships, advance at full speed. Those following, reduce your speed momentarily that moment. Hardiman was also poised for battle, and he promptly commanded, "Fire!" Accompanied by their respective commands, cannonballs collided with the vessels, erupting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the tranquility of the night. The cries of the afflicted, struck by cannon fire, seemed trivial amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Following the barrage, one unfortunate ship suffered multiple direct hits and was severely damaged, igniting a roaring inferno. It became evident that it could no longer sail and would soon sink. Other vessels sustained varying degrees of damage as well, as the crew aboard the beleaguered ship faced their grim fate, some perishing beneath the cannon fire, others tumbling through the flames, and a few jumping overboard like dumplings. Many onlookers were moved by the scene. Yet, Yuri remained unfazed, continuing to direct his team onward. Ignore them. Let them flounder in the sea. Press forward. Though his words seemed callous, they were devoid of alternative. If they paused to rescue others, who would shield them from the relentless barrage of cannon fire from Hardiman's side? Before long, 3 ships from the front line collided with the reefs, suffering severe damage. Ship number 2, ship number 5, and ship number 11. Jack, observing the grounded vessels, retrieved a maritime chart and muttered to himself, "These 3 locations are marked by reefs. Correspondingly, where do they appear on the chart?" While scrutinizing the chart, he did not forget to issue further commands. Continue advancing. Avoid the damaged ships. At that moment, Hardiman unleashed another wave of cannon fire. Perhaps after the initial barrage, they had become accustomed to the trajectory, as more cannonballs accurately struck the ships, resulting in the loss of 2 more vessels. However, Yuri's crew remained undeterred. Their only advantage lay in their numbers and fleet size, rendering such losses inconsequential. After this volley, the speed of the lead ships noticeably decreased, yet 2 more vessels were forced to halt due to their collision with submerged reefs. Yuri continued to scrutinize the maritime chart, confirming the locations of the 2 reefs, at last identifying a reference point for utilizing the chart. Using the 5 ships that had struck the reefs as a reference, he discerned the layout of the 5 reefs on the chart. Realizing this was the only configuration available, with this insight, Yuri nodded to himself in understanding. Withdraw the lead ships. Their mission has been accomplished. It is now our turn. Yuri commanded. All units refer to the maritime chart. Using the 5 grounded vessels as reference points, head to locations A, C, G, J, and M in full speed along the predetermined route. This was Yuri's method of navigation. In the absence of reference points, he would create them. If unsure of their location, he would sacrifice lives to ascertain it, thus rendering the maritime chart useful. The vessels positioned at the forefront were purely for reconnaissance, equipped with no artillery or weaponry, merely manned by crew members capable of operating the ships. Their sole purpose was to quickly clear the path ahead. While leveraging their numerical and naval superiority, Yuri was able to employ this strategy of testing the waters. Yuri's willingness to disregard casualties, relentlessly pushing forward, left Jack and his comrades breathless. This is utterly reckless. It's as if they're sacrificing their lives for this stretch of journey. Haku exclaimed, astonished. If it were me, I could never issue such orders. There is no other choice that a length of strength is determined by its measure. Their actions are born from desperation that if they do not proceed in this manner, the losses would be even greater, Jack lamented, recognizing the formidable adversary they faced. Such artillery was widely deployed within the world government and the Navy, attacking their outdated equipment from a distance, as they were currently doing, was merely the beginning. I now comprehend the significance of research and weaponry, Fujitora remarked pensively. Jack reassured him. Indeed, weaponry is one aspect, yet a singular powerful individual can sway the balance of war. A powerhouse such as yourself is worth 1,000 cannons. Flattery, mere flattery, Fujitora replied, though his expression betrayed his contentment that Jack's assertion held truth. In the world of One Piece, strength remained paramount. The outcome of battles was often determined not by numbers or weaponry, but by the prowess of the formidable warriors on either side. Given the current technological standards, weaponry produced could hardly pose a threat to top-tier masters. Even the world government's future development of superweapons would barely suffice against the supernovas, when confronted with even stronger foes. They would prove utterly useless for the top-tier warriors. Their mere engagement could cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, unleashing phenomena that dwarfed conventional weaponry. These were the true black weapons of this realm. Thus, the 3 admirals of the Navy seldom deployed their full might, for the repercussions were too great. Moreover, the advancement of technology in this world was inherently sluggish, with the existence of devil fruits and hockey, phenomena defying the laws of nature. Such extraordinary elements were bound to influence the course of warfare. Who would expend effort on futile technological research when, instead, they could acquire 2 devil fruits. After all, the essence of science was to serve the purpose of war. Consequently, the technological landscape had seen little transformation over the years. It was only after the malevolent origins of chaos, marked by Roger's final words prior to his demise, that the world ushered in the era of great pirates. With chaos reigning, both land and sea witnessed an escalation of conflict, providing technology with newfound opportunities for advancement. Remarkably, the technological progress made within a mere 20 years surpassed that of the preceding 8 centuries. This was undoubtedly attributable to Roger's legacy, as well as the brilliance of the most intelligent human, Vegapunk, whose groundbreaking innovations were indeed formidable. During Jack's discourse with his comrades, their hands remained busy, for outwardly they still needed to maintain the facade of being aligned with Hardiman's faction. The 2,000 subordinates were methodically unleashing cannon fire upon the vessels of Yuri and his cohorts. The cannons and shells were all supplied by Hardiman himself. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, it was conceivable that some of the sunken ships bore the mark of Jack's contributions. Jack, concealed at the rear, leisurely loaded and fired the cannon in a measured rhythm. Finding great comfort in the process, in stark contrast, Yuri's forces, under severe suppression, had already lost over a dozen ships while attempting to navigate the treacherous shoals, resulting in a death toll exceeding 1,000, with many others wounded and rendered incapable of combat, some merely clinging to pieces of driftwood in the sea. This moment, Haku, witnessing the brutal scene before him, appeared somewhat disillusioned. Turning to Jack, he posed a question that seemed to linger in his mind. Do you believe that such wars will ever come to an end? If we were to overthrow the world government, does that not imply that we must instigate many such conflicts? Indeed, Jack affirmed, nodding. War is not the only solution, yet it remains the most direct means to an end. Often, we are left with no choice but to resort to war. He continued, reflecting on the implications of their revolutionary endeavors, that in this light, our revolutionary army does not appear so noble. After all, we stand as the architects of war, the harbingers of countless lost lives. No, Fujitora interjected at this juncture. I believe that without igniting war, the situation would be no better for you. To eradicate a malignant force, bloodshed and sacrifice are necessary, much like how surgery is sometimes required to cure an ailment. Jack was taken aback by Fujitora's clarity on the matter. Yet Haku remained troubled and pressed on, asking, then, after we overthrow the world government, will there still be wars? Upon hearing this, Jack fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head and sighed. Wherever there are people, there will be war. This phrase, famously attributed to the illustrious Einstein, echoed in Jack's response, revealing his own uncertainty. Whether the Revolutionary Army could unify the world and foster a peaceful and stable existence remained an open question for him. Would this world not once again be swept up in new turmoil, or would war persist in other forms? Jack found himself devoid of answers. Then, our war is at least just, isn't it? Haku queried. Wrestling with his inner turmoil, Jack understood that it was better to speak candidly than to allow unnecessary doubts to fester. No, war has never changed. This declaration took Haku by surprise, and even Fujitora widened his eyes in disbelief. I know that hearing this may shake your original convictions, Jack noted, observing their expressions. Ultimately, war is merely a means. It is fundamentally a conflict arising from competing interests. Currently, entities such as Hardiman, the Mafia, and the Revolutionary Army all harbored a profound desire for this land, seeking to profit from it. This is the crux of the conflict, and the war currently unfolding is a direct result of this discord. Thus, the Revolutionary Army and the Celestial Dragons are embroiled in a similar clash of interests. They seek to oppress us for their gain. While we resist oppression, their profit signifies our loss, leading to conflict, revolution, and ultimately, war. Jack's explanation may have resonated with varying degrees of comprehension for the two men. But having articulated his thoughts, it was now up to them to slowly grasp the implications. These truths are often best understood through contemplation rather than mere words. The thunderous cannon fire erupted in relentless waves, each reverberation claiming numerous lives. Observing that the enemy was paying a heavy price even to close the distance, Hardiman, despite the apparent advantages, wore a grim expression, his brow furrowed in concern. Through careful observation of Yuri's movements, Hardiman recognized that they mirrored the treacherous shoals marked on the nautical charts. This indicated that Francis had made no contributions upon entering the fray. He had perished before even beginning. What did this signify? Firstly, it implied that the enemy could still navigate using the sea charts, and once they advanced within firing range, Hardiman's advantage would dissipate. Yuri's faction, bolstered by the forces of 3 major gangs, had suffered losses but remained formidable. Once they reached a point where both sides could fire upon each other, Yuri's firepower would likely match that of Hardiman's. This rendered the outcome of Hardiman's efforts uncertain. If Jack were to harbor treacherous intentions and betray him, Hardiman's defeat would be inevitable. However, the sole consolation for Hardiman was that Jack continued to bombard Yuri's ships alongside him, still adhering to Hardiman's commands as long as Jack remained aligned with him. Hardiman believed victory was still within reach, albeit unaware that Jack had already betrayed him, using Hardiman as a pawn to incite conflict between both factions, forcing them into a battle that favored neither. Secondly, this also indicated that every action of Hardiman's was being scrutinized by a certain individual or group. Otherwise, how could Francis have met his demise so swiftly upon entering the water, contributing nothing to the cause? Hardiman was acutely aware of the existence of spies. It was impossible to eliminate them entirely, but he could at least prevent them from infiltrating his inner circle. Even Jack had embedded spies within Hardiman's ranks. Though that was not his accomplishment, and thus, we shall leave that aside for now. Hardiman had been discreetly observing his inner circle in trusted confidence, leading him to believe that there were likely no spies among them. It was his inherent suspicion that prevented him from relaxing his vigilance over those close to him, allowing him to discern that General Hutton harbored ulterior motives. However, the sudden death of Francis left Hardiman perplexed, pondering who could be so deeply concealed. Thirdly, the individual monitoring Hardiman not only possessed cunning, but also demonstrated considerable capability, whether in commanding sea beasts or engaging directly in combat underwater, showcasing a level of proficiency in maritime warfare. In naval battles, Hardiman was certainly an expert. Even those who were not specialists grasped this fundamental truth. If one party possesses the capability for underwater warfare, while the other does not, it creates a significant advantage. The hidden adversary currently possessed such abilities. Nevertheless, Hardiman had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell on these matters further. He had to set them aside for the moment and focus on addressing the immediate challenge at hand. As time progressed, Yuri's forces, having sacrificed many lives, finally carved a path through the deadly waters, entering the firing range of Yuri's fleet. Although they remained under fire, the increasing number of vessels within range diminished Hardiman's firepower advantage, resulting in varying degrees of damage to his ships. Even Jack's smaller vessels, which were not up to Hardiman's standard, suffered hits from several cannonballs. However, Jack, possessing exceptional marksmanship, managed to intercept the incoming shells before they struck the hull, averting significant damage. His smaller ships, though not comparable to Hardiman's and Yuri's flagship vessels, could easily have been obliterated by a few cannon strikes. After neutralizing the incoming shells, Jack muttered indignantly, "They promised not to fire upon allies. They said they would steer clear of us. These scoundrels are utterly untrustworthy, especially after I reminded them of Hardiman's plans and provided them with the nautical charts." This statement was rather shameless, considering he was the one who initiated the attack. Moreover, in the depths of the night, who could discern friend from foe? It was merely a matter of firing upon any vessel in sight. Furthermore, his so-called reminder was far from altruistic. It was precisely Jack's intervention that had ignited the fierce conflict between the two factions. Meanwhile, Hardiman continued to direct his fleet in their bombardment. Now, as he observes his advantages dwindling and on the verge of vanishing entirely, he promptly issues an order to abandon the first line of defense and retreat to safeguard the second line. Initially, had man believed that this first line could withstand for a considerable duration, perhaps even to the very end without needing to yield an inch, confidently eliminating all enemy forces from this position. However, due to Francis's premature exit, coupled with Yuri and others acquiring the nautical charts, the first line of defense fell far short of Hardiman's expectations. Though Francis contributed nothing, this enigmatic and treacherous reef served as a formidable weapon during the night, despite the terrain remaining unchanged and the nautical charts still valid. As the front lines stretched and chaos ensued, who could discern the initial 5 ships that had run aground? At that point, Yuri would undoubtedly pay a certain price. Thus, after Hadman as command, the ships began to mobilize, gradually distancing themselves from the first line of battle and retreating toward the second line. Jack had been waiting for this moment. After a long wait, he finally saw Hadman order the withdrawal. For facing the increasingly dense artillery fire from Yuri's side left Jack feeling somewhat apprehensive. Jack feigned compliance, mimicking Hadman's directives, and ostentatiously retreated according to the previously established combat strategy. It must be said that Jack's vessel was slightly smaller, which posed a disadvantage in direct combat, yet made him far more adept at fleeing. Without hesitation, Jack darted forward, outpacing Hadman's fleet. Hadman, not overly concerned, understood that Jack's lighter ship could logically lead the retreat ahead of the capital ships. Little did he know, Jack's maneuver was premeditated. Even the prospect of fleeing faster than Hadman had been meticulously calculated, observing Jack's rapid acceleration and growing distance, to the point of complete disconnection from the group. Even Hadman, usually astute, could not ignore the anomaly. Just as Hadman sensed something amiss, he suddenly stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. For someone as battle-hardened, robust, and skilled as Hadman to stagger like that, what hope was there for the others? Several soldiers fell heavily to the ground. It turned out that the ship Hadman occupied had abruptly transitioned from motion to stillness, shaking violently as it came to a halt, akin to an unexpected sharp break, causing others to tumble due to inertia. Hadman immediately queried, "What on earth is happening?" After a brief moment, someone responded, "Report. It appears we have run aground." Run aground? How could that be? There are hardly any reefs in this area. Hadman incredulously asked, "We have practiced here multiple times, traversing back and forth, and have successfully avoided the reefs. How could we possibly have run aground?" Indeed, as Hadman articulated, he had prepared extensively for this battle and was thoroughly familiar with this maritime region. He had memorized the nautical charts, recalling precisely where the reefs lay and where was safe, leaving no room for error. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom come alone. At that moment, Hadman received a series of grim reports. Report: Ship number 2 has halted. Upon inspection, it has sustained damage to its hull from a reef and is undergoing repairs. Report: Ship number 3 has run aground and is forced to stop due to hull damage. Report: Ship number 4. With each subsequent report, Hadman's heart grew heavier, and when he confirmed that all main battle ships, totaling 22 vessels, had run aground without exception, he nearly lost his breath. How could it be possible for every single ship to have run aground? Not only had they traversed this area numerous times, but there also could not possibly be that many reefs. The total number of reefs in this vicinity did not even reach 22. This was impossible, impossible, impossible. Following this, Hadman recalled something, glancing towards Jack, who had already distanced himself significantly and showed no signs of stopping. What about Jack? Did he not run aground? Which route did they take? We shall follow them. Someone then remarked they did not take any special route. In fact, ship number 15 was following the same path as Jack S. Yet ship number 15 still ran aground. What? Hadman's face was etched with disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be? He did not run aground." Yet the ship behind him, number 15, struck a reef. That moment, Hadman began to connect the dots and, without a hint of doubt, demanded, "Report again on the damage status of all ships." The soldier who had just reported, though puzzled by Hadman's intent, diligently complied with the order. Report: Ship number 2 has halted. Upon inspection, it has sustained damage to its hull from a reef and is undergoing repairs. Report: Ship number 3 has run aground and is forced to stop due to hull damage. Report: Ship number 4 has run aground. The damage is not severe and repairs are in progress. Report: Ship No. 5. Stop. Hadman interrupted, clutching his chest. The hull that I keep hearing about, the hull. The audacity of Jack, the audacity. This was an easily overlooked detail, previously mentioned many times. Jack's vessel was smaller than Hadman's, implying lower combat capability but greater speed. And at that moment, it also indicated a shallower draft. In other words, Jack had cleverly circumvented the disadvantages of his smaller and lesser crew ship capitalizing on all available strengths. And one could argue that these were not advantages, merely characteristics. After Sergei consumed the devil fruit, Haku had set up this selective reef in the retreating waters. Jack's smaller ship, with its lower draft, could navigate just above the reefs, whereas Hadman's vessels could not, resulting in hull damage. From the moment Francis was hauled up to the present, when all ships had run aground, only a little over an hour had passed. Within this brief span, Hadman experienced a roller coaster of fortune, plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss. His emotions mirrored those of a stock trader who had staked his entire fortune on a single venture, only to see it all vanish in an instant. However, Hadman, being Hadman, quickly steeled himself, recalling the decapitated body of Francis. For in Hadman's mind, the ability to create such an array of reefs from the seabed could only belong to Francis and his fruit powers. Yet Hadman had already inspected Francis's headless corpse upon its retrieval. Even without a head, through years of close companionship, he had accumulated enough understanding to ascertain that this indeed was Francis's body. Unmistakably. After all, sometimes those who are closest to you grasp your nuances better than you do. Thus, even if Francis had betrayed Hadman behind his back and fabricated the illusion of his own decapitation, Hadman could discern the truth of this corpse. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining explanation, however improbable, must be the truth. This is a famous saying attributed to Conan Doyle through the mouth of Sherlock Holmes. Although in this world, there exists neither Conan Doyle nor Sherlock Holmes, the principle remains the same. As a clever individual, Hadman quickly deduced this truth that it was Francis's doing. Though hard to believe, it was undoubtedly his handiwork. Hadman thought bitterly. Francis had betrayed me, even betrayed the world government, aiding Jack in all of this. Moreover, he had effectively acted as a spy, observing my every move through Jack's eyes. I never expected that the seemingly loyal Francis had his true allegiance with Jack, even sacrificing his life to deceive me, leading me to make erroneous judgments. What a shocking revelation this was. However, the truth was not as Hadman surmised. If Francis were to know the truth from beyond the grave, he might very well jump up in protest of his innocence. The misunderstanding may only be resolved when Hardman descends to seek out Francis. Regardless of what Hardman has misconstrued, the foremost challenge he faces is the menacing gang fleet. Among those gangsters, there are many who are wooden. Can you run while I cannot pursue? However, due to Yuri and the others' insufficient familiarity with the terrain, Hardman has managed to create a slight distance. Yet he has not achieved his objective of retreating to the second defensive line. It can barely be considered a first and a half line of defense. Unfortunately, the path ahead is thickly strewn with reefs laid by that rogue Jack, effectively trapping Hardman's fleet in this location, leaving no room for escape. They must slowly deploy their formation in place, awaiting the advance of the gang's fleet. In the broadcasting room, Hardman addresses all ships and crew members through the intercom. My subordinates, we have now reached a point of no return. The path ahead is obstructed, and ravenous wolves pursue us from behind. At this moment, our sole hope for survival lies in bracing against the cliff and fighting off the wolves. I am aware that apart from our weaponry, we possess nothing that can rival that pack of wolves. Yet, we are united as one, while they merely maintain a temporary alliance riddled with internal conflicts. Their coalition is bound to disintegrate soon. Herein lies our hope. Let us strive together, for regardless of victory or defeat, this shall be our final battle. Meanwhile, Yuri, witnessing Hardman halt and once again form a defensive line from afar, muses, is this Hardman's second line of defense? The preceding stretch remains unaltered, so I must exercise caution with the upcoming segment. With this thought, he resolves to replicate his previous strategy by dispatching the unarmed scouting vessels first. Just as Hardman indicated, the relationships among these gangs are far from intimate. Take these scouts, for example. They are primarily drawn from the ranks of smaller factions. If one were to assign members from the three major gangs as scouts, their leaders would surely object. It is only these lesser figures, lacking influence, who are relegated to the role of sacrificial troops. Even if these scouts were to perish entirely, it would not significantly impact the three major gangs, as their main forces remain intact, preserving their combat effectiveness while using these lowly pawns to erode Hardman's advantage. In truth, Yuri is unaware that Hardman's actions stem from desperation. devoid of any elaborate schemes. Fueled solely by a spirit of defiance that if he were to abandon all convoluted tactics and charge forward, Hardman would surely falter first. After all, Jack has severed their retreat. Thus, a desperate resolve is born. With a command from Hardman, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupts once more. People are driven to remarkable feats. Under the compelling belief that failure equates to death, each soldier operating the cannons transforms into an elite. What typically takes a minute to load and fire a single round is now executed with the precision and fluidity of twin brothers, their movements synchronizing seamlessly. Their actions quicken, and their steps grow steadier, remarkably reducing the firing interval by over 10 seconds. It is worth noting that this achievement approaches that of elite artillerymen, with only a handful able to reach such a standard. Now, each one is akin to a master gunner. On the other side, Yuri is evidently bewildered by the barrage of cannon fire. What sorcery is this? Just moments ago, all seemed well, yet now the interval between shots is drastically shortened. Could it be that I was merely toyed with? This defies logic. Regardless of the intensity and density of Hardman's cannonade, the advance must proceed. As the scouting vessels charge forth, save for those sunk, the others emerge unscathed, with not a single ship running aground. Yuri finds himself in a state of confusion. How the reefs in this maritime expanse vanished? Surely, it cannot be mere luck that they encountered none. What trickery is Hardman employing? Thus, Yuri instinctively hesitates. Anyone witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon would hesitate. The simultaneous emergence of illogical circumstances would incite doubt. This moment of indecision costs him, as he fails to follow through with an attack, resulting in 2 of his expendable vessels being obliterated by Hardman's cannon fire. Taking a deep breath, Yuri sets aside his suspicions and, inspired by Hardman, seeks to rally his troops, issuing the order to charge. However, unlike Hardman, he refrains from delivering a lengthy speech, instead bellowing, "Charge, all of you. Follow me." His command is refreshingly down to earth, starkly contrasting with Hardman's methodical military management and communication style. The gang's orders emphasize simplicity and comfort in delivery. As long as the message is conveyed, it suffices. Had it been articulated by Hardman, it would have been framed as, "All forces advance at full speed." Under Yuri's earthy exhortation, the gang members roar and surge forward. These gangsters have long been simmering with pent-up frustration, having endured relentless cannon fire, and finally, they await the rallying cry to charge. If Hardman and his subordinates are driven by desperation to unleash extraordinary power, then this group of gangsters embodies the spirit of born outlaws, each one a fearless braggart, knowing nothing but reckless abandon. They cannot comprehend the nuanced tactics and strategic commands. Instead, they thrive under Yuri's straightforward, impulsive directives, unleashing their full potential and vigor. This moment. Even from a distance, Hardman feels a stirring within. Unbeknownst to him, a fierce momentum has erupted within the gang's fleet. Without regard for life or hesitation, they charge forth, their battle cries merging into a cacophony. Even from afar, amidst the thunderous cannon fire, both Hardman and his soldiers,